A gaming friend you've known for 3 years tearfully asks to borrow money. So you transfer all your saved up 1,000 yuan to her. But when you ask for repayment, she defiantly says, "I borrowed it fair and square, why should I return it?" And even boasts that she's at Haida University, daring you to confront her in person. How could 18-year-old you tolerate this? Furious, you rush to her school overnight, determined to settle the score. But when you come face to face with the campus ice queen, slender-waisted, long-legged, you're completely stunned. So you're the one called Maka Pakka? It turned out that just a few days ago, you once again tried to collect the debt from an online acquaintance, only to be met with more mockery. High school students should focus on studying, not playing with their phones all day. If you have what it takes, get into Haida University, and I'll pay you back. You just wait. RCP, a meaningless interjection here. Just see if I don't get into Haida University and make you regret it, RCP. Furious, you typed frantically. But the person on the other end of the phone only grew more smug, sneering dismissively. Come on then, come on. Back then, out of kindness, you believed her when she said she had no food to eat. Her father was a gambler, drowning in over 3 million in debt, and she had younger siblings to support through school. So you sent her the 1,000 yuan you had secretly saved up to buy a new phone, to be precise 1,000.79 yuan, down to the last cent. It was your entire savings. You were practically Guan Yu reincarnated, a paragon of righteousness. Who could have imagined she would treat people this way? Good night, Maka Pakka. After sending this final message, the internet friend immediately went offline. Furious, you punched the bed. Damn it. Still didn't get the money back. Meanwhile, in a girls' dorm at Haida University, Shin Yenshue, dressed in a snow-white dress, smiled faintly at the corner of her lips. For some reason, she really enjoys chatting with you and can't help but smile, a feeling she's never experienced before. She doesn't actually believe you'll come to Haida University. After all, your home is inland, so it's unlikely you'd travel all the way to Haidu. She tricked you into sending her a photo, which showed a rather handsome but cocky younger guy who seemed nice. During her toughest times, he selflessly lent her all he had, though his temper wasn't great, always pestering her to repay the money. My family owns a company, why would I be short of 1,000 yuan? I'm doing this for your own good. The college entrance exam is coming up, you can have fun after it's over. And she actually sent you photos too, but they were of her roommate. The moment the results came out in June, you immediately messaged Maka Pakka. Just you wait. You'll see how real I am, you're done for. With a score of 623, Shanghai University is a sure bet. Seeing this, Shun Yenshue bit her lip, barely containing her excitement. If I'd known you were this good, I should have just made you get into Tsinghua from the start. What do you mean? If I'm not here? Shin Yenshue suddenly felt like teasing you. Goodbye. From now on, I won't believe anything you say anymore. The trust between us is over. Let's forget each other and go our separate ways. Seeing this scene, Shin Yenshue let out a light laugh. Her roommates, suddenly hearing the sound, exchanged confused glances. Based on my experience, that frequency of laughter doesn't seem like she's just watching videos. At this moment, Shin Yenshue suddenly poked her head out from the mosquito net, smiling as she said, Qian, there's something I need to tell you. How should I put this? Shun Yenshue thought for a moment, then stretched out her fair feet to get off the bed. Come with me outside. I'll tell you as we walk. Please don't get mad. Okay? Meanwhile, on the other side, son, have some fruit. Tomorrow, mom will take you to buy a phone. Mother Guameli walked into the bedroom carrying a plate of fresh fruit. Her maternal radiance no less warm than during the college entrance exam days, brimming with affection. Have you decided which university to apply to? Ocean University, you answered truthfully. Ocean University is so far away. Aren't there good schools in the province? Why go so far? To collect a debt. You skewered a piece of apple with a toothpick and bit down hard. What debt? Nothing. I just think there are more opportunities at Haida University. I'm not comfortable with you going so far away alone. Oh, Mom, I need to go out and see the world. You wave your hand dismissively. Besides, Shin Yu is also going to Haida University, right? It'll be good to have him as company. Hearing this, Guameli finally relaxed a bit. Then I can rest a little easier. That girl has always been dependable, she can help keep an eye on you. I'll discuss it with your dad. You should go to bed early. Don't stay up too late. What? You used my photo to borrow money from an online friend? Upon learning the truth, Su Qianqian spat out her milk tea in shock. Shin Yenshue pursed her lips and smiled. And then, to track me down and get his money back, he got into our university, Haida. A few days later, be careful on your way. Don't always eat junk food, and don't stay up late playing games. You're a boy, so take good care of Xiaoyu on the road, Guameli patiently advised. Got it, you chuckled. I've heard it so many times my ears are calloused. I'm off now. You have a bad back, so play less mahjong. Sitting for hours at a time isn't good. You'd be better off joining the square dancing group. You pouted and dragged your luggage toward the station. Shueshue, has he arrived yet? Shin Yenshue had been questioned by Su Chanqian no less than 8 times since morning, starting from when they were in the classroom. I don't know if it was nerves or what, but she just kept asking. Ever since that night when she showed Su Chanqian the picture, she had come to be interested. Such a handsome junior? It's right not to pay it back. Go to another school and someone else picks it up. Don't worry. I will live up to your expectations, Yuki, and take him down. I can't believe you've got me such a great guy. You're so nice, Shueshue. What? Not. I. Bai Nianxue realized that her explanation paled in front of her brain, and soon to the opening of the school today, Su Chanqian has pressed the appearance of. She even wore a rare dress today to project a good image. Why does it really seem like she's the one with the face? Bai Nianxue pursed her lips, her mood complex. She just wanted to let Chanqian play a cover, only how to make it like online dating Ben now. She's never been in love with him. She's a debtor at best. Chanqian, are you dressed like this so you can run later? Bai Nianxue tried to remind her anew that the one coming across the street was a debtor. Is this okay? Shueshue, there's no loss of face, right? Su Chanqian has been completely immersed in the excitement of having to run now. Yo, we're so nice. Lu Siki just came back from outside and saw Su Chanqian dressed up. Well done for being prepared. Did you have to take one today? This matter, Lu Siki and Xiaotong are unaware of it, and thought that Su Chanqian dresses so well to welcome the new students. When a new student starts school, often the older students, will just go along for the ride and have a casual look around. Like Xiaotong, who has gone on to volunteer. Don't get me wrong. It's not that kind of volunteer, it's a volunteer selling campus cards. Su Chanqian grunted and smiled, her heart calculating. Watch me take down that elementary school brother. Stunning you all to death, haha. Lu Siki is not too interested in such a feast. Take off his shoes and prepare to go to bed. Continue to open lying. And to Bai Nianxue. She asked, Shueshue, you're going too? Ah. Well, look. Bai Nianxue glanced at Chen Qian and said sadly, had I known Chanqian was so excited, shouldn't I have used Kiki's? Oh. Then you have to be careful. Don't be taken for a freshman. Lu Siki laughed, then got into bed and got into the mosquito net. Otherwise those volunteer boys wouldn't be chasing you. Bai Nianxue, should I wear a mask then? Wouldn't it be easier to misunderstand someone who already knows you by wearing a mask? Ding dong. A message notification. Maka Pakka. Quickly. I'm on my way. The corner of Bai Nianxue's mouth hooked up. Let's go, Chanqian. It's almost time. Su Chanqian's eyes were glowing. Good. I'll mention it. All the way out from the high-speed train station, Xunyu's luggage was held by Zhang Lian. She was responsible for carrying a bag and watching the navigation. It's all the way to the school now, and look at him with his clothes soaking wet, trying to get his luggage back. It's fine. I'll send you to your dormitory. I promised Auntie, you can't lift such a heavy box. Zhang Lian did not oblige her to take away the fruits of her labor. It's been brought up so far, it's not that far. Come to the school gate and report according to your respective college. Zhang Lian is mechanical while Shen Yu is a computer. So the two parted ways briefly. The person in charge of registering Zhang Lian was a schoolmate with a boy standing next to her. Behind the two was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Presumably, it's a teacher at this college, and most likely his or her counselor for the next 4 years. The schoolmate's eyes lit up a bit when she saw Zhang Lian, smiling and gently giving Zhang Lian instructions on how to fill in each step, fingers on a signature and pressing, like they were afraid Zhang Lian couldn't read. Can I not know my name is signed here? So big at the signature. However, Zhang Lian politely said thank you, and then added a certain class group, according to his sister's rules. Well, actually it's just the contact information of the older sister. After Zhang Lian's side was quickly finished, he went back towards Shen Yu's direction. There were more people at their college and there is still a line. Zhang Lian just in this gap to send a message to Tinkercar. Exactly where is it? Why has it not come yet? I've been waiting for the flowers. Panda man emoticon. My machete has been hungry for a long time. When it was Shun Yu's turn, she followed the senior's instructions to register in order. Immediately thereafter, the hospitality of the seniors ensued. It's been a while since the computer school has seen such a good-looking sister. Several volunteers from the School of Computer Science almost all walked up in tacit agreement when they saw Shun Yu registering. It has her contact information written on it as well as her name, which is necessary to read. Ushenyu Shoujiru. The name on the register. Several boys passed a glance at each other. Well, hello senior. Shun Yu responded politely. Home is in Jingnan. So far to come here? Yeah. Which dorm room are you in? Why don't we take you there? Ah? No need. It's okay. We just volunteered. By the way, add a contact, schoolgirl. If there's something you ask us? No need. They're all from the same college, add one more. Right? Senpai. I have so many questions. Why don't you add me? Zhang Lian appeared behind a few people and spoke out. Chapter 5. Maka Pakka? Several seniors looked at each other. With that, Zhang Lian then spoke to Shun Yu again. Let's go. You have so much luggage. I'll send you to your dorm room. Seeing this, Shun Yu nodded repeatedly. And a few seniors had no trouble reacting from the tone of their conversation that the two were together. Hurry up and get out of people's way. Ah, got a boyfriend after all. Looks like that boy is still a freshman together. Damn it. It's over before it even started. Still got into college together. Tisk so envious. A few seniors came together to be sentimental, only to be brought back to their senses by the outcry of the schoolmates behind them. Hey! Senpai, we still have to check in. Ah! Sorry. What a welcome you are. After entering the school gate, Zhang Lian found a seat at the entrance position and sent a message to a certain ding-dong car, then waited here with Shun Yu. Why isn't this damn ding-dong coming? In fact, to Zhang Lian, Tinker Bike was like a good brother, so he had always kept his attitude towards her as a boy-to-boy interaction maneuver. But on the contrary, the attitude towards Shun Yu, even though they grew up together and are too familiar to be familiar with each other, and Shun Yu knows exactly what kind of a slob he is, he will still be slightly more gentlemanly. As if now, he would also wipe Shun Yu's seat before letting her sit on it, and it didn't matter if he sat on his own, sitting on his butt. Shun Yu then hid her mouth and smiled, looking on. He's pretty good at taking care of people. It looked as if, having said he would take care of himself, he would honor that promise. Seeing as you helped me out, I can help you out with a couple kicks later. Shun Yu joked. She kinda wanted to see what kind of girl the old scoundrel he claimed owed money to was. Kind of curious. Although she didn't come to high university because of Zhang Lian, she was curious about this ding-dong car that Zhang Lian was hanging on to. Just what kind of girl can make Zhang Lian hang on his lips every day? Often the more die-hard relationships you grow up with, the more you want to see which blind will be the one in the future. Ahem, just normal curiosity. With your rabbit legs, you can pull it off. Zhang Lian mocked nonchalantly, his eyes looking towards her feet, wearing clean white canvas shoes, shorts showing her well-proportioned calf belly, which looked powerless. You can't even take it back if you get caught. Then do you want to try? Shun Yu wasn't annoyed, and with her 2 feet stretched out side by side, she lifted them upwards, then narrowed her eyes towards Zhang Lian. Forget it, Lady Warrior. Your Buddha Mountain shadowless kick is still tops. Zhang Lian immediately conceded and hurriedly waved his hand. He couldn't top it. Getting kicked and stomped on by girls and stuff. Strange fetishes. The two just chatted and joked in their seats, and many of the freshmen passing by looked at the two of them twice before leaving in envy. The man and the woman. Let's not talk about the fact that Zhang Lian himself is quite handsome, and Shun Yu has always been recognized as a little beauty in the 8 villages in the township. I've been followed by boys since I was in elementary school. But all of this strangely disappeared when there was Zhang Lian in the background. Perhaps everyone had that self-awareness, and they all defaulted to the fact that Zhang Lian had a great relationship with her, and it was only right that the two were that way. Of course, at this time there would be no ungrateful male who would have to come up and forcefully ask for Shun Yu's contact information. Shun Yu also saved a lot of heartache. And just as the two of them were joking around, Zhang Lian's cell phone finally received a message. Tinker Bike. That's Tinker Car. Image. Zhang Lian clicked on it and it happened to be a shot of himself and Shun Yu. Following the angle of the picture, the two girls are not far from putting themselves in view. Isn't that by Nianxue? Why is she here? Is it because school starts today? Did Bai Nianxue spring into action too? The snowy mountains are melting? No. I think the roommate next to her dragged her here. The dress she's wearing today, ugh. It's beautiful. Nice long legs. Go get a contact. I wouldn't dare, you go. Hey, I wouldn't dare. The passing students not only looked at Xin Yu and Zhang Lian, but more were attracted by Bai Nianxue. To be precise, it was the boys who were attracted away by Bai Nianxue, while the girls were attracted by Zhang Lian. And 2 girls. Yuki, is that the one? No? Along the way, Su Qianqian just kept pointing a finger at the smooth boys and kept asking. No, he's supposed to be quite tall. Is that the one that doesn't? Not really, he doesn't wear glasses. What about that? He's not that fat. Yuki, how do you know so well? In front of the school gate with cell phone photos next to each other for half a day to compare, the 2 girls did not compare the photo of the person. That schoolmate, can I have a contact? No thanks, I have a boyfriend. As always, Bai Nianxue used words that didn't hurt. Most of the boys who were rejected by Baek Nim Suet, she used this line of speech. But everyone has never seen Bai Nianxue's boyfriend. The back also understand that this is just an excuse for people to refuse. Ah? Ok. The youngest student left in disappointment. Then another brave schoolboy stepped forward. Sister, may I ask how to get to Building 12? Su Qianqian pointed to the notice board. Isn't it written there? Ah? I can't find. If you can't find it, you can find volunteers. We are not. Su Qianqian pulled the corner of her mouth. This elementary school brother is quite mindful, but also want to change the way of picking up. Ah. Okay. Thank you, senior sister. Su Qianqian glanced at Bai Nianxue and sighed and laughed. I didn't find the person I was looking for, but there are quite a few schoolmates who came up to ask for your contact information. Not many of the older students would have come up and asked for your contact information, knowing you'd never give it. But it's these freshmen. They're newborns, they don't know anything about anything, they just do it. All with the same sincerest fantasies about college as I did back then. Su Qianqian expressed her inner emotions, completely unaware that Bai Nianxue has been standing in this position, staring at a place for a long time. That's a pair of people sitting on a seat, resembling a couple. She recognized Zhang Lian at once. But the girl next to him was. The heart is a little uncomfortable for some reason. She realized, with a jolt, that it never seemed to occur to her that he had a girlfriend. This thing. The loss was visible to the naked eye, but Bai Nianxue still picked up her cell phone and took a picture of it. Send to Maka Pakka. Chapter 6 is The Stinky Brother? Bai Nianxue's figure accentuating black tight jacket on top, pleated skirt and stockings underneath, and her own natural beauty made her the center of attention when she stood in the crowd. Zhang Lian's pupils widened, stunned by Bai Nianxue's beauty, and he hurriedly whispered to Xin Yu, Look, beauty. Xin Yu. It's not the first time he's done this. Shinfish. Nymphomaniac. It's pretty in itself, I'll be honest. Look at the boys, they're all looking at it. Zhang Lian got up while saying, Let's go over. It's her. Xin Yu's eyes widened slightly. So nice? Owed money? The one next to her. Cynthia Su. At 5 feet 6 inches with glasses, he wasn't ugly, but he definitely wasn't good-looking either. Although wearing a good-looking dress, it can be seen that it is dressed up. But and Bai Nianxue stand together. Shinfish suddenly somehow relieved, like afraid of brother suddenly driving a Land Rover General. Then followed Zhang Lian. Cynthia Su, that's you, isn't it? The 4 of them converged, and Zhang Lian confirmed it first to make sure everything was fine. Took out my cell phone again and looked at it twice against the picture and, well, sure enough it was right. Anon. Zhang Lian. Su Qianqian couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth, excitedly and quietly pulling Bai Nianxue's clothes. It's more handsome than the picture. Yuki, love you. Bai Nianxue pursed her lips tightly, her gaze instead staying on the girl next to Zhang Lian. What exactly is his relationship with her? What is the relationship between? This was something she very much wanted to know right now, completely not noticing that Su Qianqian was pulling on her clothes. Anon. This one is. Zhang Lian inquired politely and looked at Bai Nianxue. This schoolmate really looks too good. But, having chosen to stand across from me, then don't blame me. I don't fight nobodies. If you're the helper she hired, Then give your name. She's by Nianxue, my roommate. Su Chanshan said according to what the two of them had been right about before. Oh, this is my hairdresser, Xinyu. She's also from this school, in the computer academy. As a courtesy, Zhang Lian also introduced. Hearing this statement, Bai Nianshua's heart was slightly relieved. But then again, a childhood friend? The same university they still go to now. Just right, we are the computer theater. Su Chanshan laughed mindlessly and glanced at Bai Nianxue. How come Shuashua didn't say anything? Say something for me? Anon. Then, words are not enough. Let's step right into the topic. Zhang Lian loosened his luggage and moved his muscles. Bai Nianxue saw Zhang Lian's appearance pupils shrinking slightly. How he seems to still really come offline real. Full level of execution? Su Kian. Hiu. What? What theme? Payback. Money. Dai ding dong car. Zhang Lian gritted his teeth. His expression exaggerated, and spat out one word after another, raising his sandbag-sized fists up. Bai Nianxue on the side almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood, just so watery that she blurted out her unspeakable screen name. Su Chanshan was startled by Zhang Lian's sudden change, tugging on Bai Nianshue's coat corner and muttering in a low voice, "Then, I'm still not returning it." Bai Nianxue, how are you going to pay it back? Didn't even friend him and didn't have any money on him. If it's a college student's turn to spend cash these days, they must be broke. Su Chanshan thought also, he did not add Zhang Lian friend. But, how do you feel that if you don't pay him back today, he can really beat yourself up? Zhang Lian's eyes were glazed over, eyes covered in blood and oppressive. In fact, the main thing is that he played a little too much on the phone this vacation. Retaliation will not play the game through to make up for it. Last night, he played until 3 a.m. Bai Nianxue hurriedly smiled and changed the topic. That Zhang Lian. First send you to the dormitory. It's almost time to eat. Treat you to dinner. The matter of returning the money. Don't worry, all in a school. How can I not return you? This voice, how to feel a little familiar, Bai Nianxue had spent less time playing games with him on the mic before, but it wasn't for nothing. Zhang Lian had an impression, but he couldn't remember this for a while. He just felt familiar in his heart. From Su Chanshan's voice and demeanor, although the difference was huge, he just thought it was the huge gap between online and reality and didn't think much about it. Zhang Lian himself carried a bit of a joke between friends, and although he was indeed here to find her to pay her back, he was not in that much of a hurry. How can she be so cheap? Mustn't you glean a little more? It's so unfamiliar here. It's definitely better to have a senior who knows you. Since the pretty schoolmate has given her word, can she still run away? Just as Zhang Lian was about to let go, Xinyu suddenly pulled him, pulling him backward, then said to him, "Go to the dormitory first. I'm hungry. Didn't you eat instant noodles in the car you?" Zhang Lian asked with a straight face. Xinyu directly blanked out and pinched him with her hand. "Hey, it hurts." Okay. Go to the dormitory first." Zhang Lian followed Xinyu's words. "What about the Tinker car? How do I get to Building 12? Let's go, we'll take you there." Bai Nianxue maintained a faint smile and said on behalf of Su Chanshan, who didn't know how to answer. Her plans were disrupted. Originally thought he would be a person to come so that the double cooperation between himself and Chanshan, but also certainly can get along more harmoniously. Unexpectedly, it will come with a childhood friend, and the behavioral actions of this childhood friend made her feel especially bad, as if Zhang Lian suddenly changed her attitude not because of what she said, but because she was hungry, in a declaration of sovereignty like. Su Chanshan, on the other hand, who had originally hit on the idea of coming to face her boyfriend on her own, now had a puzzled look on her face. How's that for being a debt collector? Also, for the ding-ding car in Zhang Lian's mouth. She looked at Bai Nianxue with suspicion and shock. The high and mighty Yuki who usually conversed with him like this. Tinker car? So is his name Maka Pakka? Do the two of them usually talk to each other and say goodnight ding-dong car? Goodnight Maka Pakka? Seems to have found something unexpected. What started out as a sense of loss over the loss of a handsome man has now shifted to a strong spirit of gossip being burned. Bai Nianxue was there to pick up those two freshmen. It looks like you know. Holy. What college is that boy from? Opening at the top. Possibly Bai Nianshue's brother? Where did Bai Nianxue get a brother? Is it possible that it's the stinky brother? Chapter 7 Launching the Offensive. Sending Xunyu to the dormitory, Zhang Lian again directly and thoughtfully carried her suitcase upstairs, and temporarily put his own suitcase downstairs. I'll do it myself, Xunyu politely said. Zhang Lian stared directly at her with a wide Khazarian eye. Question mark. You're pretending to be a devil? I've carried you this far, and you come to take credit from me when we get to the end of the line? Seeing this, the corners of Xunyu's mouth couldn't help but raise, letting go again and walking upstairs. We won't go up first, we'll wait for you guys to come down, Su Qianqian said, being pulled aside by Nianxue. Okay, ding ding car. Zhang Lian wasn't polite and called it very smoothly. After all, he was already very familiar with it when he was online. With that, it followed Xunyu slowly up the stairs. Only after the two figures disappeared into the hallway did Su Qianqian hurriedly change her face to get closer to Bai Nianxue. Yuki? Aren't you going to explain it to me? While saying that, she poked Bai Nianxue's thin waist with her hand. Or should I call you Tinker Car? Qianqian. Bai Nianxue's face was red with shame. She didn't expect Zhang Lian's face base to still be so casual. If he were himself, he would not be able to manage to call him Maka Pakka directly. Su Qianqian did not intend to let Bai Nianxue go, and continued to read like the Tang monk reading the Monkey King's mantra to the Monkey King. And Bai Nianxue covered her ears and hid. For a long time, tired of playing, Su Qianqian returned to the topic. So Shueshue, you actually asked me to come as a shield for you? Bai Nianxue sheepishly glanced at Su Qianqian and quickly averted her eyes again. The thought came to mind. Itself is for you to be a shield, It is you who misunderstood. But an apology should be made.
Qianqian, I'm sorry.
Bai Nianxue held Su Qianqian's hand and said seriously, it's still true. Su Qianqian's mouth opened wide and her eyes widened. How could she not be shocked to hear such explosive news? It had all but thrown the matter of Bai Nianxue's apology out of his mind. Well. Bai Nianxue nodded her head, then realized something was wrong and shook her head. Qianqian, don't misunderstand. I have nothing with him. Su Qianqian's eyes narrowed slightly as her mouth had changed from a large circle to an oval. Is it that you have nothing to do with him? Or is it that he has nothing to do with you? Bai Nianxue was confused. Oops. He has a childhood friend by his side, Shueshue. If you... Su Qianqian made to raise her too thin eyebrows. You have to seize the opportunity. Bai Nianxue. I really didn't have anything with him. We just chatted online. Su Qianqian just pursed her lips and nodded her head in response. Well, what you say is what? Who can call it like that with you, Snowy, and ding-dong the car? Seeing this, Bai Nianxue only felt like she had a mouth to feed. Yuki. The fact that he's willing to get into Haiku University for you means that he's still for you. He is here to ask me for money, You just did not give him all urge to pay back the money. For 1,000 bucks to get into HIU? Do you believe that? Su Qianqian pointed out a key saying. Yuki. Get a grip. He. Bai Nianxue looked upstairs to the dormitory and nuzzled slightly. Damn Maka Pakka. Not interested in the cute dinky car? Xunyu's dorm room was on the 5th floor. Zhang Lian almost didn't die of exhaustion when he brought it up. Open the door when you get to your dorm room. 3 of Xunyu's roommates had already arrived inside. They were cleaning and organizing, while taking the time to glance at Xunyu and greet her with a smile. Hello. Hello. My name is Yen Wenxin. You were the last Xunyu in our dormitory, right? The short-haired, dry, tall, slightly darker-skinned girl with one black-framed eyeglass said with a big grin. Although he spoke Mandarin, the accent couldn't be hidden. Coupled with the movement and demeanor, it is obvious that the northern part of the boil. Aha! Xunyu nodded and brought the luggage in Zhang Lian's hand over. You go down. I won't go down first. Aren't you hungry? Zhang Lian asked, still straight. Now that everyone is sanitizing, what's the deal with her going off by herself? Everyone is doing hygiene. Let's talk about it later. Xunyu explained to Zhang Lian in a low voice. Is this your boyfriend? Yen Wenxin saw Xunyu hesitate to come in at the door, so she looked around and saw Xunyu talking to a boy in a low voice. Her nature, of course, was to say it straight out with a big grin. Upon hearing this, the other two, who were cleaning the beds and a girl who was painting the sink on the balcony, immediately craned their necks. For the girls who have just come out of that place in high school, they are in the very beginning of their budding anticipation for college love, relationships, and all that stuff. Hearing the sensitive word boyfriend, or their roommates for the next 4 years, of course they were interested. Huh? How can that be? No. Shen Yu immediately responded with wide eyes. Glanced several more times toward Zhang Lian. What's with all the speculation about that kind of relationship? The two who grew up bare-assed really don't have any weird ideas at all. Zhang Lian, who had always been mute and was not in that kind of relationship with Shen Yu per se, naturally greeted her roommate. I'm her brother. Please take care of my sister more now. Eat candy, eat candy. Shen Yu cocked her head and just watched Zhang Lian walk in, unable to even pull. Since when are you my brother? Zhang Lian naturally grabbed 2 handfuls of candy from his pocket that his mom had stuffed in his pocket when he left and put them on the table. Thanks. Thanks, handsome. Thank you, brother. The roommate is very enthusiastic about Zhang Lian, seeing that he is surprisingly handsome, or the roommate's brother, which is not delivered. Hey, you're welcome, you're welcome. Zhang Lian waved his hand and walked out of the dormitory again. White took advantage of Shin Fish for a while, directly put ass away. Sister take good care of yourself brother gone. Ouch. Bye-bye. Shin Fish uses a stunt that she has already used countless times since she was a little girl, and it's a trick that almost every little southern girl knows. Quickly extend your right hand to aim at your opponent's waist, with your index finger and thumb forming a stranglehold, locking the tender flesh of your opponent's waist in a brief 180-degree muscle contortion, and quickly retracting it after achieving the effect. With the swiftness of a thunderbolt, giving the opponent's waist up to 10,000% bludgeoning damage, the opponent couldn't even react. What a hard hand. Zhang Lian covered his waist, and the response was the closed-up dormitory door. It's chilling. Zhang Lian shook his head and rubbed his injured part to quickly go downstairs. In the meantime, Su Qianqian. But he has a childhood friend. Xue Xue. You can't just sit back and wait. Bai Nianxue cupped her chin and frowned. This she can certainly see. So, what can I do? Attack. Xue Xue.
Su Qianqian hit Tao smile.
Chapter 8 Contacts. Hey, where is she? Zhang Lian went downstairs and found that the cunning ding-dong car had unexpectedly disappeared. Qianqian, she has something temporary. She will come over later. Let me take you to the dormitory first. When Bai Nianxue saw that Zhang Lian was coming down alone, she suddenly felt that Qianqian's approach was a bit wise again. Oh, damn dinky car. Surprisingly ran away. Zhang Lian cursed in a small voice and immediately smiled again as he rushed Bai Nianxue. Sister Xing, I'm troubling you. I can't believe you're so watery to play two faces? Bai Nianxue was derided in her heart, but her surface was unperturbed. Okay, no trouble. Just in time to ask him on the way what he really thinks of himself. I'll carry it for you. No need, senior sister. I just have one bag. Zhang Lian waved his hand and politely refused. With that, he walked with Bai Nianxue in the direction of the boys' dormitory. Zhang Lian did not know that Bai Nianxue was quite well known in the school. He only knew that the schoolmate next to him was indeed very good-looking, so much so that he, who had always belonged to the diplomatic bruisers, was rarely quiet at this time. Since he was a child, he contacted too many girls too much. The end of the college entrance exams are a lot of girls, and his confession, obviously in the usual playful relationship, is quite good girls, suddenly engaged in this so that he thought for a moment in what a prank. And he also has a big beauty like Xinyu by his side, who is gentle and lovely at school, but she is not merciful at all when she pinches people. It had made him almost no longer have any filter on beautiful women. But Bai Nianxue did have a real impact, and even gave him a dry back to the little boy. The atmosphere was peaceful and quiet all the way, which made him feel quite uncomfortable, and he cursed again in a whisper, "Damn dinky cars. I wonder if it would be awkward for two strangers, for her, the middleman, to leave when a friend introduces a new friend to a friend." What did you say? Bai Nianxue ears sharp and heard him whisper crickets himself and thought to himself, this Maka Pakka how to make efforts to scold himself. No, nothing. Zhang Lian let out a kind smile and took out his cell phone to send the bleeding knife dynamic emoji to Tinker Car. Ding dong. He had just sent this side of his message when the cell phone in Bai Nianxue's pocket rang once. Bai Nianxue's pupils shook as she glanced nervously at Zhang Lian and realized that he hadn't noticed his side at all. Then immediately took out his cell phone to see what message he had sent him. Maka Pakka. Chopping you to death. Where have you been? Leaving me with my schoolmate. It's embarrassing. Bai Nianxue pursed her lips, took a quick glance at Zhang Lian with her afterglow, and typed a reply. Tinker Car. What's wrong? Isn't it bad to walk with a pretty schoolmate? Don't thank me yet. Maka Pakka, you are sick. You want to use your schoolmates to cover your debt and not pay it back. Tinkerbell, what's the matter? Not enough. I'll add more. Maka Pakka, the schoolteacher was just sold out by you without even realizing it? Do you believe that I will tell her all about your ugly face? Schoolmate, you're playing with your cell phone. Is it because you don't want to talk to me? By Nianshua's sudden opening almost threw Zhang Lian's cell phone out. Huh? No. I'll return a message. Zhang Lian put away his cell phone. But just now, damn, if it wasn't school sister, you were also looking at your cell phone. You and Qianqian. You seem to have a good relationship? By Nianshua let out a light laugh. Isn't this gap between him on and off the line a bit too big? No, it's between an outsider and a... The gap is a bit too big. If you knew you were a dinky car, would you open your mouth to pay it back again? Good. Boul ach. Zhang Lian laughed cheerfully. I came to find her to pay back the money, ahaha. But it looks like you guys are on good terms. Bai Nianshua laughed slightly. Hey! Zhang Lian shook his head and sighed, not admitting or denying it. How many points did you get in, schoolboy? Come up here and ask such a revealing question? Zhang Lian's eyes widened slightly. Ha. Can't answer. That's not true. Just 620? Zhang Lian answered truthfully. There was nothing to hide. Oh, awesome. How many points did you get in, sister? I'm almost the same score as you. Bai Nianshua smiled. Hey! So it's a turn to praise yourself. Zhang Lian narrowed his eyes and joked. Ha. Bai Nianshua laughed lightly, but in her heart she was holding back her laughter thinking. In front of me to be so coy, so pretentious, not at all as untamed as it was online. Sure enough, there's still a big difference between acquaintances and strangers. Hey, by the way, how did you and Qianqian meet? I always hear her mention you. Bai Nianshua continued to inquire again. Huh? She mentioned me? Wasn't it cursing me? No, she complimented you. Zhang Lian didn't believe it and said offhandedly, Really? She can compliment me? She owes money and doesn't pay back the old rascal dog one. An old rascal of a dog. Rascal one. Rascal. Ahem. Bai Nianshua's heart suffered a thunderbolt. I met her in a game. She was playing too much and had to take my red. So I scolded her and she talked back. Zhang Lian laughed softly. So Long did not realize that when they first met, they actually quarreled to know each other. So funny. Bai Nianshua didn't expect him to remember so clearly, and suddenly looked at him with her eyes wide open. After the fight, it's just one-on-one, and then I haven't fought it before, and she picks a rogue Sable. Biffed. But 2 out of 3 games, and when I banned Sable for her in the back, she didn't beat me. Bai Nianshua's eyes widened slightly, unexpectedly lying? If I remember correctly, I don't think you won a single game in the first 5 rounds. No, to be precise, there were about 10 rounds off fighting, and if he hadn't let him win 1 round, he could have been unconvinced. But Qianqian told me that she won Bai Nianshua's eyes stared at Zhang Lian in a forced manner, straightening Zhang Lian's heart. Kidding, how could she possibly win against me? Impossible. Zhang Lian waved his hands, not believing in reality. Oh, so Bai Nianshua had a look of realization. She's pure nonsense. She can't be trusted with her mouth full. Ha. Bai Nianshua heart. Good wow. Really dishonest. Bai Nianshua. Then you think Qianqian how? Huh? How about what? Just all aspects of personality, whatever. How is it all? Bai Nianshua bit her upper lip, becoming slightly nervous. Senior sister, you wouldn't be an undercover agent sent by her, right? Chapter 9. Changing as a face. Zhang Lian brain melon clever batch. Instantly will Bai Nianshua's idea to recognize White Nianshua, although said is not Su Qianqian sent to the undercover, but is her own personally when their own undercover. No, I'm usually more gossipy about roommates. Bai Nianshua's eyes blinked rapidly twice, pulled her hair back, pinned it behind her ear, and looked away. Oh, that's right. Zhang Lian definitely couldn't cricket someone behind his back. Not to mention that the schoolmate in front of him was also the other party's best friend. If it had been a foxy friend together, a genuine friend, then he could certainly have said, pretty good, except for not paying it back. Well, It's all pretty good. Bai Nianxue. What an obvious scene stealer. Here we are. Senior sister, are you going up? Zhang Lian inquired. Well, will you let me go up? Bai Nianxue asked with some hesitation. Then if you say so, senior sister, it's better to go up together. Zhang Lian lightly laughed. Haha. Then I'm sorry. You're too kind, senior sister. According to the dormitory number given in the report, Zhang Lian just watered down and took a beautiful girl into the male dormitory. Many of the freshmen who were also moving things in their dormitories showed envy. Whose freshmen have such a good-looking older sister with them as soon as they arrive? How come all the good things happen to other people? If I come across, for me it's not a problem to get a couple campus cards. Zhang Lian passed by. Bai Nianxue followed through, leaving behind a fragrant breeze. Then the top of the big ass in the dormitory buried in cleaning the boys, eyes round, and then will be from the dormitory one after another to reveal the head of the envious look. More bold some, directly up to ignore Zhang Lian to Bai Nianxue want a WeChat. Sister, I want a card too. Ah? I'm not the schoolmate who runs the card. Bai Nianxue kindly laughed. Oh, then, can you add a contact number, schoolteacher? Bai Nianxue hadn't encountered this kind of scene for quite a long time, and turned her head to look at Zhang Lian. Brother, help me? Zhang Lian? Only to see Bai Nianxue still giving him a crazy wink. Zhang Lian did not think that the school sister actually has this side. Originally the school sister to bring themselves over, can also be considered to help their own favor. Excuse me folks, do you want my brothers? Zhang Lian had blocked peach blossoms for Shin Yu not a few times, and had become skilled enough to walk up to the boys and block them in the most direct way, as always. He is very tall, he also knows a little boxing, his dad is a police officer, which is why he chose this way of blocking peach blossoms, because there is a bottom and the most simple and rough. Seeing the situation, the freshmen who had come up with courage, just out of the desire for fresh things just out of the cage, they also left in a mood. Zhang Lian also continued to walk to his dorm room with Bai Nianxue. Himself this day to the girl block twice peach blossom. Pure tools people get the key for the door. Just one person from the dormitory arrived. A yellow hair, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses. She was stylishly dressed with a necklace around her neck and a bracelet on her hand. Although I can't see the price, but it gave Zhang Lian the first feeling that this is not a little rich brother. I'm afraid. The only person in the dormitory, on the other hand, immediately jumped down from the bed and opened his mouth at Zhang Lian with a thick British accent. Hey bro! He came up to hold Zhang Lian's hand, then saw the girl behind Zhang Lian. What's up? How come I'm the one who's brown? Is that how foreigners greet each other? Hello? My name is Zhang Lian. In the spirit of politeness, Zhang Lian spoke with his hand still in his grip. Yellow hair was obviously stunned by Bai Nianxue, looking back and forth between Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue twice. Suddenly his eyes glowed as he looked at Zhang Lian, and his hands also gripped harder and tighter. Hello brother Lian. My name is Li Yongwen. You can call me Jake One. Zhang Lian's eyes narrowed slightly after hearing this. His brain looked like a progress bar was not loading. Did this English name have anything to do with his Chinese name? But eventually a polite, hello. The two shook hands and were friendly for half a day. Zhang Lian. You'd rather let me in? Bro, introduce Li Yongwen looked behind Zhang Lian in a very self-conscious manner. There's no need to introduce schoolmates, right? Zhang Lian tugged at the corner of his mouth before walking straight into the dormitory. Why do all these guys act like they've never seen a pretty girl before? Oh, so it will be fourth school sister Hello school sister. Li Yongwen's eyes brightened another degree. Bai Nianxue smiled faintly, then followed Zhang Lian into the dormitory, and incidentally, closed the door behind her. Then, Zhang Lian found his bed number and put down all his luggage. Looking toward Bai Nianxue, senior sister, let's go. Bai Nianxue, aren't you going to clean up? I'll come back later to clean up just fine. Mainly don't want you to wait on the sidelines well. Zhang Lian said truthfully, always letting people wait, there will always be a feeling of indebtedness. Moreover, there's a yellow hair on the side who tugs on foreign languages and tries to attract attention in front of her schoolmates. Cleaning will get dusty all over the house again. In short, it was a physical as well as psychological double torture. He was embarrassed to let Bai Nianxue stay all the time. Who had thought that Bai Nianxue did not mind, and even put down the stool that was upside down on the tabletop by herself, and wiped it with a paper towel to sit down. That's okay. It's still early. There's no rush. She actually just wanted to see his bedding those, and what little things he would pull out. Simply curious. Just like when boys go to a girl's dorm room, they also observe the girl's desk and bed or all sorts of, what's different? This is not only the curiosity brought about by the opposite sex. Naturally, there is also a little bit of white Nianshua's heart. Because right now, Zhang Lian didn't even know her true identity. Advantage. A great piece. With an advantage. Expand the advantage. A. Zhang Lian's eyes narrowed into slits, pursing his lips in contemplation. It was the first time he didn't know how to reject a girl. Dead mouth. Why don't you say it? Why can't you say something about a pretty face? Show the courage you have to talk to other girls. Ding dong. Tinker Car sent a message. I still have something to do. So stay with my sisters and I'll treat you to a seafood dinner outside the school later. Rub. Seafood feast. Am I the kind of guy who takes the bait at the slightest bit of food? Would I have left my best friend's bestie unattended? A friend of a friend. That's not my friend. Okay. Then schoolteacher, you pay attention to the dust, haha. Don't get your clothes dirty. Chapter 10. Sister wants to make the bed? Shin Yu, your brother? So handsome. Yeah, any girlfriends? In the girls' dormitory, Shun Yu's roommate was cleaning up while she began to resist the hormones bursting out of her body. He is not my brother. Shun Yu buried her head and made her bed, and her heart felt more or less vain. This guy is obviously quite scruffy, but he's just popular with the girls. This is something that one naturally feels. Oh, not your brother. That? Yan Wenshin's eyes rolled. Boyfriend. Oh. Nah. Where do you guys think you're going? Shin Yu said with his head straight up. So what's your relationship? Can't we be friends? Shin Yu said righteously. I grew up in the same place as him. How can there be normal friendships between a man and a woman? Gao Hongli said as she pushed up her glasses. She was a dark and thin girl with a high ponytail. Hey, you guys still from the same place? Ooh. A childhood friend? Count on. Sort of. Oh. That would be perfect. Where have you guys been thinking again? The corners of Shin Yu's mouth twitched, and when she thought of staying with such a gossipy roommate for 4 more years, she couldn't help but married or from the same place and know the roots. When the time comes to graduate together back home, simply rent a room, 2 people's small life once. Shun Yu sighed helplessly upon hearing this and went back to organizing her things. Although it does sound pretty good. But she really doesn't have a single worldly desire for some guy who calls himself brother. I've seen him since I was a kid, and I can still remember his runny nose in elementary school. And the look of being naughty outside and not daring to come home and run to yourself for a bit of shelter. Those are not cool looks. People, on the other hand, just have a filter on what looks good and automatically think that what looks good is good everywhere. It's like good-looking people just don't get along with the sloppy stuff. But really, we're all human. Everyone is the same. A rich guy in a Lamborghini collects paper shells just as well, and even the best-looking people eat 3 meals a day. Just let these 3 think about a future that doesn't exist. When Xinyu wasn't around, Bai Nianxua did play a little better. At least, when talking to Zhang Lian, he would unconsciously tease him on purpose like he did when conversing with him online. It was a habitual instinct that she didn't quite realize herself. I just look at the leftovers next to me with envy. No need, senior sister. I'll do it myself. Zhang Lian organized his desktop by himself and refused. For some reason, he felt that Bai Nianxua senior sister always wanted to move his box is what happened. Own chest and no gold. Always want to flip. Is it hard to believe you dropped something in there? Well, so I'll help you make the bed. Bai Nianxua said and went to his cabinet to rummage for cotton wool. Took it out and had to take off his shoes and go to bed. Ugh. Zhang Lian's hand slowed down a bit. She was about to go up. Just sit down, schoolteacher. I'll do it myself. This first day on campus and the pretty schoolmates make the beds themselves. This. Something is wrong. Something is very, very wrong. Oh. Bai Nianxua said with some regret as the cotton wool in her hand was carried away by Zhang Lian. Then, one can only obediently sit back in his seat again, crossed his legs, and watched in awe as Zhang Lian began to make the bed. Couldn't I have made a proper excuse just now? Like hurry up and clean up so you can go to dinner? Oops, why didn't I think of that just now? Hey, his bedding is black. What's that? Photo. Cynthia? Isn't that me sending him a picture of Sinclair? Why does he still print it out and carry it around? He won't really. Do you think he's really going to specialize in one school for $1,000? Then should I confess to him, otherwise he and Chanchian that this? What the hell? Schoolboy, you? Like Chanchian very much. Anyway, it was now the perspective of a bystander, so Bai Nianxue asked simply and directly. Zhang Lian, who suddenly heard this, almost didn't fall off the bed. Ha! Nah, you carry Qian's picture with you, ah? Bai Nianxue pointed to the photo in the inner compartment of the suitcase. Or Chanchian sent it to herself. Huh? No? You've got it all wrong, senior sister. This is… Zhang Lian struggled with how he should speak. Did you actually print this photo yourself to post a wanted notice later? Ahem. It didn't help that he always had an unsettling feeling that he wouldn't get his money back. And it always felt like the Tinker truck was full of falsehoods. It's all in case you can't find anyone back there. Bai Nianxue's eyes then looked him over expectantly and not so expectantly. Both wanting him to give a reason and not so much wanting him to give a reason. Suddenly, I'm a little torn. Is this a case of being green? Don't they all say on the internet that there are the kind of girlfriends who test their boyfriends by deliberately creating a small number on the internet? Own this. Seems a bit similar? If he didn't deny it, in fact, it showed that even if he wasn't that good looking, it was good that she liked him. But then whether he likes Chanchian or himself, it's a little hard to tell. Yes. Ho! I was afraid I wouldn't be able to find her when I came to this school, and I printed out a photo of the finder ahead of time. Yeah. Zhang Lian held his forehead and laughed bitterly. In front of the school sister to lose a wave of big face belongs to… Oh! Ift! Bai Nianxue didn't hold back her laughter. After all this time, it's a wanted poster for me. Am I that unreliable? How does it feel? If he had given him a picture of himself, he could have done the same thing. Definitely no mercy just because you look good. Nope, he would do that, isn't that what he does in the game? Don't laugh, senior sister. Don't tell her. Zhang Lian still wanted to save some face. Well, it's okay. But, righteous father is above. If there's anything you want to do, just command. Zhang Lian joked as he arched his hand. We haven't added a VX yet. Chapter 11 Schoolmarm's Bare Lace Socks. What about you guys? Where are you all from? Shunyu noticed that Gonchalin had been quietly organizing things on the side, but did not follow the rest of the two to joke around. She was petite, fair-skinned, cute-looking, and looked like a quiet, subtle girl. From the time she entered the door, she also said what her name was and that she should be more compatible with herself. Yan Wenxin herself didn't introduce herself much as she said graciously, You know where I'm from even by listening to my accent, right? Gao Hongli. I'm from Jianghu. Gan Qiulin. I'm from Chongyu. Oh, then besides Xinyu, is there anyone else in our dormitory who's off the hook? Gao Hongli looked at the other two, having automatically excluded Xinyu from what she considered to be the single dog brigade. In this regard, Xin Fish sighed lightly also do not want to do more explanation. The more explanation, the more chaotic. Yan Wenxin ruffled her hair a bit and raised her chin.
No.
No, what are you doing making like you want a grand introduction? Yan Wenxin, high school is so busy. Where do you find the time? What about autumn woods? Ganchalin continued to organize himself in a less than kind manner, looking a little less than eager to answer the question. Seeing this, everyone acquiesced that she didn't either, and was about to continue the conversation when they saw her nod her head in a very small way. Hey! Autumn woods has it too? What do you mean also, Shen Fish is helpless. Had I known that I would not let Zhang Lian help himself carry luggage. Well… Gan Qiulin nodded her head quietly, a smile in her eyes. Come on. I thought we all had a united front in the dormitory. But it turns out that once we came here it was only me and Hongli who didn't have boyfriends. Yan Wenxin said sourly. So, Autumn Woods, where's your boyfriend from? Is he in our school too? Well… Talking about her boyfriend, Gan Qiulin's eyes were like a light. He's a year older than me. Okay, schoolmarm, come on down. Stretching out a pair of jade feet from the bed, then stepping on the stairs and slowly coming down, Zhang Lian carefully supported. While putting on her shoes, Bai Nianxue urged, I put it in the corner of the bed for you to hide. Be careful. The school is not allowed to connect the plug board to the bed. It is recommended that you buy a bed curtain. That way Auntie can't see what's on your bed. Ooh-hoo. Good. Zhang Lian was quite embarrassed. It was still the first time he felt formal in front of a girl. He was plugged into the socket at the bottom, and his schoolmate was in bed at some point. Help him get the plug board cord up. Actually, he's a bit of a neat freak, and didn't want anyone else touching his bed. At the very least, if a dude like Li Yongman got into his bed, he could definitely yank him off with one hand. But Nei's schoolmate on all up, and out of zeal to do himself a favor. Hey! Is it okay too? Schoolgirls' bare lace socks are pretty clean. Shouldn't be dirty. Things are pretty much organized too, and with all the rest of the people still to come, there's no rush to clean up the hygiene. There is still a pretty big difference in behavior between boys and girls. Even if it's cleaned now, the people coming in behind it will get dirty. Solely wait for the big guys to clean up later in the day. Let's go then, Zhang Lian said with his schoolmate after giving a look to Li Yongwen in the opposite bed. Well, Bai Nianxue glanced around again to see if there was anything else she hadn't noticed. Read it before returning. Okay, let's go. Since he wasn't very familiar yet, Zhang Lian didn't ask Li Yongwen to join him. After leaving the dormitory, Zhang Lian sent a message to Tinker Car while sending another message to Xinyu. Bai Nianxue on the side received the message, the corner of her mouth raised slightly, and did not reply in a hurry, but rather inquired without meaning to, You're Ilmame? Not going to pick her up. While cleaning, Bai Nianxue had asked very specifically about the relationship between the two. Although she was still a little uneasy, but from his greatly speaking out Shun Yu's shortcomings in the dormitory, the two should really be buddies. Just like your online self. I don't know if he's like this with any girl in his relationship. She said, their dormitory is having a school party tonight and won't be coming. Zhang Lian said in a calm tone to Bai Nianxue. Just typing on his cell phone began to speed up as he gave Xinyu a lecture. Xinyu finally just said, You just want to use me as a shield. I'm not familiar with your netizens. Don't come. She's never been one to get too involved in other people's parties and has a great sense of proportion, unlike someone. Oh. Then I'll ask Qianqian why she hasn't come yet either. Bai Nianxue tone up. God help me. Then he took out his cell phone and posed as Su Qianqian, who was actually Tinker Car himself, to reply to Zhang Lian. Tinker Car. You guys go to the seafood restaurant first? She can find it. I'll come by later. Maka Pakka? Tinker Bike. What's going on? Puzzled. Maka Pakka. Did you do that on purpose? I've been with your roommate for hours. Tinker Car. So what's wrong? You don't like spending time with her. Huh? Then I talked to her. After sending it, Bai Nianxue's eyes quickly glanced at Zhang Lian, who was beside her with his fists clenched and tied. Himself like this, Qianqian will really be beaten by him one day. Maka Pakka. It's not that. It's embarrassing. I don't know her well. Tinker Car. Hey, didn't you always pass through all the flowers without touching a single leaf omega? This is something that Bai Nianxue knows firsthand. When you play games together, there will be players who are also girls. He's just as likely to snap a word hello as he is to play a bad game. There's no sexism in his sports. There's only dish or no dish. Only such a player deserves to win my star. Maka Pakka. So you're ing doing this on purpose, right? Hangs up and hits GIF.
叮叮车，哎呀，我没骗你，我真的要晚一点到。你看，我这么忙都没有放你鸽子，还专门让我室友出卖色相来陪着你。
Maka Pakka. Tinker Bike. No credit but some credit, right? Maka Pakka. Then I thank you, huh? Tinker Car. You're welcome, you guys go ahead. Have fun. After sending it, Bai Nianxue turned her head to look at Zhang Lian. Something's wrong with Sin Sin, we'll go over there first? Chapter 12. A few more sittings. Good. At such a time, Zhang Lian could only reluctantly agree. In fact, in the end, he was somewhat repulsed by Bai Nianxue. The reason is, she's so good-looking, putting a lot of pressure on him. Growing up, I've never been spontaneous, and I've never been under this much pressure. It's like, hitmen never like to get along with their bosses. Obviously, you can do whatever you're comfortable with, but with the boss here, you need to focus on a little bit of image and stuff. Right now he was in a somewhat similar situation to his senior sister, where he couldn't do as he pleased. But if the tinker was here, he'd be more of a nag than the grannies at the end of the village. A walk along the balsam fir trees in the height of summer towards the school gates. The freshmen and also the older students passing by on the road cast their eyes, which was a big reason why Zhang Lian felt the pressure. It was hard to get out of the school. Bai Nianxue led him to the nearest subway station again. Zhang Lian is from the village, the subway this thing, he has not sat on it much, so he can only follow Bai Nianxue's back. Bai Nianxue has a cell phone subway code. She took out the subway code for a moment and went in, leaving Zhang Lian alone at a loss for words. Zhang Lian? Originally a good face, his brain raced. Just now she should be scanning what code? It shouldn't be a payment code. Should it? Is it hard to be a health code? Then he tapped on his payment code. Bai Nianxue saw him mortar and pestle in place, and took the green code in that brush not move, uttered a laugh. Schoolgirl. Your laughter is disturbing me. Zhang Lian said helplessly, disgraced to the core. You don't have a subway code, do you? Bai Nianxue reemerged again. She was the one who had just been ill-considered. She also didn't realize that he didn't even know how to ride the subway. No. Bus code I do have. Zhang Lian gave a truthful account. His hometown doesn't have a subway, but bus scanner payments have become popular. It's okay. Then, I'll teach you to buy tickets. Bai Nianxue walked towards the self-service ticket machine on the side. Did not get him the subway code directly. The reason for this is that a machine to buy a ticket is more complicated than a cell phone, and he's certainly less likely to. No, there are ways to play him. Zhang Lian didn't understand it either. She just followed wherever she went, and that was the end of it. It just so happens that he doesn't know how these unmanned ticket machines work and would like to learn how. Look, we're at this station at High University. Poking the big screen, Bai Nianxue patiently told him. Then tap on a couple lines and the stations come up. A completely unreadable subway map appears. Zhang Lian was completely confused. You select the destination station you want to get to, tap OK, pick a couple tickets, pay, and you're done. Drop. After saying that, Bai Nianxue took her cell phone and paid, and 2 rectangular cards fell out of the ticket exit. Bai Nianxue handed one of them to Zhang Lian. See what I mean? Simple, isn't it? Ah. Zhang Lian's dull and confused eyes had already told her the answer. Bai Nianxue blinked. Where did you miss it? I can't read that map. Zhang Lian took it upon himself to operate a bit more and was confused when he clicked on the map. This you have to look at what number line you're taking. Bai Nianxue pursed her lips and patiently taught him. Just confirm what line you're taking, and you'll just order what line here. Bai Nianxue demonstrated again by tapping on the line 7 she had just chosen. When you tap it, all the stops about this line passing through will appear, and the map will show only the track about this line. Oh, Zhang Lian realized, enlightened. This is the time to stop asking questions like, but I don't know what line I'm taking, right? What is cell phone navigation for? Bai Nianxue laughed lightly. All right, let's go. Aha. Zhang Lian looked at the ticket in his hand and tucked it in to follow. After placing his card on the machine at the entrance and scanning it, Zhang Lian followed Bai Nianxue with round eyes. Bai Nianxue is afraid he just threw the ticket right into the machine. I wanted to warn him, but suddenly, a bad idea came into my head. Because it's near a school, and because of the many things that happen when school starts, the subway crowd is huge. This is the case with line 7. The 2 could only stand on the subway, and there was no longer a place for them. At times like this, Zhang Lian shielded some Bai Nianxue out of instinct to avoid being squeezed by people. It's not instinctive either, it's just trying to return a little kindness. This day down, the human school sister and their own is not familiar with, and instead of the ding car to send themselves to the dormitory, and to make their beds and follow the running east and west and directly buy subway tickets. Although subway tickets aren't expensive, a few bucks, but having only known each other for less than half a day, senior sister Bai Nianxue did count on herself to take care of her. And sister so good-looking, surely many people chasing, even came to accompany his own elementary school brother. Does this tinker car have something on sister to make her so obedient? Thinking of the dinky car again. Damn the ding-dong car. After stop, the crowd kept going up and down. The 2 of them, Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue, came to the inside corner. Obediently, Zhang Lian leaned towards the door. That one can't rely on schoolmate. Bai Nianxue's slight inattention almost caused Zhang Lian to lean towards the door. Ha! This door might open. Don't lean. Come here. Bai Nianxue pulled on his clothes, in a tone like an older sister taking care of her younger brother, and obediently seated her own spot against the corner to Zhang Liyan. Lean on it, this can be leaned on, she said gently. The location was only big enough for one person, so Bai Nianxue reached out and grabbed the armrest and stood in front of him. A ray of warmth slipped through Zhang Liyan's heart, and his ears whooshed red. I don't know if it's because the behavior just now was too retarded to feel ashamed, or because Bai Nianxue was so careful to make room for him. Suddenly I feel that my sister is not only good-looking, but also very attentive. What's wrong? Noticing his gaze, Bai Nianxue raised her eyes to him and asked. No, I feel like a dirt dog. Zhang Liyan laughed in a self-deprecating manner. Which is not. Bai Nianxue raised her eyebrows slightly and said with a smile. First time sitting, it's normal. Young people around them who also look like students cast their eyes. Bai Nianxue's voice is very nice. It's one of those magnetic voices that, as soon as he opens his mouth, makes guys want to see what the voice looks like in person. A couple more sittings would be nice. Chapter 13 Seafood. Get off the subway at Mianjiang Station. Zhang Liyan continued to follow Bai Nianxue. He was already a bit shy, but now that he was so whole on the subway, he felt completely taken. It's a bad feeling, but other schoolmates aren't wrong. There's a sense of powerlessness in knowing too much and not being able to fight back. Then he looked at Bai Nianxue walking ahead as if nothing had happened. Completely as if nothing had happened. Any way you look at it, you're trying to go off topic yourself. Blame it on the strange looks of those people in the car. One must have been led astray by them. As a matter of fact, Bai Nianxue really didn't think about it in any other way. In itself, it's just a matter of sitting on it a few more times and she'll get it. She just blurted it out. She's not old enough to make yellow jokes in public with her first-time elementary schooler. Of course, this first-time elementary school brother was limited to the literal meaning of the word, and from Zhang Liyan's perspective, she herself was the first-time school sister. A schoolmate who makes yellow jokes the first time they meet can't be a good impression by any stretch of the imagination. After all, before this, who knows if you've already talked to many boys, seniors, and whatnot. Only, in Bai Nianxue's perspective, Zhang Liyan wasn't considered to be any kind of elementary school brother that he had met for the first time. So it does become inevitable that you'll want to tease him and test what he reacts to and so on. As she walked to the exit, Bai Nianxue walked a little faster, quickly dropping her ticket into the mouth of the machine before the door opened. Behind her, Zhang Liyan did not focus on her at all and was still reviewing all the things that had just happened on the subway. So when it was his turn, he was once again stuck at the exit. Brush it several times in a row. This door just won't open. Bai Nianxue had long ago covered her mouth not far away and laughed with her shoulders shaking. Just watch him gradually red warm up, not knowing how to come out. Look left. Look right. Jump in place in a hurry. How did he really get hit? Bull. You set me up by not saying anything on purpose. I don't know. Zhang Liyan could only look helplessly at Bai Nianxue, who was not far away. When she saw Zhang Liyan looking over, her eyes were all smiles bending into a moon. Then she walked over. Can't get out of the school, sister, Zhang Liyan said with a kind smile. In the back of my mind, I'm spitting. Soul, you are laughing too loud. You're going to throw in that ticket. Only then did Bai Nianxue tell him the way out of the station. Oh! Zhang Liyan did as he was told, and the door opened smoothly. Go. Good. I've lost more face today than all 3 years of high school combined. Alas, no. Why didn't you tell me about the exit when you bought the ticket? It's broken. Why do I feel like I'm being counted? After leaving the subway station, you arrive at Mingyang Road. The street is very busy, basically surrounded by seafood restaurants specializing in haiqing. Bai Nianxue's eyes were firm. She knew from the start that her destination was a place called Jiuhai Seafood Restaurant. To be precise, she knew the owner of the store, a distant uncle who owned it, a cousin she called uncle. Zhang Liyan, on the other hand, looked around with dull eyes, as if he had come to this city for the first time. Bull. This is the first time I've been here. Traffic in Sea City is heavy, with intersecting flyovers and endless intersections. Every few dozen meters is a crossroads and flyovers. The vehicles are so crowded that the battery car cannot be stuffed. Zhang Liyan can guarantee that at this time, if the school sister left herself here, she would not be able to find the way even if she had navigation. Hey, I just walked over a couple of overpasses. Bad. Where's the schoolgirl? A certain schoolmate in hiding is peeking. Seeing Zhang Lian looking left and right without knowing what to do, ignorant and clear eyes, her mischievous mentality was strongly satisfied. What other schoolboy can be played by himself like this? Toys. You like to look around and don't follow me closely? Watch sister drop you. At this time Zhang Lian on the flyover took out his cell phone and started sending messages. Soon Bai Nianshua's side of the phone vibrated a little. A quick look at the source, and I'm surprised it wasn't even sent to myself first. I can't believe you're still sending it to Tinkerbell first. Maka Pakka. Bad. I seem to have lost my schoolmate. What? Who lost who? Good for you. You really are full of lies. It was immediately followed by the one sent to himself. Sister, where are you? Turn around and save. Bai Nianxue took another look at someone on the catwalk and beamed. For some reason, it was a little jealous. But on second thought, you're jealous of yourself? Typo. I'm coming over. Sorry, haha. After typing, she then felt that it seemed like a raw relationship and deleted the words again. Torn between thinking about it and not knowing how to respond, he simply went straight back. So Zhang Lian, who was still in the same place and didn't dare to move, suddenly saw a bright figure under the overpass. Here. Bai Nianxue waved her hand. Zhang Lian saw it and hurriedly ran down. Stay close this time. Bai Nianxue smiled very gently. Like the morning dew bathing in the spring breeze, it gave Zhang Lian salvation. Ah? Good. Zhang Lian scratched his head awkwardly. Totally unaware of how many times he had already let Bai Nianxue tease him, he was still foolishly embarrassed and apologized to Bai Nianxue.
Im surya schoolmarm.
You see, he even thanked us. Bai Nianxue tried to restrain the corners of her mouth. There's no need to be so polite with me. There are more people themselves, it's normal to get separated. Just don't stay so far away from me. Come closer or you can hold me. Ha! Hold? Where are you holding? Never mind, I'll hold you. Bai Nianxue directly reached out and grabbed the satchel he was carrying. Zhang Lian was pulled forward as if by the hand. The seafood restaurant wasn't very crowded. The main thing is that this store's decor doesn't look cheap. Until after Zhang Lian walked to the seafood pool and saw the price tag on it. It's not what it looks like. It's really expensive. What's the point of eating a meal like that? Oh no, the ding-dong car pays the bill? That must eat back the 1,000 bucks. Why don't you just fish for whatever you want to eat? Bai Nianxue handed Zhang Lian a plunge net and really said in a tone like an older sister taking care of her younger brother. Well, I don't know, you order at school, marm. I'll go sit down. It's a wimp when you really get into it. Zhang Lian has never eaten it and doesn't know what tastes good. Handing it over to his senior sister, he was completely at ease. Well, okay. Bai Nianxue agreed with a soft smile. It was only when she was walking away that Zhang Lian said quietly to her, Points for expensive schoolmates. Chapter 14, Pigeonholed Tinker Cars. Surely Maka Pakka has so many eyes? Bai Nianxue raised her eyebrows and thought to herself. Turning his head to follow Zhang Lian's request, he ordered the more expensive seafood from the seafood restaurant. It was really just a little bit of each to taste, and by the looks of him, he definitely hadn't been to a seafood restaurant before. So anything pike, bread crab, king crab, generously whole on. She's not that far off. After ordering, he returned to his seat and ordered another bottle of red wine. Zhang Lian did not understand the price, but just sighed in his heart. The school sister is a real pointa? Will the tinker truck be caught washing dishes in the back room when they can't finish paying? Wouldn't that be a little too cruel to her? But Bai Nianxue just opened her mouth at this time and asked, Why do you want me to order something expensive? I want to eat Ben back. Zhang Lian's honest batch. Doesn't she owe me 1,000 bucks? And I'd like to just a full dead man. Bai Nianxue was drinking water choked by his amusement. So that's how it is. Scrooge. This is hard-earned money. Okay, senior sister, you have not suffered without others. You do not know how hard it is for me to save this $1,000. Zhang Lian shook his head, remembering his own difficult years again, full of hot tears. Upon hearing this, Bai Nianxue raised her eyes slightly to look at Zhang Lian. Of course she knew where Zhang Lian's $1,000 came from. He had already poured out his bitterness when he asked for money from himself, but she didn't give it back. Wasn't it a bit much to look at him with two teary eyes like that? But school sister, you ordered these. $1,000 is enough, ah. I see the cheapest one seafood are 98 a caddy and processing fee. Zhang Lian beeped again in a small voice. Well, what do you think? Bai Nianxue said mysteriously. She couldn't answer directly. She needed to know if this Maka Pakka guy stopped contacting her after she had begged for her money. I don't think. $1,000 isn't enough, is it? You also took a bottle of red wine. Zhang Lian nuzzled his mouth, feeling that $1,000 was a bit of a struggle for fear. Then, if it's not enough, don't you just eat your way back to the capital? That's what I said. But it doesn't feel good, does it? Zhang Lian laughed. A meal slaughter people 4 figures, what family also made? This meal slaughter down. I'm afraid I have no face to ask for this money again. We'll have to avoid each other from now on, so we won't be friends? Well, Chen Chen's family is quite rich. You don't have to worry about that. Oh yeah, right. I almost forgot about this. Zhang Lian remembered that her family didn't run a company. So what's the point of being pretentious yourself? Dog thief, you can't even pay me back. I'll eat you to death. Eat my moral damages all the way back. Then go weigh 2 more pounds. Ha ha ha. It's okay to waste it later when you can't finish it. Then I'll ask the boss to get a bottle of 82 Lafite. Ha ha ha. Before long, the seafood was ready and slowly began to be served. Zhang Lian was a little fidgety, constantly messaging the tinker car, why isn't it here yet? It's been almost half an hour. And the tinker car just told him and his schoolmate to eat first. She would come. Looking at the 4 words, I will come, Zhang Lian only felt false and surprising. There was a strong hunch that this pussy wasn't going to swing for the fences. Was it? Wait a minute. Masaka? Mashed red beans? Is the schoolgirl actually a 2? Soldessen. Getting your schoolmate to bring you to an expensive batch of seafood restaurant and then letting you set yourself up? Later on, if she doesn't come straight away, it'll just be herself and her schoolmate. The schoolmarm will then AA with herself, or maybe it's an excuse to go to the restroom. It's over. I've been made a heavenly bureau. Damn dinky cars. It was a damn beauty trick. Suddenly, a delicate hand reached out to him and placed the peeled shrimp in his bowl. Bai Nianxue. Taste it. When she finished, she peeled another crabstick, shaved the meat into a small bowl, and handed it over again. Here's a dip. It's good for dipping. Thank you. Thank you, schoolteacher. Zhang Lian. I can't believe you're thinking of your sister like this. You are so inhuman. Gulping, Zhang Lian also pursed his lips and began to enjoy it. Well, while peeling it, Bai Nianxue said with a smile. It's too perfect, said Zhang Lian from the bottom of his heart. I'll pour the wine. Sister, cheers. Still speaking from the bottom of his heart, Zhang Lian felt that the talent in front of him was more like a debtor he had traveled a long way to find. He had come all this way to spend the day with someone else. This damn dinky car. And his feelings faded. Bai Nianxue laughed lightly and raised her glass to clink with him. It was supposed to be a feast for 4, and somehow it became a feast for 2. After 3 rounds of wine, the alcohol came up, and Zhang Lian's face turned red. Although Bai Nianxue wasn't much better, but she had a higher alcohol resistance than Zhang Lian anymore. Zhang Lian then began to babble, speaking from the heart to be exact. This dead ding-dong car. Well, at least I'm here to see her. I can't believe you're making you come and stay with me for a day, senior sister. Bai Nianxue continued to drink elegantly from her highball glass, the slight intoxication of her face making her look even more beautiful. What's wrong? I'm the one who accompanied you and you're not happy. Bai Nianxue propped her chin up with one hand, her pretty eyes looking him over. That doesn't. You're so good-looking, senior sister. And you take such good care of me. Zhang Lian looked at Bai Nianxue and said seriously. Somewhat drunk, he looked sluggish and stupid. But Bai Nianxue's eyes followed him, and the tip of her brow never came down. The heart felt like it was tugging at strings and felt like he was exactly what he thought he was. So cute. Then, school sister accompanies you? Are you happy? Bai Nianxue took the opportunity to ask. Zhang Lian instantly fell silent and looked up at Bai Nianxue, trying to open his eyes wide to see her clearly. Then waved his hand and shook his head. Not happy. Hearing this unexpected answer, Bai Nianxue was also surprised. You're kind of meticulous enough to not be satisfied? Asked anxiously, but the tone was still like coaxing a child. Why? Did you do something wrong?
No.
You're not her. Suddenly, as if struck by Mars, Bai Nianxue abruptly opened her eyes wide. What? You are not. Chapter 15. On the first night. Who is she again? Bai Nianxue frowned tightly. She was nervous when a Shunyu popped up in the opening of this itself. How did another one of her pop up here? Don't tell her that this Haida has someone else he's looking for. Better not tell her he's got a sweetheart here. She cracked right up. It was so hard to be heartbroken for once. She has never initiated with a guy. Offered to peel shrimp for a boy. Her dad didn't even get this kind of preferential treatment. Ding 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 car. She a dog thing? Zhang Lian said in a confused voice. Lousy came so far over. Tay Miao came over to look at me and ran away. Don't just let her pay it back. Straight up scared and not venturing out. Hearing this answer, for some reason, Bai Nianshu a heart joyful, but also a little sour. No, like a little bit jealous of Sin. It's over. Isn't this just like being really jealous of yourself? Then it's normal for her to avoid you when you ask her for money. Bai Nianxue asked tentatively. I'm here for the money, yes, but more so, because she's here. Exclamation point. Bai Nianxue pursed her lips and blinked her eyes twice incredulously. You? Like her? What? How is it possible? Zhang Lian abruptly subsided, his eyes looking at Bai Nianxue listlessly. She owes me money that she doesn't pay back? And I like her? Not when she has my hard-earned money in her hands. It's like one's best buddy coming to one's house and taking one's personal money. Although he was being verbally urged to pay back the money, it wasn't really that important whether he did or didn't. The reason for rushing him is in the fact that it's his hard-earned money that he's worked so hard to save, and it's also a flirtation. But it didn't matter so much whether he paid it back or not, naturally because he was a friend and didn't have a lot of money per se. And because of this, the weight of this good brother in the heart somehow rises a bit. The reason for the uptick may also be because this pusher still owes himself money compared to the other brothers. Relationships are also more ironclad. Zhang Lian is like that. This was something that Bai Nianxue could probably understand. It's like binding that extra layer of relationship. There's a prerequisite to this relationship though, which is that both parties are really ironclad and really don't care about each other for the bit of money in the middle. If one of the parties really needs that money, then the relationship may not be a hardcore one, but an enemy. To understand it another way, the intermediate relationship can also be not money, but also an important item or an event. Like making a mistake and taking the punishment for your best buddy or something like that. Oh, Bai Nianxue nodded, looking at him as he huffed and puffed on the table, suddenly whispering to him, Actually, I'm the dinky car. Ha! Zhang Lian heard his head instantly lift up. Eyes wide and straight on Bai Nianxue. Bai Nianxue went into cardiac arrest. It's over. Isn't he drunk? Next. How could you be Zhang Lian laughed and fell back to sleep like a little plopper. Tinkerbike is a four-eyed girl. Bai Nianxue. After drinking wine, he spoke more straight and directly said what he called Su Qianqian's photo after he saw it at first. Though the epithet is not even uttered by him later, because set out Bai Nianxue really will be angry, he was still good coaxed her good. But the dusty epithet was accidentally uttered at the moment. Bai Nianxue frowned slightly, looking at the drunken and unconscious Zhang Lian. Although she wasn't talking about herself, she would still be angry. But barring that, he didn't mean it with this drunkenness, and it's normal for him to talk without thinking. What about name-calling? Also true. And just then, the drunken and unconscious Zhang Lian saved the day.
I'm sorry.
Don't be mad. I didn't mean it. I'll take you to the top. Don't be mad. I'm a straight talker myself. Not that you don't know that. Pfft. Bai Nianxue, this time the heart is going to be adorable. I can't believe he's drunk enough to say what he apologized for when he was angry. Is this the fear I've carved into his genes? The anger went away, the clouds turned to sunshine, and even the sun came out, and I was in a good mood. Am I that scary yet? She came close to the sleeping Zhang Lian and scrutinized him carefully, saying, Drunk enough to remember to recognize a mistake? Since it was the first day of school, he didn't know anyone. Plus it wasn't good for him to go back to the dormitory in this condition after getting drunk here. So Baek Nim Suet opened a hotel. On the first day of school, go to a room with the Haiku University flower, blowing up the title. But sadly, there was no show that I wanted to see happen. The male characters are drunk out of their minds, plus the males are in an inebriated state and that one can't get up. So, Bai Nianxue just put him on the bed, covered his stomach, and turned the air conditioner on ready to leave. Empty knock. Just as he reached the door, Zhang Lian fell off the bed and landed heavily on the ground. Seeing this, Bai Nianxue had no choice but to turn back again. Her strength itself is small, Zhang Lian this weight, pulling up the laborious. It was hard to pull himself up. He rolled himself on the bed twice more, and then lay in a contorted position. Bai Nianxue shook her head. Next time. Never again. I can't let you get drunk anymore. As he said that, he exerted his strength, and then collapsed on Zhang Lian after an unloading that didn't hold up. Up close, she noticed how long his eyelashes were. And a pretty nose like a girl. Lips, on the contrary, are okay. The mustache hasn't grown yet either, and the larynx. She ghosted out her hand, ready to poke, only to reach halfway and suddenly wake up. What am I doing? Am I drunk too? Get up quickly. She's not thinking about spending the night with him on the first day. This is too fast. Say nothing. Even if the opportunity was in front of her now, she would never take that odd chance. Her favorites were not such things. Turn around. Take a step. Walk. Empty knock. No? Maka Pakka, did you do it on purpose? Bullying me good, is it? Bai Nianxue walked to the door. Zhang Lian again coincidentally fell to the ground. Chapter 16 is the first time I've ever gotten a room. Sleeping until the middle of the night, Zhang Lian woke up in a state of confusion. Not feeling very well, he propped himself up on the bed and got up, looking at his surroundings as his mind went blank. After 2.5 revolutions of a progress circle on his head, he muttered, "Where is this? Turn on the lights." Incandescent lights illuminate the room. Zhang Lian took his hand and pressed his temples, falsely raising his eyes, not quite adapting to the light for a short time. Then, as soon as I turned my head, I saw a woman lying on the couch. A robe was worn, white in color, and it looked like the kind that was exclusive to the hotel. From the back, the woman's long, black and still slightly curly hair, soft and reflective, hangs down like a waterfall. The body was dimpled and lying on her side on the sofa. The robe outlined her exquisite figure completely, a pair of long legs slightly bent and shrunken, so white and delicate that one could not tell whether it was a real person or a dummy. This one. It almost didn't give Zhang Lian's eyes to stare out in shock. The hand reacts before the brain and turns off the light. Turn on the lights again. Still in. Turn off the lights. Turn on the lights again. Still in. Holy. After confirming it twice over, Zhang Lian covered his face and bitterly accepted this fact. Stayed out of the house on the first day of school and roomed with a girl he didn't know. If this news to Shinfish, no, go home and tell mom. I'm afraid that I have to eat a long time ass blooming. However, this brain also slowly and completely woke up after a short shock. Quickly it came back to me what had happened. Isn't this a schoolmate? With the older sister out to eat their own drunk, I guess the older sister is not good to take themselves back, can only choose to take themselves to the hotel. It's the school marm who actually stays on the sidelines. Zhang Lian himself had felt taken care of this day, and now he was feeling especially embarrassed. Sister is also very nice, still guarding and sleeping on the couch. Zhang Lian pursed his lips, and Bai Nianxue's image naturally towered in his heart. Turned off the light again, afraid of waking up his schoolmate. Zhang Lian got up and walked towards the toilet. He also drank too much to be woken up a bit by urine. By the way, take a shower itself this first day of school. Walking around has long been sweating. Of course, he still made very little noise to avoid waking Bai Nianxue up. But Bai Nianxue had actually woken up when he turned on the light twice. She was a light sleeper herself, plus the couch was uncomfortable to fall asleep on, as well as the fear of him rolling out of bed in the middle of the night again, and a little bit of instinctive girlish vigilance. Even if it is a normal boyfriend and girlfriend, girls will be more wary of this aspect, which is out of the instinct to protect themselves. And when he heard Zhang Lian quietly get up and go to the restroom, there were some clear sounds of water running. Her face suddenly held a scarlet color. One word came to her. Qingchuan stone flow. And then the sound of him turning on the shower inside and starting the shower was heard again. And her mind floated uncontrollably. When I accidentally touched his body, I could feel that his body is quite strong. Not a lot of exercise. Oops. Having been so ed up, she was all but sleepless, burying her head even lower trying to force herself to go back to sleep. But the heart still tugs at the heartstrings by the sound of the toilet. Zhang Lian washes quickly. It didn't take more than a few minutes to get cleaned up and then came out wrapped in a bathrobe and robe as well. Still a light hand, but this time his direction was not the bed. Bai Nianxue's eyes snapped open. Why is he coming toward me? How can you let such a kind and caring schoolmate sleep on the sofa and sleep in the bed yourself? Zhang Lian thought so, but walking up to Bai Nianxue made it a bit difficult for him. How about waking up sister? No. This just seems a bit unnecessary. That directly. Hug, that's good. If schoolmate didn't wake up, his purpose was achieved, and when schoolmate woke up, she would also add her favor value to himself? But what if schoolteacher wakes up when we're hugging later? The favorability mustn't go straight to negative? Zhang Lian fell into hesitation right in front of Bai Nianxue, scratching his head, but Bai Nianxue's feet were clenched at this point, being stared at by a boy in such a dark environment. Even boys get scared. He doesn't know what he wants to do when he's around you, he just watches you. Bai Nianxue's brows were furrowed and some cold sweat came out on her forehead. As long as Zhang Lian dared to touch her, she would definitely scream out at once. It's a bit of a crush on him, but now this behavior was peaking at her disgust level. Hokage. Hokage, wake up? Zhang Lian ultimately chose the safe way to express his goodwill. He had only known his schoolmate for a day, and he was cuddling still through his robe, so he shouldn't do what he thought was nice, but actually counted as greasy. I'm quite straight, although this method, in the middle of the night to call my sister to get up and re-sleep or something, is a little straight, but it does not violate their own impression of the persona in the school sister. Fine-minded, but things are done with a straight face. It's called the rough and tumble. Zhang Lian spoke out first before gently patting Bai Nianxue's shoulder. This slightly soothed Bai Nianxue's tightly strung heart. But it didn't come down completely. Hesitant to pretend to wake up, but Zhang Lian looked as if he was really trying to wake himself up, shaking himself with increasing force. You'd really look like a dead pig if you didn't wake up at a time like this. So Bai Nianxue pretended to have just woken up by letting out a puzzled voice. What happened? Innocent batch. The acting is so fake. Zhang Lian could not see much of her poor acting skills in the dark, and just said softly and softly, "Go to bed, sister. I'll just sleep on the couch." Bai Nianxue's eyes widened slightly. Turns out. Is this it? Turned out to be hesitant to get himself up and back to sleep after hanging around in front of him for most of the day? Not bad for you, Maka Pakka. But when Bai Nianxue heard him gently say this sentence, the good feeling value is an instant pull burst. The aversion value of the just speculated uneasiness went straight up in smoke. Even a new voice was derived from within. I was not wrong about the man. He was able to give me his entire savings straight away before. How could he be a boy who gets carried away by desire that easily? Bai Nianxue pursed her lips, happy as she was, but still pretended to laugh softly without good humor. You wake me up in the middle of the night, just to let me get back to sleep. Huh? Ha ha. Zhang Lian touched his wet head and nodded truthfully. Well, I'll go over there then. Naturally, Bai Nianxue was not polite, and she got up graciously and walked towards the big bed, then lifted a thin layer of covers and lay down. It's the first time I've ever been out in a room with a guy. Zhang Lian organized the sofa. Bai Nianxue's sudden sentence gave him a whole choke. Says the guy who isn't out in a room with the opposite sex for the first time. Chapter 17. Who's sending messages this late? The two men were each lying down, one on the bed and one on the couch. Not far apart. Very quiet. For some reason, Bai Nianxue was even less sleepy after what she just went through. Zhang Lian, on the other hand, had actually gotten enough sleep. He checked the time. 4:30 a.m. If I remember correctly, he has been unconscious since dinner last night and should have been asleep by 9 p.m. Counting, that's 8 hours of sleep, plus a refreshing shower and a much clearer head. Just suddenly, something occurred to him. Yesterday, did Baek Nim Suit tell him that she was a ding-dong car? He seems to remember this statement quite well, as it was quite a shock to him at the time, even in his drunken state. But on second thought, how could it not be? If you're such a gentle person, you must have a lot of friends in your life. Good-looking, gentle, caring, talking with a good air of conversation. How could it be the ding-dong car that was cussing with him on the internet? The persona doesn't match at all. That's why what he said last night when he was drinking was a deliberate joke by his schoolmate anyhow. At this moment, Bai Nianxue suddenly spoke out, interrupting Zhang Lian's thoughts. Schoolboy, are you asleep? Zhang Lian. Huh?
No.
There was something inexplicably soothing about the sound traveling through a dark and enclosed environment. Is it okay if I ask you a question? Bai Nianxue lay on the bed and curled up slightly. Well, of course. Zhang Lian said conclusively, without the slightest hesitation. There's an attitude toward benefactors, and there's an attitude toward dead clankers. Could be said that Bai Nianshua's care today flattered him and somewhat bent his straight male attributes. But that was only in front of Bai Nianshue and the current atmosphere of the two of them being alone. I'm a little bit straight with other girls, but not Angie. Isn't it normal to develop some shy and gentlemanly behavior towards a gentle and beautiful girl like your school sister? Bai Nianshue rolled over, hearing the sound of the quilt rubbing clearly from just a stone's throw away. The tickling sensation felt like it had traveled out of nowhere, causing the heartbeat to unconsciously speed up a bit. Did you really get into Haiku University specifically to ask for money? Bai Nianshue actually had too many questions she wanted to understand and ask, but she couldn't think of any when he was drunk. It's the same as being in the exam room and not being in the exam room in two states. Now that Zhang Lian was awake, she thought of asking again. Well, pretty much the same. Zhang Lian answered truthfully. But what's more important is that there's a schoolmate that I know and that I talk to in all aspects. I thought it was a good thing coming. Bai Nianshue lay on the bed and widened her eyes slightly. Very chatty means? In what way? She pursed her lips nervously when she asked. For the first time, she felt how nosy she was for asking such a thing. However, Zhang Lian still answered all questions. Just talk about everything from all over the world. I've been chatting with my Tinkerbike sister online for half a day about basically anything that comes to mind, and I think that it's comfortable to get along. How can I put this feeling? It's that no matter what I want to express, she understands it, like a roundworm in the stomach. As Zhang Lian spoke, the laughter in his tone came out, like thinking of some anecdote from an online chat. Bai Nianshue listened to it and bobbed her head on the bed, like a little thief who had succeeded in snooping on other people's secrets, and was pleased with herself. She could understand what Zhang Lian meant, because she had that same feeling when she spent time with him. Zhang Lian, confident. Bai Nianshue, knowing. Ha ha ha. That's pretty much what it means. Zhang Lian laughed. Being opened up, he went on. Originally, my grades were not good enough to get into Shanghai University, but because she said so, I got in. Thanks to her. But she even made you come and stay with me for a day, Hokage. So go back and you teach her a lesson. Bai Nianshue listened with rapt attention. Well, fine, but what if I can't beat your confidant? Can't beat. I can't fight either. Zhang Lian laughed. Her family owns a company and has several bodyguards. Bai Nianshue. Oh, you actually knew that. She told me that, so our school sister, you see, this person's family runs a company and does not pay back the money. It's simply hateful, Zhang Lian said while spitting a mouthful of saliva. It made Bai Nianshue laugh. Oh right, schoolteacher. She didn't come today. I'll give you the money for the seafood restaurant. Speaking of this, Zhang Lian suddenly thought that the dinner money had not yet been settled. I can't be a scoundrel when I'm talking about other people being scoundrels. No, the dinky car, she gave it over. Bai Nianshue said with a brainwave. Huh? She gave it. Well, the owner is her uncle and knows her. Oh, that's right. Then how much did we eat? Zhang Lian asked. Mostly, I wanted to see if I'd eaten my way back. It's $3,000 to eat it. Bai Nianshue gave a conservative figure, doubling the actual amount. That's a lot. Ha ha ha. Doesn't that make Tinker Car lose out? Zhang Lian laughed out loud, and then sent a taunting message to Tinker Car in the middle of the night. Her uncle in can be discounted, calculated, your $1,000 to eat almost back to the capital. Bai Nianshue laughed. Also, that's pretty good. Finally, I got my hard-earned money back. Zhang Lian said with a long sigh of relief. Hey then, how much is this room, senior sister? I'll transfer it to you. No, this room Tinker Car also paid. Oh! Zhang Lian's heart warmed up. He was still a bit conscientious, not coming and still knowing to arrange all of this. As it is, he picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Tinker Car. Maka Pakka. There's some conscience, so I'll forgive you, Maka Pakka. But I don't like to be indebted to someone. How much extra? I'll transfer it to you. Just as soon as he finished sending on his side, Bai Nianshue's cell phone, which was placed over the sofa to charge, lit up. Seeing a flash of light, Bai Nianshue sidled her head to take a look and found Zhang Lian looking up from his cell phone. At the same time, his own cell phone lit up. The heart tightened. He wouldn't be messaging himself in the middle of the night, would he? It's very possible. He hadn't done this before. Bai Nianshue bit her lip and opened her eyes wide in the darkness. quietly moving her body on the bed in the direction of Zhang Lian. Got a little closer and realized he was really typing. It's basically certain that it's messaging itself. And his own cell phone, still on. Zhang Lian turned off his screen after sending the message, and the extra bright light above his head made him get up and incline his head to check. Sister's cell phone, There are still people sending messages this late. Chapter 18 Morning. Baek Nim Suit's note is Maka Pakka. Not a word changed. If Zhang Lian were to see it, he would definitely not be able to say anything. Though confession is definitely in order. But it's not so sudden yet. By Nianxue. That. Just as Zhang Lian skimmed his head to glance at it, the cell phone screen duly went off. Zhang Lian didn't see it, but was startled by sister by Nianxue's sudden loud outburst. What's wrong, schoolteacher? Pass me the cell phone for a moment. Bai Nianxue took the opportunity to say, still muttering in her heart. He didn't see it, did he? I don't think so. Huh? Ooh-hoo. Zhang Lian obediently ripped off the charging cable and threw the exquisite cell phone with the black plush phone case to Bai Nianxue. Aren't you going to bed, senior sister? It's so early. Bai Nianxue suddenly woke up with a jolt of realization upon hearing this. Yes. It's only 4:30 a.m. You should be sleeping in peace. What do you need a cell phone for yourself? Doesn't that seem, well, a bit here and there? How much does this distrust him to sleep so badly that he has to keep something as valuable as his cell phone close by? No, just, I'll set an alarm. Figure out the rest on your own. Don't ask me what I'm setting the alarm for. Bai Nianxue's ability to improvise when she was blindly looking for a reason was still impressive. Oh, Zhang Lian didn't ask much less think about it. Setting an alarm clock. He sets an alarm clock too. Does this thing work for anything other than interrupting a person in the middle of a beautiful dream? This thing is basically just a formality, because kids who really get up don't have to set an alarm clock at all. It seems that schoolmates are also in the same boat. Bai Nianxue, who got her cell phone, decisively lay back down again, and just by lighting up the screen, she knew that it was indeed him who had sent her the message. QQ message, that big Maka Pakka avatar. If Zhang Lian just saw it, his own vest must have fallen. For some reason, she just felt that this vest cloak is very fun, can side to get a lot of his news, so for the time being, but also want to take advantage of this vest, a good deep into the enemy army to spy on some of the heart. Get under the covers and just click on his chat. Looking at the few messages he sent, he also laughed out softly directly under the covers without holding back. A very small sort of humming gas laugh. She thought she was hiding under the covers and that this level of noise couldn't be heard outside. However, Zhang Lian, who was in high spirits and brushing the video, had sharp ears and heard it clearly. What kind of alarm clock can be set to make you laugh? Sister, this. I'm afraid I'm not having fun seeing who just sent her a message in the middle of the night. If you're still replying in the middle of the night, you must be a pretty important person to your sister. Bai Nianxue put her cell phone away after reading the message, reached out her hand and fumbled for half a day, then covered her head with the quilt and fell asleep. Peaceful and contented, he slept again. The following morning, Zhang Lian didn't have any sleep, and he hardly stayed up directly playing the game until morning. Looking at the time, it was already almost 8 o'clock, and seeing the schoolmate sleeping crookedly, there was no knowledge of the daytime when they were together. On the contrary, it looked kind of cute when he was sleeping soundly. He then tiptoed up and went to get a breakfast for his schoolmate as a favor to her. When Bai Nianxue woke up again in a daze, the whole room was already empty. She rubbed her eyes, looked twice at the couch and then twice in the direction of the open toilet door. The room was surprisingly quiet. It didn't look like anyone was there at all. She came to her senses in an instant. He's gone. Clothes, cell phone, bag, all gone? I'm talking about his. Bai Nianxue was incredulous and tentatively shouted towards the toilet. Zhang Lian, schoolboy. No one answered. She sighed helplessly, herself, so good-looking, with a thin waist and long legs and white skin, would be left alone in a hotel by a boy? She was a little angry again and felt like laughing. Pick up your cell phone and be morally critical of Maka Pakka, only to find that Maka Pakka had messaged herself again. One was a QQ message sent to Tinkercar and one was a WeChat message. This time it's a Microsoft message in front. The time is 8:03, and Tinkers received the message at 8:04 a.m. That's right, receiving news from your sweetheart is just going to be so catty, paying attention to even such minute details. Although by Nianxue she also do not know what she noticed this thing, Two numbers are not their own, well. But does this mean that after this night together, one has outsmarted the dinky car that has been with them for years? Look at that. That's what's so bad about long-distance relationships. All it takes is for a better-looking, gentler, better girl to show up. Hey, I don't think Tinker Bell has ever been in love with Maka Pakka either, right? What am I struggling with? Scratching my head. The message from the ding-dong car was, "Dog thief, not up yet?" My own message is, "Sister, I'm going to buy breakfast. I'll be right back." Two completely different styles. You're really good at reading people's minds. Bai Nianxue couldn't help it, the same person himself, this time is really feel the worldly deviation in him. And just as she read the message, drop, the door was swiped open. Bai Nianxue looked toward the door as Zhang Lian came back carrying soybean milk donuts. At the sight of the exploding schoolmate with her hair scratched up, he pursed his lips by a very small margin, but ultimately failed to hide a smile. "You're awake, Hokage. Could you laugh any more obviously?" Bai Nianxue instantly understood what he was laughing at. Her ears became a little hot, and she hurriedly ruffled her long hair. It's very silky, 2 easy strokes, and it's completely smoothed out for a change from the exploding look it just had. The entirety of her hair was casually teased to one side, revealing one side of her snow-white swan neck, and her entire body was renewed with confidence. With her black hair, she looked like she had just washed her hair anytime she looked at it. It's light and delicate, and you can definitely smell the scent if you get close. It's called natural beauty. Walking up to Zhang Lian, she then said, "So you went to get breakfast, huh? I thought you'd gone and left me all alone here. How could it be?" Zhang Lian laughed, carefully inserting the straws into the soy milk and dividing the breakfast into 2 equal portions. "I was so drunk last night and you didn't even leave me alone, senior sister. How could I be such an asshole to leave you alone and run away? Am I still a human being?" "Pfft, yeah. Schoolboy wouldn't be that much of an asshole." Bai Nianxue laughed as he came back to her suddenly in a good mood. Chapter 19. Internet Addict Zhang. The two of them ate their breakfast, and the morning sunlight hit the white curtains, and a light breeze blew them to surplus, so that the sunlight spilled like milk on the tawny floor. Like a young couple who just woke up and their boyfriend went out to get breakfast and came back for brunch. "I won't return to bed on the first day of school," Zhang Lian said, looking for a topic. "Who told you to drink so much red wine when you can't hold your liquor?" Bai Nianxue replied with a smile. In fact, at dinner last night, she hadn't stopped him from drinking red wine as a beverage when she watched him stupidly drink it, just to see if he would get drunk. "I drank it sweetly. I didn't realize the degree was so high," Zhang Lian chewing and chewing said. He'd thought it was, at best, just like the wine at home. This was the first time he'd ever been truly drunk, basically out of his mind, and he had no idea how much effort it had taken his schoolmate to carry him to the hotel last night. "Do you have a favorite?" "Pfft." Zhang Lian soared a little bit of the soybean milk that he had drunk into his mouth in a perfect arc from his mouth. "Why don't you change the subject so violently? Sane open hanging also not as you can spin, ha 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 ha." Bai Nianxue covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her shoulders were shaking then. "Do you want such a big reaction? How to suddenly ask this question, ah? Good sensitive Lu." Zhang Lian hurriedly wiped himself with a tissue, embarrassed to look directly into Bai Nianxue's eyes. "Just curious, after all. You brought a childhood friend to school with you, which is rare." Bai Nianxue raised her eyebrows. He avoided her sight, so she could look at him openly. At the same time, tentatively, he asked, "Are you, in fact, fond of your little green plum?" Because after a day of getting along, Bai Nianxue could be more revealing at this point and ask him more intimate questions. "Oops. How can that be, sister?" She hit people huge pain. "I still have places on my body where she pinched purple." Zhang Lian pointed to his waist, arms and thighs. "Here, here, and here. And we know each other too well." Bai Nianxue heard a small wave of sourness, unexpectedly being touched in so many places. Not keeping the male virtues. Following up on Zhang Lian's words, he said in a serious manner, "Is it good to be familiarized with not being talented? Of course it's bad. Isn't there a saying on the internet, too familiar, too embarrassed to pick your pants, can't get off?" This time, it was Bai Nianxue's turn to spike the soy milk out of her mouth. "Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Just kidding, just kidding. Schoolteacher you wipe." Zhang Lian hurriedly handed her paper. "Thought you were some kind of serious reason to be so immodest." Bai Nianxue didn't get a definite answer, and her heart was still a bit upset. What she wanted was a definite, clear, affirmative answer. That's the proper reason. It's too familiar, so I can't get off. Then you admit that you just like her? Bai Nianxue said a little nervously. Why are you so concerned about that, schoolteacher? You're a bit nosy, sister. The image of greatness picks up the ground. But for the sake of your taking care of me, schoolmarm, I'll just you, so tell me, I'm curious. Bai Nianxue frowned, biting her straw. No, I don't really have a favorite, just a lonely Route 3. Zhang Lian gave a truthful account. Hearing this answer, Bai Nianxue's furrowed brows resolutely stretched. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. The corner of her mouth lifted. What's with the upturned corners of your mouth, sister? Zhang Lian only felt that Bai Nianxue's smile like this was like a taunt. So he asked back, so, you have a favorite senior sister? Well, I don't have one either, replied Bai Nianxue. If he answered yes, he should probably be misunderstood by Zhang Lian. At that time, he might even make a move to go to the fire or something. After all, with Zhang Lian's walnut-sized brain, he definitely wouldn't think that he had thoughts about him. As expected, just after she replied, Zhang Lian said with a big grin, then you're still laughing at me. Ha ha ha. Generally speaking, there is absolutely no shortage of the opposite sex around good-looking people. Not to mention that Bai Nianxue was so gentle and caring. She was surely a target for many boys to chase after. After all, for a Tyrannosaurus Rex like Xinyu, there were quite a few people chasing after her since she was a child. So he didn't take what Bai Nianxue said completely to heart. Anyway, it was none of his business if his schoolmate had a favorite or if he had a boyfriend. His brain was only used to record various game data such as the time of playing the book, the refresh location of the copy boss, and the rest of the irrelevant data was deleted. After breakfast, the two of them then resumed their ride on the subway back to school. Just after entering the school gates, Zhang Lian directly said to Bai Nianxue, I'll leave first then, senior sister. Because the boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory were in different directions. Zhang Lian defaulted to Bai Nianxue and himself going their separate ways. Cameroon. He's going to be busy typing today's book. Bai Nianxue's eyes widened slightly. This had just entered the school, and she was busy breaking up with herself? No, separate? If it were a normal freshman boy, he would be eager to spend more time with his pretty sister, right? How many people wanted to send me back to my dorm room without a chance? Maka Pakka, do you realize what you're missing? Okay, bye. In response, Bai Nianxue pursed her lips and actually clenched her teeth. It was Maka Pakka, after all, and she didn't expect the guy to snap out of it. Well, you go back to your dormitory, sister, and teach Tinker Car a lesson. Zhang Lian Leg has been a few steps ahead, and his mouth still does not forget to chatter a hateful ding-ding car. Yeah. After saying that, Zhang Lian really quickly walked towards the dormitory. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up before 10 o'clock. The copies will be open soon. A quick glance at the time, 9:54 a.m. No, it's too late. So Zhang Lian changed from sprinting to sprinting. Bai Nianxue walked slowly, which made her feel at ease to tap her cell phone to message someone back using the identity of Tinker Car. After sending it, he turned his head to look at Zhang Lian's direction again and realized that he was already running wildly. This is... What are you busy going back for? The corners of her mouth ticked. In fact, sometimes I really can't quite understand what is going on inside his head, but from what she knew so far, anything that could make him anxious would never be very significant. Most likely, it can only be a game. Chapter 20. 404 Men's Group. Back in the 404 dormitory, the people in the dormitory who didn't arrive yesterday have arrived today. One dude just came in early in the morning, and the other two are lying in bed and haven't gotten up even when the sun is up on their asses. As soon as Zhang Lian came back, he happened to be wide-eyed with Yan Wei's who was packing up his things. Yo, bro back. Li Wingman poked a turtle head out of the bed. He envied and admired people like Zhang Lian who didn't return to bed on the first day. Plus yesterday it was that pretty schoolmate who personally made his bed and sent him to the dormitory and took him to dinner. His appreciation for Zhang Lian naturally rose with the appreciation that men know all about each other. Brothers are awesome. The first day of school asked the schoolgirl out for a night out. You're on you too, bull. Zhang Lian didn't know about Bai Nianxue's name as the school's flower girl yet, and he was too busy to get on the number. After giving a friendly greeting to Yan Wei's, who was packing his suitcase, he directly crossed Yan Wei's and walked to his own desk, and opened his computer at fire speed. Scratch. Back in the morning just to play Legends. Li Yongwon watched as Zhang Lian clicked on an unknown online game, and the outrageous drawing style inside reminded him of this globally popular game for the first time. At the same time, his respect for Zhang Lian was once again raised a notch. Dude, you're awesome. So good-looking schoolmates put not want. Come back to play games. Switching to myself. It's probably still lying on the hotel bed unwilling to get up. Yan Wei's nodded his head in response, and when he saw that Zhang Lian started playing games as soon as he returned to the dormitory, he frowned very slightly before continuing to pack up his things. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Peng Haosen, who arrived yesterday, was awakened and rolled over, then got out of bed and went to the balcony to wash up. Zhang Lian took the time to look at it. It was a slightly tanned figure wearing glasses, but despite that, compared to Li Yongwen's exploding yellow hair, his head was simple, his face was fair, and although he was a bit strong, he appeared to be dry and clean. An extra bottle of iced tea on his own table, certainly not Yan Wei's scent. He just came. It cannot be Li Yongwen's scent, is he scent certainly will say, so it can only be him. Thank you for the iced tea. So Zhang Lian verbalized his thanks as he passed by. Well, I still have it here. Take it yourself if you want to drink it. Peng Hao Xian said very generously. Zhang Lian nodded his head, so he buried his head in his hands again. Since he was playing Ben, he didn't have that much free time to have a mutual introduction with his roommate at this point. In fact, the freshmen get together which will engage in what mutual introduction we directly open a game instantly familiar with. As for how you know your roommate's name, you just and try to find out who doesn't know you're calling him. I'm sure you'll know anyway after you've been together for a long time. The teacher will have to point it out for roll call. After Yan Wei's finished cleaning up, he sat directly in his own seat and read a book, even taking notes. I don't know what kind of book can make a freshman so studious, but he sits up straight, desk lamp, laptop, whatever a piece of stationery is, as if he's serious. Zhang Lian also had to manually close the microphone and turn down the sound. Despite this, Zhang Lian still detected the annoyed wink he cast. No way. Really have bad roommates. Don't. I'm still dreaming of big scores in college with my roommate Choo Choo. Here, have some candy. At this time, Peng Hao Xian started handing out the snacks he brought from home again, just to fill Zhang Lian's depressed mood. In contrast, Peng Haosen looks much more pleasant to be around. Thank you. My name is Zhang Lian. Just call me Lian. Or, you can call me Old Zhang. What's your name? Borrowing this candy, Zhang Lian smoothly opened his words. Peng Haosen, I know your name. Peng Haosen replied to Zhang Lian's words, while sending the candy back to Yan Wei's and receiving the other party's thanks. Zhang Lian, you know me? After the school majors divided the class dormitory, there was a list sent to the group. I checked in advance. Peng Haosen said with a smile. Ooh-hoo. I'll make a dorm room group. I'll pull you guys. You're all in the class group, right? Peng Haosen knew the names of several people, so this job he directly took the initiative to take. Yes.
Ok bro.
Aha. You pull it. After receiving the affirmative replies from a few people, Peng Haosen pulled a few people into the group, and with that, Zhang Lian learned the name of the third person other than the two called Yan Wei's. After building the group, Peng Haosen sat in his seat and read a novel. Zhang Lian continued to play the game. Li Yongwen was not able to get up on the bed, and Yan Wei's worked hard to read and study. About 12 o'clock, Zhang Lian finished playing the game. His stomach grumbled with hunger, ready to go out to eat. Li Yongwen and Peng Haosen made a gesture to join them. Li Yongwen, Old Zhang is going to dinner? Wait for me. Come along. You know me well enough to call me Chong? Self-explanatory up the side and pull away. Old Zhang, come along. Peng Haosen stood up and stretched, saying as much. Okay line. After saying that, Zhang Lian glanced at Yan Wei's, who was still reading, and seeing that he didn't respond, hesitated to call him. Li Yongwen rolled right over from the bed and jumped down, put on his socks and shoes and said, Go. You haven't brushed your teeth. Zhang Lian stared in shock and watched as Li Yongwen used his hand to rake his hair twice to brush the exploding fur back into place. How is there such a debauched male silver? The face isn't washed either. Similarly posing with Zhang Lian's subway boss expression was Peng Haosen, and from his clean and tidy desktop it was obvious that he was also a fragrant and soft boy who loved tidiness. Just beefy. Oops, not important. Li Yongwen took the lead and stepped forward to open the door. As long as the hair is not messed up, the wind will flow freely. Zhang Lian deflated his mouth, suddenly remembering that he had been his brother yesterday. Huh? Near the door, Zhang Lian and Peng Haosen glanced at Yan Wei's at the same time. Then Zhang Lian gave this task to Peng Haosen. After all, he was handing out candies and drinks. The advantage of being one step ahead was there. Yan Wei's at least greeted him with a smile, and Zhang Lian was not a person who liked to spend effort on diplomacy. Not to mention the fact that Yan Wei's had shown a bad side to him from the beginning. Li Yongwen is more nervous. He, on the other hand, did not consider this at all. Self-conscious, already walked to the intersection of the corridor stairs, looking back to see how Zhang Lian and Peng Haosen have not yet followed. After a while, Yan Wei's and Peng Haosen came out of the dormitory together. Not you want to be together, you move but also have to let people call you a moment. Zhang Lian listened to Peng Haosen at the door and called him to eat together to go no, our dormitory for the first time, everyone together. He whooshed to his feet. Heart feel funny. Zhang Lian think Yan Wei's may be more or less stained with a little screwed up. So, the 404 dormitory men's group poured in for the first time. Chapter 21 last night, Bai Nianxue, who had returned to her dorm room, was blocked by Su Chanqian as soon as she entered the door. Shui, who has always been high and low and not close to men, has stayed out at night. Tinker car, Su Chanqian said with a teasing eyebrow. Turtle Bai Nianxue's face stiffened at the name, so embarrassed that she looked like she was looking for a hole to drill into. It's one night snowy. There's no need to be in such a hurry, is there? Su Chanqian, still watching the fun, who let Bai Nianxue take her as a shield. Bai Nianxue peeled Su Chanqian away and sat herself down in her seat. Don't worry, Shui. Tong Tong and Si Chi aren't here. Su Chanqian saw this and said after her s. After all, it was something more personal. Bai Nianxue had previously avoided the other two to speak to her alone. She wouldn't be so brainless as to sell Bai Nianxue out. Aha! Hearing that she was the only one in the dormitory, Bai Nianxue breathed a sigh of relief. Then the eyes got playful too. Hey, Su Chanqian immediately turned into a lewd soybean. Did you take it? What the heck? Bai Nianxue ranted, but the smile at the corner of her mouth grew stronger. But you guys went out and got a room the first night, Su Chanqian said offhandedly. She thought the two were pretty much on the same page in their own relationship and that last night had been watered down. You! Bai Nianxue's face quickly flushed red at Su Chanqian's misunderstood words. Don't be ridiculous. It's just that he was drunk yesterday and didn't come back very well. Oh, so you're drunk too? Su Chanqian was unforgiving, pestling the table and flirting. Bai Nianxue, I didn't. Then you didn't, you took care of him all night. Yuki, you're miserable, you fell in love. Su Chanqian looked like she had eaten a shocking melon and laughed with her mouth wide open. In itself, from the time she heard Zhang Lian shout out a strange nickname like that yesterday, she smelled a strong flavor of gossip, and now it seems, gosh, I can't believe Snowy is blooming. She was a little incredulous even now. The ice flower that is usually clear and cold to everyone at school has actually opened up a long time ago and has been behind their backs for so long. Bai Nianxue herself was certain that she had a good feeling about Zhang Lian, always had. After all, he always had a special feeling for her. But by Su Chanqian so naked out, of course she refused to admit it, pouting and waving her hand. Just friends, don't talk nonsense. But Su Chanqian didn't believe it and continued to joke. Quickly tell me, how far have you guys progressed? Did you confess to him? You're not going to ask me to take a bullet for you again, are you? I'm afraid he'll just grip my neck next time we meet, Su Chanqian said while patting her face. Yesterday when Zhang Lian saw her in that imposing manner, she felt that she would really be pulled up by him. No, nothing happened. Bai Nianxue spat out her little tongue and raised her eyes to glance at Su Chanqian. Bai Nianxue, so Chanqian. No way, you'll have to help me again, Bai Nianxue said in advance to Su Chanqian. Although the next meeting with Maka Pakka has not yet been agreed upon, it is only a matter of time before the second meeting takes place. She hadn't figured out how to confess to Zhang Lian yet, so she chose to give Su Chanqian a good shot first. She might still need to use her at any time. Su Chanqian covered her chest, pained. This is how I was show you as a tool. Sin. Bai Nianxue's petulance, the great power of the attack. Su Chanqian wide-eyed at the same time. Heart defense was instantly washed away. The point isn't whether I help you or not. I have a feeling he's really going to hit me. Su Chanqian wrapped her arms around herself and said daintily. Bai Nianxue, he won't, I promise. She was still very confident about that. He's nothing but a jokester about it. Bai Nianxue. And you don't owe him any money after last night's dinner, so he has no reason to. Huh, Yuki, you really are. Love brain, Su Chanqian deflated her mouth, both palpitating Zhang Lian and feeling that the current by Nianxue now looked so strange. Where the old Yuki would talk about a boy in front of her. Huh? Yes, is there? No, right? I'm talking to you about business. Bai Nianxue reacted and stammered. Ugh. Well, who made me the best? Su Chanqian crossed her arms and opened her hands in a posturing manner. Since Xue has said this, she is on the mountain of knives, she must also agree, since there was no risk of being beaten anymore, she had nothing to fear. Sin is the best. Bai Nianxue reached out and hugged Su Chanqian's small waist, and Su Chanqian petted her head. It's also a scene that only happens between girls. You let two boys try this? So when are you going to confess to him? It's fine to keep this kind of thing a secret for a short time, but if it's a long time, it's a problem. She's never been in love, but she watches idol dramas. That's how all the men and women in it have misunderstandings. What? How could you hide my identity from me for so long? So you've been lying to me from the beginning to the end. I never want to see you again. And then there's a whole series of Chuk's wife chasing crematorium blah 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 blah. She doesn't want to see Xue chasing her husband when the time comes. Oh, that Zhang Lian though, looks like he wants to hit someone. But handsome is still pretty handsome. Otherwise she wouldn't have been a nymphomaniac. Ahem. The thought of Bai Nianxue this face to Zhang Lian will be angry to say, Maka Pakka, the dinky car is never going to ignore you again. This kind of talk? Good stoner, love stoner. She just wanted to be a good stoner on the sidelines. Well, I know. I'll talk to him as soon as I can, don't worry. Bai Nianxue's heart was in the right place, and she wouldn't be able to keep cheating all the time. Greening herself and all that, she had sort of experienced a bit of that yesterday. Feels weird. Moreover, she was afraid that one day Zhang Lian would come to Chanqian and confess. The 404 men's group collectively visited the cafeteria for the first time. Zhang Lian and Li Yongwen walked together, and Yan Wei's and Peng Haosen walked together. Naturally, Li Yongwen wouldn't let go of inquiring about Zhang Lian's last night. Bro? Last night you and the schoolgirl. Li Yongwen's eyebrows went up and down like springs, and the thumbs of his hands gestured together in an intimate gesture motion. Oh? Zhang Lian had a whole question mark. A schoolgirl? Was there anyone else yesterday besides Ms. Baeknim Suet? He naturally knew that Li Yongwen was talking about Bai Nianxue, but he immediately vetoed it. No, I went out drinking with my hairdresser last night. Harry. Li Yongwen made a gesture of disappointment. Aha. Zhang Lian nodded. He didn't want to add unnecessary misunderstandings to Bai Nianxue, and with this kind of gossip, it would only get messier. Solely, anyway. No one knows that he and his schoolmates go out to the room. This is when the usefulness of going small comes into play. Zhang Lian. At that moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from the cafeteria window not far from the other side. Shinfish happens to be pouring out with her roommates as well. Chapter 22. Male troop meets female troop. Fishy, that's your boyfriend. As he was in the middle of typing his meal, Yan Wenxin, who was already carrying a dinner plate on the side, noticed Zhang Lian and his party and said with a big grin. Xinyu was dumbfounded, holding the beaten meal and solemnly saying, he really isn't my boyfriend. We just grew up together, that's all. Getting into this school was also just very coincidental. I just happened to be going to this school and he just happened to be going to this school to find someone. She had explained these words last night, but the three girls were very nosy and didn't believe a word she said. In the face of gossip, the truth as you say it is not the truth as we think it is the truth. If you don't believe me, I'll call him over. After saying that, Shun Yu directly called out, Zhang Lian. It is. Li Yongwen glanced in the direction of Shun Yu. His eyes shook out two words like a slot machine. Pretty girl. Epsilon. That's my hairdresser. Zhang Lian replied casually, then waved at Shun Yu and continued to line up for his meal. It's nice to look at. Li Yongwen was already tired of saying envious words in his heart. At this moment, Zhang Lian's height in his heart rose another notch. Good looking? It's just that. Zhang Lian finished and covered his waist. The moment he talked about her, the Tyrannosaurus Rex himself, his waist was vaguely painful. So you were out drinking with her last night? Li Yongwen's forehead wrinkled out 3 creases. And stayed out all night. Zhang Lian rubbed his nose. There's nothing to it. She even came to my house to live in a room during the New Year. Punghausen and Yen Wei's heard it clearly in the back, and they were both men as well. How can you not be interested in pretty girls when you just got out of a freaky place like high school? Rao Yen Wei's such a screwed-up nature, but also in the back of Punghausen took the initiative to open the mouth to ask. So what department is she in? Does she have a boyfriend? Zhang Lian replied truthfully to this. Computer, of course I don't have a boyfriend. She never felt she could find the right one. Ahem. That. Lao Zhang Look at me. Li Yongwen patted his chest and adjusted his clothes, still wearing a pair of flip-flops on the soles of his feet. Do I fit? Zhang Lian raised his eyebrows. What's appropriate for you? When they had finished the meal, the four boys sat over toward Xin Yu's side. It is also in the light of Zhang Lian, the first day to eat in the school cafeteria and the girls' dormitory association. 4 boys and 4 girls sat directly together at a table. Zhang Lian. We're having a class meeting tonight to receive our military uniforms, and tomorrow we'll start military training. The way Zhang Lian and Shen Yu chatted was about a casual approach. We went to the guide's office yesterday to get it ourselves, so we could save ourselves a meeting today. Shen Yu replied and clarified by changing the topic to her real purpose of calling Zhang Lian over. Are you my boyfriend? Eft. With Zhang Lian taking the lead, the 4 boys collectively spewed. What the? Zhang Lian frowned tightly. Thick gift crab. What the heck are you talking about? You want me to die? So vicious. That Auntie Yang wouldn't necessarily do anything to me, and that Uncle Shin could know my dad so well that he could even give me the gentle greetings of the 7 wolves instead of my dad. Look, told you we're just hairdressers. Shun Yu waved his hand and said towards Yan Wenshin's few people. In this regard, Yan Wenshin also confirmed it to Zhang Lian once again. Are you guys really not boyfriend and girlfriend? I see your relationship seems like it. Of course not. Zhang Lian wiped his mouth. I'm her brother. If I dare to fall in love with her, I don't want to die. Go back to not yet wait to enter the door to see their own mother. May first see a person with an iron bar waiting at the door. Oh, it really isn't. That was a misunderstanding on our part. Yan Wenshin said with embarrassment. You're not my brother either. Shin Yu still needed to reiterate that Zhang Lian was even trying to take advantage of her at this point. I'm 2 months older than you. Hey, you're no big girl. Before Zhang Lian could finish his sentence, the bottom of his foot was suddenly kicked by a rabbit leg. It's a short leg and it hurts to kick. Zhang Lian was forced to mute his foot movements. The 3 of them, Li Yongwen, who were watching from the side, also laughed wholeheartedly at the 2 men's program. But since it's not boyfriend and girlfriend, that's fine. That's a precocious great uncle on the side now. Make the most of it. Not to talk about other things, if anyone wants to chase Shin Yu in the future, is it still necessary to find a way to ask Shin Yu to go downstairs? So what if there's an almighty great uncle like Zhang Lian? It's just a matter of words? Yan Wei's eyes stared at Shin Yu and turned back to continue eating quietly. For Shin Yu's other roommates, he didn't look at any of them but Shin Yu, very much in line with his choice of spouse. Quiet but not lose playfulness, beautiful and with the spirit, speaking voice crisp and pleasant, body material but not thin, height is not short proportion just. And it's also a computer science department at HIU, so that means the grades aren't too bad. We can study for the exam together in the future. He had just met Shin Yu for the first time, and his brain had already thought of becoming graduate students together in the future to live a small life. Because of the inclusion of girls, the originally lively group of boys naturally became restrained. In addition to Li Yongwen is still relatively generous, Punghausen and Yan Wei's basically do not speak throughout. And the vast majority of the time during the meal, it was Zhang Lian who was picking up the girls' words. The good thing was that he had been exposed to girls quite a bit since he was a kid, so he wasn't as nervous as Li Yongman was when he said 2 words. Can't you see that he's still a bit of an innocent in his fashionable image? Did you get your money back? Shin Yu asked, raising her eyes. Well, sort of coming back. Zhang Lian chewing said. What do you mean it's sort of coming back? If Shin Yu hadn't been too good to walk away yesterday, she definitely would have wanted to see that schoolmate of his again. This refers to Su Chanqian, not Bai Nianxue. But speaking of Bai Nianxue, she also already knew about the matter of Bai Nianxue being the school flower of High University. Are we getting it back or not? It's coming back, dinner spent. Aren't you $1,000? What meal is so expensive? Seafood, wine, hotel, it feels about right. Just last night's seafood with red wine, he felt overfed. You eat this well on your first day? Eating $1,000 bucks? I'm going to tell your mom. Shen Yu felt that Zhang Lian had more or less gone overboard by splurging like this on only his first day here. Hey, don't. Zhang Lian folded her hands. She's not paying it back, so I thought that if she's treating me, then I'll simply eat back. Didn't you say you could get the money back? Shen Yu kindly laughed. Of course she couldn't really sue. Gee, how can I put it, you don't understand. This belongs to the unwritten rules between men. Anyway, Zhang Lian felt that after this meal, he and Tinker Car would not owe each other anything in the future. And relationships, too, don't come apart. The sudden seriousness and solemnity of one party when they are all joking around with each other will inevitably lead to a breakdown in the relationship. Not being clear and disliking each other is the most comfortable way to get along. Such friends, when they meet real things, are often real helpful brothers as well. What's more, Zhang Lian's verbal request for $1,000 was a fake, and coming to play with Tinker Car was actually the real thing, only needing an excuse to admonish himself. Li Wingman. Didn't he say he went out drinking with you last night? Chapter 23, School Flower Sister. Li Yongwen was listening in and picked up on the wa points. Shen Yu, Li Yong. Oh, you kid lied to me. Rub. Zhang Lian held his forehead. He said he went drinking with me? Shen Yu heard a little strange implication and immediately inquired to Li Yongwen. Li Yongwen, on the other hand, knew what he was talking about, and put down the chicken leg he was holding with his chopsticks and started to add to the conversation, and Zhang Lian couldn't stop him. More than that, he didn't even come back to his dorm room last night. You shut up. Zhang Lian broke his mouth forcefully. He was still the school flower by Nianxue personally sent him back to his dormitory yesterday and personally made his bed. Oh? What did I just hear? Yan Wenshen's eyes froze. Peng Hausen and Yan Wei's also stared wide-eyed, and the two of them later had absolutely no idea whether this matter was true or not. But Shen Yu was aware of it. Just why did Bai Nianxue make his bed and send him back to his dorm room? Shouldn't it be Cynthia Su? She looked at Zhang Lian, her eyes with surprise and a melon-eating smile, also asking Zhang Lian if it was true or not. What the hell? I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Lian really didn't know that senior sister Bai Nianxue was the school beauty and on such occasions he simply chose to play dumb. Load. Li Yongwen continued conspicuously. Yesterday, Bai Nianxue sent you to the men's dormitory, but many people saw it. His voice was quite loud, and quite a few people around him heard and cast their eyes towards Zhang Lian's side. Hey! Zhang Lian cursed him as an asshole in his heart, and at the same time only then did he react to the fact that the senior sister Bai Nianxue in his mouth was the school flower. Sister is really pretty. I didn't realize she's the school beauty. Huh? You went out with Bai Nianxue and the others yesterday and stayed out at night? Shen Yu grasped the point, her eyes fixed on Zhang Lian. Antigua had asked her to keep a good eye on Zhang Lian, so she naturally had to do her duty. The two have a relationship like brother and sister, disliking each other but caring for each other. She also had the right to control Zhang Lian, otherwise she was also responsible for Zhang Lian turning bad. Hey, I'll talk to you later, Zhang Lian explained, and then began to send out a head break to Li Yongwen, his mom's kiss. At this moment, a boy with gold-rimmed glasses who was eating not too far away watched Zhang Lian the entire time and memorized his appearance. Chairman, he said Baeknim Suet likes that boy? Laugh your ass off at. Bai Nianxue is a girl that the president couldn't even chase, and he took it down when a freshman just arrived? My advice is to export hallucinations and go to the hospital to have your brain looked at. Ha ha ha. After a meal, it's always good for a walk. Consumption of food. Shen Yu and their girls' dormitory had already strolled around the entire school yesterday, so the four of Zhang Lian bid farewell to the four girls and strolled around the campus on their own. Old Chong from today, you are my brother, Li Yongwen beautifully said, holding on to Zhang Lian's shoulder in a good brotherly look. Question mark. As soon as she heard his words, Zhang Lian knew that he definitely wasn't holding back any good farts. Fruity. Li Yongwen dagger. Give a contact information of your hair, little manbe. You, just now in front of the Shin fish to sell lousy so cheerfully, and now also want lousy hair, small contact information? Want farts to eat? Without a hint of hesitation, Zhang Lian cursed. 2 quick steps followed to get rid of Li Yongman's arm. The start of the school year is a 2-day period for new students to conduct check-in, yesterday and today. After today, the official military training will be tomorrow. Anyone who isn't going to college for the first time knows to skillfully avoid this military training by intentionally reporting a few days late. But first-time college goers often don't even realize it and arrive at school dumbfounded. Haiku University covers a large area, and the green area even takes up 1/3 of the whole school. There are parks, lawns, artificial lakes, and special school buses within the school. Sit for a while, little turtle. Peng Hausen suggested. Since I was school shopping, of course I tried everything. And by little turtles, I mean school buses, because it is green all over and walks slowly. Students affectionately call it the little turtle. But the fact that it's almost free makes up for all of the shortcomings. Being a student at HIU allows you to have free ride credits just by virtue of your school card. I have to say this is something HIU does really well. Not bad for a rich school. Then get on it. Li Yongwen said it was all fine. Zhang Lian also expressed indifference. The station is in front. The four boys headed back toward the station a short distance ahead. Once on the bus, the little turtle started traveling at a turtle speed along the route set out by the campus. Like a sightseeing rocking car, Zhang Lian felt that this speed could be jumped at any time as long as he wanted to jump out of the car. That's when he suddenly saw someone in the car. Tinker car. Su Chanqian was helping Lu Siki receive the new students. And she was already wearing her schoolmarm's special work tag. And so, to the familiar, he transformed into a social terrorist, standing up straight away and shouting when he was closest to Su Chanqian. Ding 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 car. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. The three faces were confused. What are you doing, Chong? Su Chanqian was busy introducing the campus card to her schoolmates and siblings, and she didn't hear Zhang Lian's voice calling out to her. In itself, she wasn't sensitive to the word. It just seemed like she heard someone screaming something. Zhang Lian cocked his head and shouted again in disbelief. But this time the effect was more slight at a greater distance. Who are you calling ding-dong car? Li Yongwen was never absent for gossip, especially now for Zhang Lian. A schoolmate, Zhang Lian said, then immediately took out his cell phone to take another picture. This dead tinker bike. How to yell at her and not say yes. She must have done it on purpose, deliberately pretending not to hear. Huh? So he immediately sent over pictures of the tinker car and a strong moral condemnation of her behavior. In her place, she called herself Maka Pakka, and her own pack responded in kind. Schoolgirl again? Li Yongwen opened his eyes wide. He, this so pleasing persona, have not yet recognized a school sister. How is he again Qingmei and school flower school sister? Where's your novel's male lead in this? Aha! Zhang Lian raised one eyebrow. What's the problem? Speaking of this, Zhang Lian remembered the school flower elder sister they talked about when they were in the cafeteria. The matter of sister by Nianxue being the school flower. What's up with suddenly putting a filter on a series of events that happened yesterday? And this sudden feeling of idle baggage. Ahem. How do you know so many people at school on your first day? Just two. It just seems like a lot of people when you count the roommates who still know them. Zhang Lian. By the way, old Li, you said that sister by Nianxue is the school flower of our school? Chapter 24. Almost wearing out? By Nianxue is reading a book in the library. Don't get me wrong, it's just about reading books outside of class, not about studying hard. After receiving Zhang Lian's message, she saw it after a long interval. But it wasn't a message sent to her as Zhang Lian, it was Maka Pakka. Most likely it's about calling her up again. Either that or you're just anxious to meet. After all, yesterday they just let Sin Sin show up, and then they played disappearing the whole time afterward. While thinking in her head, Bai Nianxue tapped on Maka Pakka's message. Maka Pakka. Pictures. Maka Pakka. Pretend you can't hear me? You're so full of %hashtag at %hashtag. Bai Nianxue. Seeing the photo sent by Zhang Lian and comparing it to the message he sent to himself, Bai Nianxue was first confused, then immediately reacted. The way things are now, it should be that Sin Sin was seen by him and called Sin Sin, and then Chanqian must not have responded. So he came to the phone and asked. Instantly, Bai Nianxue instinctively tensed up. The reason was that she didn't know what Zhang Lian's situation was right now. What if he's walked up to Sin Sin by now? Or maybe the message he's sending now is just him sending it to himself while walking to Sin Sin. Although Chanqian is informed, facing Zhang Lian will certainly round himself up, but does not rule out the situation of revealing the cloven foot. It wasn't that he was afraid that Zhang Lian would be angry or anything if he knew he had been cheated. The relationship between the two was still quite ironclad, or at least belonged to the relationship between brothers and buddies, and would definitely not fall out because of such a small matter. It was just that if Zhang Lian found out, then what was the persona that he had worked so hard to maintain? Well, why don't you just come clean with him from the beginning? Besides, if he knew who he was, would he still mix it up with himself as usual? Judging from our time together yesterday, he shouldn't be. After all, he is also a person with quite a sense of proportion. Knowing his own identity will never burst some tiger and wolf words in front of him again. And one can't still come up and tell him to get back to being untamed. There are some things that, once exposed, the flavor of time spent between two people is gone. So, right now, it wasn't time to confess, and it was definitely not time to let Zhang Lian know. After thinking about it, Bai Nianxue immediately dialed over to Su Chanxian. On the other hand, Zhang Lian felt a bit flattered when he learned about senior sister Bai Nianxue from Li Yongwen's mouth. After all, in a sense, on the first day of school in his freshman year, he had a schoolgirl leading the way throughout, not only helping him make his bed, but also taking him to eat delicious. And got a room. Sister's meticulous care is just like his mother's. He is not the kind of cheap and still sell the good cheek itself on the Bai Nianxue sister's care is feeling quite embarrassed, more so after a status barrier. Feel flattered is also reasonable. However, while Zhang Lian felt flattered, he also detected a hint of strangeness. As if the buddy he came to find is Bai Nianxue senior sister, as if shouldn't. Bai Nianxue schoolmate is what has the handle on the ding car hand, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Lian clenched his jaw and frowned. Otherwise, the senior sister is not related to him. The first time he came to take care of himself, so what is it? Schoolgirl. If you're threatened, you blink. After dismounting the little turtle, the three of them kept on asking Zhang Lian a bunch of questions along the way. They are all young and beautiful teenagers who have just been promoted to the university and are so energetic that they don't have the slightest resistance to schoolmates and whatnot. Just Zhang Lian also knows so too. A ding-ding car, a school sister our school flower, she can lack of suitors? Then at best he'll have to sell the dinky car. And these three are not necessarily looking at tinker cars yet. Walking on the road, Zhang Lian had also already received messages from his schoolmates and the tinker car. The tinker car was nothing more than another suitable excuse that he didn't hear it, that he was too busy at the time, and that he should get the hell out of there. The schoolteacher, on the other hand, was asking if he had any plans. He sent an abstract emoji to Tinkerbike while typing a message to his schoolmate in a soft tone. The current arrangement is probably for everyone to get together on the first day, go out for a big dinner, and then go to karaoke or something at night. Zhang Lian sent these whereabouts messages to Bai Nianxue without even thinking about it. It wasn't just because of the subconscious trust and respect for Bai Nianxue that made him instinctively want to answer people's questions properly. On another level, it's asking the older sister if there are any recommended stalls and KTVs in the neighborhood. People are more familiar with the map than a couple of munchkins just arriving in Sea City anymore, aren't they? And Bai Nianxue, who had received 2 copies of the message, compared the 2 very different messages, and her heart always had a kind of unspeakable amusement and sourness. Say it's funny, these 2 very different messages came from the same person, and she naturally found it funny when she looked at it from Bai Nianxue's point of view. Say sour. She viewed Zhang Lian's message sent to Bai Nianxue from the perspective of a ding-dong car, and she could see his beautifully winking expression through the screen of her phone. Would love to dislike him. This is the man. But in the end, these 2 are both themselves. She had also just gotten off the phone with Su Chanxian, and that side informed her that she hadn't noticed the situation, which meant that Zhang Lian might have just taken a look from afar to say hello. Reading his messages again, I could probably tell he was strolling around campus with his roommate yet. The crisis is lifted. Looks like it's necessary to stay with Sin at all times before confessing. While thinking like this and continuing to reply to Zhang Lian's message. Maka Pakka. Tinker car, do you want a husband? Bai Nianxue. What's he going to smoke again? Bai Nianxue's green onion finger quickly tapped the screen and snapped over 3 words to Zhang Lian. Tinker bike? The opposite side quickly replied again. Maka Pakka. You want a husband? I'll bring it to you later. What's this, a matchmaking business? Bai Nianxue replied in the past. Tinker Bell. Matchmaker? Maka Pakka. Hey, I'm telling you, the 3 in my dorm room are 5 feet 8 inches and tall, and they're all talented. They're good looking and talk well. Tinker car. $100. Maka Pakka. Did I give you too much face gif? Bai Nianxue looked at the screen and pursed her lips. The corners of her mouth rose as she backhandedly typed a question over. Tinker bike. Don't introduce me yet. Let me ask you something first. Chapter 25 Dry Rice Invitation. Tinker Car. Since you want to be a matchmaker, you're not allowed to introduce me to a good one when I've introduced you to top-notch beauties? Maka Pakka. Maka Pakka. To say yes, it would have to be me. Masaka. You bastard. You soul. Tinker Bell. You vomit. Maka Pakka. Bleeding knife. In the afternoon, Zhang Lian and a few others finished strolling around the school and sat on the seats inside the stadium to rest. There are snacks and equipment in the stadium, but it all just costs money. Several people then spent another afternoon playing ball in the pavilion, during which time a few people quickly bonded and began calling each other by their good oldest children. Especially this guy, Li Yongman, who looked obviously quite rich and ended up robbing the three of them of their food in turn. They were Zhang Lian's mineral water, Yan Wei's hand-cooked pancakes, and Peng Haosen's Guangdong boiled. He didn't mind the three at all. Even if you drink it, it's ing mouth to mouth. Even if you eat it, you're damn well going to put your mouth on the bite. And chopsticks and ing nagging. In return, the three silently drew a line in the sand with their, hey, this guy doesn't have some weird fetish, does he? The only thing I can think of is, drooling fetish. Yelp, disgusting. After the game, following the recommendation given to Zhang Lian by Sister Bai Nianxue, the four of them found another big stall and casually ate dinner. Just after ordering food for people just lie down on the seat, a day of exercise is considered to be a few people's energy are exhausted almost plus has received the military training clothes. The thought of the next day will be military training, a few people's interest cannot be raised. So it was a slightly quieter atmosphere for the four at the table, with the occasional word spoken, but not much, and in turn overshadowed by the bustle at the next table. The atmosphere eased up a bit in the middle of the day when the food was served and a few people started drinking. Li Wingman had been looking at the other tables, and usually by this time, the king of ideas was about to start giving birth to a bad idea. Old Zhang. Ask Sister Bai Nianxue to come out for dinner? Pfft. Zhang Lian almost didn't spray a mouthful of beer in his face. What's wrong with you? Tsk. Li Yongwan smacked his lips and raised his chin, signaling the three to look at the other tables. The three of them glanced to the next table, and it was the same as theirs. A group of college students gathering for a meal, and they didn't see anything special. Hey female. Li Yongwan spread his hands and said with wide eyes. We're too virile now after an afternoon of exercise. Get it? There's not a single woman. The three men looked at him in silence and pulled the corners of their mouths. Well, I thought he was bent before, so far this message seems to be good news. But don't you guys look at me. There's no way I'm gonna call my schoolmates out. Crazy you guys. Widowed with a sore egg? Looking at the other two who also followed Li Yongwan towards himself, Zhang Lian said with his right hand crossed in front of his body in a defensive posture and incredulously. Old Zhang, look, there are girls at the other tables. Peng Haosen raised one eyebrow and beamed. You try to make that dead move of yours again. Zhang Lian twisted around. Then go to another table. Old Zhang, we can't help it we're not like me, Mr. Zhang, who knew so many girls as soon as we came to school. Li Yongwen also began to hole that dead out. Only Yan Wei's did not make any moves, although he was watching eagerly. But he didn't act mostly just because he couldn't let go of his face, and was always aware of his grooming, commonly known as being dead serious. If you really can't, it's not impossible to ask Xinyu to come out. Yan Wei's took a sip of wine and held up his glasses, as if to give Zhang Lian a second best option. The truth, on the other hand, is that he has met Xinyu and is satisfied with her, and he does not know who Bai Nianxue is in the mouths of Li Yongwen and Peng Haosen. However, Zhang Lian directly chose to ignore this kind of pushant's words from him, and after spending an afternoon together, he had basically figured out his habits. Loading. And it's probably the same kind of pussy that used to be in the class. Mine's may not be bad, just obnoxious. Zhang Lian wouldn't care, after all, he used to have this kind of pusher in his class, and he had received a lot of help from pusher. After all, before this, their own grades fluctuated up and down, and indirectly reflected the state of the class fluctuated up and down, so a lot of times by the teacher sampling questions cannot answer. This is the time when Pussy always saves the day. After all, as long as you give Pushy a recognition, Pushy he's really pulling out all the stops for you. And in front of Li Yongwen and Peng Haosen are still on their own to dawn on them. It's like I've never seen a woman in 8 lifetimes. It's not that Zhang Lian didn't call, he was thinking that he would have to go to karaoke after dinner later. Invite a sister to eat a meal, in fact nothing, no a little also nothing, but Singke, a few boys he still let go, there is a strange girl, a few boys certainly not good to let go of. Do you mean to say that you'll get rid of your schoolmates after dinner? It's not very convenient when we have to sing later. Zhang Lian could not stand being soft-pedaled and could only reason with them. You want to know, sister? There is a chance that buddies will certainly be introduced to it. And now we have a dormitory dinner, you call people over to screw-off? Repatriation for a meal? And I don't always call it. Li Yong man. You call it I want to see a pretty schoolgirl. Penghausen. I haven't seen it yet, Lao Zhang. Zhang Lian. No way. People have their own business. Li Yongwen. Dad. Righteous father. Zhang Lian. Hey you. Broken. A spiritual command that cannot be denied. Once called that by a boy, the other person had to accept even the most outrageous and bizarre request of the soul. Tell you what, don't you guys just want sisters? Zhang Lian frowned tightly and had to make a decision that went against his ancestors. When the two men heard that there was something going on, their eyes lit up and their heads flopped wildly like rattlesnakes. I'll just call my buddy out then. It won't hurt anything if she comes out. But first things first, if she doesn't come, it's none of my business. Oh. The two nodded in agreement. Zhang Lian then clicked on QQ and sent an invitation message to Tinker Car. To him, the ding-dong car was old enough to know him well, so he could still maintain a social bull stance that didn't make him feel constricted, even at a karaoke bar. It's a distinction between an acquaintance and a stranger. Although Bai Nianxue Senpai was very nice, there was still that barrier of strangers, and with opposites attracting, no one would want to lose face in front of such a good-looking member of the opposite sex, right? Furthermore, he hadn't heard from Tinker Car since he met her yesterday, and it was normal for him to call her out. So this guy couldn't stand himself up again. Could he? On the other hand, Bai Nianxue, who happened to be preparing to go to dinner with Su Chanxian, received a message from someone. Chapter 26 Attacked in the Ass? Maka Pakka. Come out to eat. Maka Pakka. Come on. Come on. Come on. It's on me. For Zhang Lian's sudden invitation, Bai Nianxue combined it with the fact that he had told himself that he was also going to sing with his roommates at night. He didn't invite himself at the time, but now he's inviting the Tinkers. I guess it's because I don't feel comfortable letting go of the fact that I don't know myself well. And because he would actually invite Tinker Car, Bai Nianxue's heart was a little happy again, which at least meant that the current level of familiarity, Tinker Car was ahead of Bai Nianxue. Going was a definite must, and she was still kind of curious about the way he sang and ghosted. Plus, he couldn't keep standing him up, and a big reason he'd come all the way to the school was because he was here, though he couldn't say anything even if he didn't go himself. But asking is still a mouthful. Tinker Bike. Which ones? Maka Pakka. It's just my roommate, you didn't come last time, so let's get to know each other. In case there's someone you like. Tinker Bike. Oh, what the hell is this about playing matchmaker for me again? Maka Pakka. Okay. Okay. Come on over, I'll send you the location. To Tinker Car, Zhang Lian was not the slightest bit polite, and after finishing with a big grin, he then immediately sent Tinker Car the location and urged her to hurry up or there would be no more food. Of course, this was based on the fact that he didn't know that Tinker Car was Bai Nianxue. Looking at the message sent by Zhang Lian behind him to beg for a beating, Bai Nianxue squeezed her fists and gritted her teeth, having a powerless feeling of wanting to beat him up face to face but not being able to do so. I have to say, sometimes Zhang Lian is also leather, even the always gentle temper Bai Nianxue can break the defense. No, these years of time, Zhang Lian also do not know how many times angry cry Bai Nianxue. In other words, the reason why Zhang Lian gave Bai Nianxue a deep impression is largely because Zhang Lian doesn't pamper her, but rather a meal of small language output to the point where she doubts her life. Choppy, what the hell are you doing? Can you even hit the air with your big move? Miracle Walker is still painting the field. This is also a big reason why Bai Nianxue is off the hook later on, making her so skinny to him as well that she's turned into an old scoundrel. Regarding Zhang Lian's words about coming to be true to her, she knew from the beginning to the end that he was just talking about it. But she didn't expect him to really come. Otherwise, she actually wouldn't have used Sinclair's picture in the first place, simply wanting to maintain a state of mutual and simple friendship. But right now, the feeling of juggling two identities at the same time and reveling in them is quite strange. She can't fight it herself, so she can only give this burden to Chanxian. It's just such a burden that it's unsettling for her not to be there. That would be... In fact, even if Zhang Lian did not send Bai Nianxue also knew where it was. After all, the big stall and KTV were both recommended to him by her. Bai Nianxue turned her head and handed over the sudden combat mission to Su Chanqian. Me. Hit him? Su Chanqian slightly stretched her neck out, her eyes widened, and her finger pointed at herself as she looked incredulously at Bai Nianxue. Just give him a gentle pat. Bai Nianxue said demonstratively as she patted Su Chanqian with her hand. You have to be thorough in your play or you'll be found out sooner or later. She needed Chanqian to cover for her, and naturally she also needed to let Su Chanqian know how the relationship between the two really was. I can do all that, but Snowy, you have to protect me. I'll trust you. Su Chanqian's eyebrows were turned upside down, and her entire facial features formed a word of embarrassment. She feels like she herself is a part of Baeknim Suet play right now, although he wouldn't be able to get straightened out by that red-blooded look of Zhang Lian's yesterday. But then again, from Zhang Lian's behavior of helping to carry the boxes, it seems that he shouldn't be a bad boy. Don't worry. Bai Nianxue was amused by this little expression of hers and confidently patted her chest. The two men headed toward the appointment. What do you say, is it here yet? Li Yongwen asked as he ate, urging all the time. During this time, the two of them asked Zhang Lian if the girls he had called were good-looking or something like that, which were unavoidable questions for boys. Zhang Lian also just let them wait to see for themselves is not on the line. He is to think that the Tinker car looks okay, do not care too much about looks and so on. After all, he and Tinkerbike got along quite comfortably online, having known each other for a couple years. Good buddy looks, no comment. To ask is to be ugly then. Should be here soon. Zhang Lian glanced at his cell phone. As long as Tinker Car didn't tell him that he refused, it meant yes. He also did not want to introduce a few people to the object just because a few sons so hungry plus himself and Tinker Car is a good friend. The back 3 years a few people certainly cannot avoid dealing with, know a little bit of no harm. But it would be nice if the Tinkerbike and any of them could make it. Push the cups and exchange a few rounds. Li Yongwen's sharp eyes saw Bai Nianxue walked over toward this side of the restaurant, next to holding a girl. Ugh, hi, old Zhang. It's your schoolmate. Li Yongwen poked Zhang Lian's waist furiously, excited like a teddy. Ha! Zhang Lian looked over in the direction, and it was certainly Tinker Car and senior sister Bai Nianxue. Zhang Lian muttered, I rubbed. Together. It's okay, old Zhang. Awesome. Righteous father is awesome. Peng Hausen and Li Yongwen only thought that it was Zhang Lian's handiwork and praised it endlessly. Zhang Lian was ashamed. His eyes fluttered, and he calmly took a sip of small wine and pretended to cough twice to ease the embarrassment. With that, he immediately got up again to pick up the two men. The restaurant is quite crowded at the moment, and the two of them probably won't find it outside. It was Bai Nianxue who saw the taller Zhang Lian at a glance, and when she saw him come out, she immediately gripped Su Chanqian's hand tightly to cheer her up again. Don't be afraid. Him. Cynthia Su. Huh? Huh. What kind of tiger and wolf words is Yuki talking about? Don't worry. He's a wimp. Su Chanqian pulled the corner of her mouth, looking at as approached their own 1 meter 8 several big tall man, the whole fast higher than their own body Zhang Lian. Does he really have anything to do with the word goon? Coming? Sister is here too. Zhang Lian greeted the two of them briefly, although the arrival of his senior sister was unexpected, but he still welcomed Bai Nianxue's arrival. Then he walked ahead to show the two the way, joking with Tinker Car as always about not coming back and running out of food, or something like that, which belonged to the jokes between old acquaintances. Bai Nianxue gently nodded and smiled a little, looking at Su Chanqian again, making frantic eye contact. Of course she knew that Zhang Lian's words were meant for Tinker Car, not Su Chanqian. It's only right then that the Tinker should have reacted the way she did when confronted with this situation. So, she could only signal Qian Qian with her eyes to do it. Don't be polite. After all, when they were online, the two of them also had more than one mix-up. Qian Qian's character wanted to pick up Zhang Lian's stunt was impossible, then they could only do it. And so, Zhang Lian was still hemming and hawing, unaware that a pair of large hands were coming towards the top of his ass. Next, all he felt was a sudden man on his arse. Chapter 27 Snap. Snap. A crisp and pleasing sound. Not only Zhang Lian, but Bai Nianxue herself, who had signaled with her eyes to let Su Chanqian do it, froze for half a second. Letting you shoot him isn't shooting him in the ass. He has so many places to shoot. Why just shoot this part of his ass? This. Does that constitute molestation? In fact, Su Chanqian didn't know how she slapped Zhang Lian's butt. It's inevitable that when people are nervous and their brains are fuzzy, they will do things that their brains will do as an afterthought. The simplest example is eating an orange and peeling the skin. then throwing the pulp in the trash before realizing it as an afterthought. She just originally also just wanted to follow Bai Nianxue's instructions, just because Zhang Lian stopped again for a while and again for a while. She raised her hand without controlling the distance, and her hand swept to his butt. Not too much force, just the right angle. The sound is quite crisp. Not to mention, quite Q-bomb. No, I didn't mean it. Just as Su Qianqian stared wide-eyed and raised her eyes to look at Zhang Lian turning around to look at her shocked appearance. She could already imagine the other woman terrorizing her with her bloodshot eyes wide open yet again. Right, no, she took off trying to apologize. But Zhang Lian's off-the-cuff words made her brain go down again. Tinker car, other things brother can promise you, but this thing. Only see Zhang Lian pursed lips, eyes fluttering, eyelashes slightly trembling. Make a hard to part with the expression, difficult and with some bratty road, gotta add money. Hey? Su Qianqian brain a progress bar jam. A side of Bai Nianxue has covered his mouth and snorted out a laugh, familiar with Zhang Lian. She naturally had a tacit understanding of what Zhang Lian was saying, and knew that the other party was joking and throwing stems with Tinker Car. In other words, if it was himself who received these words from Zhang Lian, with his own nature on the internet. At this point one should tug at the corners of one's mouth and follow the little expression of one of the sages who immediately and defiantly replied, "You're Su Tai." Only the one who received these words from Zhang Lian at the moment was Qianqian, who simply couldn't pick up these jumpy words from Zhang Lian. She was already completely confused as to what kind of communication was going on between Bai Nianxue and Zhang Lian. One thing is certain though, these two must be doing abstracts online. It's amazing that both are making abstractions online with such good-looking faces. Oh my god, these two are just wasting money. Shocked in her heart but not knowing how to respond. She could only look at Bai Nianxue for help, and this scene was naturally seen by Zhang Lian. Then there was Bai Nianxue's immediate and obvious change of subject. "Where are you sitting?" Bai Nianxue immediately understood, and she also knew that Qianqian couldn't pick it up. There, those three. Zhang Lian immediately said back, feeling strange and glancing at Su Qianqian again. He wasn't stupid. Su Qianqian gave him a reaction that was literally like a different person from the internet, so of course he would find it strange. Along the way his own reproach her yesterday even let him pigeon thing, she also just keep apologizing smile, as if in his own completely unfamiliar. The feeling of being cut off like an old friend that you know so well that when you actually meet, things are different. Leapfrog, long time no see. Master. But wasn't she the one who just spanked me? Strange. Could it be that she's sociopathic, the online heavy-handed, real-life wishy-washy kind? Three people sat on the table, in the face of the arrival of the two girls, originally sitting at the table of the three boys instantly attentive, and called the waiter to order food and make a self-introduction. The first bachelor dinner that originally belonged to the four-person boys' dormitory was instantly enlivened by the arrival of the two older sisters. Especially for Bai Nianxue's arrival, this school flower sister of their own school, the three of them saw it with their own eyes, and immediately felt that it was the same as the sister they had seen on the official website, and even looked better in person than in the photo. And boys, this strange creature, in front of good-looking girls, often will be like a peacock in the zoo, cannot restrain the side of the open screen to attract girls' attention. This is often reflected in the fact that, in middle and high school, a girl passes by and they yell and make strange gestures, such as suddenly elbowing the best buddy next to them, or a couple of boys playing Jenga while sitting in their seats after class. Please stop your stupid courtship immediately. Of course, the main reason is that all three are relatively cheerful, including Yan Wei's. After all, there were more boys than girls present, and it was the main field belonging to the boys, so it would be a bit too wasteful to be shy or something just because of a couple of words in this situation, wouldn't it? So even the stuffy Yan Wei's will say a few words. And this process, Zhang Lian is still and Su Qianqian very self-cooked conversation, but is the other side response dismal reaction. This, on the other hand, made Zhang Lian even more convinced that she damn well really was a social terrorist. Joy. Strange. Zhang Lian saw Su Qianqian responding more and more miserably, and he favored to be more energetic, that is, to deliberately fix her. This feeling of catching each other's handles, he must ravage it ruthlessly. Zhang Lian. Hey, today at noon I saw you selling cards in front of the school. Huh? I called you and you didn't even reply. Did you do it on purpose? Su Qianqian. No, I did not hear Zhang Lian narrowed his eyes slightly. You really didn't hear it? They all heard me when I shouted so loudly. Li Yongwen and Peng Haosen looked at Su Qianqian and concurred. Oh, after half a day you were ding Kara ha ha ha. Nope. Didn't hear that. I was busy at the time. I really didn't hear it. Facing the concurrence of several people, Su Chanqian said with a smile. At the same time, sheepishly glanced at the quiet Bai Nianxue on the side. At this moment her heart has been shouting furiously. Snow, Snow, you say something, She is really quite afraid of which sentence did not say the right to Bai Nianxue whole wearing gang, so all the time she has less to say. But nevertheless Zhang Lian has been caught her to say non-stop. The key is that she does not know Bai Nianxue and he happens something, can only be awkwardly smile in response. But Bai Nianxue is also difficult to protect herself, pretending to calmly drink water on the side, politely talking to Yan Wei's and them. Although she also wanted to save Chanqian. But she really cannot do let's just hope Qian can stabilize it. Is she so thinking? Zhang Lian on Su Chanqian's reaction is really Bungbu live. Waved his hand and laughed. Line Ting Car? Get half a day you so social fear. With that, he tapped his cell phone and sent a message to Tinker Car. Zhang Lian. Look at the cell phone. What's going on? What's going on? Both were shocked. Su Chanqian immediately looked at Bai Nianxue. What's she looking at? She didn't know what Zhang Lian had sent. Chapter 28. Is Yuki really stupid? Zhang Lian only let Su Chanqian look at his cell phone because he didn't want Su Chanqian to feel uncomfortable. Since she social fear is not willing to talk, then Zhang Lian will go along with her, chatting on the phone above. He will not deliberately require Su Chanqian must change in front of so many people how comfortable how to come. And he was also much more used to the unobstructed way of communicating with the Tinkerbike, which was exceptionally comfortable to get along with, whereas now, in this strange way, it also felt very strange and not very comforting to him. Just hearing Zhang Lian suddenly say this sentence, Bai Nianxue was not calm. Immediately stood up and rushed aside Su Chanqian. I'm going to the bathroom, Chanqian. You stay with me. Oh. The expression on Su Chanqian's face shifted like an emoticon, and she immediately got up in response. The two went away, leaving a table of 4. In this regard, Zhang Lian did not feel that there was any problem. While the two girls left, the conversation at the table immediately shifted back to the boys' channel. All 3 of them arched their hands at Zhang Lian with a look of admiration. There was no other reason, naturally because Zhang Lian called 2 at a time. And there was also a senior sister, Bai Nianxue, who they were most eager to catch a glimpse of. Can old Zhang, you really called it? Awesome. Old Chong. That old Zhang. No, righteous father. That Bai Nianxue senior sister's contact information. Zhang Lian spat. Look at your faces, Hetue. The other side. The 2 men in the bathroom. What did he send Shue? Su Chanqian asked gossipily as she watched Bai Nianxue check her cell phone from the side. When it was just the 2 of them, she was as relieved as ever, changing her coyness at the dinner table and gossiping about the 2 of them, Bai Nianxue and Zhang Lian, her 2 eyebrows becoming furrowed in color. She wasn't sociopathic per se. It was just that because she was burdened and bewildered in front of Zhang Lian. She was like a student who had been jerked up by the teacher to answer a question in class. If it was a different situation where she was interacting with Zhang Lian in her own capacity, she would never be as nervous and formal as she was acting today. Nay, she is now the so-called ding car in Zhang Lian's mouth. But nervous as she was, she still found it quite exciting and fun when she just watched that flustered and nonchalant look of Shue at the dinner table. Bai Nianxue finished checking the message and directly showed the chat log to Su Chanqian. Maka Pakka. I can't tell, but you're a social terrorist, aren't you? Maka Pakka. Aren't you usually pretty good at chatting online? This is not true, although Bai Nianxue does not curse, but playing competitive games, more or less have to be a little bit of guardian of the family in order to keep both parents. So some of Bai Nianxue's self-inflicted dislike skills, as well as and the yin and yang statements she learned from Zhang Lian were still something. Like, what are you left cheek glued to right cheek? Half shameless, half cheeky, or something like that. More than once, Zhang Lian watched her dislike people while playing games and snickered at the side. She would even dislike Zhang Lian at this time. But in reality, Bai Nianxue's quality was still very good, and she hardly ever had any conflicts with people. So no one had ever seen her dislike anyone. In other words, although Zhang Lian had guessed wrong regarding the point that Tinkercar was a social terrorist, it was also true that, in a way, Bai Nianxue was a heavy hitter online and a coy little shrimp in reality. Bai Nianxue was now able to directly show the chat log to Su Chanqian. After all, after Chanqian's performance at the dinner table and the matter of coming up to beat Zhang Lian's ass in the opening, Bai Nianxue was still a little bit scared afterward. It was necessary for her to deepen her characterization for Chanqian, even if this characterization was a little too far from her reality. But right now are to this extent, Chanqian also because of their own was involved in some of the previous stereotypes let's put down for the time being. First, give Qian a clear explanation of how his friendship with Zhang Lian and look at the chat records as well as listening to the white Nianxue will be two people that belong to the boys of the incestuous and modest relationship out. Su Qian lips have been concave into the mouth. Indescribable expression of surprise surfaced on her face. She thought about the kind of relationship the two had, and the kind of relationship they had, and speculated that Snowy's online persona might be engaged in abstraction. However, she turned out to be a deep friendship with Zhang Lian who disliked each other. The two abstracted together, disliked each other, and sprayed each other. Obviously, the two were in a situation that was completely at odds with the she had thought of before. She looked at Bai Nianshu's slightly reddened cheeks, her eyes flashing shyly because she was embarrassed. It seems that the current level of human development of Bai Nianxue is far less than 1%. She again looked toward the direction of Zhang Lian. Several people outside, although the two people the situation is not the direction of their own may knock, but the thought of Bai Nianxue and Zhang Lian, these two faces. Zhang Lian is not hard to imagine, but Shueshue dislikes her really, wanted to see it too much. Think of the two disliking each other and being sweet. This happy-go-lucky CP-like direction is a bit ancient and early, but she really wants to see it too. Thus, she immediately became firm-eyed and held Bai Nianshu's hand. Shueshue, now I get it. Don't worry and leave it to me. I promise I won't wear out my welcome. Bai Nianxue pursed her lips and smiled strongly, exposed her online identity to her roommate. She now has a vague mouthful of soul hanging over her. It's like stripping yourself naked. In other words, the things she did and the way she chatted with Zhang Lian were put on her, just like the boy's browser history. It's something to die with in your coffin. She now told Su Qian, just hope that she did not make a mistake. And in the future, when they are not on the other side, can also look at the response, do not go out of the way on the line. Then Shueshue, why don't you just go straight up? Su Qian watched Bai Nianxue send a message to Maka Pakka in the past. Her eyebrows arched and she once again gossiped and laughed. When she first heard the intimate name Tinkercar from Zhang Lian's mouth, the first thing she thought was that the two had an unusual relationship, and this relationship is so unusual that she can only think in a weird direction, which is why she encourages Baek Nimyu to be cheering. Most of that talk back then was made with flirtation and jokes in mind, but when Yuki confronts her joke later on, she doesn't acknowledge it. It's just very ambiguous. But now, after she knows the whole story, it was only then that she truly learned of a question, that is, could it be possible that Shueshue was really the same as what she had answered herself before, and still only thought that she herself was just a friend to Zhang Lian? Not over the line. Cute little cutie. It was obvious from the sidelines that she had a crush, a huge crush, whose best friend faces off and cares about this and that, and has to cover it up with a fake identity. Still pleading with herself to let block Zhang Lian for her and cover for her. Idly? All of this was just Shueshue wanting to use a convenient and reasonable identity to get close to understanding Zhang Lian. To put it in more childish terms, Bai Nianxue was operating like an elementary school student. Boys will childishly pull a girl's hair to get her attention, and girls will be childishly tentative, sneaking attention to each other when they're not looking. Snowy's behavior right now is simply okay. Chapter 29 feels wrong, like a different person. The two of them jostled back to their seats. Bai Nianxue merely gave Su Qian a look. After the devilish training of the chat log just now, Su Qian looked at Zhang Lian differently, like with an aggression to strip Zhang Lian naked. So handsome, so tall, and his screen name is Maka Pakka. Not bad for a guy as abstract as Snowy. How can you not see it if you really approach it slowly from reality? But to really compare them all, it's still Yuki who's a bit more contrarian. Yuki typed curses. She just couldn't imagine it. And she usually didn't see Yuki playing games. I didn't expect it. It's so well hidden. Su Qian pursed lips. Eyes kept wandering between the two at the table. Has been living like a fast cannot contain the fire ant. Showing a very standard ant smile to hold back not to speak. What are you doing? Looking like you want to take a? In the next second, Zhang Lian directly snapped the paper napkin on the dining table in front of Su Qian and said in a voice of only two people, "Is there no paper in the restroom?" Su Qian's expression froze. This time, it was no longer introverted, but almost instinctively turned his head and clenched his fists at Zhang Lian. There's no way it's real anger. Zhang Lian immediately pretended to be a wimp when he saw this and took the tissue away. Just kidding. Look at you. Come, Mr. Tinker. I'll pour you a drink. Su Qian pulled the corner of her mouth. Hehe. Having just sent a message on his cell phone, Bai Nianxue had already rounded up the original reason. That's how the two appeared to have no problem getting along. Although Zhang Lian was skinny, he wouldn't really make girls angry. There was a degree to everything. Not to mention the fact that Tinkercar was pretty good to him, the two of them, this ironic relationship. That was why there was the image of Zhang Lian pouring Su Qianqian a drink, which was actually orange juice. And sitting on the sidelines watching Zhang Lian pouring drinks for Su Qianqian by Nianxue. Will it be hard? No way. Did she really not know that she herself had a crush on Zhang Lian? How is that possible? She had a good feeling about Zhang Lian from the moment he wanted to come to high university, or rather from the moment Zhang Lian picked her up in the first place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dined alone with Zhang Lian or even stayed alone for a night. She's been trying to get close to him since the beginning. After she knew he didn't have a girlfriend. Therefore, seeing Zhang Lian pouring drinks, she calmly reached out and raised her cup towards Zhang Lian with a smile. Schoolboy, pour me one too. Hey, okay.
Song Lion left like Xiao Ares tone.
Ha ha ha. Xiao we want it here too. Peng Haosen said. Li Wingman chimed in. Here, here. Zhang Lian. You guys go up to the side and pull it. Mouth and face. Had dinner. The four of them also had to go to karaoke, although Bai Nianxue wanted to go and see it, mainly to see Zhang Lian singing. But because there were so many boys, the two of them, she and Chen Chen, were even. It was all unfamiliar people, and neither she nor Sinclair could let go. It would have been nice to have a separate suite for two. In this regard, Zhang Lian does not stop at all. There is a ding-ding car, he is okay. There is Bai Nianxue's sister on the side, that he cannot put it, this idle baggage, in front of the school sister or try to have. Instead, the other three pussies tried to call the two girls together. Then, schoolteacher, you guys slow down. Zhang Lian's more subtle choice said to Bai Nianxue, one of the two girls. Aha! Bai Nianxue nodded, keeping a gentle smile in response. Zhang Lian took another look at Su Qianqian, from top to bottom, sizing her up and finally giving a deflated look. Those who get it get it. Su Qianqian clenched fists. Zhang Lian slipped up. Bai Nianxue hides her mouth and snickers on the sidelines. After crossing the traffic light back to the bright neon street near Haida, Bai Nianxue and Su Qianqian both turned back. At this time, it was already impossible to see which KTV direction Zhang Lian and the four of them in a dormitory were heading towards. Only then did Su Qianqian remove her disguise. Shue, the way you get along with him, I really convinced. Although she herself was a funny woman who played with a bit of abstraction. Some of Zhang Lian's expressions, some of his words, she really couldn't catch them. It was like the look that Zhang Lian gave at the end. It was a look with 3 parts thinness, 3 parts sarcasm, as well as 4 parts carelessness. She could only read 2 words from it. $. But she wasn't able to give a good fake angry expression like Beck Nimue said. That is, it can't be caught. That kind of eye contact can't be picked up without a couple years of friendship. Even if she could understand what the other person was saying, she simply couldn't achieve that kind of spiritual communication. So she was sure that Zhang Lian must be able to feel it as well. But Bai Nianxue was in an extremely good mood at this time, and didn't get jealous just because Zhang Lian and Qianqian were communicating. On the contrary, she could see the shadow of Zhang Lian's behavior towards Su Qianqian in some of his behavior towards herself. Those are words and behaviors that Sinister doesn't understand. But she does. It was like that look in Zhang Lian's eyes at the end. To an outsider's eye, it does mean $. But again, it's more than just $. For two best buddies who have a lot of friendship. The meanings are very varied, such as, look at you that, %%, hashtag like, TSK, or forget it, hopeless or let the older sister to take you back, shame do not take you out to play in the future, waste, fart useless, grass mud horse. Between two boys, it really does get to the point where they kind of curse at each other and then curse and laugh out loud, even to the point of looking at each other, several seats apart, and just glancing at each other to the point where they'll give each other a haymaker and then laugh at each other nervously. Just that crossing of the noisy classroom, that meeting of the eyes between two people, as at the birth of the world, the creation of Adam's painting of the century. And then I can't help but laugh at the thought of having to somehow come up with a haywire line to my best buddy, who will stare with a dumbfounded look on his face. So accurately speaking, Bai Nianxue and Zhang Lian is considered a rare condition unification. Nerves made me laugh a little. How fun he is, Bai Nianxue said with pursed lips. Can't understand. Su Qianqian seemed to be hollowed out. So how did I perform? Didn't reveal any flaws, right? Well, it's okay. I can talk to him on my cell phone, he won't suspect a thing. Although she knew that the two were getting along, Su Chanshan was not Bai Nianxue after all, and some of her reactions and responses were still problematic. But Bai Nianxue wasn't worried. Thinking about Zhang Lian's generous character like that, he definitely wouldn't notice these small details. Just chat back on your cell phone and you'll be fine. And the other side, Zhang Lian only felt uncomfortable. Just now at the dinner table with the tinker car, it made him feel like he was spending time with a stranger. There's no sense of a heartbeat, where one only has to say one word and the other person can add the words behind them. The kind of relationship where you get along until you're comfortable and in tune. Nope, she doesn't know anything. She can't even grasp her own meaning, and even misreads it. It's as if, for a change. Chapter 30. There are still masters. KTV. Box. On the way to the singing place, the three boys, who had been feeling much less excited because there were no girls, immediately let themselves go. String your eggs, my eggs, on a string. Lee Young-moon winds up in front of the TV with a microphone, completely magically altering the original lyrics of the current song. A few of the men were now thoroughly mingling because of the alcohol they had been drinking. Get lost, damn it. Don't you dare be more flirty? Where's my ing knife? Luckily, the schoolgirls didn't come. These three godly things. Zhang Lian's mouth twitched as he looked at Peng Hausen and Yen Wei's, who had already pressed the tie-hoofed Li Yongwen to rub against the sofa. Looking at the list of songs ordered by a few more people, it's either Ultraman or GG Explosion. Okay, what bad intentions can a male college student who likes to watch these cartoons have? After the song, the four of them called themselves brothers and sisters and headed back to their dorm rooms. According to age, surprisingly, it was this guy Li Yongwen who was the youngest and Peng Hausen who was the oldest. So Peng Hausen is the eldest brother, Li Yongwen is the youngest, Zhang Lian is the second, and Yen Wei's is the third. Except for Zhang Lian, who didn't drink much at the dinner table because of Bai Nianxue, the other three were all a little drunk. So when they returned to the dormitory, they immediately went to bed and lay down to rest. Zhang Lian was the only one who hadn't done the game quests yet. The first thing I did when I got back to my dorm room was to get on my phone. I had already finished delivering all the daily quests for the day in the morning, but there were still some timed copies open in the evening. There's also a copy quest that only opens at night. Not only did he get on the number, he didn't forget to call the ding-dong car along with him. The two usually play quite a few games together, and both have dabbled in other games besides King, which is almost universally known in today's society. Even the warmth, both play together. The reason for this is that Zhang Lian quite likes to play online games that are nurturing, similar to Legends that explode equipment but are not strong kryptonite, so he would ask Tinker Car to play with him. And with Tinker Cars, just let him play warm up with her. They're all pretty much nurturing anyway. As soon as he was on the number, Zhang Lian sent his map coordinates to Tinker Car. Come quickly. And in no time at all, a handsome male character with 7 colored auspicious clouds on his feet, wearing a golden armored holy suit, and 2 red wings that were bigger than the map, covering the sky as soon as he opened them, arrived at the entrance of the copy and walked straight in front of the female character manipulated by Zhang Lian. The two just stood a piece, and it was already clear which was stronger or weaker. When he first created his character, Zhang Lian just chose it randomly. The female character looked good. He chose it without much thought, but he didn't realize that the arrow he shot out at the beginning was now hitting his own brow. Originally, at the beginning, Zhang Lian was able to rely on his veteran player's combat power to bring Tinker Car, a little munchkin. But over time, past the 40-level mark, Tinker Car direct kryptonite to buy a few pieces of legendary level equipment. The war power will directly dump him this liver emperor 100,000 80,000 miles. And the game's various dress-up, spirit pet, mount all can add war power. Ding Ding Car is also not one of them. Now all have been the war power of the whole service first. In the World Channel, the passerby players who passed by the two would enviously say a few words. How come they don't have anyone to take them? Everyone is a girl. Or ask if you can bring one more. After all, this kind of copy level, the higher the difficulty, the more generous the rewards you get after breaking through. But not that anyone would think the two had a relationship. Most of the online games, you can get married and open up some kind of couple's copy or something to get rewards for it. And the Tinker Car's head was already topped with a red bonus title, 100 Years of Happiness. Meaning, Tinkerbike is already a human husband in the game. He got married. But the bride is not Zhang Lian. Instead, it was a player with the screen name Under the Rain, maneuvering a character that was a female assassin with a thin waist and long legs, and a battle strength that ranked in the top 100 of the entire service. In this regard, Zhang Lian was naturally aware of this, and he had grabbed quite a lot of goodies from the all-service wedding held by the two of them at the time. all the while not forgetting to make a vicious mockery of it. What, your daughter-in-law isn't online again? Zhang Lian asked as the two of them stayed at the entrance of the replica and waited. Zhang Lian almost every day to do the task punctual batch during the period to do the task is to see a lot of back, but did not communicate too much and even did not add friends. There are quite a few reasons for this, such as not wanting people to know they're a guy, and not wanting to get involved in the relationship between the Tinker Car and people. And the biggest reason is that Tinker Car's daughter-in-law is actually online very rarely, almost always on Sundays, and then not again in the evening. This with a little cute head can also think, this is not an elementary school student, I'm afraid. And today it happens to be Sunday, so maybe people have been online during the day, but now it's nighttime. Don't rush, I'm calling her. Tinker Car sent over a message to Zhang Lian. The other side. Bai Nianxue only had time to go online and play the game a bit today. If Zhang Lian didn't call her on time every day, she wouldn't be on this game. After all, now invincible, all the monsters in there, including the bosses, are 1/seconds, very boring. Except on Sundays when you get to interact with your youngest daughter-in-law and play a couple's copy. And today, when she came online, the first thing she saw was a message from her daughter-in-law. If you don't look at it, you won't be calm. Under the rain, 9 hours 3 minutes and 54 seconds. That, Shirazawa, what major are you at HIU? Shirazawa is the current nickname for Bai Nianxue on this game. It's raining, 9 hours 4 minutes and 14 seconds. I'm getting into Shanghai University. Come to meet me? Raining, 14 hours 5 minutes and 35 seconds. You're not online yet? You're not staying offline. Raining, 14 hours 6 minutes and 3 seconds. Better add me a WeChat friend. So long, have not added, 186% #%#%#. Add. To add or not to. Bai Nianxue's head exploded the instant she saw it. Surprisingly, it wasn't just one that came to her. Moreover, it seems that this little daughter-in-law of yours is still, girls, bad. At first, Zhang Lian had reminded herself not to really get along with her feelings, and she hadn't thought so. After all, she certainly couldn't be interested in a girl of the same gender as herself. But she didn't know that under the rain. Bai Nianxue felt so guilty because she didn't even add a WeChat with rain down. One simply looks like a slag woman, but he didn't do anything himself. Isn't it just getting married, raising 2 spirit pets, giving her legendary equipment she doesn't need, taking her on quests and upgrades, and taking revenge on bosses for her? Because it was a game, she had always assumed that everyone was just a casual acquaintance. A very ordinary good friend, Moreover, the game has never shown any end under the rain. Just chatting, Never said anything about adding Weibo. As far as his own university, haiku, then at that time I guess they just talked about each other's ages and stuff. Why just write over? However, after hesitating for a long time, Bai Nianxue still resolutely decided to give add. After all, people had already come, and they had to talk to each other about whatever they said. If she could meet under the rain in person tomorrow. Chapter 31, Raining Down. Surprisingly, in high school, Zhang Lian played games in secret, not daring to let his mom find out. Xinyu, on the other hand, saw Zhang Lian playing this game once by chance. The nerves that had been tightening in high school had created a hint of curiosity in her, who hadn't been interested in the game. After all, high school was a time of special interest in everything but studying. Xinyu thought at that time, in the end, is it so fun, and have to hide under the covers to play secretly. At that time, Zhang Lian had already told Xinyu about the existence of netizens, and perhaps the point of making friends was one of the reasons why she wanted to give it a try. She is very shy and her personality is introverted. Plus, the first time I played the game, I couldn't even do the newbie village quests. As it happens, at that time, Bai Nianxue was also a little party girl, only just getting started with the whole game. The two met that way by chance. Shin Fish is a better learner and becomes an operation monster once he gets the hang of the game. At first, Bai Nianxue was able to take her, and soon after Shin Yu's battle power rose, it became Shin Yu taking her. And before the level 40 mark, there is a Demon King Hall as high-level players cannot enter, and at that time, Shin Fish a card invincible operation, hard to force to take Bai Nianxue through. That battle, commonly known as the Battle of Fixation. Zhang Lian just guarded the Devil King Hall clap clap clap. Then later on, it's the story of Bai Nianxue who lets herself go straight to becoming the Kryptonian god of war. It was also at that time that Shin Yu first felt the joy brought by the game. But she has to attend classes during the week and study on vacation, and her time for play is very limited. Therefore, it can only be squeezed in on weekends. But she didn't dare to let others know. After all, in this game, she actually married someone else. Every time she thought of that service-wide announcement, the scene of a sky full of flower petals, the corners of her mouth inevitably lifted. But she also knew that it was just a game. Can't be taken seriously. So she came to reality. Haiku University wasn't exactly a waste for her grades, and she came to the school with just enough to study an ace major. Plus, it just so happened that Zhang Lian's online friend was also from Hai University, so there was even less reason not to pick Hai University. Just the day before she arrived at Haida, she went online to leave a message for Bai Zhe, but the other party did not reply, and even the one who put together a good meal Zhang Lian's game nickname did not go online. An uneasy feeling came over me. If Shiraz stopped playing this game, I'm afraid she wouldn't play it anymore either. So, she directly did not hold back to leave a message to Bai Nianxue to add WeChat friend request. Then, waiting for, ding dong, buddy application. I'm White Zephyr. Shunyu was surprised and clicked on the WeChat. Hey, female head? How can a big boy still use a girl's avatar? Is it a girlfriend? Tap on. This person. So beautiful and familiar? I think I've seen it somewhere. Agree to the application, remarks Shirazawa. The next second, there was an immediate message from the opposite side. White Zephyr. I'm a female. Hey? Fishy, you still play online games. Yan Wenxin, who was passing by, was surprised to see Xinyu get down from the bed and sit in front of the computer to log on to a certain game. Huh? Or the computerized version. Legend? If you're a brother, come cut me. Gao Hongli also came out from the bed with a head protruding. Well, just for fun. Xunyu's cheeks were red, but the feeling of cheating and being afraid of being discovered was gone. After all, the husband in the game turned out to be his schoolmate. This is something that, even if it were known, she'd have perfectly good reasons to deal with it. Like two little sisters in a game pulling a couple or something isn't exactly a hunt. It's just that Xinyu feels like he's living like a clown, that he keeps treating the other guy as a boy. Fortunately, at first she did not call a similar husband and other names in the game, or she now really want to find a crack in the ground to drill in, at such a time where she still dared to ask each other the name of the profession and other questions, wishing that the other party did not recognize themselves, never come to find themselves. In the future, we are still online friends, just game friends, WeChat reality and all that. Don't contact again. His heart cried out like this, but faced with Bai Nianshua's invitation to face the base, Xunyu still agreed. And immediately he went up to the number and played a copy with the two men. In fact, after knowing the truth, Xunyu was conversely relieved. If the other person was actually a boy, she actually had quite a bit to think about. To get to know each other, to understand each other, to care about image, it is inevitably impossible to be as open as the same sex. Although I may have missed a chance to meet him, I have made a good friend. Looking at Bai Zhe, who was clearing the monsters alone in front of him, Xunyu looked again at Spell Good Rice, who was walking behind with himself to touch the fish. Previously, she had little interaction with this person herself, or the other person was hostile to her. Because the other party gave her the impression that she seemed to be deliberately staying away, giving her a silent declaration of war. Thus, Xunyu was sensible and did not interact with her too much. The two almost never said anything other than some officially necessary scene stealing or mission intelligence that needed to be reported. She had asked Shirasawa about it, but Shirasawa had just said that she was just a friend. After getting that answer, she stopped asking more questions. After all, Spellbound had even taken them both on quests in the early days of the game. It was thought that Spell Good Rice had known Shirasawa longer than himself. She's not the kind of person to be unreasonable and only allow White Zephyr to take one of herself or anything. And now that she knows the truth about Bai Zhe's gender, her perspective on putting together a good meal instantly shifts. Putting together a good meal? Seeing that she had come up with this name and was able to play with senior sister Bai Zhe, she must be a girl who was very humorous and even loved a bit of abstraction in reality, right? Maybe it's a senior sister too? Shouldn't one break the ice with her better? What if we meet under the sky one day? Chewy. Zhang Lian let out a huge sneeze. Cursing me again? Looking at the computer screen, Zhang Lian turned his angle to look at the female assassin on the side. That is, under the rain. The other guy happened to be staring at him. What are you doing? Why do you look at me with such indignation if you don't let your husband do the hard work? What a short-sightedness. Zhang Lian rightfully felt that it must be her who was bad-mouthing him. And the next second, A hello message came to him from the other side. Under the rain. That, are you also from Haiku University like your schoolmate? Chapter 32. Dead pervert. How dare you eavesdrop on me going to the bathroom? Zhang Lian. Masaka. With a shock in his heart, Zhang Lian immediately typed back. Could it be? You are also from Hai University? Under the rain. Aha. I'm a freshman in this class. Putting together a good meal. Such a coincidence?
No wonder.
No wonder the Tinker car was coupled with this person. This was all about abducting people directly to their school. The University of the Sea is not so good to test. This rain is said to test over. Zhang Lian instantly realized that this Yuxia must be a school bully, or at least his grades would not be worse than his own. As a student, according to the good or bad grades to give people dishes of kung fu are almost engraved into the bones, Zhang Lian more or less stained with a little respect. Poor little schoolgirls. All tuned up by the dinky car. While chatting with the other party, discussing with the other party about that which day to come out and meet up, as well as about the matter of the Tinker car being a girl, Zhang Lian, although he kept his mouth shut, he seemed to be able to hear from the other party's words that the other party already knew about it. That way he wouldn't have to worry about saying the wrong thing.
Alas no.
As they chatted, Zhang Lian realized another problem and looked towards the Tinker car that had already pulled away from the two of them by a good distance and was already soloing the boss. Together, one is also here for the Ding Dong car, and the rain is also here for the Ding Dong car. That Tinker by Guy. Is it fishing on the net? One by one, they all swindled their way to Haiku University. Son of a, how much did he charge the school? The process of playing the copy of Nine Heavens was almost always by Nianxue charging ahead alone, while Shun Yu had been chatting with Zhang Lian. After chatting, Shun Yu realized that this schoolmate was not hostile to herself, after really getting along, and she thought the same thing. This name spell good rice sister, in fact, very good to get along with it. However, the entire campus of the University of the Sea is very large, is in the school also have to take the bus to the point, had discussed when a few people together to meet, but then thought of this half of the month are going to military training. The military training at Haiku University is quite strict, not very good to ask for leave, during which I guess there is no time. And so, rain down. Then after this period of military training, a few of us will meet, and at that time, sister, you will come together? She had completely taken this spell good rice player playing cold white skin imperial sister on the opposite side of the room to be elder sister Hai. And Zhang Lian didn't notice any difference and replied directly, putting together a good meal. Okay, sister, say ding dong car. I didn't realize that the Tinker car had swindled someone other than himself. Such a crime is simply unjustifiable. I'm going to expose your ugly face in front of someone's innocent young girl. After playing the game, it was after 10 p.m. It's time to go to bed. Once in bed, it's time for another round of daily king time. That's a lot of time and a lot of work, so at least hit the performance score for the week. Zhang Lian got on the number and immediately called Tinker car again. However, this time, Bai Nianxue didn't come online first because at this time, she was still busy messaging with Shun Yu to confirm their meeting. Compared to Zhang Lian, this newly emerged netizen, she has nothing to hide. Naturally, it is impossible to still let Su Chanqian go for her. Instead, Shun Yu said that she had already agreed with Zhang Lian that the three of them would be together when the military training was over. How does this work? Then wouldn't he or she be in trouble then? What if Zhang Lian asks to go to an internet cafe to hack together? Clara doesn't know how to play this game at all. So the fact that the three were meeting was something she had to stop, and right now she was thinking of meeting with Rain Down before anything else. When the time came for him to explain himself in person, he thought that the other party would surely cooperate with him. And although Shin Yu didn't know why his senior sister was obsessed with meeting, but since he wanted to meet, then he would just meet. The two of them discussed that they would be at the school's cafe at that time, and then see Shin Yu's arrangement for the exact time. It was hard to take care of Shin Yu's side of the situation, but Zhang Lian's side sent another urgent report. Aside from rushing her on the number and being ready to nag her face to face about what she's done, there's also a general message. You're a secret I'll eat for the rest of my life. But count on the number, it's 11 o'clock. When Bai Nianxue came online, Zhang Lian directly opened the microphone and said, Bai Nianxue turned off the microphone as usual. It's already quite late. Don't disturb other people's rest. Don't you have military training tomorrow? And this game has to be played tonight? Bai Nianxue typed a greeting. She knew that Zhang Lian was strolling around the campus and going to karaoke today. Are boys so energetic? District military training, not in the way. Zhang Lian took a look at the dormitory. Li Yongwen did not know what he was doing. Anyway, he was playing with his cell phone. Yen Wei's was wearing headphones and reading a book, and Punghausen was acting as the original batch. Although it was already 11 o'clock and the Devil's military training awaited them tomorrow, they were clearly not afraid of this look. Bai Nianxue continued to type, "Then I'll assist you with the shooter?" Zhang Lian. "What? Think before you talk to me. What am I playing at?" Bai Nianxue. The two are slightly different. Instead of grabbing the C position, they grabbed the assist instead. The reason for this is that the one who picks the C-suite is going to have to take on the burden of achieving victory for this convoy. Double rows, conjoined, must hit 1+1/2. So the one in charge of C will be even more tired, especially in a higher scoring game, where you can't afford to make a single mistake, or else you'll die 2 deaths at once. In the past, the two had switched with each other, one assisting the other. This time it was Zhang Lian's C turn. But right now, he used what just happened as an excuse to play rascal. But Bai Nianxue could only go along with him. It's like coaxing a small child. Zhang Lian. You even hooked up with a woman. Heavenly Bodhisattva. You woman with 2 feet in 2 boats. Bai Nianxue could only roll her eyes, speechless and amused, and follow his, "What kind of assist are you playing?" Zhang Lian. What else do you want me to play as an assistant? Definitely Yao Cluck. I'm all mixed up with you on the gold standard. Bai Nianxue. I'd better play the field then. Whatever. Don't let me fall. Zhang Lian said. I'm going to go pee. On him. Crashing sound. Li. Clear spring flowing over rocks. Idiom figure easygoing. Bai Nianxue. Bai Nianxue blushed through half the sky in her own dorm room and hurriedly took off her headphones to listen to the situation. Silence. It's okay. I don't know what I thought she was looking at. Then immediately typed a greeting to Zhang Lian. Bai Nianxue. You've gone to the dry toilet for me. After peeing, Zhang Lian went back to the balcony to wash his hands, and had just left his cell phone on the balcony. But the toilet door was left open, so it still allowed Bai Nianxue to hear the sound. Seeing Bai Nianxue's typed words, Zhang Lian realized that the peeing sound just now was indeed a bit loud. Yikes, it's not soundproof? It's the first time I've stayed in a dormitory, so I'm sorry to be a little uncomfortable and presumptuous. But replying like this would not be the style of Zhang Lian's conversation with Tinker Carr. So wipe your hands and read. Dead pervert. How dare you eavesdrop on me going to the bathroom? The crime is aggravated. Chapter 33. The Great Table Pot. Aowe. My God. I didn't go to bed until after 2 o'clock last night. Is it late past 2 o'clock? I'm 3 o'clock. You guys are awesome. Yen Wei's pulled the corner of his mouth this morning more than 7 o'clock to get up. Dark circles a heavier than a heavy. But also climbed on. He slept the earliest last night, but also 1 o'clock. Grills. Old me 4 points. Zhang Lian crossed his arms, his dark circles and red eyes making him look particularly creepy. You're this. Li Yongwen and Punghausen gave a thumbs up at the same time, heartily praising this creature who only slept for more than 2 hours. We are this. It's this party, isn't it? Well, F1, that's our class. A few people walked over. By now the entire party was pretty much standing, and a few people had to stand back. Because of Zhang Lian's absence on the first day, he was absent from the first class meeting. Nowadays he didn't recognize any of the faces in his class. Just a quick glance. On the contrary, the girls in the class looked at Zhang Lian's line of F4 with dark circles under their eyes as they walked over, their eyes full of curiosity. And of these, especially for Zhang Lian. Handsome is quite handsome. The heavy circles under his eyes are a bit scary. He should be the Zhang Lian who was absent the day before yesterday. I think so. Don't remember much. F4 male group came to the end of the team in addition to Yen Wei's better, all a wilted look, drooping head at the end of the team. Li Yong-man on the other hand was slightly more refreshed after seeing his beautiful sister in his class. While elbowing Zhang Lian, he introduced him to him. 那，老二，就是那个阮麒麟，可爱吧? Zhang Lian only responded in a low voice, not even looking at it. TSK, the penis is cool. Li Yongwen smacked his lips and pestled Punghausen on his left again. Okay, I see. What, are you going to do it again? Punghausen joked. After all, this Li Yongwen was almost interested in seeing what looked good. Right now this Ruan Qilin, petite and sweet-looking, looked good in a skirt the day before yesterday. And now wearing a military uniform wasn't bad at all, a complete lowly look. Even if she was dropped off at the high school or even the middle school, she wouldn't necessarily be recognized. You have to cast a wide net. Right now is a great opportunity. She just started college and hasn't had a chance to have a boyfriend yet. Boss, you're not so young anymore. You're half in the ground and you still don't have a girlfriend. There's a saying that if you can't talk about it freshman year, then you'll be single for 4 years. It just so happens that she's the class president, so find a chance to go to. Punghausen directly moved a step to the left. His mouth changed to an O shape. Look at the shape of my mouth and roll. You can punch yourself if you want to. I'm not a lelicon. Lee Wingman stumbled. You're not a lelicon? So who shelved that Cory Big Bang last night? Even the pattern on the water glass was of a small grass god. Damn me, that's the game sound. That water cup give away what can be done. Punghausen did not tense up and refused to admit it. Li Yongwen lewdly flinched back and gave Punghausen an expression. Those who know, know. And as the two joked about it, the instructor had come to meet the big guy in front of the squad. Simply made a self-introduction. My name is Zhang Wei. That's right, the same Zhang Wei from Love Apartment. Ha ha ha. After making introductions, Instructor Zhang Wei confirmed the number of people present and began to clear the crowd. All the way back to the last row of Zhang Lian and the 4 of them. The numbers are in order. Zhang Wei counted the number of people clearly, and in the next second, he noticed Zhang Lian dozing off and drooping his head a bit. This rapid descent and instantaneous pull back into motion was so obvious that it was hard not to notice him. Yo, did not wake up this? Zhang Wei went up to see who gave him the whole eye candy on the first day of military training. He hasn't even started his first day of military training yet, and the problem is surfacing of its own accord. It was his favorite kind of naughty student to encounter, and it would be fun to discipline them. So he went up to him and tried to ask him what his name was. He had to take care of the care. The Li Yongwen and Yen Wei eyes on both sides of Zhang Lian made efforts to pickpocket Zhang Lian. Hard not to Zhang Lian whole awake. It wasn't until Zhang Wei walked to Zhang Lian and stood in front of him for quite a while that Zhang Lian felt how a quiet batch around him and opened his eyes. The two were wide-eyed. Zhang Lian? Hey, big table pot. The surrounding students burst out laughing. What the hell is your kid? Zhang Wei was speechless, just felt how so familiar. After half a day is his stupid brother. Why are you here? Didn't you go down to the sea? Zhang Lian's mind was still rather clueless, and he spoke as he had always spoken. There was another burst of laughter around the room after that. What the hell is going to the sea? I'm ing Shanghai. I've come to Haicheng. Zhang Wei corrected righteously. Oh, you came to train us. Then cousin, lighten up. Zhang Lian then realized and said in a close manner. That's a must. I'll be gentle for sure. Zhang Wei laughed gently, glancing at the students who had just laughed out loud. When these words came out, the originally cheeky students around them immediately had serious expressions and stood straight. This scene, cutie, you can hear the flavor too. It's over. When you meet a relative of your instructor, it's an old crime. All hands, march in unison, to the target field. The sound of walking in unison, to a venue dedicated to one of your classes. Without saying a word, Zhang Wei first avenged what he had just done. Zhang Lian, step forward. Zhang Lian. Li Yongwen's few people pursed their lips and watched, with a look of bravery of seeing a brother dying like a man. Dude, stall longer. Zhang Wei, head this way, feet that way, 50. Ha! Zhang Lian was confused. Push-ups. Aren't you pretty good? Do 50 to warm up first. Ha 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 ha. The students naturally gloated and laughed. Zhang Lian. Table pot. Ha 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 ha. The moment Zhang Lian's words came out, the originally calm laughter immediately became violent. Zhang Wei stared wide-eyed. This kid also on the spot to him to play a rascal? Come on. He continued with a mock seriousness. But in fact, the heart can't hold it anymore. In the past, when he was at home on New Year's Eve, Zhang Lian hadn't called him by the table pot, and he couldn't strain himself every time he called him that. The two are quite familiar with each other. They just don't see each other very often, basically only on New Year's Day. But even then, the two remained buddies. And because of that, Zhang Wei couldn't even be serious. And so, everyone else, halt. Who laughs again? Whoever laughs again, do it with him. The effect was remarkable, and the whole party was immediately silent. Only Zhang Lian was left obediently doing push-ups in front of the square, his face quickly suffocating red. Chapter 34. Schoolmates don't need a card to deliver milk tea. Zhang Lian's physical fitness was very good, and his family was both soldiers and police officers, so he had been trained since he was a child, and there was no one among his peers who could beat him. Combined with the fact that he's been alive and kicking since he was a kid and has surprisingly good stamina, 50 push-ups is not difficult for him. Only just after doing so, Zhang Lian got up in place. Zhang Wei looked at him again and said without a trace of humor, "Did I tell you to get up? Zhang Lian? 50 more." The usual tricks. Zhang Lian deflated his mouth. He had not been trained like this when he was a child, but he didn't have the time to do so after the pressure of school came up later on. Now I can't believe I'm doing this again. But now the military training situation, he cannot disobey the instructor's orders. Just hearing that Zhang Lian was punished again, someone among the team was the first to fail to hold back a laugh and snort. Zhang Wei immediately captures. "Who? Stand out." Li Yongwen pursed his lips, a hard-to-strain smiley expression, and stood out with a smile. "Report? Report? Called what? Li Yongman. Go over and join him." "Yes." Li Yongwen walked across to Zhang Lian, and the two of them did it together head-to-head. Zhang Lian was a bit dumbfounded when he saw him come over with a cheerful expression on his face that still couldn't hold in his laughter. What's he so happy about? You're so happy to do the punishment, you'll get it later. Because in fact, Zhang Lian he did it alone is nothing, after all, from a small training over. But Li Yongwen's weak little form, he could already imagine the way his butterflies would lift their wings later on. And this cousin of his own, although he didn't look much fierce, he could discipline people without any mercy. See yourself being called 50 push-ups easy? Why did you have to make a fool of yourself when you could have just stood there? Zhang Lian reminded in a low voice while doing so. You're still laughing? You kid won't be able to finish it later and you'll have your juice to eat out. Hey, isn't it your cousin? Li Yongwen just took it as a small entertainment. Not serious at all, not realizing what would be waiting for him later. Hey! Zhang Lian let out a light laugh. Cheer up, oldest, second brother, I will burn paper for you. Li Wingman? A moment. Report, done. Zhang Lian said as he braced himself on the ground. Get back in line. Yes. Zhang Lian immediately got up and returned to the line with standard military steps. The only person left in the spot was then Li Yongwen, who had already begun to perform the butterfly vibrating its wings. It was then that something dawned on Li Yongwen. When you're alone, you always feel lonely. At this point, he was alone at the front of the squad doing push-ups, and anxiety was starting to set in. And the nightmare, it's just beginning. That's a push-up for you, huh? Redo. I'll count a beat and you do one. Here, 1, 2. It's only third and you can't do it? Then change the punishment. Go run 10 laps. Li Wingman. Huh. The summer cicadas cry on a hot summer day. By the time the guys were resting, Li Yongman was still running laps on the playground. Zhang Lian, as a living relative of the instructor, was naturally noticed and supported by many people at moments like military training. Thus, on the road of confronting the instructor, Zhang Lian definitely counted as a name and a call to arms. And as a person, Zhang Lian has always been vindictive. In the end, he also lived up to his reputation, and when everyone was sitting on the ground and resting, he quietly touched behind Zhang Wei and sat his butt on his own cousin's head. Then, let's just all rejoice in the 10 minutes of extra time training for standing in place. Look at this. It's only the first day of military training and someone's bringing water. And look at you. Zhang Wei pointed to a female student in the class, which was actually Ruan Qilin that Li Yongwen said in the morning. It had only been half a day and already several seniors had come to bring her water. This kind of svelte girl is indeed easy to capture the hearts of boys. Zhang Lian didn't think so. He had seen a lot of svelte girls, but there wasn't a single one who was still svelte after really getting along. The most persuasive will have to belong to the Shin fish who has been playing with her since she was a child. Is that woman not civilized in the outside world? All 10 miles 8 counties known as the quiet princess of the girl. Pinching people is not at all feel the Sven where. Don't you also have no one to send it? Zhang Lian laughed. Can I be the same as you? Zhang Wei Classic spoke. Che, I'm not interested in women. Zhang Lian waved his hand. And that's when Li Yongman finally finished his 10 laps and came waddling back, soaking wet as if he'd taken a shower. Before he had time to report to Zhang Wei, a senior girl brought him water in front of many people. Oh, it's okay. Zhang Wei raised his chin, signaling that he could finally take a break and spend time with his girlfriend. After all, during break time, people's girls had come looking for them, so naturally he, as an instructor, would not continue to give his students a hard time. On the contrary, Accommodations are generally given at such times. Zhang Lian didn't say anything and just watched quietly, because this hadn't been mentioned by Li Yongwen.
昨晚还在妹子妹子要自己喊妹子的，今天直接拿出一个。
What do you mean? Why did you have to hide it last night? Zhang Lian left Zhang Wei's side straight away and followed Li Yongwen back to the back of the group. And Peng Haosen and Yan Wei's had already begun to press him. Just didn't expect to get the answer. Get a card. You guys didn't do it? A campus card. Yeha holy. Why doesn't that schoolmate of mine send it? You'll have to yell at her to deliver it. She's sure to deliver it. I see. What the hell is going on? I wonder why so many seniors have come to deliver water. Yan Wei's breathed a sigh of relief, and the imbalance in his heart was calmed. Let's just say that he doesn't have anyone to send water to, and that Li Yongman, who doesn't care about hygiene in his own dorm room, even has someone to send it to. Since it's just an exchange of benefits, he won't be frustrated. When you look at it this way, it's far more than just Li Yongwen and Guin Qilin in their own class who get water delivered to them. In other class squads, there were also students who received care from their seniors. I think that, except for those who rely on their face value to get water delivered by boys like Kiran Guin, the underlying reason for most other boys and girls to deliver water should be in having a campus card. This kind of benefit swap is thought to happen only once. Yan Wei's figured this out. Looking at the back of the class, also have other boys received a sister's delivery of water after the heart gradually also produced a kind of inexplicable dislike. 1 by 2 was taken by others to rush performance, still schoolmates called so cheerfully. Unlike myself, from the very beginning, I had gotten a campus card for myself just for the sake of convenience, and I had never even thought about such a request as asking for water delivery with my senior sister. It's shallow to have to force that much of an act in front of so many people. Peng Haosen. The schoolmate who gave Peng Haosen the card came to the front of the square with a cart, and directly on the cart was a box of mineral water. It's a door-to-door delivery. Here. Peng Haosen didn't realize that he hadn't even called out, but the schoolmate still brought him water and inquired about the squad he was in. Thank you, sister. Well, bye, cheers. Really stingy, ah. Other people at least have a bottle of iced tea, or a big bottle, you just have a bottle of nangfushankwan. Zhang Lian laughed, comparing it to Li Yongwen, who said, it stands to reason that the need to deliver so much water means more performance, and more performance means more bonuses. But the bonuses are so stingy with the extra giveaways. Peng Haosen, however, waved his hand and explained for the others, oops, I didn't even shout at her to send free delivery. It's fine. Oh, that's okay. Zhang Lian nodded. But it's just a bottle of mineral water. Yan Wei's took a sip of his own plain water and said sourly. Tisk oops, Li Yongwen was at his highest value at this time, and pretending to be a bully was something that couldn't be done without. He was seen taking a gentle sip of iced tea, like a sip of spirits, and making a figurative onomatopoeic sound. It's still my best. The remaining 3. Seeing that even Zhang Lian did not have, Li Yongwen crooked his mouth to ask for a fight and said, no way, the second you do not have? Hiss. Shouldn't be Lao are you this? Aren't acquainted with the schoolmistress? Why don't you get it delivered? What are you doing? Don't you know how you got this iced tea? Did you pack it up? Zhang Lian laughed and scolded. You're good at having someone to bring you water, aren't you? Hey, you've seen it today. Someone delivering water is awesome. Li Yongwen sipped it like milk. But the next second, a figure walked straight behind Zhang Lian, and Li Yongwen almost spilled his milk bottle. Zhang Lian turned back. Hoxis. Drink milk tea. Bai Nianxue tenderly handed out a pocketful of milk tea, 4 cups in total. She is buying even Zhang Lian's roommate's share. Chapter 35. Sister, are you filming in front of me? It's all ice. Bai Nianxue took out a cup from it while distributing the other 3 cups without a trace. Thank you, sister. Thank you, sister. Thanks. Zhang Lian's ears instantly turned a little red for some reason. With that, he finally took the last cup handed over by Nianxue. The most expensive. The flavor is your favorite oolong and it's chilled. How to see cannot be a coincidence. Zhang Lian's eyes swept through the hands of the other 3 people. The heart instantly determined. At this moment the heartbeat accelerated. Zhang Lian, this greatly grinning character, hard did not hold out in addition to the school sister other than the second sentence. He was also getting a campus card, but it was from a senior, so the chances of him having a senior to bring him water were non-existent from the start. The only possible dinky car he didn't call either, He couldn't have called a dinky car to make this trip just to drop off a water delivery for such a frivolous reason. And the schoolteacher who pressed for the possibility is the one who appeared at such a time. The point was, he hadn't even told her what squad he was in or where his position was. Sister just appeared out of nowhere, as gentle as an angel. It also happens to be with your favorite oolong tea. At the same time, just and Li Yongwon's similar nature of the boys looked at by Nianxue, this fairy school sister. Another look at the $3 bottle of Coke in his hand. Is this schoolmate also a gift with a campus card? She's sending 4 cups of milk tea straight away. The card money went in, didn't it? No more business? I'm gonna run it too. Grass. Why am I not this schoolmate? Muttered in a low voice. Shall we go over there? Bai Nianxue ruffled her hanging hair and whispered. She hit the parasol and in the process enveloped Zhang Lian again. Good. Zhang Lian had noticed this. The sun was a bit hot as it was nearing noon, so after dropping this sentence he directly left the 3 good older children on the ground behind. Though he's usually all big-headed and a funny guy, he's actually very thoughtful and even a little careful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in a relationship until now. And for the first time, from the many details of his schoolmate just now, he felt his heart beating faster. It was like nothing I'd ever seen since that heart beating in your throat racing of my own heart when I lit a fire that nearly burned my own house down when I was 10 years old. He had already brought a bit of idle baggage with him in front of Bai Nianxue, and at this time he seemed even more rushed because of this. Simply like a red-faced schoolboy. And this, Bai Nianxue see in the eyes, the surface waves are not shocked, but in fact the heart is, take. Though she rehearsed it on the way here, how to send it would look natural, how to talk to him to increase favor, but after actually seeing it, it seems to be straight out of the box. She thinks of how she should leave the flavors she bought especially for him, how to give it to him smoothly, what to say, such as this one is for you, this one is the most expensive, this one you like. What evolved was that she simply didn't say anything and just smiled and handed out the milk tea. There is no need to speak. For those whose souls have an understanding must be able to notice. It wasn't hard for her to tell from Zhang Lian's reaction that these little thoughts of hers must have been detected by him, and there was no need for her to say anything at all. Come to the side of a tree and stand under it to block the sun. There was a brief moment of silence from both men. In the end, it was Bai Nianxue who spoke first with a light laugh. Why don't you say anything? Huh? Well. Zhang Lian let out a giggle, looking particularly naive as he felt nervous in front of a girl for the first time. The kind of nerves that are the same as introducing yourself on stage. He picked at his ears and averted his eyes again, not far away from the 3 good older children who had just been staring at him with lewd faces. Click. Hey! Zhang Lian looked sideways at Bai Nianxue in confusion, only to see Bai Nianxue very naturally captured him just a series of behavior, and then, as if no one else, put the phone back into the pocket. Zhang Lian just stared at her in a daze as she did all of this, but never waited for his senior sister to make an explanation. Zhang Lian? In front of your face like that? Not even an explanation. Sister, do you want to be more wild? Chapter 36. Seems to have been teased by a schoolmate. Sister, you? What are you doing? Nothing, I checked the time. Bai Nianxue blinked and said flatly without looking away, as if she had just done nothing. See the time? You were just taking pictures. Okay? Zhang Lian searched in his heart, but he had just seen it. But then a trusting voice somehow bubbled up inside. What if schoolteacher is actually really looking at the time? Sister is so nice. How could she cheat? Don't be a narcissist. Do you still want Bai Nianxue senpai to take out her cell phone and look at the photo album? Subconsciously, Bai Nianxue was a very good, gentle and pretty schoolmate sister to herself, and Zhang Lian already trusted the other party very much, which is why such a voice arose in his heart. And as soon as the voice reminded him, he seemed to have doubts about what he had just seen. Did I really just misread it? Forget it. Just shoot it. It's not a big deal. Oh. Zhang Lian slowly nodded her head, holding the milk tea, and opened her mouth to ask again. How did you think of sending me milk tea, senior sister? Did she ask you to send it? This she was naturally talking about a certain tinker car. After all, in Zhang Lian's heart at this time, his relationship with his schoolmate was not even close to the point of sending milk tea from thousands of miles away. He and his sister were just normal friends who had met twice and even stayed out for a night on their first night at the university. The level of familiarity and intimacy is certainly not up to that of a decade-long friendship like Tinkerbell or Shinfish, and he didn't see any reason for his schoolmate to bring himself milk tea. So pretty much by default this was the tinker car getting the schoolmarm to help with the delivery. After all, even the milk tea flavors were picked out for him. This Tinkerbell, she's always asking me to run errands for her. She's really putting me on a blind date show, isn't she? Zhang Lian thought clearly in his mind, confirming what happened to give the ding-ding car a hard mark in his heart. But at this time, Bai Nianshua's answer was not what he had in mind. No, it's just me delivering it. Bai Nianshua faintly said, turning her head to look at him very innocently. Huh? What's wrong? You don't like what I gave you? Bai Nianshua's eyes snowed as she moved her eyes to the milk tea in Zhang Lian's hand. Nope. No. Zhang Lian opened the milk tea package and directly inserted the straw to open the sip. How? Taking a big sip, he added incoherently, yummy. Ha ha. Bai Nianshua hid her mouth and laughed lightly, moving her eyes away and saying, passing by here. Bought it by the way la, as long as you like it. Huh? Oh. Zhang Lian nodded his head like garlic, completely leaving behind the point that the schoolmate had no reason to send milk tea that had just crossed her mind. As for the details of what had just happened, and how he could just happen to get his favorite oolong tea, he forgot to ask. He believes whatever the schoolteacher says. Maybe it's just happenstance. He doesn't even seem to be in his right mind anymore. But really, a clearer head would surely see the point. There was a moment of silence as the willows swung up and a light breeze blew in. Bai Nianshua took the initiative to find a topic. That, Lian's senior brother, you haven't joined the club yet, right? No. Zhang Lian answered honestly. He was never a good young man of the times like Xin Yu who planned himself and always forged ahead. Adding clubs and whatnot was never an option in his 4 years of college life. With this time, he was quite content to be a salted fish in the quiet of his dormitory, without those worldly desires. Then, could you do me a favor? Bai Nianshua said softly, just like the extremely light and gentle wind that had just come through. Righteousness, to go through soup and fire. Under no circumstances. Zhang Lian's eyes were firm and he immediately arched his hand. A cup of milk tea bought you off. Where are your modesty? Bai Nianshua continued. Why don't you come join the student council and add my department? Your department, schoolteacher? Well, I'm in the arts and culture department, Minister O. Bai Nianshua raised her head and said, what do they all do? I can't perform on stage, senior sister. Zhang Lian can agree, but he doesn't want to get involved in those things when he performs on stage. In the end, he was willing to do Bai Nianshua the favor of joining the student union, but performing on stage and all that, that's a different price. There's no need for you to perform on stage. Just join in. Bai Nianshua certainly knew what kind of nature Zhang Lian had and wouldn't make excessive demands. As long as he's in, there's a reason to find him. However, Zhang Lian was still hesitant, as if he was still making a difficult choice. He was always still worried about joining the student council. Things would be a lot. Hokage, please. But at this time, Bai Nianshua didn't give Zhang Lian a chance to continue pondering, and even softly pouted. Cough. Zhang Lian choked on the milk tea he was halfway through drinking, and quickly reddened the temperature at his neck. Hokage. Okay. Senior sister. I promise. Can't I promise? Zhang Lian was rarely taken hard. Bai Nianshua, however, was enjoying herself, her eyebrows curving into a crescent moon, looking at Zhang Lian with this blushing face. It's too cute. How could she resist filming it? That's what led to the situation at the beginning where she directly grabbed Zhang Lian and was caught by the other party. However, it was good that she was unperturbed and did not show her colors, and was not discovered by Zhang Lian. The purpose of her trip was actually to come and see him and find a reason to do so, and now that the mission was accomplished, she would have a reason to find him in the future. Just as all the surrounding squads started to gather one after another, including Zhang Lian's squad, that instructor seemed to have been waiting for Zhang Lian with a watchful expression. Bai Nianshua was no longer good enough to continue delaying him. You return to the team. Okay. Bye-bye, schoolteacher. I'm not in a hurry. I'll watch you for a little while longer. Bai Nianshua said with a smile. Huh. Zhang Lian's mind went blank as he listened. Then, not knowing how to respond, turned his head and ran back to the square like a shy girl, leaving Bai Nianshua to once again see his rolling scarlet ears and stand not far away snickering. There's nothing funnier than teasing a favorite to red warm. Boys may be more inclined to make their favorite girls laugh as a way to bring about a sense of inner fulfillment. Girls, on the other hand, are more inclined to make their favorite boys shy, as a slightly different way of getting a sense of accomplishment. Returning to the party, he naturally faced the whispered questioning of his 3 sons around him. Of course, these 3 people surrounded Zhang Lian's thick sourness, as if it was that old altar of sauerkraut that had just run out of the vinegar jar. Just the right amount of cooling for Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian did not respond to this, his thoughts still lingering from earlier. From time to time, he inclined his head to steal a glance at his senior sister with his afterglow, only to find that she was really still watching him under that tree. Standing posture seems to have become a bit more upright. So it was as if the words of the 3 people around them were separated by an invisible barrier, completely inaudible. I don't know how long it took, but Zhang Wei, with a leathery smile on his face and a hand behind his back, walked over to Zhang Lian, the last row. A chin was raised in one direction, an eyebrow raised and a snicker in his eyes. Zhang Lian's eyes glanced at him and instantly understood. The meaning is not difficult to understand. Your schoolmate has gone oh. Zhang Lian then turned his head to glance in that direction. Sister's cool and good-looking back was already far away, but that umbrella was still left under that tree, propped open. Hit on that oolong tea. It's a marker for him. But the next second, Zhang Lian, step forward. I told you to move? Chapter 37. Face to face. By the time military training ended in the afternoon, Bai Nianxue went to a certain coffee shop on Commercial Street to wait for Xin Yu as promised. The two haven't identified themselves to each other online, so they don't know exactly who the other is. But since it's the first time I've met an online friend, it's inevitable that I'm still a little nervous. Although it wasn't actually the first time Bai Nianxue had met an online friend, this was also the first time she had met in her true identity. And because of Xun Yu's nervousness, she even specifically went back to her dormitory to take a shower and change her clothes before coming out. The smell of sweat was already heavy on her after a long day of training, and even though the person she was meeting was a girl, she still wanted to be in great shape to meet them. Always taking things seriously, Xin Yuxi is such a character. Arriving at the cafe, Xun Yu quickly captured a long-haired figure leaning against the window, dressed in a light, pale yellow dress, with long, big white legs and white socks, and even white shoes that were clean and dry. Just by looking at this back, one could be sure that the schoolteacher's body must have smelled good. Good thing I went back and changed my clothes. Xun Yu breathed a sigh of relief, looking at her schoolmate dressed so nicely. The same girl, of course, she was able to tell that the other party was dressed up. Apparently, the schoolteacher is having a good time with this date. No, this should be called a facial. Xun Yu scooted over, taking deep breaths as she did so. Coming to Bai Nianxue's side, he inclined his head to look at the other party and carefully opened his mouth to ask before he could see the other party's face. Is it White Zephyr? Bai Nianxue turned back at the sound, a flash of surprise in her eyes. Aha! The surprise came in the true sense of a face base, and in the next moment, after taking in the face of the visitor, the surprise morphed into shock. That's right. Scare. Complete and utter shock. Hollow eyes and a white mind. The person who came, how could it be? Xin Yu, Zhang Lian's childhood friend. She counted 1,000 times, counting how to discuss with the other party to get together at that time and ask the other party to help her hide Zhang Lian's matter. But this was good. The person who came happened to know Zhang Lian. That's not true. It's very familiar. Jesus. How can it be so coincidental that the only 2 people she knows online? I should have known that she even let Qianqian help her cope with this netizen. You're not. Ah. Xun Yu was smart and clever. Her brain quickly retrieved this person the moment she saw the other person. One's own marriage partner in the game. Surprisingly, it's the schoolgirl of her own school. For a moment, a completely unspoken feeling festered inside her. It's as if, at first, one is just excited about a blind box out of curiosity. Then it turns into a favorite and one wants to open it. Whatever the outcome, she could live with it. And the night before, she'd gotten the message that the blind box had been sent to the wrong person, which meant that the outcome was already not going to be good. But who would have thought that this blind box that was sent out by mistake opened out to be another series of epic Ultimate Collection plus hidden models? It doesn't seem impossible if it's a schoolmate. Xin Yu blinked twice and quickly threw away the thoughts she had just had again. The schoolmate seemed to happen to be the roommate of the money-owed netizen that Zhang Lian knew to be here. What's with the coincidence? She and Zhang Lian met in reality and happened to meet a pair of BFFs online who also met in reality. This kind of magical thing, if she told Zhang Lian probably wouldn't even believe it, right? Such a coincidence? Shen Yu said incredulously. Well, sit down. Bai Nianxue moved a seat to the side, her mind spinning rapidly to think of a countermeasure. In fact, she could die right now and then immediately send a message to Chen Qian to block the knife. But would it be a bit too magical for Chen Qian to know both of them, Zhang Lian and Shen Yu, all by herself? But nah, it's just the way it is. Although the thought flashed through her mind, Bai Nianxue ruled it out. No, Chen Qian simply do not understand the cause of the matter, called her over also useless, and the same for girls. Shin Fish, this appearance is obviously not as good as Zhang Lian to fool. It seems that can only be honest. Shen Yu gave a soft thank you back, then sat beside Bai Nianxue. Both were top girls, sitting by the window creating a fleeting view. Just one slightly cooler and more elegant, one slightly gentler and quieter. Like a couple of sisters. Surprisingly, it's you, senior sister. Ah, the world is really small. Shen Yu spoke first. Ah, well, yeah. Bai Nianxue echoed. Obviously met the day before yesterday, or Zhang Lian to see his online friends it. Shen Yu said with a smile. Ah, right. Bai Nianxue continued to concur. I didn't realize the two of them were online friends, but today it's our turn. The waiter at this time sent over the cup of coffee that Bai Nianxue had ordered for Shen Yu at the beginning. Shen Yu took it and thanked. Thank you, senior sister. I heard from Zhang Lian that you went out drinking with him the day before yesterday, senior sister. By using Zhang Lian as a connection, you can talk about Zhang Lian and open up the conversation that follows. Shen Yu accepted the coffee, and seeing that Bai Nianxue seemed to be more subtle, she took on the task of bringing up the topic. It was just that she didn't realize that mentioning Zhang Lian made Bai Nianxue as nervous as if a string had been plucked. Bai Nianxue, huh? It seems like it. Then, senior sister, you know about him and sister Chen Qian? Well, know some. Ha. It feels. Sister Chen Qian doesn't look like someone who owes money. Shen Yu said as she took a sip of hot coffee. Why? Bai Nianxue asked mechanically. Because Sister Chen Qian and you are BFFs. Ah. Would you guys be worse off than his $1,000? Shen Yu smiled and said. I think, school sister, you tell me the truth. Is it Chen Qian, school sister? Deliberately provoked this Zhang Lian fellow over. Hearing this, Bai Nianxue's body stiffened. Pretending to be calm, he picked up the coffee in front of him and continued to ask mechanically, why? Because Zhang Lian, he is this kind of nature, very childish. Chen Qian schoolmates should be very understanding of him, so deliberately provoked him, coaxed him to the examination of Shanghai University, and then, if so, I can help. Oh, senior sister, you can talk to Chen Qian, senior sister. At that time, I will ask Zhang Lian to join me and meet together. After all, our destiny is so coincidental. Bai Nianxue's eyes widened as she listened to Shen Yu's proposal and didn't dare to say anything bad. She seems to have guessed it all. And she mentioned meeting? Wouldn't she be wearing out her welcome if she met? How dare she? In Zhang Lian's eyes, Tinker Car should always be a talent. Is it hard for you to play two people at the dinner table at all times? Is the real-life version of Blue Desert's Flower? Chapter 38, School Sister. Other things are fine, but this really isn't. Ouch. Let go of me. I want to go back to bed. Let's go. Just sign up for the club in these 2 days. There won't be a store after this village. I'm not going. I only got 3 hours of ing sleep last night. You guys want me dead? In the evenings, the academic building closest to Commercial Street was the club building, as well as the broadcasting building, and it was in this building that club recruitment took place in the wide field directly in front of the building. Because freshman year has just begun and because Commercial Street has the most foot traffic, this is where all the clubs have recruited. Zhang Lian was dragged by the three of them to the lively venue for the club's recruitment. Add associations he is not likely to add. Not in this lifetime. What's more, during the day, he has promised his elder sister to add the student union. And now it's not yet time for the student union to recruit. He belonged to the category of those who were dragged hard by the three to see the fun. Take advantage of this time to add a club with many girls. Won't it be promising to get off in the future? Li Yongwen always carries out his policy of not leaving the girl out of his 3 sentences, and everything is aimed at being able to pick up the girl. Peng Hausen was indifferent, he simply came to watch the fun. As for the society to add or not, he needed to see the situation. As for Yen Wei's, his goal is quite clear, to join a club related to his major, so that he can participate in some competitions and get some awards to add points. The three are considered to have their own goals except for Zhang Lian. But because of the incident of the milk tea delivered by the schoolmates during the day, how could the three of them feel relieved to leave their good brothers alone and go back to the dormitory? What if they go back later and they're going to be grandpas? So he dragged Zhang Lian along with them to the club recruitment. Na, 老二，看看那联盟社游戏啊. Don't sleep, Peng Haosen said as he held Zhang Lian up, pointing at the club that Zhang Lian was most interested in an attempt to wake him up. However, the effect is minimal. He had already slept little, and he had been tossed around so much by his own table pot during the day that he couldn't do it anymore. Hey good virtual ah. Look at the youngest, how good the spirit. Yan Wei's also assisted Zhang Lian, in front of Li Yongwen alone has already run to the girl most of the Chinese dress club near. It's clear that the same people have been tossed around, and it's clear who is physically incapable or not. So what? Go buy him a cup of coffee, Peng Haosen said as he saw a coffee shop not far away. Yes. Tell the youngest to get it. Yan Wei's raised his chin and signaled to tell Li Yongwen to go. Peng Haosen looked at Li Yongwen, who was already talking to the pretty young lady, and deflated his mouth. This guy doesn't seem to need much of a coffee boost. Peng Haosen. Ugh, forget it. Let's go. Don't care about him. The three of them went to the cafe together. At this time, Bai Nianxue and Shen Yu had not yet left, and Bai Nianxue was still looking out the window from time to think about how to speak. Shen Yu, on the other hand, was telling some interesting stories, sometimes inevitably talking about something about Zhang Lian, which would divert away Bai Nianxue's attention. It was only when she saw the familiar people outside her window walking to the cafe that her otherwise lax attention immediately focused. Finished. If Shen Yu saw Zhang Lian, she would definitely have to introduce herself to Zhang Lian. Although from Shen Yu's conversation she didn't know that the game's spell good rice was Zhang Lian, but now as long as Shen Yu and Zhang Lian met, her chances of being exposed would be infinitely higher, even if Shen Yu says one thing about that game and is captured by Zhang Lian. Shen Yu said to Zhang Lian, Sister and I also met playing games. Coincidence, right? Zhang Lian. Huh? Really? What game? Shunfish. %. #%. Zhang Lian. Huh? I play this game too. What's your name? Let's play together. Shen Yu. It's okay. My name is Yuxia, and my schoolmate's name is Bai Zhe. Zhang Lian. It is very possible for this to occur. Hey, Zhang Lian? Sister. Just in time. At this time, the sharp-eyed Shen Yu, who was also sitting on the sidelines, also saw Zhang Lian outside and pointed. I'll reintroduce you to him, said Shen Yu about to get up, but she didn't manage to stand up, and was pulled by Nianshua's hand. Shen Yu was shocked that Bai Nianshua's hand was so watery and holding her. This. It's not okay. This is not allowed, a schoolmate. I am straight. How? What's wrong, senior sister? Shen Yu didn't dare to turn her head to look at Bai Nianxue, her mind automatically flashing back to past images in the game. In the game, the older sister is very nice to her, and will leave her a share of any goodies. And he'll take her on quests and fight monsters for her. And the two also did a lot of husband and wife copies, raised 2 spiritual pets, wait until the official level you can have a baby. It's just that the school marm leveled up, but she never leveled up. For this reason, it seems that the schoolteacher has also given her quite a few experience acceleration packs to help her brush up her level. Even though it was just a child in a game, a virtual one, but even if it was fake, it still meant something, right? Moreover, why did the schoolteacher not confess to herself that she was a woman until the very end? Doesn't it just pack a wallop? Could it be that the original? That's when schoolmates urged themselves to have children. Everything is traceable. The more he thought about that, the more red Shen Yu's face became. No way. She's not bent. Schoolgirls can't. It couldn't be better looking. She bit her lips. No way. Senior sister, you're so good looking. There's no shortage of boys to like you, right? Let's not. Bai Nianxue? Not before I say so. Bai Nianxue instantly panicked. And at this time Zhang Lian had already come within 10 meters outside the window. It has come into visual range. Just look up and see yourself. Why not? Bai Nianxue was a bit flustered, and her voice carried a hint of anxiety. It just sounded like a questioning in Shen Yu's ears, like a disbelief in the world. Shen Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't it obvious that it won't work? What else is there to why? I haven't even said anything yet. Bai Nianxue added. It's not okay to say it, sister. Shen Yu stood up completely and frowned. In the face of this toughness from Bai Nianxue, she had to remain tough as well, because just 10 minutes ago, she was a very normal girl. Bai Nianxue was confused. She didn't understand. What doesn't? What did she miss? Why did Shen Yu become so agitated all of a sudden? Could it be that, when she saw Zhang Lian coming, she suddenly thought of something about her slip-up? Guess? You know what I mean? Bai Nianxue inquired tentatively. Just now it seemed that Shen Yu also said one could not deceive herself. She was so smart? One moment and you know? Shen Yu shyly bowed her head and gave a little nudge. Bai Nianxue? Just this once. Okay? Bai Nianxue made a final bid. Shen Yu shook her head. I'm sorry, senior sister, thank you. You've been good to me, I remember it all. I can promise you anything else. This really isn't. Chapter 39, Good Night Schoolboy. Hey, why does that sound so weird? Bai Nianxue felt very strange. And then look at Shen Yu's shy expression. The perennial have been inculcated by Su Qianqian. She immediately reacted. Wait a minute. You don't, by any chance, think that I'm a lesbian? Bai Nianxue pointed at herself, her tone full of incredulity. She a 28K pure straight female. It's amazing to be treated like a lesbian one day. Hey? Well, no, isn't it? Looking at Bai Nianxue's reaction. This time it was changed to Shen Yu, whose gaze froze. Of course I'm not. That's not what I'm talking about. Bai Nianxue immediately drifted off. She told her to let her finish her sentence first. At this time, Zhang Lian and the three of them had already come into the cafe, and Yan Wei's and Peng Haosen saw Shen Yu and Bai Nianxue by the window at a glance. The three of them ordered coffee. Then Peng Haosen whispered something in Zhang Lian's ear, and Zhang Lian immediately raised her head. At this time, it was too late for Bai Nianxue to try to explain everything to Shen Yu. He could only tell Shen Yu in the shortest way possible. I'll explain it to you later. Don't ever say anything about our game acquaintance in front of Zhang Lian, let alone that game. Ha! Shen Yu was puzzled to hear that. You promised to promise me no matter what. Bai Nianxue bit her lip and said in an almost supplicating manner. Seeing this, although his head was all confused, Shen Yu just had to listen to these words and that was enough. She nodded and agreed to Bai Nianxue's request without any hesitation at all. Okay, schoolmarm. Zhang Lian briefly resumed his normal mode, the deflated state he had just experienced gone without a trace, and walked towards the two. And Peng Haosen and Yan Wei's did not follow up, just watched from afar. After all, not familiar with, they follow, also cannot interject words, simply do not follow, in place waiting for Zhang Lian. Arriving in front of the two girls, Zhang Lian spoke. Senior sister? And you? Why are you here? Pretty standard Zhang Lian double talk mode. Shen Yu was speechless. Was she addressed so hastily to her? Honestly, she can be very emotionally stable with anyone, and be a gentle, quiet girl. Only Zhang Lian, a childhood friend since childhood. Bitchy and swashbuckling really leaves you speechless to the point of helplessness. Sometimes she watched the same thing on TV, and she wondered if all childhood friends were like that in heaven. Why is it that you can always do a sentence that makes people feel like they're breaking their defenses? She used to not be able to pinch at all, and she hard automatically awakened this exclusive skill belonging to Tyrannosaurus Rex in the course of spending time with Zhang Lian. Just happened to bump into it. Bai Nianxue saw that Shen Yu did not answer, so she stepped forward and said first, Oh, did you stay up late again last night? So atrophied. Shen Yu asked as she saw through Zhang Lian with a glance. Normal operation. Okay? Zhang Lian spread his hands and said with a disinterested expression. Forget it. Just now at the window my senior sister, and I saw the way you were helped over by your roommate. Shen Yu said disdainfully, turning her head to lock eyes with Bai Nianxue, as if to say, Right, school sister? Bai Nianxue didn't say anything, just nodded her head gently. Cough, cough, small problem. Zhang Lian coughed twice. I just didn't sleep well last night. Shen Yu, it's just false. Hey you, I'm not going to get on your bad side. I just came over to say hello. Zhang Lian wanted to say something. What, aren't you not joining the club? Why are you still coming to the club to recruit? Shen Yu said. According to her urbane nature towards Zhang Lian, there should only be one reason to come to such a lively place, to look at pretty girls. After all, in high school, Zhang Lian had quite a few times followed his best buddy up and down the floors to look at the beautiful women in other people's classes. Dragged out by my roommate, I originally wanted to go back to sleep. Zhang Lian explained in a very official manner, talking like this was not like his style at all. Because according to the past, when Zhang Lian was faced with such a question from himself, the answer must have been something like, I've come to see if there are any girls, ah? What if I want to join a certain club? Xinyu glanced at Bai Nianxue on the side and instantly realized. Because the good-looking girl is right next to you. This guy, he's not playing coy, is he? Not right, the day before yesterday when we met together, White Nianshua's sister is also on the side, That time also did not see him have more convergence, and even came up to want to clutch the neck of the other girlfriends. Well, what about you want to add the club? Zhang Lian asked rhetorically. Xinyu, I'll stroll around too, no? Yes, you stroll the whole school as much as you want. Zhang Lian said yin and yang, turning his head and saying to Bai Nianxue again, I'll leave first then, senior sister. They're still waiting for me. Bai Nianxue nodded slightly. Well, good night. Huh? Ayo, good night. Zhang Lian almost didn't catch this sudden good night, but then immediately responded with a smile, not forgetting to give Xinyu a meaningful expression on his way out. And that night, before leaving to Su Qianqian, almost the same, 3 points of thin cold, 3 points of sarcasm, as well as 4 points of carelessness. But Xinyu is used to it. It was just that she didn't expect Bai Nianxue to say goodnight to Zhang Lian. Normally, a moment of separation like this would be a bye or goodbye at best, right? Good night, more or less, is closer than either of those words. At least Xinyu hadn't said this to each other with Zhang Lian since who knows when. If you get a good night from each other before going to bed, you probably won't be able to sleep all night, right? Of course, that's not too excited to sleep. It's too disgusted to sleep. It's like having your sweaty, smelly best friend say, you smell good, when you're about to go to bed. How dare you sleep here? Move overnight plus call the police. Hands up. It's either you or me. But it's often the details that make it hard to notice that can maximize the relationship with a person with a delicate mind. To Zhang Lian, these words were more than just Bai Nianxue expressing her trust in what he had said, believing that he had been dragged by his roommate to come see the club recruitment, because he was definitely going to sleep first thing when he got back to his dorm room later, and was already tired. And the word good night has a caring meaning compared to goodbye, bye-bye. There is another layer of meaning in this sentence of my schoolmate's translation. That is, it's hard work, so go back to rest quickly and have a good dream. Combined, this simple word good night, when truly translated, expressed both Bai Nianshue's trust in Zhang Lian and her concern for him, and Zhang Lian was confused, obviously not reacting. But then, after getting that point of tacit understanding that belonged uniquely to the two of them, he responded without hesitation. As for Bai Nianxue, Zhang Lian's tone when he responded to her already said it all. So of course she was not surprised to receive it. The onlookers don't understand it, but the silent mind knows it. Sister, why don't you let me mention the game in front of Zhang Lian? After a few people left, Xinyu turned his head to Bai Nianxue and asked. Chapter 40 Speaking to Xinyu. Bai Nianxue pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, but also had to tell Xinyu all the ins and outs of the matter. There's definitely no hiding. Xinyu and Zhang Lian were so familiar with each other. If he didn't say anything himself, he might inadvertently find out one day when the two of them were talking. Won't you be passive then? Moreover, when the military training was over and a party had been agreed upon, one couldn't find an excuse to bail out again, could one? Let's not talk about the fact that Zhang Lian could now go straight for a single kill offline. The point was that she didn't want to always stand him up. Doing this sort of thing too much is a drain on goodwill and will be met with his suspicion. Actually, that netizen of Zhang Lian's who owes money is me. Bai Nianxue looked at Xinyu and replied sincerely. Xinyu wondered if there was something wrong with her ears. What was it? The one you guys saw before was actually the one I had my roommate pretend to be. With apologies, Bai Nianxue folded her hands to Xinyu and said, I didn't expect the person in the game to be you by such a coincidence. Xin Fish froze in place, brain CPU running at a rapid pace. She did not ask why or anything like that, and again, as a first-time netizen, she had actually thought about the idea of dragging Zhang Lian along. Only eventually she got up the nerve. But if the other person we meet is the kind of Zhang Lian, own money owed to the internet, her operation on Bai Nianxue would not be difficult to understand. In her place, she would have to call up a friend to do so. So then, the game's spelling of a good meal won't be, combined with the information given by Bai Nianxue, and the fact that she didn't allow herself to mention the game just now. Xun Yu's smart brain quickly surmised the answer. Zhang Lian? Bai Nianxue nodded in recognition. Xun Yu covered her mouth, took 2 steps back in surprise, and looked out the window again. when Zhang Lian's trio had already walked away. It was impossible for her not to be surprised because Zhang Lian had said more than once about Bai Nianxue not paying back the money she owed. She more or less knew something about Bai Nianxue. And in Zhang Lian's mouth, all the crimes committed by Bai Nianxue, the old scoundrel, had been added and added and added to capital punishment. But Shin Fish looked at all aspects of the conditions in front of the excellent, gentle and generous, treating people and clear and white Nianxue, such a refreshingly unassuming schoolmate, whose private online name is Tinkercar, will still be as crazy as that nerd Zhang Lian. The crushes on him alone were mind-boggling to her. What right does he have? Bai Nianxue confessed the matter and then continued to speak. That, under the rain. So I was wondering if you could hold off on telling him for a while. Cover for you first? Xin Yu said. Her eyes glowed, and they were full of suppressed excitement, which was obviously instinctive for anyone in the presence of gossip. Aha! Bai Nianxue continued to fold her arms and said, So that's what happened. I thought that you, senior sister. Xin Yu burst out laughing at the thought of the random thoughts that just ran through her head. But at the same time, they didn't forget to gossip and ask something about Bai Nianxue and Zhang Lian. Bai Nianxue also all truthfully told Xin Yu. From there, Xin Yu knew everything about the two men through and through. And after learning about these things, Xin Yu, as a courtesy, told Bai Nianxue everything she knew about Zhang Lian's embarrassing stories from childhood to adulthood, including Zhang Lian when he was a child bathing do not want to be seen, the New Year's Eve with the New Year's money to bribe his own cousin to burn winter vacation homework. So much so, that the two very quickly became acquainted in this matter, and even talked to each other. It seems to have been forgotten that the two were here to facepalm in the first place. Don't worry, senior sister. I won't say anything. Knowing the ins and outs, Shun Yu was of course willing to side with and help Bai Nianxue. Because no matter what, Bai Nianxue senpai was also the same Bai Zhe that she had been so kind to in the game. Since her senior sister needed help, she was obliged to do so. As for Zhang Lian, she just thought that this kid was really lucky that it happened to be a time period like that of the schoolmates that was bumped into by his kid. It's true that when the moon's red line comes, you can't stop it. Thinking of Zhang Lian, Xin Yu then remembered again the detrimental manner in which Zhang Lian had just confronted senior sister Bai Nianxue. Knowing Zhang Lian's behavior extremely well, she had rarely seen Zhang Lian act that friendly and reserved. Shouldn't. It just so happens that both of them call each other. Xin Yu instantly thought of something. His brain flashed, as if a burden had suddenly been placed on his shoulders out of nowhere. Well, thank you under the rain. Bai Nianxue still addressed Xin Yu affectionately by her screen name. Don't call me Yu Allah, just call me Fishy. So, you'll call me Yuki? Haha, I'd better call you Sister Cher. Well, both. So that party for the three of us when military training is over? Xin Yu asked. When the time comes, we can let Qianqian go, and then I'll accompany. Bai Nianxue already had an idea in her mind. Ok. Xin Yu turned a blind eye and compared his hand to an okay. The next day, I forgot to return schoolmate's umbrella to schoolmate yesterday. Zhang Lian came to the square with Bai Nianxue's parasol and placed this black and compact umbrella on the side of the road. For some reason, he took his umbrella all the way to the square and kept it on all the way. This puts the boy group, all of them, as objects of contempt. Who's a good guy boy with a parasol? But this person was Zhang Lian, and the scene of Bai Nianxue giving milk tea to Zhang Lian yesterday was seen by anyone who wasn't blind. So for Zhang Lian's behavior of using an umbrella today, the crowd unanimously despised it in their hearts. Pretentious boy. What? Is it different with an umbrella? Peng Haosen said sourly to Zhang Lian, who was walking over. Yeah, this umbrella really moistens, huh? Not sunny at all. Zhang Lian continued with Peng Haosen's words.
$100.
And carry it all the way as a treasure, Li Yongwen also said sourly. Can't I bring one? Is there a rule that says I can't bring an umbrella? Zhang Lian was impeccable. Bah! Hey! That's not the face you guys were drinking milk tea with yesterday. Humanity! It's useless for you to bring it. It's always impossible for people to come every day. Yan Wei's opened his mouth faintly. Zhang Lian said when she went out in the morning, she brought an umbrella in case she met a schoolmate so she could return it to her. What if we run into it like last night? Zhang Lian was unimpressed. For some reason, he always had a strong premonition of whether or not he'd get a good grade, just like when he was a kid taking exams. Just sitting in my seat gives me a full body shiver. That's the premonition of achieving good results. And today he had the same premonition. Sister passed by again, and she gave me 4 cups of milk tea. Zhang Lian also found the idea a bit amusing. Chapter 41. Always watching you. Look right. Look forward. March. The sun is rising and military training is going on normally. During the period, Zhang Lian still did not escape the clutches of instructor Zhang Wei, who took especially good care of him. In a flash, most of the morning passed. Schoolmate Yan Wei is here. Thank you, sister. Oh, what's the situation? Like yesterday, even though it's the second day of military training, there are still some seniors delivering water. And today, it's obviously Yan Wei's turn. The side of Peng Hao Xian and Li Yongwen see the situation is very supportive, immediately on the roots of Yan Wei's, and Yan Wei's also pretend to be unimpressed, but in fact, the heart of the blossom said nothing. As a matter of fact, this schoolmate was one of the schoolmates he had immediately approached again yesterday about wanting another card. Though yesterday he talked about looking down on people and thinking they were vain. But what practically everyone else has, he can't have less. The whole dormitory people have someone to send water. He did not, if not yesterday by Nianxua's sister bought 4 cups of milk tea at once, so that he also have a cup of water to drink, or he was afraid that yesterday will be lost big hair. So not to be outdone, he too sought out a schoolmate who would rather have another card. And he found the schoolmate. Looks are not bad, although not compared to Bai Nianxua like temperament appearance, but at least can be seen is an ordinary family out of a very polite and upwardly mobile young girl. Natsuki waved her hand, smiled and said you're welcome, then flung her high ponytail and left. She didn't care at all about the joke that came out of her elementary school brother's mouth. It was just that his afterglow caught sight of Zhang Lian who was at the front, and he secretly made a note of this square in his heart. Surprisingly, there is such a handsome schoolmate. I have to show Xue Xue, Qian Qian and the others? And did not know that Zhang Lian has been exhausted. In the roadside tree under the seat on the kudzu lying, Zhang Wei then sat next to the exhausted Zhang Lian began to gossip. Where's the schoolmate who brought you water yesterday? Not coming today. Probably have classes. Zhang Lian gave a sickly response. TSK. Look at that other girl. There were several of them who came to deliver water yesterday, and even more today. The girl in Zhang Wei's mouth naturally referred to the girl Ruan Qilin. It is logical that more people deliver water on the first day and gradually decrease later. After all, most seniors get a card with a drink only once. But today, the next day, the overall water deliveries went straight down by 90%. But the boys who delivered water to Kirin Gwyn surprisingly increased by 50% in turn. Half as much as yesterday. Normal, all like to touch themselves, just people have clearly rejected it. Zhang Lian didn't even open his eyes, continuing to maintain his salty posture. Yo! Saying that you're so experienced, there's no girl for you to send a? Zhang Wei joked. Don't care about these out-of-body things. It's just that I don't want them, said Zhang Lian leisurely. Zhang Wei disdained. Cut. But the next moment he was slapped in the face. Only to see a few of the good elder children on the side of the square team shouting twice towards Zhang Lian's side, and then pointing out to several girls. A few girls then walked towards Zhang Lian's side. I can't believe a girl actually brought water to this calf again. Schoolboy? At a contact? Nah, here's your milk tea. No, thank you, senior. I have a girlfriend. Zhang Lian politely rebuffed. Oh. Well. A few girls clustered and faded away. Zhang Wei watched his mouth twitch on the side the entire time. I can't believe it's actually there. Low-key Zhang Lian stroked his hair and said deliberately. Since when do you boys have girlfriends? Do I need to tell you that I have a girlfriend? Zhang Lian slanted a glance at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei saw this. Yo-ho. Itchy skin. You see me train you to death this afternoon. Ugh 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 table pot. Just kidding, just kidding. No girlfriend, no girlfriend. Zhang Lian immediately smiled and conceded. It's just an excuse to turn them down. Oh. That's more like it. Then why didn't you refuse the one yesterday? Zhang Wei narrowed his eyes slightly and tilted his head backward. I know that schoolmate from yesterday, and I don't know these ones. Yeah. Gee, you love it. So, is she still coming today? Zhang Wei smiled lewdly. Come on my ass. Other people have nothing to do and run towards me every day? Zhang Lian said, his eyes unconsciously glancing quickly in one direction. Yesterday it was this time of day, so it seems that schoolteacher shouldn't be coming today. It was also true that people didn't have a crush on them, so how could they run to them every day? Just how should I return this umbrella to my schoolmate? All through the night. As expected, Senior Sister by Nianxue didn't come. Everyone sits down in place for the singing performance session that used to take place in military training. Li Yongwen is the most courageous. After the instructor announced to carry out the session, he immediately raised his hand to go up the whole improvised rap. It worked out so well that he prioritized obtaining his choice of spouse for all 4 years of college. This point is the same as Zhang Lian's first time to see Li Yongwen's impression. Really is the material to sing rap. And after the boys, it was naturally the turn of the girls, who were relatively shy and dawdled for a long time before sending out their representative, Ruan Qilin. After all, it was a face on the line, plus everyone had witnessed its popularity in the past 2 days, so everyone acted like they were holding it up. And although Kiran Gwyn was shy, she boldly performed a song about a promise under the cherry blossom tree. After the song, no one else came up to perform. The performance program was at a standstill for a while, and Zhang Wei had to choose a randomly drawn name. They say it's random, but we all know exactly who will be drawn. And how could Zhang Lian, who was also a fox of 1,000 years, not know that? The traitor is trying to harm me. The spider senses rang out frantically, and Zhang Lian immediately embraced the crowd in front of him. Zhang Lian. Fruity. Not far from Zhang Lian's quiet recluse escape, he heard the sound of his own table pot that smacked him in the face. Hey, wasn't Penis here just now? Went to the bathroom? Meanwhile, Zhang Lian hid in the darkness, quietly watching everyone in the party look around. Humph, trying to harm me? Dream on. Zhang Lian spat. Who's hurting you? A clear and melodious familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. With a jolt, Zhang Lian turned to look at the visitor warily.
Ok, cease.
Bai Nianxue blinked her eyes and looked at Zhang Lian with a light laugh. You sneak off and aren't afraid of being marked absent by the instructor? No worries, he's my cousin. He won't remember me. Oh. Sister, you? Bai Nianxue tilted her head, looking at Zhang Lian with a smile in her eyes, making Zhang Lian's palms sweaty. When did you come? It's the first time Zhang Lian has been nervous at the sight of a girl. He's never been before. Well, it's been quite a while since I came. Bai Nianxue answered truthfully. Always looking at you. Chapter 42, Walking Together. Ahem. Zhang Lian quickly warmed up, as he had just been pouting and moving backward when he sneaked out of the group. That means that all of it was seen by the older sister. All that? Well, see. Bai Nianxue laughed lightly as she immediately saw what was going on in Zhang Lian's head. But even though she acted flat as water in actuality, she already thought he was so cute in her heart, just as she did the last time. Zhang Lian turned around, holding his forehead as he cried and laughed. So embarrassing. Did you just leak all your own panties? Zhang Lian turned around, and Bai Nianxue immediately covered her mouth and snickered. She wasn't lying. It had been a while since she'd been here, and she'd even seen the first two perform. Only she didn't call Zhang Lian first, but stood under the tree and waited. Since singing and performing this type of program had come to the end of the day's military training, she sought to wait until dismissal to go up. As it happens, it witnessed the whole process of Zhang Lian's pouting ass backing up to his side. Well, I actually came to get my umbrella. Seeing how heavy Zhang Lian's idle baggage was, Bai Nianxue hurriedly gave him a leg up. That's what she'd wanted from the beginning, to leave the umbrella with him on purpose. Doing so, in addition to the student council excuse, the umbrella would give her one more reason to come see him. Oh, the umbrella? I put it back in the dormitory, Zhang Lian replied. While eating dinner, he felt that his premonition was wrong today, so he went ahead and took his umbrella back to his dormitory, lest he leave it by the side of the road at night, and it would be bad if someone took it or if he forgot to lose it. Then I'll go back and get it, Zhang Lian said, immediately about to move. The dormitory wasn't too far from the training ground, so Zhang Lian could quickly go back to get it and rush back later. No need. Bai Nianxue pulled Zhang Lian to a stop. There's no rush to use it. Then you've come all this way for nothing, senior sister. No, just a walk. Walking. Zhang Lian heart probably think back to the map, the female dormitory from the male dormitory. Take the bus are more than 10 minutes, right? Are you still going back? At this time, Bai Nianxue looked at the party and reminded Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian, looking back at the squad that was already singing the military song en masse, shook his head decisively. Not going back. If you go back at this time, you will definitely not be able to escape being savaged by your own table pot. So, walk. Bai Nianxue wanted to say walk with her, but she still couldn't say anything due to her shyness. It was just that Zhang Lian was able to understand the meaning of it. There was no question of where to go, and not one more superfluous word. Zhang Lian nodded in agreement. Good. The boulevard of the campus at night is dimly lit and silent, so there will not be any students who recognize Bai Nianxue talking behind their backs. The two just walked down the boulevard, not knowing where to go, neither in the direction of the men's dormitory nor the women's dormitory. It was like circling along the boulevard of the school building, but both of them tacitly refrained from mentioning it. Zhang Lian wasn't very familiar with the campus yet, but he still knew about the spinning circle. But when he agreed to go with his schoolmate, he hadn't had a destination in mind for where he was going. He was just aimlessly walking, just walking. The wind on a summer night is even cooler, even if it's just a tiny little breeze. The rustling of leaves. As the two walked, students on bicycles would pass quickly by on the side of the road, picking up a breeze in their wake. Bai Nianxue suddenly spoke. Do you know how to ride a bike? Zhang Lian's brain circuits were all over the roadside scenery, and instead, he sniffed hard at the fresh scent in the air. Ah shucks, he's not a pervert. He was trying to smell if he had any sweaty odor on him, so as not to leave another bad impression on his schoolmate. After all, it had been a long day of training and I was sweating a lot. In order to avoid smoking Bai Nianxue, he also deliberately separated himself from Bai Nianxue by 2 body lengths. Just sniffing, I smelled a nice scent in the air, carried by that exact breeze. Zhang Lian turned his head to look at Bai Nianxue, who was a head lower than himself, and the other party's bright, black gem-like eyes were also looking at him. He didn't know why his senior sister asked this all of a sudden, but just subconsciously replied back, "It will be. Sister smells so good. I've never smelled such a nice smell on a girl before. Not even that Xinyu guy." Bai Nianxue has long since noticed the distance of 2 body lengths between herself and Zhang Lian, and looked at Zhang Lian blowing his nose. Do I smell like something he doesn't like? I've taken a shower. I didn't wear perfume. Shower gel smell he doesn't like? Gonna have to go back and get a new body wash. Will it take someone? It depends. Zhang Lian laughed. If it's heavy, I won't be able to carry it. Ha ha. So, I'm okay in this situation, Bai Nianxue said playfully. Ooh. Zhang Lian furrowed his brows and made a hard-thinking expression. Bai Nianxue smiled and stopped in her tracks with wide eyes. Ha ha ha. Of course you can Hokage. I'm just kidding. That's more like it. I'll definitely let you take me when you have the chance. Bai Nianxue slanted a glance at Zhang Lian and said with a thicker smile. Yeah, no problem. Aha. Okay. On my mark. Dismissed. Xin Yu's side can be considered finished. Xin Yu and her roommates are ready to go to the school's largest supermarket to add a little more dormitory furniture. Quite different from Zhang Lian's boys' dormitory, the transformation of the dormitory by several of Xin Yu's girls had been close to 100% comfortable. Washing machine, electric cooker, small refrigerator, projector. Everything is being added, and unlike Zhang Lian and the others, the only additions so far have been people and luggage. A few people headed toward the supermarket, which happened to be on the same boulevard. Soon it was just about head-on. Hey, little fish, is it that hairy guy of yours? Yan Wenxin played steadily as always, capturing the handsome man at a glance even in the darkness of the night. Xin Yu looked over in the direction and saw Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue both. Under the streetlight, the shadows are stretched just long enough. Chapter 43. Double Standard Face. Senior sister. That tinker car, is she busy lately? Zhang Lian suddenly thought that this tinker car hadn't appeared for 2 days, which was completely out of her style. According to reason, one's military training is the most vulnerable period. This guy should be hugging a cold watermelon sitting on the sidelines blathering nausea oneself. But this guy never showed up. But it was the schoolteacher who came. It feels weird. Ah? Mentioning Su Qianqian, Bai Nianxue automatically shifted her gaze and said in a letter, she's been busy volunteering lately, so she should be busier at the store. Doesn't her family run a company? Zhang Lian wondered. Opening a company and moonlighting aren't in conflict. Bai Nianxue let out a light laugh. Oh. Zhang Lian nodded. Then she's quite progressive. Thinking of Tinker Car, usually in the game are big hands, 648 diamond monthly card said charge. But the result is offline is in the hard work of odd jobs. The corner of Zhang Lian's mouth twitched again. and he felt reasonable and speechless at the fact that the tinker car didn't come to him. It's this dinky car that can do stupid things? Bai Nianxue clearly noticed Zhang Lian's very reluctant compliment. Although she was outwardly unperturbed, she actually wanted to question what Zhang Lian meant by this expression. Look down on me, Zhang Lian. At that moment, Shunyu came towards the two at a light run alone. Like Zhang Lian at the cafe last night, he came over to say hello, so Xunyu's roommates went ahead without getting involved. Sister Cheryl. And you, Zhang Lian? Little fish. Bai Nianxue was a bit embarrassed that she was alone with Zhang Lian and was bumped into by Xinyu. After all, last night are still just like ordinary friends to communicate. Today how the two people are late at night, lonely men and women. But Xinyu didn't say anything after she greeted him. Instead she smiled and took Bai Nianxue's hand. Like a good sister she met on the street. Immediately afterward, her look at Zhang Lian backfired with disdain. Why are you staying with my senior sister? Zhang Lian was flabbergasted. He didn't understand when these two were so good. He jumped the chapter. However, out of his familiarity with Xinyu, he did not look flustered by Xinyu's forehand, and simply continued his standard Zhang's double standard tone from last night. Why are you here? Let go of your schoolmate. The supermarket is just past here. It's you, specifically, who came to block Sister Cher. Bai Nianxue. No, I'm the one who looked for. Before he could finish his words, he was reminded by a small look from Xinyu, telling Bai Nianxue to keep her mouth shut. According to her urbane nature towards Zhang Lian, at this time, if Zhang Lian was not here to find his schoolmate, he would definitely either prove his innocence or sophistry. But she had just noticed within a few steps of her arrival that there was always something wrong with Zhang Lian's reserved and dangling appearance. Just like those little boys who used to like themselves. In the past, any girl who spent time with Zhang Lian would become good buddies with him in a short period of time. So this time, it was the first time she had seen Zhang Lian who had yet to buddy up with a girl after all this time and had heavy idle baggage. If she thought right, this guy, this time, might not even be able to weasel his way out of it. Fruity. Me, it's none of your business. Zhang Lian neither clarified the facts in front of Bai Nianxue, nor did he try to weasel out of it. Instead, the topic was skipped in a joking tone. Xinyu got confirmation in his heart, and the smile on his face got a little thicker. This guy, how dare he act like this in front of Bai Nianxue's senior sister? There is a problem. There are big problems. Xinyu glanced at Bai Nianxue again, her mind immediately thinking of the ding-ding car, the sinner that Zhang Lian had been chanting about every day for the entire senior year of high school. What's keeping him from playing the game? What waited for him? He had to show her why the flowers were red. Dead ding-dong car. Dead ding-dong car. I'm on the 8 a.m. I have to write papers every day. Xinyu. Hey, where's that ding-dong car schoolmate of yours? Bai Nianxue. Hearing this, Bai Nianxue hurriedly and quietly pulled Xinyu in her hand. Why suddenly mention this? Didn't realize the slightest bit of ambiguity in Xinyu's sentence. However, after seeing Xinyu return a winking, reassuring look, Bai Nianxue had no choice but to look at Zhang Lian with uneasiness. Zhang Lian happened to look at her with wide eyes, seeing the eye contact between the two just now clearly. Bai Nianxue's heart thumped. It's over. He saw it. Next. What? You don't talk nonsense. What do you mean mine? Zhang Lian looked at Bai Nianxue in a serious manner. I was just talking about her with my senior sister. Right, schoolmarm? Aha. Bai Nianxue's head reacted quickly. Oh. Qianqinya. She's busy. At this time Su Qianqian stayed in the dormitory. So boring, there is no handsome pigeon with me to play violent tendency to go away. Hard a sigh of relief. She thought Zhang Lian that wide-eyed look was to see what. It was Xinyu who couldn't stop laughing at Zhang Lian's nervous appearance. This hypocritical face. Obviously in the game is that bad appearance. Every day to fight copies also let the school sister to bring to the school in writing homework on the ding car of the verbal abuse endless. And think of Zhang Lian's previous angry look at that innocent schoolmate on the first day of school in front of the real ding-dong car. And now, look at this serious and proper look, with a bit of coyness and idle baggage. I remember. Didn't you say that you wanted to let Tinker Car's senior sister know why the flowers are so red? Xinyu laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes, mentioning Tinker Car again. Zhang Lian frowned tightly. He completely couldn't get what Xinyu was hit with today. Where's the punchline? Taking the wrong medication? Why do you come up here and say all kinds of things that don't make sense? And what was the point of her winking with her schoolmate just now? What the hell? Zhang Lian. whose brain was obviously unable to turn around, just nodded dumbly in response. "Ang, what's wrong?" Upon hearing Zhang Lian's affirmative response, Bai Nianxue also reacted. Her ears quickly tinted red and she pursed her lips tightly. Xinyu, on the other hand, laughed so hard that she crouched in place. "What's gotten into you today?" Zhang Lian frowned like an old man looking at his cell phone in the subway, just quietly looking at this psychopath, and did not forget to pull away Bai Nianxue to keep a distance from Xinyu. "Sister, let's get out of here. Stay away from her. Just like the ding-dong car, psycho." Bai Nianxue looked at Zhang Lian. Chapter 44 has a girlfriend. "By the way, schoolmarm, go back and tell that dinky car not to forget about the party." After Xinyu made this mess, Zhang Lian sent the two of them in the direction of the girls' dormitory, and finally the three of them parted ways. Zhang Lian remembered about the party as he was leaving, although he could have said it on his cell phone, but if he could have someone convey it, he could simply have his schoolmate convey it. Xinyu wrapped her arms around Bai Nianshue's hand, naturally knowing what the party in Zhang Lian's mouth was. Even if he deliberately played dumb, but do the whole thing, she still owed the question as usual. "What kind of party?" Zhang Lian immediately disliked. "Off. You, peace. Ask and ask all day long. Ask and ask. It's got nothing to do with you." Xinyu blinked her eyes and let out a soft laugh. But she was not angry at all, just biting her lower lip and nodding faintly. "Okay. You wait." Zhang Lian. "What? You still want to come? What kind of party you don't know? You come to one and I'll see." "I'll wait." Xinyu continued to nod her head, stifling a smile as she looked at Zhang Lian, who didn't know when he had a red nose on his nose. Good. It was only when the party came that she was going to let Zhang Lian know why the flowers were so red. At this time, Bai Nianxue asked the same question as Xinyu just now. "What kind of party?" Zhang Lian. "Just a online friend gathering. If you want to come, school sister, you will just come with the tinker car at that time." Silky and smooth, without any sense of dissonance. Zhang Lian patiently explained to Bai Nianxue, as if no one else was around, and issued a sincere invitation. It was as if what he had just disliked Xinyu had never happened from the beginning to the end. Xinyu stared right at Zhang Lian with her brightly opened eyes, spreading her hands and saying nothing. But then again, it was like she had said everything. Next, a pig-killing hiss rang out. "Ah!" Xinyu fiercely came on Zhang Lian's waist. The pain made Zhang Lian twitch in place. "Did you ask others if they agree with you like this?" Xinyu said angrily, inviting people outside of the party, at least give a notice to the rest of the party. It was just as well that she was ignored by this dead man in reality, as she was ignored by this dead man at a party she had agreed to online. With a party of 3, he and the tinker car were straight-up hosts, just as it is now. "How did you know there were others?" Zhang Lian covered her waist and hid far away, saying weakly, I. Xinyu choked. Bai Nianxue suddenly jumped out at the sight and said with a smile, "Okay, schoolmate, it's quite late. You guys still have military training tomorrow. Go back now, I'm going back too. I'll talk to Qianqian about the party." "Ooh-hoo. Good." Zhang Lian didn't find any clues at all and answered honestly. Xinyu quickly wrapped his arm around Bai Nianxue and made another hard twisting meat movement for Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian waist immediately reacted. Twitching pain, cover up quickly and go first. And at that moment, Bai Nianxue suddenly turned her head again and spoke. "Good night." Zhang Lian immediately turned cloudy. "Good night." Until walking through the turn, cannot see each other's figure. Zhang Lian rubbed his waist. The fiery pain are still continuing. This little fishy. His kung fu has gone up again. Not the slightest idea, the other side of the two girls, has looked at each other and laughed happily. With Zhang Liyuan's words, Bai Nianxue now has a reason to be there in person at the party then. It was about 9 o'clock before Bai Nianxue returned to her dorm room. She and Xinyu were in the same college, so the dormitory buildings were also arranged in 2 neighboring buildings. Xinyu lives in building 13. She's in building 12. The two had just been talking downstairs for a while before going upstairs. As soon as she entered the door, she heard Xia Tong talking to Lu Siki and Su Qianqian in the dormitory about her battle today, as well as gossip. She is an orthodox volunteer, a team leader with many other underlings under her hand, and the messages she can get on a daily basis are many. For example, she saw several handsome boys today when she rode her battery-operated bike to deliver water to her schoolmates. The most handsome of them all, sadly, already has a girlfriend. Lu Siki was lying on the bed, one leg hanging over the side of the bed, having already paid the threshold to enter Xiaotong's temporarily created melon eating group. The so-called threshold actually means that the two will have to come and help when Xiaotong volunteers at that time. But if they didn't go at that time, Xiaotong naturally couldn't do anything about the two. Su Qianqian in the group to eat melon is not happy to eat. The first few minutes also feel very bored. She, at the moment, has been in the group and other people chatting oblivious. Yuki, you're back? Do you want to enter my fan group? Xiaotong went up and walloped Bai Nianxue. What fan base? Bai Nianxue smiled faintly. This is it. Xiaotong tapped her phone open, and there were dozens of people in the group, probably all volunteer-related people from the school. What might normally be used to talk about work and whatnot has now completely devolved into a high-end group of VIP gossip about freshmen. Bai Nianxue made a beautiful bend and easily bypassed Xiaotong's wallop. I'll just forget about it. She had never been interested in such things. Later, Zhang Lian should invite himself to play the game, so he had to wash up quickly. But then Su Qianqian suddenly spoke up. Yuki, I suggest you add it and see. Bai Nianxue. HM? Why? Only to see Su Qianqian reveal a smile full of deep meaning. 3 steps forward to Bai Nianxue. Open the group chat. Inside was a package of documents such as the freshman file. Downloaded. Bai Nianxue cast a sidelong glance at Su Qianqian. Su Qianqian continued to click on Handsome Man Collection of 25 sessions. Bai Nianxue again cast a sidelong glance at Su Qianqian, this time not forgetting to glance at Xiaotong. Finally click on a set of photos. Zhang Lian. Male, 19 years old. Funny and cheerful personality, handsome and cute, heavy game fan. A few military training photos about Zhang Lian as well as a few pre-military training passerby photos, as well as the relevant college classes and even personalities were written. This? Is it so fine? As soon as Bai Nianxue took her cell phone, she looked incredulously at a few photos that weren't too clear, but were still quite eye-catching. She doesn't even have a few in her hand right now. Can you send me? Bai Nianxue whispered to Su Qianqian. Yes, but that's not what I want you to see. Cynthia Su scrolled down. Bai Nianxue do not understand, just finally turned to the end. There is a red pity 2 words. It is clearly written above the information. Pity. Official test already has a girlfriend. Chapter 45 Space Footbreak. Bai Nianxue reacted calmly, and did not show the shocked expression that Su Qianqian imagined she would have after learning that Zhang Lian actually had a girlfriend. She raised her eyes and looked at Su Qianqian flatly. What is this official? Compared to these gossips, Bai Nianxue naturally trusted the people around Zhang Lian more. For example, the just separated Xinyu. In fact, when she had spent time with Zhang Lian before, she had interrogated him repeatedly and had already confirmed that he had never been in love. And just now, on the way back to the dormitory, Xinyu told her a lot of interesting things about Zhang Lian, which naturally included Zhang Lian's love history. At this point, even Xinyu, a childhood friend who had played with Zhang Lian since he was a child, vouched for how chaste Zhang Lian was, and in the past, how many girls who tried to get close to him were strangled in the cradle by his straight behavior. To see how a person's character is, you often need to look at how they are surrounded by friends, especially those of the opposite sex. That's why Bai Nianxue was already 100% confirmed about the fact that Zhang Lian didn't have a girlfriend. And the news now before us is false. Rumor. Seeing this, Su Qianqian turned her head and nuzzled her mouth, pointing her spear at Xiaotong. The official is there. There is the official. Xiaotong grabbed the raisins just in time to look over and smiled as she walked towards Bai Nianxue. What's wrong? Bai Nianxue held her cell phone out to Xiaotong. Hey, this schoolmate? I have an impression. The reality is even better looking than the photo. Xiaotong did not mince words as she praised him. Hearing these words, Bai Nianxue, who had originally wanted to question, suddenly became subtle for some reason. Which one? Which one? Lu Siki half propped up her body, heard the following 3 people discussing gossip. Hilarious, she is first class. Just the one you started to look at and drool over. Xiaotong laughed, turned his head to see Bai Nianxue's expression rippling, and then continued the introduction. I remember. I think he was the playground over there. I saw him when I was bringing water to a card-carrying schoolboy. He was lying in a deck chair on the side of the road with legs that long. Siki Lu. If you put it that way, I'll have to check it out tomorrow. Really? I'm not lying. Bai Nianxue listened to this and pursed her lips tightly on the side, having completely forgotten what she was just about to ask Xiaotong. Just be quiet. Listen to them discussing Zhang Lian. I had a feeling he was 6 feet 9 inches. But it's kind of cute to see how he looks. Like the kind of guy who would hug his girlfriend and pamper her. Little tits. Bai Nianxue. Su Chanqian did not poke at the fact that this person on the cell phone is Shueshue's online friend. And she also let her go and pretend to play several times. Just watching from the sidelines, Archfire said, "But isn't he quite fierce?" In the previous 2 offline meetings, she had felt that Zhang Lian was quite fierce, and this was something she had experienced firsthand, and she was very vocal about it. How come it's almost like some little puppy in the mouths of 2 people? While saying that, he didn't forget to observe Bai Nianshue's expression. Hey, fierce? Didn't feel it. Xia Tong thought back carefully. And he's mean? Little wolf dog? Hearing fierce, Lu Siki became even more interested, with a little excitement in her eyes and eyebrows. No, I don't think he's mean. Xia Tong thought back to the afternoon when Zhang Lian faced the girls with that look. He's pretty polite, and I've seen the girls who've approached him for contact information smile and say goodbye to him. Not fierce, ah. Su Chanqian nodded her head, thinking of Zhang Lian's detrimental appearance, so it was just for herself. Once again look at Bai Nianxue, the heart cannot help but worry. I am a replacement for Shueshue's identity, so that Zhang Lian fierce to me is actually to Shueshue. Shueshue is still very much like, could it be that Shueshue, it won't have him tendency, right? It's just a pity that I heard the girl who approached him for contact information say that he has a girlfriend. Xia Tong spread her hands and returned the phone to Bai Nianxue. It's fine. I'll watch it as usual. Zippy, said Lu Siki in disbelief. Bai Nianxue returned her cell phone to Su Chanqian, calmly got up, and returned to her closet to start rummaging through her pajamas. On the contrary, Su Chanqian instantly fidgeted at the sight, glancing at Lu Siki and then at Bai Nianxue. This time she again also know what to do. After all, Lu Siki does not know. Ignorant people have no faults. But the next second she watched as Bai Nianxue picked up her cell phone and spoke flatly to Xia Tong. I want to be in the group. What's the threshold? Hey! Su Chanqian was confused in place. Well said, I'll pull you. Xia Tong immediately greeted him with a smile on her face, pulling while still chattering. If you don't say that Yuki has a good eye, I'm telling you, there are a lot of other melons besides this boy. After washing up, Bai Nianxue lay back on the bed and quietly browsed a certain treasure. This one doesn't work. There's no back seat. This one doesn't work, the color is not good. This? Wouldn't the styling be too weird? While strolling, Bai Nianxue again saw just added Xia Tong's VIP group to So Late Are Still Crazy Melon. None of them were talking about some of the beautiful men and women in the class, and some very bombastic freshmen. Bai Nianxue picked for a while, but in the end, she couldn't make up her mind. She wants to buy a bicycle. There are no public bicycles near the school, and if there are, they all have no back seats and can only seat one person. Without opportunities, she had to create them. Since there are no bikes around to ride, buy one of your own to ride. It would be easy to come and go then, and she wouldn't have to take the school bus there every day. Just, how come he hasn't approached himself for a game this late today? At the usual time, it would have been long past time to rush yourself up to the number to get on. Is it because you're tired from walking with me today? Thinking of this, Bai Nianxue still decided to send a message over to Zhang Lian using Tinkercar's account. Mind, what are you doing? Why don't you play with me? The truth. Maka Pakka, you're shriveling up today? Can you do it? In the meantime, several members of the 404 boys in the men's dormitory are taking to the campus boulevard at night to put on a real-life version of a wild ride themselves. Come on. Come on. Come on. Foot brake, foot brake. What? Space foot brake. Do Zong powerhouse. It's actually as terrifying as this, Hey, don't break the glass. Bump, clang. The sound of breaking glass. What? He actually tore through the void. Don't just leave it there to rip the void. Come to the rescue. Chapter 46, Do You Want One? 1 hour ago. Walking on the road, Zhang Lian was still recalling the scent of his schoolmate's body just now, when suddenly his chrysanthemums tightened, and a chilly and cold air came from behind him. A grandparent's chopped three-wheeler, extremely fast, cranking a dynamic 90s DJ, with 2 headlights in front of the car like wise fish eyes, drifted toward Zhang Lian in an instant. Zhang Lian's eyes widened, and his heart cried out, grasp. Before he could duck, he saw a leg in sexy sweater pants suddenly sticking out of that car and stomping hard on the ground. 1,000 pounds. There was a violent scuffling sound. That car was actually parked steadily next to Zhang Lian. Then out of the car came the owner of the car. The youngest. Zhang Lian laughed. He just felt that the woolen pants looked so familiar. It's Li Yongwen after all. Li Yongwen took off his helmet and flicked his tongue rather beatifically. How's it? Is my car cool? Huh? Where did you get the car? Zhang Lian went up and scrutinized the grandfather's small three-wheeler. The sheds were all existing plastic sheds, and only the front rearview mirror was real glass. The whole body is as incredible as that child's toy put together. Is this guy Doraemon? Is there anything this guy can't do? Ordered a long time ago, two-handed. I'll go pick it up today. By then I'm going to open a store in the school. This car will be used for distribution. Li Yongwen said, proudly raising his chin. Awesome. The oldest. Hearing Li Yongwen say this, Zhang Lian felt very pleased. This time to see this car also did not have the beginning of the detachment, but a wave of proximity color. Because from what Li Yongwen just said, Zhang Lian only got one message. We have a car. Convenient for future classes. No more getting up at 7 a.m. to catch the bus for an 8 a.m. class. Why are you here? The instructor was looking for you everywhere just now when we weren't disbanded. Li Yongwen didn't see the greedy color in Zhang Lian's eyes and was still smug on the side. I went shopping. Zhang Lian said casually. Where are the keys? It's in the car. Didn't pick it up. I'll open it up and try it. Okay. Next. Penis. Lao air. You come back. Watching his new car gradually away, Li Yongwen realized that something is not right. Penis. You give me back my car. Lao air. How am I going to live without you in the future? Wow, drooling over how cool. Driving back to the male dormitory, Peng Haosen and Yen Wei's came downstairs. Looking at this chopped pepper 3 rounds, Peng Hao Xian has been in love, around the 3 rounds and touched and photographed, as if looking at works of art. Yen Wei's put his hands in his pockets. It's okay. Although it's rotten, it's still very convenient for a substitute. In actuality, he was excited as hell inside. Li Yongwen sounded smug again and ruffled his hair gently. Low profile a low profile. Zhang Lian transformed into the king of ideas. Since we're all down, let's go. Let's go for a walk? Yen Wei's is still serious. We still have military training tomorrow. It's so late. Hey, little military training. It's not worth it. Li Yongwen. Can I go then? Peng Haosen seconded at this point. I remember our school has an indoor venue where we can skate. Let's go there. Okay. Get in the car. Zhang Lian had already gotten into the passenger seat on the side. Go! Although Yen Wei's was verbally serious, he then grabbed the driver's seat. All 4 of them got into the car, and the whole body seemed to have dropped a dozen centimeters or so. Can this car take it? Fear the hammer, open. So slow. Yen Wei's spat. Accelerate. It's too damn slow. Stomp harder. I can't step on it. All the NG pedal to the bottom. Yen Wei's all burst out foul language too. It was easy to come to the big open field. The floors here are tiled and very smooth, and the site is large with good drifting space. So a few people had a flash of brilliance in their heads and took turns to start drifting, which gradually evolved into a real-life version of a wild ride. What? You can't brake here? It doesn't exist. There are space foot brakes of Dozong powerhouses. So after more and more intense showmanship, Zhang Lian played overturn the car. The foot brake also failed to brake. The whole car fell to the ground. The person was framed inside, like a snail suddenly shrunk into the shell, and it shattered the car glass. But don't worry, people and cars are fine. With the help of 3 people, Li Yongwen, the car was braced up and the victim of the disaster, Zhang Lian, was rescued very smoothly. On the way back to bed, Yen Wei's was still in charge of driving, while the 3 of them were enjoying the video of their respective drifts just now. Especially the video of Zhang Lian's last rollover. Peng Haosen and Li Yongwen burst out laughing throughout, threatening to zoom in on the screen later when he gets married. Zhang Lian's ass still hurt not arguing with the 2. That's when he also saw the message sent to him from Tinker Car. With that, Zhang Lian backhandedly sent the video of himself racing to Tinker Car. Maka Pakka. Quiet. Racing. Of course, he's not going to post a video of himself falling. But he ordered it wrong. Bai Nianxue received the message, retreated from the background of a certain treasure, and immediately clicked on the video that Zhang Lian had sent her. The video is exactly what he flipped the car all over. Bai Nianxue originally hid in the quilt, After reading it, then in the quilt laughing and twitching. What's he doing? How he's so funny. What a seizure. Then just as she was about to make the save, the video was withdrawn. Maka Pakka, wrong post, that's what it is. Bai Nianxue arched her eyebrows and clicked on the next video sent by Zhang Lian. This video is just normal, it's him spinning and drifting in circles around the field. High energy and no P points the whole time. But for some reason, Bai Nianxue looked still happy with the corners of her mouth rising. This time she learned her lesson and immediately clicked save before watching. Immediately after reading it, I sent a message to Zhang Lian. You didn't drop your kidney out, did you? Between the lines, he was actually worried if he had fallen. But Zhang Lian on the other side of the cell phone only felt that this was naked mockery. Damn it. She still got her hands on me. Maka Pakka? Can you catch the gravity of things? Is that what I'm showing you? Tinkerbike. Good, that's awesome.
Groß.
Maka Pakka. Pretending I'll make you fly. Maka Pakka. Have you never seen a triad before? Bai Nianxue rolled over under the covers and smiled as she typed. Suddenly the conversation turned to Zhang Lian and asked, Do you want one? Chapter 47. Doesn't he just have a face? Without an ounce of hesitation, Zhang Lian made a move that was completely out of instinct. Maka Pakka. Want to. I want to be emperor so badly. I dream of being an emperor. I want it so bad. Jif. Maka Pakka. What? Are you giving one away to a rich woman? Bai Nianxue knew he'd reply like that, and subconsciously wanted to type to tell him to go eat it if he wanted to fart, but then stopped her typing hand. She was going to latch on and see what model of bike to buy, so she typed, It's not impossible if you behave better. Zhang Lian saw the situation, immediately typed, Big brother. In the past, my little brother liked to he. From today onwards, dry you eat tip, thin you slip side. From now on, I will never punish you gun car. Steal your blue buff. Tinker cars. What does it mean to eat the tip of a dry one and slip the edge of a thin one? She could understand the second half, but the first part she didn't really understand. Even though she had already spent so much time with Zhang Lian, this guy would always come up with some fresh vocabulary that she didn't always understand. Zhang Lian replied, It means all the good ones are for you, that's all. Cute little thing. Just believe it. Bai Nianxue was certain in her heart that what Zhang Lian had said was not something good. However, she did not delve too deeply into it but continued to ask along with the topic just now. Then what style do you like? Send it to me to take a look. Zhang Lian, without saying a word, will be previously seen a variety of luxury cars. Plus now searching for some Lamborghini sports car to Tinker car sent over. Maka Pakka. Anyone will do. I'm not picky. Tinker bike. Strangling neck. Why don't you send me a rocket? Why don't I just buy you a rocket? Maka Pakka. Not the rocket. I don't know how to drive that thing, that's all there is to it. Tinker car. Look at the shape of my mouth. Tinker car. Professional mage Lu Hai Zhu. I'll be on the morning 8. The two of them just like this talk until late at night. Bai Nianxue finally can be considered to set out the type he may be satisfied with, and then quickly placed an order on the internet to order the relevant style of bicycle. Because of the need to bring a back seat, all those handsome and racy types in Zhang Lian's mouth were not brought, and Bai Nianxue could only choose to order it. In the latter days of military training, Bai Nianxue still found excuses to come and see Zhang Lian. Almost every day, in addition to taking umbrellas and delivering chilled watermelons, and with Su Chanqian, there were also things about the student union recruitment that required Zhang Lian to prepare. Wow! That schoolgirl is here for Zhang Lian again. Come every day. Just the one day I didn't come, every day. How's the preparation for today's interview? Bai Nianxue asked with concern. Don't we have you, senior sister, as a minister? Zhang Lian said cheerfully. Haha. There I also have to walk a little process well. Bai Nianxue covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her smile extraordinarily charming in the sunlight. Well, don't worry, Mr. Minister. I promise to complete the task. Zhang Lian was slightly nervous, so he could only pretend to be relaxed in his language. After so many days of feeding, he had gone from not caring at first to taking Bai Nianxue's need for his help very seriously, as if he were preparing for a particularly important high school practice exam. No way, eat people mouth soft, he already owes Bai Nianxue too big favor. This is a list of questions you might be asked. I have them all ready for you. But unfortunately I have something to do today, so the interview will be on your own. Bai Nianxue handed Zhang Lian a handwritten piece of paper with elegant and generous handwriting, stating the answers to several questions that might be asked. If I was there, I'd just pass you, haha. Hee hee. Zhang Lian giggled, put the paper away and said, this is not necessary for you to run such a trip, hot days. Your cell phone to send me is not good. Hearing Zhang Lian say so, Bai Nianxue nodded her head affirmatively as well. Well, fair enough. Why am I so stupid? Zhang Lian's brain CPU went down for a moment. Hey! Seeing Zhang Lian freeze, Bai Nianxue snorted out a laugh, one hand resting on her cheek as she cocked her head to look at Zhang Lian, her hair naturally hanging down. Laughing like a breeze bringing refreshment, he said, can't you see you if you send it on your cell phone? Zhang Lian only felt his heart beating wildly, and it seemed as if the surroundings were suddenly muted, with only the sound of growing grass and trees remaining in the world. The sunlight through the leaf gaps, gently hitting the seats of the two men, is gradually deflecting over time. Look at each other for a moment. Bai Nianxue blinked twice in sudden panic, defending what she had just said. Guys! You guys! I like to take a walk every day and walk this path. Seeing you guys reminds me of my freshman year. After saying that, Bai Nianxue sneaked another glance at Zhang Lian. She was obviously the one who was teasing him, but how come she was the one who lost first? She really couldn't stand to look him in the eye. Zhang Lian dully nodded his head twice, his mouth making an O sound, but his brain did not respond. The old Sigma man that he used to be had his brain revving up like a turtle at this point, not working at all. His mind had gone blank, especially when he looked at his older sister. It was as if he couldn't hear what the schoolteacher said afterward. Forced to calm down, he, like Bai Nianxue, both lowered their heads and both looked away again. In the meantime, several bizarre and gloomy eyes were staring at Zhang Lian dead on, emitting a strong spectral light. This dick guy. What's the situation? Peng Haosen clenched his fists and showed his teeth as he looked at both Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue. Something's not right. 10 out of 10 has to be 12 out of 10 wrong. Li Yongwen used his hands as binoculars and hid behind a tree like a scout, and the passing students looked at him like ZZZs. Yan Wei's, on the other hand, had a bad taste in his heart, and after watching Zhang Lian being fed by the school flower sisters every day, he was both jealous and envious. The heart can't help but echo the words he said at the beginning. It's not possible to come and deliver every day. This moment is even more of a slap in his face. A sentence to describe the Yan Wei's at this moment, that is both afraid of the brother over the bitter, but also afraid of the brother to drive a Land Rover. But even so, he still didn't think that Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue, the school's man of the hour, could have anything to do with it. He said faintly from the side, it seems like Sister Bai Nianxue asked the second one to join the literary arts department. Didn't the literary arts department start recruiting in the past 2 days? There is such a thing? Li Yongwen put down the binoculars and came to a realization. Told you so. You guys don't know? Yan Wei's raised his eyebrows. No way Then I'll go on me too. Right Just this face value of my oldest, this body, this literary style. Peng Haosen immediately chimed in. Yan Wei's mouth corner of a draw, although he is jealous, but which is better or worse he can still distinguish. Seeing this, Li Yongwen was immediately unconvinced. Doesn't he just have a face? With that, he raised his fists to go up for justice. Peng Haosen hurriedly stopped. Calm down, the youngest. Calm down. Our face value is not as good as his. But we have talent, No offense, no offense. Chapter 48 Student Council Interviews. After Bai Nianxue left, Zhang Lian returned to the team. The three of them immediately stepped forward to interrogate. Bai Nianxue is looking for you to add to the student council? Zhang Lian nodded. Ang. We want it too. Li Yongwen immediately voiced out, living like a protesting warrior. Yan Wei's did not say anything, but silence on the sidelines is already the answer. Didn't you even add the Hanfu Club? Zhang Lian wrinkled his eyebrows and looked at Li Yongwen with a strange gaze. That day from the cafe out, the three people found Li Yongwen. This guy have changed into someone else's Chinese dress club clothing, directly to help the school sister together to pull people. He also remembered that there were no boys in the Chinese dress club that night, and when he went there, it was just like the Tang monk entering the Ponzi cave, with all the older sisters surrounding him. However, the Tang monk people still have to pretend to be a little reserved. This guy is not even acting. Sitting in the middle of the schoolgirls, the corners of the mouth are almost raised to the sky. Like the emperor, he couldn't put on a costume, and a few enthusiastic schoolmates surrounded him to help him put it on. If you don't say that the brave enjoy the world first, and also because of the joining of his conspicuous bag, the original Hanbok Club, which had no male students, after seeing the treatment of Li Yongwen, there were several male students willing to join in the back as well. Li Yongwen heard not think, patting his iron-hard chest. Seriously, I'm just a guy with good energy, Anon, young and vigorous, got all the strength in the world. Young people shouldn't be too angry, said Zhang Lian soothingly. Can you call yourself a young man without being exasperated? Really want to go? I want it so much. I really want to see the difference between student government departments and clubs, and I'm going to open a store, so it's convenient when I join the student government. With a tone that was not joking, Li Yongwen raised an eyebrow. That's fine. Zhang Lian didn't hide anything at all and took out the note given by Nianxue. Recite the full text. It's pretty crowded. Just kidding, you don't look at who is in this department. Yan Wei's did not have a good mood. After the military training, several people came to the teaching building where the student union was recruiting, and when they arrived at the floor where the arts and culture department was located, they saw a bunch of students gathered around and lined up for interviews. Hey Lao Air, is schoolmate inside? It was so far away that Peng Haosen couldn't see inside even when he stood on his tiptoes. So he turned his head to ask Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian was still continuing to familiarize himself with the questions given by his schoolmates, and when he promised someone something, he had to try his best to do it right. Sister isn't in there. If she was in there, I wouldn't have to keep memorizing questions like this. Hey, then you will not be brushed. So many people at Peng Haosen, as the one who accompanied the two of them to see the fun, said with a skeptical smile. It can be not good to enter. Yan Wei's also shook his head and seconded. So many people. Well, don't worry. There's Lord Minister Zhang Lian was unimpressed. He didn't really feel nervous about this situation. After all, as long as he did what he needed to do, I'll leave the rest to my sister. If you are really brushed off, then you have tried your best, and you are not considered to have apologized to your schoolmates. It was just that this was just heard by the passing man with gold glasses, who was the head of the student union's organization department, Cui Bin. It's to see how this recruitment for the arts and culture department is going. No, to be precise, he came to see Bai Nianxue. He had heard the conversation between Zhang Lian's few people in the cafeteria before, and after a few days had passed, he still had an impression of these people. In particular, he was extremely impressed with this Zhang Lian, because he's really threatening looking. Now here he was again hearing him discussing Bai Nianxue, and he was also talking about Lord Minister in one breath, speaking as if he would definitely be able to get in. This caused him to sneer and gouge out a glance in Zhang Lian's direction before plunging straight towards the door. All get out of the way and line up. Don't crowd. The students who heard it looked back at him and confirmed that the clothes he was wearing belonged to the student council, and they all made way for him. At this point on the podium, there were still new students making introductions, so he sat off to the side as if no one else was there. Originally, seeing Bai Nianxue's absence, he would have left directly, but at this time, he reached out and asked the head of the Department of Arts and Culture for a list of the interviewers' information. Quickly, he checked up to see what the guys just outside were really called. Soon, he found Zhang Lian and Li Yongwen's profile information in a pile of data. There was even a sneer in his heart after seeing the two men's not-so-great resumes. He thought it was some kind of formidable competitor, and it turned out to be nothing. So he operated directly, placing Zhang Lian and Li Yongwen's profiles on top, allowing the two to cut right in front of the others. Next, Zhang Lian. Hey, not me. The students who were all originally lined up were confused. Zhang Lian, who was at the back of the line, was also dumbfounded that he had just come for a while and had jumped the queue early. While a few people heard shouting him ahead of time, they thought it was a good thing and gave Zhang Lian a thumbs up with a slight narrowing of their eyes. Grip grasp, the mechanism is powered up. Is this the power of the back-end waiting? Doesn't even have to be a priority. Steady, steady. Zhang Lian then walked into the classroom with his family's grim encouragement. He also assumed that it wasn't the schoolteacher who had gotten the better of him, but walked into the classroom and did not see Bai Nianxue. Are a bunch of strange faces looking at him. The school marm isn't here. Does it mean that the schoolteacher has mentioned it to the people below? Is it bad to be so obviously connected? Sister is also really under the hands of their own people, have so much power, directly sneak let themselves through, not just good. At this time, the girl on the stage whose nameplate read Vice Minister asked Zhang Lian to introduce herself. Zhang Lian nodded his head, and as prepared at the beginning, the corners of his mouth rose in preparation to go through the process as his senior sister had said. Just as he was about to speak, he was suddenly interrupted by Cui Bin, who was sitting on the other side of the room. Why did you just laugh? Are we funny? Zhang Lian froze for a moment. Ah? Shouldn't this be a serious occasion? What are you laughing at? Cui Bin's interruption felt baffling even to the few heads of the arts and culture department present. It's their recruitment for the arts department. What's he doing here as an interviewer? However, due to the fact that Cui Bin was more or less a minister, several people from the literature and arts department did not make a sound, but only looked at Cui Bin suspiciously, as well as waiting for Zhang Lian's reaction. Chapter 49. Not spoiling. Holy, how is that totally different from what the guy in front of me asked? He's so targeted with this question. Do I go in there and not give the interviewer a smile? Do I give a disgruntled face? Fortunately, it wasn't me who just went in. The crowd lined up outside the door got heated. On stage, Zhang Lian's brain raced, recalling the questions he might ask written on the note given to him by his schoolmate. But this doesn't have that problem either. Sister, did you get the information wrong? Is this the first time you've given such a stressful test? Luckily, I usually love to play some games that are easy to redworm, so I can't say anything about my resistance to stress, but if I were someone else, I probably wouldn't be able to handle it. So Zhang Lian got wise in a hurry and immediately pursed his lips and said seriously, Sorry, I thought of happy things. I'm professionally trained not to laugh, no matter how funny it is. Upon hearing this answer from Zhang Lian, the people in charge of the literary arts department on the stage fell out laughing, very satisfied, revealing a visibly pleasing color. In itself, their interview session was relaxed and enjoyable, and there was no such thing as official posturing or anything like that. Rather, it was Minister Cui Bin's intrusion that suddenly made the entire interview session particularly serious. Is it funny? But Cui Bin's words once again brought the originally lightened-up atmosphere back to seriousness. If Zhang Lian was allowed to muddle through so easily, wouldn't he fail to achieve his goal? He was only seen calmly putting down the student information about Zhang Lian in his hands, holding his glasses, and clasping his hands to his chest. If this was your interview in the future, would you handle it so haphazardly in front of HR? Saying that, he then looked at Lu Fei, the Vice Minister of Arts and Culture, who was on the side. Since when can anyone just enter the student council? The literary department needs people who are conscientious, reliable, and able to contribute. Do you think that this person, who has just behaved in such a frivolous manner, is suitable for this position? Lu Fei frowned. Even if she didn't know anything, she could tell that Cui Bin was deliberately making things difficult for this new student. But before she could even open her mouth to say anything, Cui Bin immediately made a determination against Zhang Lian in place of their arts and culture department. You failed the test I just gave you, you may leave. Don't hold up the students in the back. At the same time, I'd like to remind the students in the back that while I'm here, it's best to be serious and not look like you're actually going to be interviewed at all. Zhang Lian froze in his heart after listening to the whole thing. He thought that his reaction just now was still quite good. At least the several interviewers on the stage laughed, right? But this guy's words sound like he's deliberately targeting, right? What do you mean anyone can just enter? You interrupted your own self-introduction as soon as you came up, but you've been preparing for days to keep from opening your mouth? Another one of those lame excuses and you're kicking yourself out? If it wasn't for my sister, I wouldn't even come to your bull student council. You really made yourself an official. After Cui Bin finished this series of self-perceived domineering words, he drew a sigh from the students listening outside. He leaned back and picked up the next piece of information and pretended to glance at it, when in fact Li Wingman was next and he knew it. Obviously, he was pleased with the use of his power just now. Not only did he skillfully drive away this guy who didn't put respect on by Nianxue, but he also eliminated the possibility of becoming his own rival in the future for chasing by Nianxue. It's good to have the power to appoint people at will without letting some cats and dogs in. However, after waiting for half a day, Zhang Lian on the stage did not leave. This caused that evil fire in his heart to grow even hotter, and he slammed the information in his hand down on the table with a heavy snapping sound. I said, "Don't hold up the students in the back. Do I have to say the same thing twice? It's not your turn to teach me what I do. Who are you?" Zhang Lian directly disliked him head-on. Zhang Lian never knew what it means to take a step back to the sea and the sky. He only knew to take a step back to the absolute ing. More and more thought, the more angry. It's a valuable lesson he's learned from years of gallivanting in the game. Maybe for the sake of winning the final game, he could still hold his fire and encourage his dumbass teammates. But if it's all played out in the open, He'll have to follow through on the saying that he can't stand it. He doesn't have to stand it any longer. Obviously, in this case right now, the result is already clear. He's directly brushed off by this pussy, so what's the point of putting up with him? Open your mouth and you %#%. Bull stress test? You're pretending to be a mudblood %. ##. A fart of an officer for you? With your tail up in the air? Wow. There was a moment of dumbfoundedness among the freshmen outside who had been lining up and watching. However, most of them were marveling at the fact that Zhang Lian directly hit them with an angry spray at the interview site. After all, they also came to see if they could join the student union, but it turned out that this official came in to set up some bull new rules for the people in the back. The official is not very big, but the official authority is not small. On the other hand, Lu Feifei and a few other principals hurriedly got up and stopped Zhang Lian, telling him to calm down and be cool. They actually had a good first impression of Zhang Lian. Just don't know Cui Bin minister this time is what wind. No understand Nian Shui are not, and he also want to deliberately set up rules here discuss newcomers. Right now developed into this situation, they are also did not expect Zhang Lian, although looks humorous and handsome. The actual is a little bit of temper on the explosion of the prick, directly in the interview site on a meal of birds and flowers. Cui Bin, when so long since the student body where encountered this situation, even a little bit did not put him in the eyes of the minister. After all, within the student council, who wouldn't say hello to the minister when they saw him? But when he really looked squarely at Zhang Lian's face, he realized that the other party was taller than him by a whole head. His eyes staring at him with a shadowy look, and walked up to him, as if he would really call his face with a fist in the next second. He'd only ever seen that face on the hoodlums, and with his excellent grades, he'd never shied away from those people. But to be precise, it is to be respected and not to be messed with. But Zhang Lian was different. His grades weren't great growing up, and he had done a lot of fighting with punks, so as long as he showed his anger, that aura as if he was going to do it for real was naturally apparent. Including the first meeting to Su Chanqian scared, but also he stayed up all night eyes full of blood, will be the kind of hands-on temperament revealed. In other words, Zhang Lian belonged to the mold that was humorous and cheerful when he laughed, but chilling when he was fierce. Cui Bin instantly went a little soft, and his mind budged. He doesn't want to be dragged down an alley and beaten up one day for no reason, but how could he lose face in front of so many people, which would spread the word that he had any face left as a minister? As he hesitated, he did not forget to take off his gold-rimmed glasses and put them in the drawer under the table, fearing that if he did do it, he would break them for him. The head of the Arts and Culture Department was still wiping Cui Bin's ass and placating Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian, on the other hand, just continued to stare at Cui Bin with gloomy eyes. Tell you what, schoolmate, how about your interview tomorrow? Today's we don't count, okay? Lu Feifei persuaded. Of course, Zhang Lian couldn't possibly hit someone in front of such a large crowd, but he was also really angry at being deliberately disgusted by this dog. He wouldn't take his anger out on anyone else, though, and turned toward the door. No, so official, I won't add it. After saying that, Zhang Lian left without looking back, and Cui Bin instantly breathed a sigh of relief at the sight, slowly putting his gold-rimmed glasses back on again. Lu Feifei, however, felt so sad and wanted to say something, but the person had already been pissed off, so she could only sigh helplessly. Rather, it was Cui Bin, who had put on his glasses again, who confirmed that Zhang Lian had already walked away, and still did not forget to save the face he had just lost, saying, "Freshmen nowadays really don't have any rules at all. Chapter 50 will not be added. Why do I hear you arguing?" After exiting the interview classroom, Zhang Lian squeezed through the crowd back to the three people in line. "What's up, Dick?" "Ugh, it's fine. There's a $100 interview with the head of it in there. It doesn't add up." Zhang Lian was in a depressed mood and greeted the three Li Yongwen who were still in line and left first. He still had to explain the situation to his senior sister. Although the person in charge had just told him that he could come back for another interview tomorrow, but people fight for their breath, since he had been looked down upon so much, he wouldn't forcefully lick his face and come back. The big deal was to tell the schoolteacher that if there were any other need for him or her to be on the other side in the future, he or she would be absolutely obliged. And seeing that Zhang Lian has backstage are brushed off, Penghausen backhandedly smirked at Li Yongwen. "The penis are brushed off? You still want to go on, ah?" "Aye." Li Yongwen hesitated, thinking, what if I'm the chosen one? Yan Wei's didn't hold back his laughter when he heard it. "You cheer up. I'm leaving too." "Hey, what do you mean? You all look down on me?" "It's okay. Boss is with you." Penghausen patted Li Yongwen on the shoulder. Next, Li Wingman. "Hey, how come it's my turn?" Li Yongwen was dumbfounded. Although a lot of the freshmen who had just lined up because of Zhang Lian had left, there were a lot more freshmen watching. Only Li Yongwen before also felt that the early call is because there is a backstage, but now feel that there is a bad premonition. Cheer up, oh, Peng Haosen said with a smile. Let me see how it goes. Li Yongwen wiped his nose with his thumb and walked towards the battlefield, with an image of impending heroism. The end of military training is approaching. Bai Nianxue, as the head of the Department of Literature and Arts, was going to start taking charge of matters related to the freshman party performance. Not only that, but because of her family, the funds needed for the parties in question were often allocated to the school's student council at her request. The organization department, on the other hand, is the one responsible for spending these funds on organizing students and performance arrangements. Bai Nianxue in the auditorium to coordinate the personnel, clearing the bill, easy to busy work, and have the time to search for Zhang Lian to join the Department of Literature and Art. In the future, you can find a reason to pull him every day as his own personal little brother. The thought of being able to make him that made her happy. But she couldn't help but be curious when she heard a discussion about what went wrong with recruitment over at the student council, and a freshman almost punching someone on the spot. Walking up and asking, "Which department are you talking about?" It seems like it's the Arts and Culture Department, 4th or 3rd floor, come to think of it. Miao Miao Ding from the Organization Department of the Student Council replied. Well, Minister White, it seems to be your department. Either that or the Life Department. Zhang Jing from the Labor Department said carefully. There's this. Bai Nianxue frowned slightly and turned around to look for her cell phone. Well, I also heard it from the people who came over there. It seems like it's pretty powerful that freshman is going to beat up people. Miao Miao Ding laughed. So mean? What's that for? Zhang Jing said as she ate her melon. Well, it's like setting rules or something, and then that freshman didn't think it was fair. Not playing official? Hu Fan corrected as he walked over with a broom. Ding Miao Miao immediately eyed Hu Fan to stop talking nonsense. The Minister of Literature and Arts is here. You say bad things about other departments. But Hu Fan shrugged and didn't care. Only Bai Nianxue, who had gotten her cell phone, put down the ledger after reading the message and turned back to the three. I'll go back first. Oh well, don't worry and leave it to us. Miao Miao Ding smiled and waved her hand. Turning his head and not forgetting to give Hu Fan a warning look. Are you for real? It's not like I'm under the Ministry of Literature and Arts, and our discipline department rarely spends funds, so I'm not afraid of Minister Bai, unlike you. Male Dormitory 404. Only then did Peng Haosen and Li Yongwen both hurry back to the dormitory. Well, you can't pass, can you? Li Yongwen and Peng Haosen stayed silent, and both of them walked into the dormitory with an unfathomable look. Yan Wei's just quietly looked at the two. Where's Lao Er? It was only when they walked into the dormitory room that the two noticed that Zhang Lian was not there. Lao Er just didn't come back. Yan Wei's was following Zhang Lian back to his dormitory, and he didn't see Zhang Lian when he came back. Lao Er is not here, you two don't pretend. In the end, over or not? Yan Wei's asked curiously. Seeing that Zhang Lian was not in the dormitory, the two of them were instantly deflated. Li Yongman sat down in his seat and suddenly changed into a mask of pain. Oh, they're so mean. Peng Haosen, on the other hand, was no longer pretending and laughed out loud without a care in the world. Getting the failed answer, Yan Wei's was relieved and said with a smile, What's going on? He was disliked. Peng Haosen told Yan Wei's the whole process of Li Yongwen being brushed off one by one. I feel like that person is deliberately targeting Laozi. Li Yongwen was furious and fiercely hammered the table. I guess Lao Er just argued with him. He's so pretentious. Unclear. Say, where did the penis go? Couldn't have gone to his schoolmates, could he? Zhang Lian happened to catch Xinyu, who had also come to join the student union, when he exited the school building. She's here to add the discipline department. Zhang Lian then talked to her without words about the situation he had just encountered. That is to say, Sister Bai Nianxue asked you to come and add to her department, and as a result you were disgusted by the people in her department? Xinyu gloated and laughed. Yeah. But it's something I don't know how to talk about yet, and the people in her department at school are too. That's something. I don't want to add it. But then again, it was promised. If I add it, I'll have to come back tomorrow. Then you don't add it. Xinyu raised her eyebrows and laughed. Chapter 51 talks about you being a puppy. Xinyu said this only because with her understanding of Zhang Lian, she had never seen him screwing up like this, hesitant and not at all his thunderous style of doing things. That bit of his brain circuitry is just like that of a dead stubborn ox. Once he has decided on something, he will never turn back. Never internal conflict. Resolving things immediately and avenging on the spot are his labels. Previously determined to come to the University of the Sea to reel a certain tinker car. Hard throughout the entire senior year is devoted to study. To vomit our chanting tinker car to old man wait. And this is even more true in the game. It never changes. But now, it is because of Bai Nianxue requests such a small thing in front of their own tangled up. Didn't you reject the head of the Arts and Culture Department so decisively at the scene? Shun Yu saw through Zhang Liyan at a glance. So he deliberately said in an archly flaming tone. Hey, then I won't add it. I can't say anything on the school sister's side. Zhang Liyan immediately shook his head when he heard this, shaking it like a rattle. Military training these days, the school sister every day to see their own. Every time they come to talk to themselves about the student union, can see how much the school sister is on this matter. One's own brain is hot and directly put down the job. Of course, one is out of anger, but it would be too unfair to the school sister. When I thought of my sister's smiling face, who had just come in the morning to cheer me on, the strength of my heart was even greater. Blame it all on that sand dollar. Grass. Oh, Shun Yu nodded playfully, her eyes twinkling. Then you'll add it. I just finished saying that Lao Zi won't add it. And now I'm going to add it again. Won't it be humiliating? Zhang Liyan flung his hand and died out just like the pissed-off piggyback. Xin Yu pursed her lips and looked at Zhang Liyan with a face like she was nervous. Don't you laugh. Talking to you about something. Zhang Liyan saw this perfunctory energy of Xin Yu and pushed her. So, then what can I do to help you if you tell me? Xin Yu spread his hands. You give a suggestion, to add or not to add, to do or not to do. Zhang Liyan clapped his hands once and said, I think it. Shun Yu's willow brows slightly knitted, making a thoughtful look. You directly tell Sister Schwer the truth. Just say you didn't pass. Swiped. While saying that, Shun Yu patted Zhang Liyan's shoulder again. And don't say anything else. Just say that you burned out. Zhang Liyan took a look at his shoulder and raised an eyebrow. Shun Yu had a resolute look in her eyes and nodded at him. Sister Schwer surely can't possibly blame you. Would that make me too useless? Zhang Liyan said skeptically. No way. Xin Yu immediately interrupted, associating it with the fact that Zhang Liyan was still being kept in the dark by Sister Schwer at this time. The corner of his mouth rose. You're useless in your own right. Zhang Liyan. Oh. Xin Yu continued to maintain a gentle smile. I think that if Sister Schwer wants you to enter the student council, she shouldn't be trying to figure out what you can do with it.
Zhang Liyan. Emoticon zdumienie.
Minister, what happened? Bai Nianxue came to the classroom, and a long line had already re-formed outside the door. No, just Minister Chui from the organization department came in front for a bit and got into a fight with a freshman here. Lu Feifei explained. I've already explained this to the students outside. Don't worry, Minister. It won't affect our recruiting program this time. Trey Bin? What's he doing here? Bai Nianxue asked, sitting down on the sidelines. You guys go on. Then ask towards Fei Liu for a file of freshman information to find someone first. Lu Feifei, on the other hand, sat down next to Bai Nianxue and explained all the ins and outs of Chui Bin's inexplicable disruption of their interview scene. Originally, we've been interviewing well. He probably just saw that you were away and wanted to act as a substitute for you. Lu Feifei said indignantly. But I didn't expect him to be educated by someone's freshman just after he set the rules. You didn't see it. His face was white with fear. If we hadn't stopped him, I really think that freshman was going to hit him. Speaking of Zhang Liyan, Lu Feifei's brain thought of that scene again, and she couldn't help but lower her head and snicker. Bai Nianxue saw the corners of her mouth twitching, and she did not have any official position. Just let the students interviewed next to her continue. Do not have to care about her side. Is that so funny? Not really. It's just funny to see the well-mannered, svelte Minister Choi give that incredulous, scared look for the first time. Lu Feifei coughed twice and recovered her seriousness. As expected, the scholar is afraid of hooligans. Don't tell you any bull reasoning. Come up and dry serve you first. I should have said no. You didn't see that freshman. 5 feet 8 inches, tall and strong, cursing and swearing in anger and coming towards you. It's really scary. It's kind of creepy for me to watch from the sidelines. It feels like I could give that little body of Minister Choi a run for his money with one punch. I really do prefer this one, meaner and more secure. Bai Nianxue rummaged through the information and slanted a breathless glance at Lu Feifei. You just want someone to take it out on you if someone dares to bully you in the future, don't you? Hey, what's wrong with that? Think about it, minister. In case you meet an unreasonable hooligan, do you expect a boy like Chui Bin to go up and reason with the hooligan? Lu Fei Fei beamed and continued. If I had a tall boyfriend standing next to me, I could be like a husky on a leash who dares to tenderize me. I'll fight, said. Lu Fei Fei. Also hands forked waist sound and color have a demonstration once again. Hit by Nianxue and then back a dodge, slightly. By Nianxue helplessly rolled her eyes. She, on the contrary, never had any requirements for her boyfriend in this regard. After all, since she was a child, no one had ever bullied her or dared to. She never had a standard for what she wanted in a boyfriend. But, hearing Lu Fei Fei say that, an image was actually quickly and automatically generated in her head based on Lu Fei Fei's description. The scene where one hides behind Zhang Lian and is shielded by Zhang Lian, with the bad guy right in front of them, and then one runs up and stomps on the bad guy and quickly ducks back. So childish. But it seemed really nice to be protected by him. All right, how come I can't find the person I'm looking for in half a day? Is there anything else? Bai Nianxue finished going through the information in her hand and didn't find Zhang Lian. Nope. That's all that's left for today. But there are some. Where? Those are over. Over the top I'll see. Lu Fei Fei again gave Bai Nianxue the list of those who had passed the preparation for the second interview. Then continuing where I left off. Where was I? Speaking of you being a puppy. Bai Nianxue blurted out, continuing to look through the information. Chapter 52, Protecting Husband's Character. Though I guess. But I think that freshman was actually pretty good. But unfortunately after being disgusted by Minister Chui, he's not coming. Lu Fei Fei shook her head and sighed. Most of them in the arts department were girls, very few boys, even fewer dudes, and even fewer dudes with a sense of humor. There weren't many lists that had passed, and Bai Nianxue scanned through them in a few seconds. That's not there either. Then it's gone, a minister, it wouldn't. Lu Fei Fei's eyes averted. It was brushed off by us, right? It shouldn't be. Bai Nianxue muttered. She didn't feel that Zhang Lian's conditions would be brushed aside. Is there a list of people who have been scrubbed? There, nah. Bai Nianxue quickly flipped up and roughly guessed in her heart. Could it be that he wasn't ready today, so he didn't come? I say, minister, if you have someone who wants to get in, you should have told me ahead of time, so that we wouldn't be brushed off now. I don't think. He shouldn't be brushed off by you guys, Bai Nianxue said with great confidence. Hey, but what a coincidence. It's just been brushed aside. Lu Fei Fei watched Bai Nianxue look up the list, curiosity prompting her to ask. Minister, why don't you tell me? I might have an impression, and I promise not to tell anyone. She knows what Bai Nianxue is worried about, avoiding suspicion. She understands. After looking at the brushed list, Bai Nianxue still didn't find Zhang Lian's name, but another person she recognized appeared. Li Yongwan, his roommate. That means he should have been here. But now there's no information about him at all. Where did it go? It can't be such a coincidence. Minister, the person you're looking for is the one who clashed with Minister Chui, Zhang Lian, right? Lu Fei Fei could tell from Bai Nianshue's demeanor expression that she hadn't found it. Huh. If it's not in here either, then it would have to be Minister Chui who took it. Lu Fei Fei remembered that when Chui Bin left, he took Zhang Lian's resume with him. Why did he take it away? Bai Nianshue's eyebrows knit tightly. Reacting to something, she instantly came to be angry. Her tone clearly brought on displeasure. Because Zhang Lian made quite a scene at the time and said he wasn't adding it when he left, Minister Chui, he justifiably took the resume away. Lu Fei Fei said truthfully. But why take away resumes? Lu Fei Fei could roughly guess that there was all sorts of information about Zhang Lian on it, and as the head of the organization department, it would be easy for him to deal with a new student. He's not adding? Well, I was asking him to come back for a new interview the next day, and he said he wouldn't add it. Lu Fei Fei said, careful to guess the meaning of Bai Nianxue, but found that the minister's good-looking eyebrows knit tighter and tighter. Seems to be very angry look. Tell me all about the situation, and tell me about it. Just as Lu Fei Fei was still trying to salvage something, Bai Nianxue said coldly, well, good. Actually, I have a feeling that Minister Choi is kind of deliberately targeting Department of Organization. Chui Bin was treating the new student on the stage in the same scenario as he had treated Zhang Lian. He didn't have to take part in this session of the organization department's recruiting work, but Bai Nianxue wasn't there, so he was bored and went to the organization department's recruiting classroom to listen. But what is said to be a sidebar is actually him vetting newcomers. Boss, this is Meow Meow Ding's friend. Go easy on the mouth. Okay. Next, Ren moving. Compared to the overcrowding in the arts and culture department, the serious atmosphere in the organization department had the least number of people wanting to join among the entire student union recruitment departments. Especially after Chui Bin personally arrived at the scene of the organization department, there were originally some freshmen who were glad that Chui Bin was not there, also chose to give up on the spot. They're here to add student government, not to be trained. The competition is a bit tougher in other departments, but it's not mandatory to join one. And on the stage, Ran Dong appeared to be very nervous, because the freshmen in front of him had all survived none of the destruction of the demon Chui Bin. But Chui Bin this time, but not like before a verbal attack on the language output, but pretended to look at the resume in his hands, signaling up other people to ask questions. Obviously, because Meow Meow Ding was a member of his own department, he directly chose to turn a blind eye. This approach of his led to the fact that the entire organization department was almost all his people. Holy Minister Choi doesn't ask? Drain. He's acting like this. So rubbish, on what grounds? Seeing Minister Choi actually really, like his old sister said, will let go of the water, the stage Ran dynamic self-introduction is completed, which is relieved, the heart slightly relaxed, eyebrows and eyes also brought a smile. He already felt like that would be a sure bet. Well, your conditions are good in all aspects. The person in charge on the stage and Chui Bin exchanged a wink, received a nod from Chui Bin, and declared it passed. But the next second, a delicate silhouette walked straight into the classroom. Why are you laughing? Everyone then looked to the door as Bai Nianxue quickly walked in and threw out such a strange question as soon as she entered. Ran moved to laugh awkwardly. Huh! Bai Nianxue came directly to the first row and took a handful of resumes in the hands of the organization department people. A calm, sweeping glance. Then truthfully, you can join the organization department with this grade? Can anyone just join the organization department anymore? Saying that, Bai Nianxue turned her head again to look at Chui Bin, who was already embarrassed in a corner. And isn't this a very serious occasion? What do you mean you just laughed? Right, Minister Choi? Ren moves. This? Bai Nianxue? Or do you have a backstage? Randong was stared at by Nianxue and couldn't find his way out, immediately looking at Chui Bin with his eyes begging for help. He has no idea what's going on right now. He didn't even feel angry at Bai Nianxue's words, because he didn't have the same bottom line as Zhang Lian. He's really taking the back door. His introductions are watered down. Nianxue, what are you doing? Chui Bin got up and said in an unpleasant tone. What? I'm also a minister. Can't I control it? Bai Nianxue said faintly. You're the arts and culture department. This is the organization department. The head of the organization department next to him immediately said. Oh. Bai Nianxue walked towards Chui Bin. Since the literature and arts department can't be in charge of your organization department's recruiting, I'd like to ask, Minister Chui, what gives you the right to meddle in my literature and arts department's recruiting of new members? Me. Chui Bin was speechless for a moment, and actually didn't know how to answer at all. Especially in the face of Bai Nianxue's angry eyes, he was directly defeated. If it were not for the fact that this was an interview site and he needed to maintain a bit of face as a minister, he might have directly had to apologize to Bai Nianxue in kind. Chapter 53 School sisters are so fierce. Arguing. What's the situation? It seems like the head of the arts and culture department, Baeknim Suit, and the head of the organization department got into a fight? She's so fierce. I love it. That one on stage. So innocent, ha 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 ha. What was the fight over? I don't know. I heard Bai Nianxue say that it was their organization department that first meddled in their literary department's affairs in a haphazard manner. More and more watchful freshmen gathered around, gradually surrounding the entrance to the organization department. Among them, there just happened to be Shen Yu, who had arrived late, as well as Zhang Lian, who had followed her and was ready to see her in action, who had thought to come to the teaching building to hear the next building organization department side extremely lively. Shen Fish naturally followed to the organization department outside. Didn't you add the disciplinary department? This is the organization department. Zhang Lian was taller, and although there were many people, his perspective allowed him to see the blocked classroom sign. The discipline department is over there. Xinyu. I know, I was trying to see what they were doing around here. You're too short, you can't see it either. Zhang Lian undermined Xinyu, then stood on his tiptoes to look over the window. Xinyu heard this and disliked back. Are you going to die if you grow that tall? When he finished, He asked with a yard of curiosity. What's going on in there? By Nianshue's senior sister. It seems like she's talking to the one I met for the $100 interview. Can't hear. Zhang Lian could only see an approximation. The distance was too far and the people were too noisy. Huh. Xin Yu's eyes lit up at that. Zhang Lian continued to stare blankly. Only the more he looked, the more wrong he became. How is this? I feel like it's by Nianshue who's angry, right? So fierce feeling. Don't you just watch commentate with me live. Xin Yu disliked Zhang Lian's stomach and didn't have the good sense to say, it's not like I can hear it. But as I look at this scene, it seems like Bai Nianshue's senior sister is disciplining someone. Zhang Lian was suddenly a bit vain. This was completely different from the senior sister Bai Nianshue he remembered. The impression of Bai Nianshue's school sister, gentle and beautiful, humor and generous, delicate heart. But now, it's also too much like a boss training employees, teachers training students. The school sister turned out to be a Tyrannosaurus Rex. I feel like I'd better go at it tomorrow. Zhang Lian swallowed a mouthful of water. Xin Yu, hey? Why? The corners of Zhang Lian's mouth twitched as he laughed. I'm afraid that I'll become the person inside. Compared to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Zhang Lian felt that he had seen too much already. Shinfish, their own mother, and many play well with female classmates. Outside are quiet. Once they get along for a long time with that Pokemon evolution, all become Tyrannosaurus Rex. He still wanted to fight to save his schoolmate's image in his heart. As long as the schoolteacher wasn't mean to herself, then it wasn't a big problem. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, seeing that there were more and more people watching outside, Cui Bin's face became more and more cloudy. Anyhow, he thinks also really do not understand Bai Nianshue will somehow come to his organization department site to make trouble, and the tone of the words with a kind of yin and yang as if in out of breath as he thought Bai Nianshue had come specifically to find him. If there's anything we can go talk about in private, Nianshue. Cui Bin held up his gold-rimmed glasses, still maintaining his civilized image, but his words already carried a certain bowed attitude. There are so many people here. Give me some face. Face. Bai Nianshue raised her eyebrows. He still knew about face. Did you care about Zhang Lian's face when you bullied him in front of so many people? It was so hard for her to, with all her heart and soul, get Zhang Lian to come to the Department of Literature and Arts, and now it was because of him that caused the person Zhang Lian not to come. What should I do now? Go to Zhang Lian? Ask him to add another one? With Zhang Lian's character, if he said he wouldn't come in front of so many people, he would definitely not come. Even if she went to explain clearly with him, may only get Zhang Lian a sentence. I'm sorry, in the future if there are other places need him to be sure to put her plans all out of whack. How could she not be angry? I've told you before, if you're the head of the organization department, mind your organization department first and don't always come to my arts and culture department. Bai Nianshue scornfully looked around. Since you like coming to my literature and arts department so much, and the organization department dislikes staying so much, then you shouldn't be the minister. Nianshue, there are so many people. Do you have to make such a scene? Hearing Bai Nianshue's direct exit to make him give up his position, Cui Bin was a bit anxious. He then realized how angry Bai Nianshue was. Even if she had shown discomfort before by going to bother her herself, she had never been like she was today, with absolutely no leeway at all. It's almost like the cat who accidentally touched something and exploded. Don't forget who gave the organization department the money it's spending right now. Bai Nianshue said calmly and indifferently. And what you took from my organization department, give it to me. What is it? Cui Bin frowned tightly. He hadn't thought about the source of the problem of the matter towards Zhang Lian since the beginning, and thought that it was just the fact that he might have actually crossed the line somewhere this time, causing Bai Nianshue to be so angry. Bai Nianshue, resume, you took it. Cui Bin drifted off and took out a folded resume from his shirt pocket and returned it to Bai Nianshue. Bai Nianshue took it and immediately checked it out. Sure enough, this was Zhang Lian's resume, and Zhang Lian was really driven away by him. The tone of his voice was 3 times colder again. If you can find a next family, you will continue to be, otherwise, your position will be given to someone else. Strike that. Bai Nianshue then went straight out of the classroom. The original classroom was silent, and Cui Bin silently clenched his fists. Bai Nianshue actually really want to force him to remove his position. Who doesn't know that all the sponsorships that can be found within the school are related to Bai Nianshue? If she says no more sponsorships, it means the organization will get no more funding at all. Even the student council doesn't get a bit of funding whenever she wants it. She has absolute power to impeach whoever she wants. This was why he had been trying to catch up with Bai Nianxue. As long as he catches up with her, he'll certainly have no problem trying to become student body president. However, there are too many people chasing after her, and the ways he can get to her are almost all blocked by her. Why? Is it that hard? Minister? We still. You guys get it, I'll leave first. Cui Bin left behind a sentence, turned his head and left the classroom on his hind feet as well. Chapter 54. You can what? Today is the last day of military training, and as for us, it's good to get together. The following day, after walking through the performance ceremony of the military training repertoire, Zhang Wei said goodbye to the entire team at the end. After more than 10 days of companionship, all of them were in a state of abandonment. The only exception was Zhang Lian, whose big cousin Pot could finally go away. And at the end of his speech, Zhang Wei named and criticized a wave of Zhang Lian to ease the atmosphere. Heads this way, feet that way, 50. Old Biden, you're finally leaving and still screwing me. Zhang Lian wasn't used to it at all and immediately disliked him back. What did you say? Zhang Wei's eyes widened and his eyes looked like they wanted to eat someone. You just catch your own family members to death. I'm going to go back and sue you. Senate you 1 book, Senate you 10 books. Zhang Lian said on his lips, but his body was still very honest and honestly did push-ups. Ha 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 ha. The team laughed their asses off. Sure enough, because of the reason Zhang Lian interacted like this, the atmosphere had obviously eased up a lot. Finally, on the podium of the parade ceremony at the front of the playground, the chief instructor asked all the instructors to gather, and the half-month military training came to a complete end. It also meant that instructor Zhang, who could train Zhang Lian, had disappeared, and now there was only the big table pot in the middle of life. On the occasion of the team's dissolution, the entire 404 men's group, ready to about the instructor and a few students together to say goodbye again. After all, after Zhang Wei training, the next day will follow the troops back to the team. Zhang Lian agrees. But he had one more important thing to do this afternoon, and that was to make another cheeky trip to add to the arts department. For some reason, last night, Bai Nianxue Senpai didn't even send him a message. Looks like it's really pissed off. He only had one more go at it now, and he'd do his best to pass or not. But speak of the devil. Zhang Lian was still repeating and memorizing the interview questions Bai Nianxue had given him yesterday when he was suddenly nudged by Li Yongwan, signaling him to look in a direction. Bai Nianxue was walking straight in their direction. But the aura on his body was completely different from the past, and instead of smiling and waving himself over, he walked straight towards the 4 of them. Masaka. Not good. Schoolgirl wants to. Zhang Lian's heart tightened. The scene he witnessed yesterday is reproduced in his mind as a shadow. What to do? Without waiting for him to think of what to say, Bai Nianxue had already arrived in front of him. Hak, senior sister. Zhang Lian carefully observed Bai Nianxue's expression to see if there were any abnormalities that were different from usual. Military training is over? And the next second, Bai Nianxue didn't show up with all the harsh words he had fantasized in his head. Instead, it was as gentle as ever. A nearly broken image of a schoolmate seemed to revive instantly. That's what a schoolgirl is like. How could she be so mean? Yesterday must have been an illusion. Zhang Lian nodded. Well, liberated. Bai Nianxue nodded her head as well, pursing her lips as she pondered how to speak. Bai Nianxue. Yesterday. Yesterday. Zhang Lian repeated, nervously rubbing the back of his head. I went, but
I'm sorry, school teacher.
Bai Nianxue immediately tensed up when she heard Zhang Lian say that. She already knew what Zhang Lian was going to say later. I'm sorry. I can't help with this favor, senior sister. If you need me to help with anything else, I'll be sure to. No way. Bai Nianxue refused in her heart. She immediately opened her mouth to interrupt Zhang Lian. I know, yesterday was a little complicated. It's not what you think. That guy, psychotic. Zhang Lian. Hey, I read your profile all the way back there. I afternoon is my personal interview. You can. Bai Nianxue talked about the back, but also some difficult-to-speak feeling. Coming, she wanted him to come, but didn't want him to push too hard. Unbeknownst to her, the back of Zhang Lian's just sorry was actually not what she thought at all. He had, originally, just wanted to say that he would go again in the afternoon. The big deal was the face. He didn't really care that much. After all, he was a funny man. Just hearing Bai Nianxua's senior sister's explanation, as well as the invitation to him to initiate walking relationship again, the heart feels quite different. So much so that the tone of voice was unconsciously lightened. I was just going to say I'll come back this afternoon. I didn't pass yesterday, but at the time, the guy in charge said for me to come tomorrow. Ah? And after hearing Zhang Lian's reply, Bai Nianxue also gave a silly ah like Zhang Lian. Obviously, the other party's words are actually completely different from what he had thought of in advance. Stereotypes in the human mind are a big mountain, and we think of a person only from our own point of view of how the other person would react. But we're not each other, after all, and will many things really be the same as what we see, hear, and think? You only know when you've done it. Upon hearing this, Bai Nianxue laughed out softly, amused by her own conjecture, and also amused by Zhang Lian's adorable reaction. Why would he choose to do it again today when he was all brushed off and so angry then? Because of myself. Why is he so cute? When Zhang Lian saw Bai Nianxue laugh, he followed suit, and like Bai Nianxue, he was sort of amused by his own blind mind. But before, he was so busy with the game that he had absolutely no time for these blind thoughts. What's going on lately? It's weird. When you see a schoolmate, your brain will instinctively become active, and any inexplicable thoughts can come up. The two just laughed at each other's words for a short while, completely forgetting that there were 3 other little ones next to them who had silently raised their middle fingers. Can you consider that there are people next to you, hey? The two? Peng Haosen stepped forward to play the light bulb said. The two of them then hid their awkwardness and smiled as a few people walked together. Li Yongwen. Sister. I heard that the arts department is hard to get into? Bai Nianxue. Well, it's okay. You have certain specialties for that. Li Yongwen asked again. Then why did Zhang Lian get in? Bai Nianxue glanced at Zhang Lian. Her eyebrows couldn't hide her smile. He, in all aspects, is quite good satisfied, just in time to do me a favor. When Li Yongwen heard this, he became confident. Then, sister, do you think I can? Bai Nianxue smiled gently. You can what? Chapter 55. Cycling. Penis, you don't even play games these days? You run outside every day? Anon. For 04 in the boys' dormitory, Zhang Lian replied with a look of dark circles under his eyes plus a hollowed-out expression of emptiness. Freshers' evening, the old lot. Pang Hao Xen. Doing hard labor allow air. Doesn't it stand to reason that sister Bai Nianxue pulling you in should be a sturdy shield for you? Yan Wei's asked in a tentative tone as he looked at the book in his seat with a desk lamp. Don't mention it. I'm like a 24/7 bodyguard now. Zhang Lian joked to himself. Or the kind that does everything, the old bitter O. After saying that, Zhang Lian shook his head again and picked up today's bag. Once again going forward to the Arts and Culture Department to look for Sister Bai Nianxue to report for duty. He hadn't touched his beloved computer game in many days. Not to mention looking for a dinky car. The last time he chatted with Tinkerbike, he was still stuck asking Bai Nianxue senpai how her literature and arts department was doing, and received an affirmative and very relaxed reply from the other party. But the truth is, he has to learn to do more work every day than the minister. Today is another day to go shopping for props and costumes for the freshman party. All right, no more bull with you guys. I have to go. Zhang Lian waved his hand and put on his backpack. Will I see you again, Swallow?
$100.
Zhang Lian rolled his eyes and closed the door with a clang. But the lines that followed continued to come out of it in a very low voice. From now on, there is no more me in your world. You have to be happy, okay? Swallow, how can I live without you? Swallow.
Come downstairs.
Zhang Lian was still walking disheveledly with his head buried, like a walking corpse that had been sucked dry. He didn't notice that not far away, Bai Nianxue, who was looking more and more energetic, was riding her bike rapidly toward him. It stayed until it was close enough for his senses to hear, and the crisp sound of bells rang in his ears. Zhang Lian only then glanced at the white Nianxue, who rode beside him while he looked at with a smile. With a whoosh, Zhang Lian's originally hunched and listless back straightened up. The disillusionment between her eyebrows was also swept away, like she had just doped up and greeted Sister Bai Nianxue. Sister, why are you here? Bai Nianxue have been amused by this look of his, in front of himself. He is really good heavy baggage, However, he knew exactly what he looked like. Bai Nianxue only felt that he was even more adorable instead. She rode her bike to a stop in front of Zhang Lian. then got off and shifted to sit on the back seat of the car, tilting her head in a gesture. Get in the car. Zhang Lian stayed in place, his eyes widening as he looked at Bai Nianxue. This is too handsome. Where did you get that, sister? Bai Nianxue let out a light laugh, seeing Zhang Lian reveal such an expression. She knew she hadn't picked the wrong one. Like it? She asked to Zhang Lian with a smile. Love it so much. Zhang Lian laughed, caressing the bodywork obsessively. It was simply a brand new to glowing black night. How could a biker-loving male big like him resist such naked temptation? If you like it, you can borrow it to ride. Bai Nianxue still laughed at the situation and gently patted the car seat, once again telling Zhang Lian to get on the car quickly. Really? Hearing that he could lend himself a ride, Zhang Lian's eyes directly glistened. He didn't think of it in any other way at all. No boy could resist such a sweaty horse. And he had followed Bai Nianxue's gesture and sat in the front seat of the car. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Seeing as you've worked so hard these past few days. Bai Nianxue said as she looked at Zhang Lian's back, hesitating whether to hold his waist or pull his coat. His back is so wide. How about a coat tug? Zhang Lian, who didn't know what his schoolmate in the backseat was thinking, was still feeling the sweat-blooded BMW, and reacting to what Bai Nianxue had said, he justified himself by saying, So this car belongs to our arts and culture department? Well, right. Bai Nianxue immediately replied along with Zhang Lian's words. Zhang Lian, wow. Literary department. Awesome. But if you want to ride it, schoolteacher still has a small condition, can I? Bai Nianxue added. Huh? Sage, what conditions? Zhang Lian turned back at the sound of the voice, glancing at his schoolmate with his afterglow, still able to smell the fresh scent that belonged uniquely to his schoolmate's body, as well as a scent of shower gel that was different from the past. You're coming to pick me up, ah. The girls' dormitory is still quite far from the Department of Literature and Arts. Bai Nianxue said with a very serious look at the side of Zhang Lian's face, justified and without a single crack. Ah? Zhang Lian stammered out, tilting his head to look at the sky as he thought of something. Bai Nianxue hummed. What's wrong? No. That's not true, no. Zhang Lian immediately replied. I just feel as if I have to work several jobs. Bai Nianxue. Huh. Bodyguard, director, planner, accountant, purchaser, and now a driver on the side? Zhang Lian spoke in a teasing tone. PFFT. Bai Nianxue then realized that what she had arranged for Zhang Lian really seemed like a part-time wage earner working several jobs, and she didn't hold back her snort of laughter. It'll be fine after you're busy for a while. Bai Nianxue confidently replied to Zhang Lian. After you finish this bout of busyness, senior sister will fill up your credits for these 4 years. Huh? May I? Zhang Lian nodded his head like garlic. It's so okay. Well then, it's a driver come purchase today, so let's get going, shall we? Bai Nianxue pinched the corner of Zhang Lian's coat and said gently. Okay, senior sister, you hold it steady. Oh, I'm not too skillful anymore. Zhang Lian stepped on the pedals, and the entire bike began to move slowly. Huh? Like this? Bai Nianxue pursed her lips and smiled, and the hand that was originally pinching the corner of her coat smoothly became holding Zhang Lian's waist. Zhang Lian concentrated on paying attention to his feet, not noticing Bai Nianxue's movements behind him in the slightest. Soon the car gradually picked up speed as he pedaled. The wind blew Bai Nianxue's skirt up like a blooming flower speeding along the campus boulevard. The scene of the two riding bicycles also formed a bright landscape in the campus, attracting countless passers-by to gaze back. The one who just went over was Baek Nim Suet, right? The guy wouldn't really have a boyfriend? No. Snowflakes North Wind. Chapter 56. You see? The next sample is a toy palm. And the fan. Don't forget the handkerchief. The two of them, Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue, were in charge of selecting the products, and then after ordering, they had the students in charge come over and move them back to the school. Bai Nianxue glanced at the accounts and muttered in a low voice. Clothing is next. Go check out the dresses? Hearing this, Zhang Lian just nodded his head in agreement. Fine. Let's go. Little did he know what was to greet him later. The two of them went to the clothing store, where all kinds of floral dresses were available. Zhang Lian's subconscious instincts made him keep a distance from Bai Nianxue. Usually in this kind of women's clothing store, Zhang Lian never stood by the door with his hands clasped together, as if there was a plague in the store. If I were to ask why, It was simply because he couldn't give much help being a boy and could only watch from the sidelines. And he would always be a little shy about this current scene, but for some reason, like, accompanied my own girlfriend out to buy a dress. His mind will also uncontrollably imagine what these good-looking dresses would look like on by Nianshua's body. So after entering the door with images of various dresses already floating in his mind, Zhang Lian shifted his line of sight to the outside of the door. But Bai Nianshua's plan had just begun. How could she let go of such a great opportunity? She walked straight into the clothing store and started making her selections, then turned her head and called out towards Zhang Lian. "Schoolmate, come here." Zhang Lian. "Huh? What's wrong? Come over and see what you think?" Bai Nianshua asked, holding the girl's thin skirt. "It can be," Zhang Lian said in a very standard straight man's speech. "What about this style?" Bai Nianshua asked again. "This? Also available. What about that purple one?" "Not bad." Zhang Lian treated everyone equally. Bai Nianshua. She gave Zhang Lian a blank stare. Luckily, she knew this Maka Pakka was a nerd. Then they took these several dresses that Zhang Lian thought were not bad and walked in the direction of the fitting room. When he went in, he also didn't forget to take his things and bag to Zhang Lian. "Don't go, oh, wait for me to try you to evaluate the opinion." Zhang Lian, is there more to this? Why didn't he realize there was such a thing as procurement? But because of his trust in his schoolmate, he felt the school sister must have her reasons for doing so. Soon, Bai Nianshua was inside putting on the skirt she had just taken in and opened the door to the fitting room. The moment Zhang Lian raised his eyes to look at Bai Nianshua, his complexion was slightly stunned. Obviously, it was the magenta flower dress that he didn't like much, only applicable to a class of dresses similar to large-scale performance shows. But on Bai Nianshua's body, it could surprisingly look good. If she blocked her face, although Bai Nianshua Senpai's body was also very good, it was still going to be a big minus. Sure enough, the core outfit still has to be the face, well, is it still okay? Bai Nianshua confidently spun around twice, her eyes looking at Zhang Lian with a hint of expectation. Good looking. Zhang Lian nodded his head in fascination. Really good looking? Senior sister, you this, if you try it, I feel it will pull up the standard of the clothes. Zhang Lian held his forehead and laughed bitterly. If a whole bunch of people were to perform in these clothes, the people on stage wouldn't be remotely interested. Well, Bai Nianshua blinked twice, her eyes becoming soft. Are you complimenting me on my good looks, schoolmate? Hey! Zhang Lian's eyes dodged, and he replied in a poorly worded voice. Wasn't it you, senior sister, who asked me to evaluate it? Bai Nianshua hid her mouth and laughed lightly, looking at that flustered look of Zhang Lian. Her heart had only one voice screaming, him, good, May, love. It's so true. The daily online heavy hitter, Maka Pakka, is so, can't help but tease, so want to keep teasing him, but hold back. Instead of continuing to pursue, Bai Nianshua took an appropriate step back and said, then I'll change another one, so you can take another look. You can't just turn in your skills all at once. Zhang Lian stammered and nodded his head as a response. Only after seeing senior sister Bai Nianshua close the door of the fitting room once again did he take a breath, and in an instant, his face began to burn and his ears reddened. Ah! What are you doing, Zhang Lian? Why are you blushing when you talk to your schoolmate? Wouldn't it be better to answer truthfully? Zhang Lian held his head in chagrin and placed Bai Nianshua's things on a side table. Looking at the door of the fitting room again, Zhang Lian could vaguely feel the kind of rustling movement of changing clothes inside. So strange. Why do you always feel like a schoolmate? Strange to myself. Shouldn't. That can't be right. Sister so good. I'm just a broken game-playing poser. Apart from looking slightly like Chris Pang, what is it about yourself that attracts schoolmates? It's hard to believe that. Is it really this Tinker Car guy in the middle of all this? Really build yourself a bridge? Thinking of this, Zhang Lian decisively took out his cell phone and sent a message to Tinker Car. Maka Pakka, did you say something to your schoolmate? Maka Pakka, I always feel weird about it. Click send. Next, Bai Nianshua's cell phone just happened to light up. Zhang Lian's afterimage immediately captured. Picking up his schoolmate's cell phone to take a look, it only showed 2 unread QQ messages. Because of the last time when she was almost discovered on the spot by Zhang Lian, Bai Nianshua had already made the corresponding modification settings a long time ago, and wouldn't worry about this kind of low-level error leading to discovery. Zhang Lian only feels strange, The coincidence is a little too strange. How is it that just after sending it from my side, the cell phone on my schoolmate's side lit up? Zhang Lian pondered, just wanting to verify the guess and send another message over to Tinkercar to see if his schoolmate's cell phone would receive a message again so coincidentally. And at that moment, Bai Nianxue came out from inside the fitting room once again. Zhang Lian had no choice but to put down his cell phone, and then was once again beautifully surprised by his schoolmate's appearance in a skirt. This time is no longer just the magenta skirt, but light yellow with a little green embellishment skirt. Bai Nianxue where look especially sweet. What's wrong? As soon as Bai Nianxue opened the door, she saw Zhang Lian's action of putting down his own cell phone, and originally wanted to ask Zhang Lian if it was good or not, and her heart suddenly thumped. Seeing this, Zhang Lian had to answer truthfully, "Aang, I just messaged with Tinkercar, and then senior sister, your cell phone just happened to have someone messaging with you, so I took a glance." Bai Nianxue's heart plummeted. "You saw it?" Chapter 57. I'll taste yours. Well, I don't see anything. Zhang Lian faced Bai Nianxue's question and hurriedly waved his hand to explain. The aura that had just flashed by dissipated in the twinkling of an eye. Right now, the attention was fully drawn to senior sister Bai Nianxue. "Schoolgirl, this is really good looking." Seeing this, Bai Nianxue walked to Zhang Lian in a daze, glanced at her cell phone, and asked, "Does this body look good?" "Aha." Zhang Lian nodded numbly. While naturally picking up her cell phone and turning back to the mirror, Bai Nianxue twisted her body, and the hem of her skirt twisted like a wave. "How does it compare to the one we just had?" Zhang Lian didn't hesitate. A slow step was a question of self-aesthetics. "This body looks better." Bai Nianxue also saw the message sent by Zhang Lian in this gap. Instantly relieved, how could she not think that Zhang Lian would send any message to Tinkercar while she was purchasing props with herself? It had been days since she'd been in much contact, and she'd enjoyed spending time with him realistically every day, and hadn't even noticed for a while. That's what screwed it up and almost revealed it again, but luckily, I had changed the settings the last time I almost revealed it. He's too dumb to realize it's such a coincidence. There should be no doubt. So, schoolboy, let's pick out the costumes here first, and let's go check out the boys. Even though she felt that Zhang Lian shouldn't have noticed, Bai Nianxue was still vain and busily changed the topic. Zhang Lian. Oh, good. With that, Bai Nianxue immediately brought Zhang Lian to change to a men's clothing store for Zhang Lian to pick from. But Zhang Lian from childhood to the most troublesome thing is to go shopping. Every time the New Year happy thing, the most annoying thing for him is to go shopping. The clothes that you pick are never gourmet to buy for yourself what you wear. This is a direct result of gourmet's aesthetic being the way he has always dressed. However, good thing, gourmet aesthetic is very good. Not only will Zhang Lian his father to do quite a board, but also will Zhang Lian this from childhood to the big abstract, naughty, beaten, crying over the naughty children to do it has not been ugly. Thus, when Zhang Lian entered the clothing store and was faced with a wide variety of clothes, he only felt that his head was big. Walking in front of all kinds of clothes racks is just a handful of touches. Can't pick down at all. Hard to wander around the store in a big circle and not look at a single piece. It was also Bai Nianxue who was accompanying him and noticed this about him very carefully. "This one is no good. I think you're so tall, wear that kind, it'll look good." Bai Nianxue stopped Zhang Lian from choosing the standard men's aesthetic suit, all in black. Turning his head, he matched up Zhang Lian's clothes. Seeing a more professional person, Zhang Lian very obediently and consciously withdrew his hand and just took the clothes Bai Nianxue picked out for him. Immediately after that, there was the scene where Zhang Lian opened the fitting room and Bai Nianxue sat on the sofa to counsel him. Good looking, next piece. Oh, that's a nice set too, next one. Oh, this set. Good looking, you look good in anything you wear. Schoolmate. Zhang Lian. Have you? For a while, just like a girlfriend choosing clothes for her boyfriend, Bai Nianxue just kept on giving her opinions, though mostly nodding her head in affirmation. After all, Zhang Lian's body shape and appearance was there, and his skin was white, not like other boys with dull faces, so he could manage well no matter what the color scheme was. And matching Zhang Lian's clothes, Bai Nianxue took great pleasure in it. It's like she's playing some kind of nurturing game. She doesn't even want to leave. Until the purchasing task was completed by picking from the afternoon to the evening, Zhang Lian could guarantee that this was the most exhausting shopping he had ever done since he grew up. He changed his clothes a dozen times. Women, do they have to change a dozen outfits in a row when they go shopping? It was horrible. Find a place to eat. Compared to Zhang Lian's bitter and frail look, Bai Nianxue was still glowing, and her eyebrows were still all smiles. She used the excuse of purchasing styles and also took a lot of pictures of Zhang Lian while she was wearing her clothes, so counting, she had a good number of more screensaver pictures to use in her cell phone. In the future, on the chat background of the WeChat chat box as well as the QQ chat background, change it and automatically rotate it every day. This way, every day is a new outfit and every day is a new mood. Hard work. What do you want to eat? Bai Nianxue inclined her head towards Zhang Lian and smiled. Whatever, I can do it. After saying that, Zhang Lian's stomach was already grumbling, as if protesting. Don't I say anything else, quickly and feed me as long as I can eat. Then eat hot pot? Bai Nianxue laughed lightly as she looked around and saw a bustling hot pot restaurant not far away. Good. Inside the hot pot restaurant, looking at the red chili peppers piled up into a small mountain in Zhang Lian's dipping dish, Bai Nianxue's brows knitted tightly, her eyes going back and forth between Zhang Lian's face and the dipping dish in his hand. Do you eat that spicy? She said with some concern. She eats spicy food. But so spicy. Doesn't it really hurt your ass? Zhang Lian was still scooping chili peppers into the ingredient dish, and when he heard Bai Nianxue's inquiry like this, he wasn't the least bit impressed. This isn't even spicy. He was from Sichuan Chongqing and had had a love affair with chili peppers since he was a child, and this level of spiciness couldn't even make him react with a blush. Bai Nianxue pursed her lips, still frowning tightly as she looked at him. This is still not spicy, ah? It's really not spicy. Zhang Lian stayed certain. Mixing up the saucer of ingredients, the two men sat back in their seats. Start enjoying fondue normally. Because the hot pot itself is already a red soup, there is already a certain level of spiciness. Bai Nianxue's dish of ingredients did not add chili at all. However, in the process of eating, looking at Zhang Lian dipping into the chili plate, as if no one else was there, and enjoying himself, Bai Nianxue was hardened by his interest. If not to say that there was the industry of food broadcasting, she felt that Zhang Lian ate as if nothing had happened at all, and that he ate exceptionally well. His lips were covered in red oil, a look that was spicy just by looking at it. But Zhang Lian didn't even have a red face, and there wasn't even a bit of sweat. Seeing this, Bai Nianxue, who was a little yakuza when it came to eating spicy food, was really aroused. Can I try yours? She suddenly stretched out her chopsticks and said to Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian buried his head and ate furiously, looking up with a dumbfounded face and a piece of fatty beef in his mouth. Huh! In exchange, I'll give you a taste of mine. Bai Nianxue moved her bowl to the side and pushed it to Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian? Chapter 58. High attack, low defense. There is drool. Zhang Lian nervously looked at Bai Nianxue and said, Senior sister, you want to eat, I'll go and remix one for you. Right? But Bai Nianxue shook her head and said very frankly, It's fine. Just dipping a bit la. She did want to try the material dish that Zhang Lian had eaten so flavorfully. But what the real intention was, Bai Nianxue's own heart was of course clear. At the same time, she still maintained a very reasonable posture and said, Then look, inside the hot pot, we both reached out our chopsticks. Isn't there saliva as well? Eh? Zhang Lian was momentarily speechless, but it sounded like it made sense. Seeing this, Bai Nianxue continued to snub. Right? Besides, it's not like I dislike you, senior sister. Ah? Zhang Lian eating chili did not read. Heard this but felt some temperature coming up on his face. All right then. Then he pushed his oil dish that was full of oil towards Bai Nianxue. Then eyes like a thief peeked at Bai Nianxue using, like what Bai Nianxue had just said. She really didn't show a bit of dislike, and the borrowing process was very smooth, as if Zhang Lian's material disc was originally her own. And Zhang Lian also watched Bai Nianxue clip the oil water dripping into his own material dish. He was a cleanliness freak, and didn't even like to have his bed touched freely, let alone something as imported as eating dishes. If at the table, someone accidentally spit out saliva when talking and stained the dish, then he will never touch that dish again. This situation, even if it is the three members of the family dinner, dad and mom accidentally so dry out, he cannot endure. Wow! So spicy. After Bai Nianxue tried it, she had just put the pill in her mouth before chewing the BA twice, and her features squeezed tightly together. Seeing this, Zhang Lian snorted out a laugh. Witnessed the scene of Bai Nianxue's senior sister's face, gradually turning red and warm. Don't eat it. Bai Nianxue forced herself to swallow, wiped her mouth with a paper towel. and hurriedly pushed the plate of ingredients back to Zhang Lian. When he finished, he huffed and puffed out his tongue like a puppy. Zhang Lian turned his head and poured a drink for Bai Nianxue, teasing, "You can't do it, senior sister. It's better not to try anything." Bai Nianxue took it and dried it in one mouthful. "Thank you, won't you try mine?" "Ah." Zhang Lian looked to her right-hand side at the dish of material belonging to her that was pushed over by her schoolmate. "Try it or not. This. Isn't that indirect kissing?" Bai Nianxue stared tightly at Zhang Lian, noticing the slightest change in his complexion, and deliberately pouted. "Oh, I don't dislike school brother. It turns out that it's school brother who dislikes me." "Okay," said the man, about to bring back the ingredient dish. "No, how? I'll try." Zhang Lian listened and was very hooked. In fact, he didn't mind it per se, it was just that his brain would still be inertialized that much. That is, as the saying goes, so much for the mouth but so much for the body. Without waiting for Bai Nianxue to reach over her hand, Zhang Lian picked up a piece of meat from the hot pot with a swift movement, quickly stirred it in the ingredient dish, and then brought it to his mouth. Throughout the process, Bai Nianxue bit her lips tightly and stared at Zhang Lian's wriggling mouth with her big eyes. The face that was red from the spice changed at the moment, turning into rolling up out of shyness. "She just talks a little bit. A little bit. How does he really eat? It's okay for me to eat your tofu, but not okay for you to eat mine. It's delicious. It just doesn't have much flavor." Zhang Lian returned the same look, and Kazran, wide-eyed, shook his head. "It still has to be spicy." With that, he took back his own dish of ingredients and pushed Bai Nianxue's back. And at this point, Bai Nianxue's eyes were fixed on her own dishes, eaten by him. "Either. Eat it all. Minister, you're eating here too. What a coincidence." Just then, a voice rang out next to Bai Nianxue. Bai Nianxue looked back. "Why are you guys here?" Lu Feifei and Hu Fan, Ding Miao Miao, and a group of other one-seaters responsible for the party setup all happened to be eating in the box. "Eating, what else can I come here for?" Lu Feifei laughed and turned her head to look at Zhang Lian. "Hello? Hard work." Zhang Lian hurriedly diverted his eyes. Since the last time in front of Lu Feifei, this vice minister put down the old man not to add the cruel words. He then entered the Department of Arts and Culture behind the Lu Feifei, always feel a little bit lifted up. "Minister, why are you eating alone with this newcomer?" Seeing Zhang Lian in this damaged state, Lu Feifei just found it amusing. Not that she would be the slightest bit angry, and turned her head to talk to Bai Nianxue again. Bai Nianxue resumed her previous calm demeanor and said, "No. But minister, you never participate in our department's various dinners, ugh," said Lu Feifei, the rest of her eyes still keeping an eye on Zhang Lian's direction. It was as if the words were originally meant for Zhang Lian. Bai Nianxue glanced at Zhang Lian upon hearing this, then coldly glared at Lu Feifei. "Did you? Don't you talk nonsense." "No? Could it be that I remembered it wrong?" But Lu Feifei at this time see Bai Nianxue this cold and icy eyes, but do not feel afraid at all anymore. Stretching out her index finger against her lips, make a laugh. She had just seen the entire process of Bai Nianxue and Zhang Lian exchanging material discs, and that look in Bai Nianxue's eyes when she spoke to Zhang Lian. She, the vice minister, had never seen before. Never seen it before. That eye is going to be lassoed with laughter. "You're remembering it wrong." Bai Nianxue still replied indifferently. "Oh. So, minister, did you know that the same Minister Choi who came to our department the other day and messed up suddenly isn't a minister anymore?" Bai Nianxue's eyes widened. "I just had dinner with Hu Fan and the others before they told me. I didn't even know before." Lu Feifei still smiled. "I heard Ding Miao Miao say that his cousin Ran Dongfang happened to be there that day." "At that time," said the minister, "you don't know why to go to their organization department," scolded that Chui minister fiercely, "but also let him love when not to give others. Why didn't I know about this?" Chapter 59. Guess who I saw outside? When Lu Feifei said this, her eyes quietly glanced at Zhang Lian again. After she had given Bai Nianxue the whole story that day, Bai Nianxue had left without saying anything, and she was still in the clouds. She was not responsible for the interview on the second day, so there was no scene of Zhang Lian's awkward interview. However, she was also aware later that Zhang Lian, a newcomer, had somehow appeared on this year's departmental list. Now see the scene of Bai Nianxue and Zhang Lian alone again. Things are already clear, okay? That's the boy the minister is looking for. So, I went to take out the anger for this boy that day, It's amazing how someone like the minister can be so protective. It was to take it out on someone, Lu Fei said in front of Bai Nianxue, deliberately looking askance at Zhang Lian. Fei, aren't you idle as a vice minister? Hearing this, Bai Nianxue took a quick glance at Zhang Lian and warned with a smile through clenched teeth. Her image in front of Zhang Lian was gentle and soft. How did she talk like she was a shrew? Moreover, the matter of her going to Cui Bin to get angry was not something she wanted Zhang Lian to know per se. After all, from the very beginning, she had plotted to let Zhang Lian come into the literature and arts department, and Cui Bin had preferred to disrupt her plans, and she had reasons to take it out for Zhang Lian as well as her own reasons to be angry. And the most important point is, she has her own rhythm. This Fifi suddenly scurried out and said all this nonsense. What if the atmosphere turns awkward later? She and Zhang Lian were still only in a superior-subordinate-come-friend relationship now. What the hell? Dare to spoil my business? If you're so idle, why don't you just take a different position? Bai Nianxue smiled, but the icy meaning of warning between her eyes had even sprung up with a murderous aura that pierced her skin to the bone. If she didn't leave, Lu Fei, she felt that tomorrow the arts and culture department classroom would become the first crime scene. Hey, Lu Fei pursed her lips full of deep meaning and looked at Zhang Lian. Her hands clapped and changed as her face. That's fine. I still have things to do. Minister, you eat slowly. And schoolboy, eat slowly, oh, eat well, eat more. If you need my help with any work or studies in the future. Are you leaving? Bai Nianxue said. She herself was still sitting here. Zhang Lian would of course look for her if he needed any help. Oh, yeah, not me, our minister-sama, Lu Fei reacted, hiding her mouth and snickering. Bai Nianxue's fists were clenched. If it wasn't for Zhang Lian being here, she really would have. She suddenly felt that Cui Bin's kind of way of managing his subordinates didn't seem unreasonable, and she felt the need to re-establish her majesty in front of this group. Okay. Bye. Fei Lu really turned around and left this time. Bai Nianxue breathed a sigh of relief, then thought of something and reminded, don't talk nonsense. Lu Fei blinked her big clear eyes twice. Of course she knew that Bai Nianxue was telling her not to spread rumors with others, and nodded her head in agreement. Zhang Lian, well, bye. Promises are promises. As soon as she returned to the box, Lu Fei excitedly rushed to the party crowd and playfully said, guess who I saw outside? Changing faces has always belonged to her specialty. In the blink of an eye, what Bai Nianxue had just warned her about was put behind her. She just nodded but didn't really agree to the ow. Meow ding. Who is it? Our minister, Bai Nianxue. Hufan. See what happened? Didn't you guys just say, didn't she fight with Minister Cui Bin during recruitment a few days ago? I know why she was so bubbly that day. Why? Yeah, why? Because of someone. Fei Willow said in a mute voice, making the others anxious. Come on, say it, you. Half the talk, half the ass. Lu Fei coughed twice before she narrated. Because on that day, Cui Bin came to our literature and arts department, interfered with our interview at that time, and drove away a person. Afterwards, Bai Nianxue specifically came to look for someone, and I said at the time that she was looking for someone, why didn't she tell us in advance? And I wanted to know who she was looking for, and then I looked for half a day and didn't find it. I thought it was a girl. And then, who is it? Hufan said. Then she didn't find it amongst the information. Then she asked me, so I told her about Cui Bin having driven one away, and wondered at the time how she wanted to hear it again. Lu Fei said more and more proud. That's right. It just so happens that person was the one who was driven away by Cui Bin. The crowd's mouths were wide open in disbelief. Really? And something so magical? I said how my brother was so unlucky that day, that someone as cool as Bai Nianxue would get angry, and he even bumped into him. When Ding Miao heard this, she suddenly felt that her own old brother wasn't so wronged. Really? Then you guys are not seeing that look of Bai Nianxue just now. Not cool at all. Lu Fei laughed. Depends on who the target is. What? Don't you just say half the words again, and who the hell is that guy? Come on. You guys go out and see who Bai Nianxue is having dinner with and you'll know. Why did you go there to argue that day, sister? Did that guy piss you off? Although Zhang Lian had listened to the entire process of what Fei Lu had said, he had kept his head buried, his mind naturally thinking of the serious and icy look of senior sister Bai Nianxue that day, and was not able to come to any conclusions through Fei Lu's mere words. Even if he could, he doesn't have the big face for it. There's a word for that. self-indulgence. So he was just more officially concerned. Bai Nianxue put down her chopsticks and thought for a moment. He's being a bit nosy and interfering with the literature and arts department's recruiting efforts. After saying that, he went back to what Zhang Lian had just said. What do you mean by going there to quarrel? Did you just say there? What do you mean? Zhang Lian fished out the ingredients in the pot and put new ones in again. Oh, that day. I happened to be there. Just in the field. Good to be there. In the field. Bai Nianxue. Huh. Why are you at there? Bai Nianxue said with some excitement. Chapter 60, Watching the Fun. Zhang Lian was stunned and laughed. I just went to the interview with Xinyu, who was going to the discipline department at that time, and then I passed by there and saw it. So, you've seen it all too? Bai Nianxue asked uneasily with her eyebrows locked. Facing the person you like, of course, you don't want the other person to see the bad side of your mood. Bai Nianxue was naturally no exception. She didn't want Zhang Lian to see her ferocious appearance. Zhang Lian's fingers picked his ears and hesitated for a moment before nodding. Anon. Just saw a little bit. Didn't hear it. Oops. When Bai Nianxue heard Zhang Lian say this, she immediately buried her head and blocked it with her hands. And her ears, not knowing if it was because of the hot pot or what, had turned red. How can he see this kind of scene? Seeing this, Zhang Lian was uncertain and put down the ingredients and rubbed his hands awkwardly. This? What's wrong, schoolmarm? Bai Nianxue glanced at Zhang Lian from between her fingers and said after a moment of silence, Then will you think I'm mean? When she said this, she still had her head buried, and Zhang Lian did not see Bai Nianxue's eyes. It did have, in the beginning. As for Zhang Lian, he also netted the big truth at times like this. Even if he had been with girls like Xinyu for a long time, he was still straight to the point. But I feel okay now. Bai Nianxue's voice rippled. Why do you feel okay now? Hearing the first half of Zhang Lian's sentence, she wanted to explain, after all, that time was different. It's a special case. She is not mean, really. But when she heard the second half of Zhang Lian's sentence, she changed her mind and asked why. Zhang Lian pondered. Well, anyone has a time to get angry. I've spent so much time with you, senior sister. I think you're very good and nice. You don't look like a mean person at all. That time it should have been that person who did something very excessive, right? I'll kick his ass sometime. Bai Nianxue. Huh. He's the one who screwed me over that day. Almost. Didn't make it into the arts and culture department. Zhang Lian laughed softly. So one day beat him up and take revenge. Bai Nianxue lowered her hand and burst out laughing. The embarrassment she had just felt swept away. And in the meantime, at the end of the corridor of the hot pot restaurant, several heads lined up to look at the two Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue who were sitting in the corner position eating hot pot. Look at the way they're talking and laughing. The atmosphere doesn't feel right anyhow. Who is this boy? Bai Nianxue is eating alone with him? Isn't this Zhang Lian, who just joined the literature and arts department in the past few days? Following behind Bai Nianxue's ass every day. Kind of awesome, Freshman he is? Actually able to impress Bai Nianxue? If I remember correctly, it seems like Cui Bin has been chasing Bai Nianxue since her freshman year, right? Hu Fan disliked Ding Miao Miao and asked. Seems like it anyway. Cui Bin was after it when I joined the organization. I said before that no boy can follow Bai Nianxue all the time, and this Zhang Lian has a bit of a problem. Zheng Jing was quiet, but at this moment, she opened her mouth like a Sherlock Holmes. Lu Fei, however, did not think so. I don't think so. I feel. It seems like they've known each other for quite a long time. Really?
Lucha underground.
It's not like she's a star or something. Maybe she's a childhood friend? They agreed to go to the same college. You should hurry up and watch less teen idol dramas first. How about we go and say hello to Minister Bai as well? Fei Lu. If you guys want to go. I'm just going to skip it since I've already been warned. After saying that, Lu Fei turned around and headed back to the box. Oh. The remaining few people looked at each other, but not at all in fear. So we go. Go. Several people said they would do it and immediately went to the table for two. Hello, Minister White. Hello, Minister White. Hello, Minister White. Bai Nianxue. Zhang Lian watched the scene from the sidelines, not knowing what to expect, but feeling quite amused. He followed suit with a, Good day, Minister Bai. Bai Nianxue turned her head to look at Zhang Lian again. Frowning slightly. They're still there for the fun of it. They're here to see us fools. Bai Nianxue cursed Zhang Lian in her heart and turned her head to sweep over all the criminals. The Lu Feifei who was just there was not there. Then the person who started the whole thing naturally surfaced. Okay, I just told you not to talk about it and now you're making it all known. Fifi Lu. Fei Liu. Danger. After dinner, Zhang Lian pushed the car and Bai Nianxue slowly walked back to school. You're really popular, senior sister. You even came to say hello to you at dinner. The corners of Bai Nianxue's mouth twitched as she looked helplessly at Zhang Lian, saying nothing. Hey, watermelon? As the two of them passed by the fruit store, Zhang Lian hesitated. What's wrong? Want to eat? Bai Nianxue asked as she looked ahead and immediately turned her head towards the fruit store when she heard Zhang Lian's words. Are you eating it, sister? Zhang Lian nodded in such a big summer, after going back to the dormitory to take a shower. Blowing the air conditioning and eating watermelon must be such a beautiful thing. Bai Nianxue, I'm okay with all of it. After saying that, Bai Nianxue stepped forward around Zhang Lian. $6 a box. The price is posted on the refrigerator, and the watermelon is cut into chunks and placed inside the box. Take. Bai Nianxue silently counted in her mind the approximate number of servings she would buy, and she always wanted to include Zhang Lian's roommate's servings as well. Plus your own roommate. That's a lot to buy. Just as she was still calculating, Zhang Lian directly parked the car to the side and then entered the store. Sister, buying fresh like the ones that are still sitting in the freezer at the end of the night, they've usually been sitting there all day and haven't sold. After all, there are supermarkets and shopping streets within the school, and very, very few students go out of the school again in the evening, and the owner is unlikely to cut fresh watermelons near the end of the night. Bai Nianxue followed into the store and saw Zhang Lian already picking out a watermelon, looking very skillful. Just these two. It's too big, isn't it? Bai Nianxue said worriedly. No, senior sister, if you can't eat it, you can eat it with your roommates. Zhang Lian laughed, took the watermelon to the boss and paid one step ahead of Bai Nianxue, as if he was afraid that Bai Nianxue would grab it. Bai Nianxue only felt funny when she saw this, but even if she didn't let herself pay, she even saved it. After buying the watermelon, the two of them planned to ride their bikes because of the weight. But as it happened, just after buying the watermelon and walking out of the store, it suddenly started to rain again, and the rain got heavier and heavier. Finished. Did you bring an umbrella, senior sister? Zhang Lian sighed as he hugged two large watermelons. Chapter 61. It's good to be young. Yes, but there's only one. Bai Nianxue took out the parasol from her bag. Great. Then go, get in the car. Zhang Lian hung the watermelons on both sides of the handlebars and took the lead in the car. Bai Nianxue was at a loss. How can you ride a bike with an umbrella? Zhang Lian's brain circuits were always so unconventional. You call me from the back. We'll ride back at speed. It'll be annoying when it rains hard. Bai Nianxue heard surprisingly speechless, lightly laughed. Oh, good. But I'm not sure I can give you a good fight. Oh. It's fine. Zhang Lian said confidently. It's fine if I don't fight. I'm in good health. Bai Nianxue sat in the back seat again like she did in the afternoon, her hand consciously grabbing Zhang Lian's clothes. Hearing Zhang Lian say this, she snickered. What do you mean it's okay not to fight? Zhang Lian, It's not like school teachers can't go back to their dorm rooms by themselves, is it? Or does schoolmate getting wet also has to go? Without waiting for Bai Nianxue to finish her sentence, Zhang Lian immediately interrupted the spell casting and pedaled the bike with force. He didn't even think about all that there was to think about, he just said it for some reason too. In fact, as long as he does not want to get wet, that call the youngest, that is, Li Yongwen driving his small three-wheeler out to pick up a trip is also perfectly fine. Or go back to school and take the bus, go across the street to the store and buy an umbrella on site, etc., etc., etc. As long as you don't want to get caught in the rain, the options are endless. But offhand, it was such a strange one to pick. And just as strange was the fact that the schoolteacher did not refuse. Seeing Zhang Lian's vehemently arrogant look, Bai Nianxue snickered. The hand gripping his shirt also naturally turned into holding his waist, and his right hand lifted the umbrella over both of their heads. Not a fast ride, as it was raining and the ground was slippery. Zhang Lian didn't want to fall down the first time he rode a bike with a girl. And to top it all off, there were two large watermelons bought on the bus that would break and spill all over the place if you fell. Senior sister, you're blocking me. Suddenly, Zhang Lian sat in front and laughed. Despite the umbrella, The cold rain still blows haphazardly in my face while I'm riding my bike. Zhang Lian's body was fine, but his face was still wet. Sorry, haha. Bai Nianshua's voice came from the back seat, and the umbrella above her head silently raised a bit more. Sister, don't lean toward me. Just play your own. And leaning toward me will still block me from seeing the road. Spare the straight man Zhang Lian, not all details cannot pay attention to. Sometimes he will also be witty a match. For example, if you're biking right now, the shade itself is not big enough for one person to use, but it's a bit of a stretch for two, not to mention the condition of biking. How can an umbrella block your own view from the back seat to the front? There can only be one reason for this. Bai Nianxue was sitting in the back seat with an umbrella, which should have gotten less rain. But her back shoulder was already soaked with rain, revealing her white and snowy skin. Hearing Zhang Lian say this, the movement of the umbrella in her hand remained unchanged, and she still just gently replied back, "It's fine." Squeak. A moment later, Zhang Lian stopped under the eaves of a school building on campus. Because of the rain and the time of day, there were no more pedestrians on the road on campus, except for some juniors and seniors who had to prepare for their exams, and the lights in some classrooms were still on. Bai Nianxue, what's wrong? She stared blankly at Zhang Lian getting out of the car. Your clothes are all wet, senior sister. Zhang Lian knew it and immediately undid the bottom half of the shirt he had around his waist. Bai Nianxue's eyes dripped like a black jewel, and she knowingly said, "What for? Put this on, schoolmarm. This dress of yours is still quite advanced." Bai Nianxue stayed still, opening her eyes to look at Zhang Lian as if she were playing dumb. My mom picked it out for me, and she was saying at the time that this one piece can be worn as two. Seeing that Bai Nianxue didn't pick it up, Zhang Lian thought it was his schoolmate's silent rejection, so he explained. Then he brought it to his nose and sniffed it again, and continued to explain, "It doesn't stink, schoolteacher, so you'll have to make do for a while." After saying that, he was about to go forward and put it on Bai Nianxue. Bai Nianxue bit her lip and didn't speak, but nodded. In fact, the heart is already happy. This one also has a hat. Zhang Lian framed the hat for Bai Nianxue as well. All right, let's go. Good. As soon as Zhang Lian got into the car, Bai Nianxue pulled Zhang Lian in again and whispered, "It doesn't stink." Zhang Lian, "Huh. No, will do." Bai Nianxue muttered again. Zhang Lian, "What did you say, senior sister?" The rain was too heavy for me to hear. I said, "Your clothes smell pretty good." Ah? Oh. Zhang Lian pedaled up, and the two of them rushed towards their dormitory in peace with each other again. It's just that someone's ears, long ago, gave themselves away. Well, schoolmarm. Fortunately, it was delivered safely without dishonor. After sending Bai Nianxue safely to the entrance of the women's dormitory, Zhang Lian took the watermelon to Bai Nianxue while joking. "I'll take the clothes and give you the umbrella." Bai Nianxue was like a little girl who couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from rising after eating candy. Handing the umbrella to Zhang Lian. "I don't need it, and I'm not comfortable with an umbrella on my bike." "Then you don't ride first. The rain is so heavy," Bai Nianxue said with concern. "Take an umbrella and go back. Put the car here first. I'll pick you up tomorrow." Zhang Lian heard scratch the back of the head. Face Bai Nianxue said, "I'll come to pick you up." As if on cue, he returned, Okay then, schoolteacher." Bai Nianxue, "Well, be careful not to catch a cold." "Well, then I'm off, sis." "Good." Zhang Lian turned around and turned back again to speak. Hesitating, Bai Nianxue looked at him the whole time. "What's wrong?" "Well, so, nothing." Bai Nianxue looked at him. Knowing him as well as she did, she knew what was coming when her ass was up. He's definitely up to something. "Tell me whatever you have." Bai Nianxue took 2 steps forward and looked Zhang Lian in the eyes and said, Just. Quite late. That. Zhang Lian touched his burning ears. His eyes were unable to focus as if he suddenly suffered from an eye disease. Moving left and right, just not daring to meet Bai Nianxue's eyes. Bai Nianxue's eyebrows knit slightly, her brain running fast. What does he mean by that? What? Mean? Bai Nianxue said blankly. Seeing this, Zhang Lian silently cursed himself in his heart for a $100. "Well, it's fine, senior sister. I'll leave first. You go back quickly. Don't catch a cold if you get wet." After saying that, Zhang Lian fled like a dog, and Bai Nianxue couldn't even pull him back in time. One could only stand on the eaves of the building and look at his back as he ran through the rain. What do you mean? What does he want to say? Bai Nianxue felt very puzzled. At this point, the aunt in charge of the women's dormitory had to come out and urge her on. Well, don't look. The little boyfriend is far away. Come back soon. It's raining and so cold. Your hair is all wet. Ah?
No.
Bai Nianxue said shyly, Thank you, auntie, bye auntie. After saying that, Bai Nianxue smiled and ran upstairs. Little couples nowadays, It's raining so late in the day that even getting wet has to be mushy again. It's good to be young. Chapter 62 does not pay back. Is fine, right? Yuki is back. What's up, Snowy, so late today? Whose dress is this? Why are you so wet? Shue, did you forget to bring an umbrella? Tell me if you forgot your umbrella. I'll bring it to you. As soon as Bai Nianxue returned to her dorm room, her own 3 roommates were a welcome output. Bai Nianxue didn't pay that much attention and just gave Su Qianqian the watermelon. Eat the watermelon. Thanks, Yuki. Blow dry your hair so you don't catch a cold. Come on. What's going on? This dress is for men. It's just going on a procurement trip. Bai Nianxue couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth from rising and pursed her lips. It's not right. It's too weird. Are you procuring to procure for a day? Couldn't have gone shopping, eating, chatting, and watching movies all day. No, it's really procurement. Bai Nianxue took a hairdryer to blow out her hair and said in a serious manner. Lu Siki and Xia Tong distributed the watermelons. Su Qianqian, as a knowledgeable person, of course knew who Bai Nianxue's springy situation was probably related to. While Lu Siki and Xia Tong were still dividing the watermelon, she quietly came to Bai Nianxue's side and exchanged quiet words, her eyes full of desire for gossip. Isn't it? Bai Nianxue's brows were all smiles, not nodding, but acquiescing. Then this shirt, Su Qianqian reached for Zhang Lian's shirt. Don't touch it. I'll give it to him. Wash it and return it. Bai Nianxue snatched it up and then just naturally threw the clothes onto her bed and hid them. Seeing this, Su Qianqian's mouth was about to crack with laughter, deliberately snickering. Give it back? Why do you still need to return it? Bai Nianxue. Huh. Su Qianqian revealed a lewd smile, then came over to Bai Nianxue and inhaled heavily. Xiang xiang. Bai Nianxue immediately read warm. I'm not going to. I'm going to take a shower. Save some watermelon for me. Oh, won't I? Well. Go quickly. Don't catch a cold.
Su Qianqian smiles smiley.
Bai Nianxue opened the closet and quickly took out her pajamas, giving Su Qianqian another really annoying look on her way out before walking into the bathroom. Just after entering the bathroom, Bai Nianxue pondered over what Su Qianqian had just said. Not returning. It's okay, right? It seems to be raining hard again outside. Where is he now? What was he trying to say at the end? Hurry up and drive. Got it, damn it. So late to make me come out to pick you up. Li Yongwon spat out in a bad mood. He was still wearing the shorts he slept in, and the hairy pants of his 2 calves were exposed. Hey! Zhang Lian thought back to the stupid comparison he had just made and only felt so embarrassed. He was trying to say good night, but in the end he stiffened. After all, in the past it had been someone else who had told him, and it had been the older sister who had told him both times before. But for some reason, when it was his turn to say it this time, he was just too shy to say it for some reason. Really stupid, Zhang Lian. What's the point of saying good night? It's not like it hasn't been said before. You're petulant about your mom. People always pretend to be busy when they are embarrassed. He could then only turn this embarrassment into insanity and then work it into Li Yongman to dissipate it. Sister is squeezing you so much, and you working so late. Li Yongwen fought for Zhang Lian. No, eating took more time. Zhang Lian instinctively defended Bai Nianxue. Oh, you and Bai Nianxue eat alone. Li Yongwen drove while driving, but he didn't think much about Zhang Lian's words. Yeah. Wow, it can't be that Bai Nianxue is interested in you, right? Li Yongwen glanced at Zhang Lian incredulously and said, Huh? Why? Zhang Lian looked at the pouring rain outside the car, his mind automatically playing the various gentle behaviors of his schoolmate. Especially at the end of the ride, his eyes were not blind, and he saw that Bai Nianxue was all drenched and finished behind him. The schoolmarm is, more or less, a bit kind to herself. This Shin Yu guy hasn't even been this nice to himself. If there was an umbrella thing, that guy would be trying to steal it from himself. A little more to my side. I'm all wet. You're in good health. Forget it and get out. If it's that Shin Yu guy, it must be like this. Hee hee. Why do you say that? I heard from the people in my club that lately Bai Nianxue has been seeing someone around her every day, and in the past, for a change, it was non-existent. Li Yongmoon also shook his head like he was saying 3 words. Zhang Liyan. Who is it? You. Li Yongwen looked at Zhang Liyan with the same contempt as he looked at a sand dollar. I don't know. Zhang Liyan pondered deeply. He wasn't stupid. He could indeed clearly feel that his senior sister was just teasing herself at times. You don't know? Seriously? Bai Nianxue is basically alone in everything she does. And there's never been a case where there's a boy who stays with her every day. This is nothing, right? I'm just working with my senior sister. Zhang Liyan explained. Work and eating alone?
Li Yongwen lauga.
It's not a big deal to have dinner. Don't be so nosy, you guys. Having a meal is indeed nothing, but it depends on who it is. Li Yongwen continued. There are a lot of boys chasing after Bai Nianxue in the school. That's always clear to you, right? Then how many people who want to have dinner with Bai Nianxue can't get in line? But she chose to eat with you instead. Before this, I heard from the seniors that there's a guy named Cui Bin in the student council who's been chasing Bai Nianxue for more than a year, and he hasn't even eaten once. Zhang Liyan snorted. Cui Bin? So miserable. Yeah, that Cui Bin. The one who chased you and me away that day. He went after Bai Nianxue. Oh him ah. Zhang Liyan drifted off, remembering that interview scene tugging like a 2/5 of a million sand dollars. So people chase a year have not eaten a meal. You kid have eaten several times. Yes? Is chapter 63 a wild card? It's not nice to eat and bring you milk tea again. School sister, she is indeed really quite good. The corners of Zhang Liyan's mouth lifted up in a smile, unconsciously thinking again of the time when he ate and the time when he rode a bicycle with an umbrella. His mouth muttered with certainty. When he said he reacted, he met Li Yongwen with a lewd look on his face, and he also raised his eyebrows twice in a cheap manner. Hey Mud, why am I telling you this stuff? Zhang Liyan immediately regained his decency. Watch the road. You kiddo. Li Yongwen looked like he had already seen through it and snickered. You're miserable, you fell in love.
Rollon, rollon.
Zhang Liyan looked out of the car. The rain was falling continuously, and he was still clutching Bai Nianxue's umbrella in his hand. The pattering rain intertwined with the complexity of his heart, and for the first time he felt a bondage other than the rules in Bai Nianxue. It made him a little unlike himself, and surprisingly everything he said and did, oddly enough. After returning to the dormitory, naturally, he could not escape the torture of Peng Haosen and Yen Wei's again. However, Zhang Liyan held the umbrella open and put it on the balcony to dry, and the two understood what was going on. Although it will still chase after Zhang Liyan's ass and ask a bunch of yes or no questions, has it already sent people back to the dormitory? Hasn't it been taken? Zhang Liyan directly chose to ignore, picked up a change of clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower, of course not forgetting to give the standard international friendly gesture. Gossip this and gossip that all day long. Have this time to go get a girl yourself. Finished talking and drilled into the bathroom. You're cursing again. Do you still want to take a bath or not? I'll turn off your light. Peng Hao Xian rushed to the bathroom door and continuously switched on and off the bathroom light bulb. Zhang Liyan, mud horse. After taking a shower and fixing the leftover remnants of the melon that had been guacamole by the 3 of them, he returned to his bed and prepared to rest. Zhang Liyan then saw the message that Tinkercar replied. At the same time, there was a message sent to him by Bai Nianxue. Sister Bai Nianxue, good night, schoolboy. Bai Nianxue senpai. Sleeping gif. Zhang Liyan immediately typed, good night, senior sister, then flipped up his own abstract emoji, wanting to follow Baek Nimu's lead and send a cuter goodnight emoji as well. But the truth is, he flipped his saved emoticons from top to the bottom, and couldn't find a single one that could be described as cute. All abstract panda people. There isn't a cuter one. There's always a normal one. Another look around from the bottom up. Zhang Liyan can only admit to himself the fact that he doesn't have a more normal emoticon. Thus, he turned his head and sent a message toward Maka Pakka. You have to pay me for the moral damages for getting back to me so damn late. Maka Pakka. Do you have any slightly cuter emoticons there? Women's bedding. After sending the message, and has already taken a bath wearing a fragrant pajamas, Bai Nianxue stared blankly at the cell phone screen, waiting for Zhang Liyan to respond. Shue shue. Eat the watermelon. Su Chanqian cut all the watermelon and served it to Bai Nianxue in front of her. Thank you, Chanqian. Bai Nianxue took it. You're welcome. Shue Shue. Do you want to take a look at this term school grass selection? Lu Siki and Xiaotong were discussing the gossip about this term schoolgirls and schoolgrasses. Of course, they were going to invite the current high university signature schoolgirls to discuss with them. Bai Nianxue. Huh. Is this term already out? Su Chanqian was also surprised. In previous years, wasn't it always the freshmen's party, which would start only after the freshmen's representatives and whatnot had been displayed? That's not true. But don't you guys have my internal group, which is already sorted? Natsuki confidently crossed her arms. 8 or 9 will be the same list. Cynthia Su. Really, let's see? I won't look. Bai Nianxue forked up the watermelon and ate it, still waiting for Zhang Liyan to return the message. Also, Yuki is definitely still firmly at the top of the schoolflower list anyway. I just don't know who the schoolgrass will be this time. I think Ning Xiao from our class is still capable of fighting. Xiaotong smiled longingly. I think the last Hana Zhenyu is very handsome. Much like a male, he's easy to bully at first glance. Lu Siki said as she committed nymphomania. Bai Nianxue just wanted to laugh at them chanting, like watching a child play. She naturally didn't care about these false names. Because of what I grew up with, I already feel tasteless to these praises. Also, there's no point in this kind of list coming out. There wasn't a black silk list not too long ago. It was just taken to everyone as an active discussion level. She, Bai Nianxue, certainly wanted to pursue something higher. That is, hasn't he arrived yet? Why hasn't he returned my messages? Is it possible that he went back to his dorm room and ran off to play a game? At that moment, Su Chanqian suddenly spoke. How come this elementary school kid isn't even on the list? With that, Su Chanqian looked at Bai Nianxue. Which elementary school brother? Natsuki asked. This one. Su Chanqian crossed her lips and laughed, showing Zhang Liyan's picture to Xiaotong. Bai Nianxue also took aim. Pretending not to care, he continued to play with his phone and eat watermelon, then quietly clicked on the link to view the group. One ear was still perked up to listen to the conversation between a few people. Wild list, Su Chanqian said with a smile, ostensibly conversing with Xiaotong, Lu Siki and the two of them, but actually poking fun at Bai Nianxue. People are so handsome, how can they be in the top 10, right? He did get on. But everyone in the group knew he had a girlfriend and basically ruled it out. Xiaotong explained. I reckon he'll be in the top 10 or so on the real list by then, and it won't be too high anyway. Wild list. People are obviously so handsome. Don't know how to appreciate it. Su Chanqian joked madly. Nervous. Lu Siki was uncomprehendingly amused by Su Chanqian. It's okay. Handsome is pretty cool, but still almost better than the front. Xiaotong said seriously. Wild list. You don't even know the gold content of others. Su Chanqian said with a look of forbearance. He is the male silver who has charmed our Shueshue. What are you doing? You like this elementary school brother so much? Xiaotong looked at Su Chanqian in a bewildered manner. I don't care. Wild list. It's the wild card. Xiaotong hurriedly hid to the side, like looking at a little cutie, like looking at Su Chanqian. She said, nervous? Stay away from me. Seeing Xiaotong and Lu Siki both ducking away, Su Chanqian only pretended to be natural and said to Bai Nianxue, do you think it's right, Shueshue? Isn't it a wild list? Bai Nianxue hurriedly turned off her cell phone, nuzzled her mouth, quickly glared at Su Chanqian, and then got up and came to the stairs next to the bed to walk up the bed. Nervous Cynthia. When she heard Bai Nianxue scold herself, Su Chanqian came even more energized. Answer me. Look straight at me. Look me in the eye. Isn't that a wild card? Chapter 64 Sister Share is because of you. Tinkercar, what for? You're busy during the day. Who's as busy as you are every day? After going to bed, Bai Nianxue finally waited for Zhang Liyan's message, and then inexplicably saw the message that Zhang Liyan wanted cute emoticons. Immediately she is going to ask clearly Zhang Liyan is going to do, how somehow to cute emoticons do. Tinkercar, are you going to? Messaging which sister? Maka Pakka. Do you have it, don't you care? Zhang Liyan certainly couldn't have told Tinkercar how stupid his starting point was. The reason for asking someone for cute emojis turned out to be that they wanted to send a gentler emoji to a girl. But nay, they were so abstract that the emojis didn't even have a normal one. And Bai Nianxue, who had received Zhang Liyan's message, Naturally understood that Zhang Lian had been spoken to by her. Can't help but cringe. Who's he gonna send the emoticon to? Why don't you just find a random emoticon and post it, and get so worked up about it that you ask someone else for it? Is it yourself? Of course it's not possible, he is QQ himself, and he can only send his emoticons to his contacts on QQ if he wants them. Is that a minnow? That's even more unlikely. Little fish knows him well, just as well as she knows him online. Sending cute emoticons will only get you a sentence of you're a $100, right? So there's only one possibility, and that's a new girl? Also, he's not out of the question. One has not known much else about him until now. Damn it, who the hell is stealing my man? With her mind already fantasizing about an imaginary enemy who was as good as herself and staged all sorts of love-hate bridges, Bai Nianxue frowned deeply. It wasn't until Zhang Lian sighed, sent another message that he came back to his senses. Maka Pakka, where are the people? Pretending I'll make you fly. GIF, Maka Pakka. If you don't have it, forget it, I'll look for it online. It was because it was too much trouble in itself that Zhang Lian went directly to Tinker Car, an acquaintance, to ask for it. And not only did he look for Tinker Cars, but he also looked for Shinfish. That's how acquaintances use it. Sitting next to a bully, do not remember the formula directly to find him to ask how convenient. Save yourself to look for books and books. Bai Nianxue saw this and hesitantly pondered for a moment. Of course she didn't want to give it away, taking her emojis and flirting with other girls. But she still typed, what cute ones do you want? I have just a few here. Tinker Car. And who the hell are you sending it to? The new sister? Tinkerbike. My roommate. Doesn't it smell good? Maka Pakka. No, I just realized that QQ can't be transferred to WeChat. That's no use looking for you. Maka Pakka. Rubbish, you're useless. Get lost. Tinker Cars? Bai Nianxue was confused. Not only was he put in a bad mood by Zhang Lian inexplicably asking for cute emoticons to flirt with another sister, but he also cursed himself on the way out. Exasperated, he sent Zhang Lian a series of abstract emoticons to vent his anger. In an unusual situation, of course she wouldn't be angry, but this time, she was really a bit angry on top of it. Thanks for trying to send it to you. Bai Nianxue threw her cell phone to her feet, her mouth curled up. Flirting with another sister and having to come and piss yourself off a bit? Stupid Zhang Lian. Ding dong. The next second, the WeChat message beeped again. Remarks on Zhang Lian's message pop up. Bai Nianxue picked up her cell phone again and annoyingly tapped on the message. Zhang Lian. Good night gif. A cute emoji of a classic kitten pee on a sleeping cap. Bai Nianxue's mood is like a roller coaster. Just now are close to a volcanic eruption. And now suddenly the night is quiet. The lake breeze ripples, a quiet and beautiful state of mind. She fell back on her pillow with her cell phone, the corners of her mouth restrained from rising. Just angry did not think of this layer, but also thought that he looked for himself on QQ to ask for emoticons certainly cannot be sent to himself. After all, WeChat and QQ do not interoperate. Now! So it was sent to me. Thought you heartless bastard was going to flirt with some other little sister. But where did he find this emoji? Zhang Lian. I can't believe you have so many cute emoticons. Why are all the panda and dragon pictures you send me? And my brother. Shun fish mouth corner. Typing. My not all is given by you. My own emoticons are not that abstract. Zhang Lian. Then you haven't sent me any other cuter ones either. Xinyu. Isn't that my way of catering to your tastes? And besides, don't you find it disgusting when I send you cute emoticons? Zhang Lian, that's true. Shunyu. Dragon figure middle finger. Xinyu. What are you doing coming to me in the middle of the night for an emoticon? Who are you going to send it to? Zhang Lian. No one, I'll save all these from you in case they're useful later. Xinyu? Zhang Lian. Okay, enough talking, let's go to sleep. Turn off the lights and go to sleep gif. Xinyu. Vomiting, don't use on me what I gave you. Is this how you repay your benefactor? Xinyu. Oh yes, don't go to sleep first. It's just that you're here, I'll tell you something. Zhang Lian. What is it? Xinyu. About what we saw the other day when you said Sister Cher had a fight. Do you know anything about it? Zhang Lian was in the clouds. He did hear the vice minister mention it during the hot pot dinner tonight. Zhang Lian. What's wrong? Xinyu. I can hear Cher sister because a person to fight. Because of a man? Zhang Lian recalled that at that time it seemed that Lu Feifei had also mentioned such a thing. He was busy keying the 3 rooms at that time and didn't ask much. But now that I've heard it, I'm also curious. After all, although that what Bin does owe to clean up, but with the character of the school sister, it should not be so much in front of so many freshmen to start a conflict with him. If it was due to a work-related issue, the senior sister should have gone to resolve the matter privately, and would definitely not have gotten in the way of the student union's public recruiting efforts. Zhang Lian. Who's that? Such a big face? You know? Xinyu. Do you want to know? Zhang Lian. Don't sell it short. If you know, say it. If you don't, forget it. Xinyu. I also heard from Senior Hu Fan in my department. Weren't you maliciously targeted by that Bin? Zhang Lian. Anan? What's wrong with that? Xinyu. Sister Shuer is the one who went to target Bin because you were targeted by that what's her name. Chapter 65 Exchange of Information Among Three Persons. Xinyu. Sister Shuer seems to be so angry because of you. Zhang Lian. What, really? Don't mess with me, don't talk nonsense. Don't talk about people behind their backs when they're as nice as schoolmates. Zhang Lian instinctively resisted, but imagined by Nianxue that fierce and angry look. It's like it doesn't feel scary all of a sudden. Xinyu. I didn't say anything nonsense. Xinyu. I heard from the seniors and the others tonight that you and Sister Shuer even had hot pot together? Zhang Lian. Yeah, go out shopping, just eat together. Xinyu. Sister Shuer doesn't eat spicy food. Zhang Lian. I know. She's vegetable and fun-loving, tasting her own spicy plates and getting tongue-tied. Xinyu. And she usually doesn't even go to parties, let alone eat with others. Xin fish, so. Indecent dog head. Zhang Lian. What the are you guys doing tonight? Sleeping. Xinyu. If you don't believe me, you can ask dog-headed military counselor. Zhang Lian put down his cell phone, and in a rare moment, he looked at the ceiling above his head and chose to daze. Across the bed, Li Wingman is still in the episode rap. Zhang Lian naturally thought again, just in the tricycle. Li Yongwen also told himself those words. An involuntary sigh of relief. What the hell? Can it be that you really went to settle the score with that guy because of me that time? Why did sister do that? Protecting the calf? Or is it because of the dinky car? Neither is. That's not possible, is it? Tinker car guy, although some parts are damaged, owes money and won't replace it, and is not good-looking. But in the game, if you have a conflict with someone, she will unconditionally stand on your side. This is quite righteous. It's not out of the realm of possibility that her schoolmates are taking care of her because she's taking care of her. Or even, could it be that she always intentionally says something to her schoolmates and they are like that? Well, it's possible. Nope, it has to be. It's the only thing that makes sense. I'm a ING genius. Didn't this ding-dong car mess with me and my schoolmates from the start? It must have been. There was also a succession of messages from Xinyu on the cell phone that was lit up on the side. Xinyu. Why don't I ask for you? Dog's head. Zhang Lian casually dismissed 2 sentences, not wanting to get into this topic with Xinyu again. Turning to the ding-dong car to launch another query. And at this time, Zhang Lian he thought he was smart, but completely unaware of is, the real Tinker Car and Shinfish have completed their epic meeting behind his back. Xinyu was considered to be the witness who currently knew the most about the two's various behaviors, especially when she saw Zhang Lian's double-standard face, which made her unable to stifle her laughter for a while. Just now, her mouth said that she asked for Zhang Lian, but in reality, she had already gotten the affirmation from myself. In fact, from the moment she heard the gossip, she confirmed that Bai Nianxue was definitely because of Zhang Lian. But again, she could only give a quiet assist, not directly disrupt the schoolteacher's plans. Little fish. So Sister Cher, you've... that him? Bai Nianxue knows that her series of behavior is certainly not hidden from the small fry, and the small fry compared to Chanxian, not in the scope of her control, it can only respond sincerely. Fishy. But he's really stupid. Sister Cheryl. Did you? I feel pretty good about it. Small fish. That he gets along with you, you will not laugh at the scene? Swear sister, usually he is that way, with you an end to not. Bai Nianxue turned over in the quilt, the corners of the eyes gently curved. Well, but our sneaky smile. Fishy, he won't see it, will he? Sister Cheryl. It's okay to see it, just say it's fun and you want to laugh. Fishy. Then he must have answered like this, rubbing his neck or snapping his ears, and then avoiding sight with a light laugh, not daring to fart. Sister Cheryl. Ha ha ha. You got it all right. Xiaoyer. Hung there used to be that kind of big sister who teased him, and he blushed and was shy and would be like this, but he was actually happy in his heart. Sister Cheryl, oh, little fishy. Oh yeah, what's up with him just asking me for cute emoticons? Sister Schwer, do you know? Sister Cher, he asked you for it? Fishy. Screenshots of chat logs. Fishy. I sent him some good ones. Sister Cher. Good night gif. Sister Cher. This one. Is it yours? Little fishy. Oh, it's mine, so he's coming to send it to you, sis. Little fish. Looks like you're getting the hang of it. When Bai Nianxue saw the message sent by Xinyu, she crossed her legs happily and shook. It wasn't enough. She wanted to bounce around happily twice. So when all was said and done, she rolled out of bed and walked out of her dorm room. Su Chanqian and the other three, who were all already lying down in the dormitory, were dumbfounded. Yuki, what's she doing out so late? Went out in a nightgown. Coming out onto the large balcony in the middle of the dormitory building. It was still raining outside, blowing a cool breeze that lifted the hem of her skirt. She popped up twice on the balcony like a lady ghost in the middle of the night. Luckily, no one saw. Fishy. If it rains in the next 2 days, is that an excuse to hold him off for 2 more days? Sister Cheryl, can be put off until after the freshman show. The two were naturally talking about the game, discussing the party. Fishy. Then you can still just cancel it and say I have something to do, and I actually don't want to reveal my identity yet. Being able to catch Zhang Lian properly, Xunyu still didn't want to just let it go. Though right now she wasn't exactly having a whole lot of new fun in the game. But if Zhang Lian knew that the rain down in the game was himself, it would definitely be a lot less fun straight away. Sister Cheryl, he sent me a message. Sister Cheryl, that's fine. Neither of us will say anything. As long as he doesn't mention the party, we'll pretend we don't know. Little fish. Okay. Then I won't bother you, Sister Schwer. Snickering, Sister Cher. Bye. Saying goodbye to Xinyu, Bai Nianxue shivered and hurried back to her dormitory again, while replying to Zhang Lian's message. But then, because of his status as a tinker car, Zhang Lian's tone was less polite. Come up with a couple abstract emojis plus have you slept yet and ask you something. Yuki, what are you doing out at night? Well, went out to return a call. Bai Nianxue said casually, hastily taking off her shoes and getting into bed. Oh! Hearing that it was something more personal like a phone call, the roommates wouldn't ask too many questions. We thought you were sleepwalking. Well, it always feels like you're being weird tonight, Yuki. Chapter 66, Exchange of Information Among 3 Persons 2. Get back under the covers. Tinker Bike. What's going on? Have a fart. Maka Pakka. Aren't you and Bai Nianxue senpai in the same dormitory? Bai Nianxue's eyes lit up. What was the point of looking for Chanqian to chat about herself in the middle of the night? Trying to say something about me behind my back? See, now the advantages of an extra vest don't come out all at once. In a slightly softer tone, Bai Nianxue typed, yeah, what for? Tinker Bike. Is it possible that she's not returning your messages and you want me to relay them for you? Acting in a full set, Bai Nianxue understood this. Tinker Bike. Do you want me to wake her up to talk to you? Maka Pakka? Hey, don't. I'm not. I'm seeking to ask you something. Tinker Bike. So say it or I'll go to bed. Maka Pakka. I'm trying to figure out what to tell you. You wait for me to run through it. Tinker Bikes. A lot going on. Maka Pakka. It's just that, the school teachers fight in the student council. Bai Nianxue's heart thumped. Just now Shinfish just asked her. She to Shinfish but can be unreservedly directly say out this how he also suddenly come to ask. And it's still here to ask Sin, not even me personally. What should I say? Or is it that during the evening meal, he just pretended to know nothing, but actually had a calculation in his heart and came to ask Chanqian for confirmation at night? It was possible, after all, both Fishy and he had come to ask at the same time, so some news should have reached them. It's all because of Fei Liu. Bai Nianxue had once again ruthlessly memorized Lu Fei Fei in her heart. Tinker Bike. You got it? Zhang Lian stared at the dumb fan sent across the cell phone screen and slowly keyed out a question mark. What the hell? Maka Pakka. What I'll know. I haven't asked yet. Tinker Car. So you ask. Maka Pakka. So you know about this too? Why haven't I heard you tell me about it? Bai Nianxue was completely unable to understand what Zhang Lian wanted to ask, and could only follow the usual habit of getting along to similarly key a question mark. Tinker Bike. What exactly are you asking? Maka Pakka. Didn't you ask me all about knowing? And now you don't know? Are you nuts? Tinker Car. Stop. What I know is not necessarily what you want to ask, just got it wrong, start over, you ask again. Maka Pakka. Maka Pakka. Schoolmates quarrel is, what exactly is it because of, do you know? Nyenshua looked at the message sent by Maka Pakka to suck in a mouthful of cool air. This tone, how to look like know what? Tinkerbike. I don't know. All I know is that she had a fight that day and was in a bad mood. Maka Pakka. Really? That's all you know? Zhang Lian some skepticism. Just Tinker Car sent that sentence, you know how to feel very strange, well. Could it really be what you think it is? This dinky car is up to something. Tinker Car. Well, you can just ask her. I'll call her for you. She was the person herself, and even if she did call it in, it was perfectly fine, and she could use that to repeatedly self-certify something and gain Zhang Lian's trust. Right now is the opportunity to corroborate your lies in this way. Maka Pakka. Hey, no, don't call me sister. Then I'll just ask you. Did you? What's wrong with you? Nyenshua's eyes widened. Isn't he quite stupid? Why is he acting like Sherlock Holmes tonight? I'm not just messing around. I'm about to give you a Truman's world. Nyenshua more and more vain. Pursed upward lips forced to send a message to Zhang Lian. Noah, I can give you what moths? Maka Pakka, because I've heard that the senior sister is very high and cold, and I see that usually those people, more or less, get along with the senior sister with a little bit of respect, but she treats me better than you treat me. What's the situation? She treats me better than you treat me. We are one, how can we compare like this? Nyenshua arched her eyebrows, full of smiles. If this sentence was heard by herself in person, she might have gone straight up. Really? How good do you think I am to you, school sister? Including now, she wanted to hold down the voice bar to send a voice directly to Zhang Lian to scare him. But then, in the end, it's all about holding back. One can only eat one's own jealousy and return 2 question marks in the usual tone of voice. According to the past mode of getting along, this time the Tinker Car should have a good talk with this heartless Maka Pakka about what it means to be thankful, drip by drip, and other axioms. But in a flash of insight, she thought of another way to put that status to good use. Tinkerbike. In that case, so you like it or not? The tone of voice immediately produced a figurative. Nyenshua tilted his head to tease Zhang Lian. That was the first image that popped into Zhang Lian's head. But coming from the mouth of Tinker Car, it just made him unconsciously think of that good-looking face and the endless advantages. Then its immediate question mark picking. Maka Pakka. Tinker Car. Is it full of satisfaction? Shouldn't you thank me properly? Nyenshua continued to tease. Maka Pakka. Nervous? Tinker Car. Oh, I see then you don't have eyes for her. Well, I'll make it clear to her. Zhang Lian see the situation only feel tonight's Tinker Car how with a different person. Usually speak not so are dislike each other how to speak today pussy gibberish. He this punch in the cotton like. But he still hastily typed to explain. He did not want his school sister because of this behind the back of the small man with himself to create any gap. Maka Pakka. The schoolteacher is very nice. Maka Pakka. You shut the mic. Maka Pakka. I came to ask you, where are you getting off with me? Maka Pakka. Now that I look at it this way, you've said so, the schoolteacher is taking extra care of me because of you, right? Maka Pakka. Then I know. Maka Pakka. You don't do this all day long, you're nuts. Sending 6 sentences at once. It was evident that Zhang Lian was truly anxious. Just the next second, Nyenshua immediately made an explanation. Tinker Car. It's not. Tinker Car. If you're gonna say it's because I'm taking extra care of you, you're overthinking it. Even I couldn't even get into the arts and crafts department when I was trying to get into her all. Tinker Bike. Everyone has to interview for a round or 2, you were really passed over, she wasn't biased. Tinker Bike. As for what you said about her taking care of you, probably, it's just you, isn't it? Tinker Bike. And the fight, I didn't even know about it until later, so it's even less likely that it was because of me. Chapter 67. Already mixed feelings. After sending it, Nyenshua laid down and panted heavily, as if she had done something very significant. Because she was watching the whole thing from a bystander's point of view, she was able to see things significantly more clearly. If he did not have such a bystander identity, it is impossible to know that there are so many other things about the emoticons he sent behind him, and that he also pursued his own business with Chanxian. And judging by some of his answers and reactions, it wasn't a big deal, but she could feel it clearly. The schoolteacher is very nice. He used an exclamation point. Am I that good? Nyenshua picked up the pillow and blocked her face. Heart racing like it's going to jump out of my chest. The anticipation and happiness made her even want to go out and bounce around a couple more times. On the other hand, Zhang Lian on the other side was already unable to sleep at this time. He flipped through by Nianshua's circle of friends. The schoolmate's circle of friends is very clean. There is not much posted on a daily basis. Occasionally there are sent some moods and scenery, and of course there are some good-looking selfies. He didn't really see anything in it either, except that after the evening round of brainwashing by the three, his mood did now produce a slight complexity. Until the next morning, the early 8 alarm clock rang in the dormitory. Zhang Lian, only vaguely aware of a point, finished, he insomnia. It's still raining out there. It's been raining all night. Peng Haosen has already washed up in the balcony. Every time he is the first one to get up in the 404 male dormitory, and is also responsible for calling the rest of the 3 people all up. Get up! Get up! Zhang Lian's false appearance of not sleeping well all night got down from the bed, put the umbrella away first, and then also followed behind Peng Haosen to line up to wash up. What to eat? While squeezing toothpaste, Zhang Lian asked while yawning. Peng Haosen grunted and spit out water. What do you want to eat in the morning? Buns, eggs. I have a ham and sausage here. Do you want it? After saying that, he took a washcloth and casually wiped his mouth that still had foam on it and went back to the dormitory. Zhang Lian hadn't reacted for a while, and when he came back to his senses, Peng Haosen had already gone back to the dormitory room to take off his pants, revealing a large red floral pantsuit. Yan Wei's was the third to get up, and as soon as he got out of bed, he saw the fragrant scene of Peng Haosen changing his pants, and rightly flirted with a sentence. Yo, boss taking the pure lust route today, huh? Peng Haosen, a little not accustomed to pants, did not mention, but instead towards Yan Wei's. What's wrong with it? Like it or not? Yan Wei's. You roll. Li Yongwen was the last one to get up, and he was also the one who played the latest every day besides Zhang Lian. Waiting until Zhang Lian washed up, went back to the dormitory to put on his clothes, and the line of people were almost packed up. He then scurried up with a jerk and looked at the 3 people who had already backpacked their school bags to coldly come up with a sentence. What time is it? What time do you think it is? Zhang Lian said with a raised eyebrow, looking at his exploding head. I thought I couldn't wake you up. Peng Haosen called Li Yongwen several times, and he stiffly did not respond at all. Shake thee out of it. You're all going to leave. Wait for me. Li Yongwen jumped out of bed with a flip and directly put his shoes on. Not washing your face again? Yan Wei's asked in disgust. Not only him, Zhang Lian and Peng Haosen also looked disgusted. Stay away from us. Didn't brush your teeth and your mouth stinks. But Li Yongwen just simply combed his hair twice in the mirror and put on a thin jacket. What book? Your favorite English. Grass. I want the foreigners to die. Li Yongwen cursed angrily and followed the trio with his green college English book. Rushing up and directly at the trio was a barrage of gas grenades. Ha! You! Mud smells like leaks. Stealing food behind my back last night. Stinks. Don't touch your hands. They're full of fungus. Mud is touching your feet and your golden needle mushrooms. That's called syphilis. Ha ha ha. It's raining so hard. I don't think it's a good idea for your sister to come over. After the afternoon class, Zhang Lian didn't receive any news from Bai Nianxue either, much less see her. He was still thinking about what his schoolmate had said last night about coming to pick him up. But it was after the afternoon class and Bai Nianxue hadn't messaged him yet. It's really rare that schoolmates didn't send messages to make themselves work today. While celebrating in his heart, Zhang Lian's cell phone screen is typing. Senior sister, is there anything you need me to do today? Just wringing their hands about whether or not to send it. The 3 people who packed their school bags interrupted the spell. No work today, Dick? Anon. Zhang Lian pondered for a moment. At the moment it seems, no? Then let's go play ball. Yan Wei's rarely heard Zhang Lian not going to Bai Nianxue and invited. Isn't it raining? Zhang Lian glanced out the window. There's an indoor gym. Just take the youngest's car there. You guys damn, Li Yongwen gritted his teeth. I'm damn near becoming your substitute for this car. The old man was going to take it in. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lian glanced at his cell phone again, gritted his teeth once, re-edited the message, and decisively sent it to Bai Nianxue, then replied, Let's go then. Hey youngest, how's your store doing? Still preparing soon. Just a few days away. Li Yongwen said confidently and said to Zhang Lian, Both of them cannot come at that time. You damn well must come, ha. No. Zhang Lian laughed. It was a trade-off that he could brave the rain last night to pick himself up. He owns a store that sells tiramisu, a technique he learned in high school working part-time in a cake store, according to him. And with his own face value, he could only say that it was moderate, but if he had a handsome man like Zhang Lian, the sales effect of his store would definitely be much better. What do you mean, PY deal? Peng Haosen stared wide-eyed. Before Li Yongwen was begging him to go and give a favor. Now how come he switched to a dick again? Don't need me anymore? Then I'll go. Peng Haosen pointed at himself, and again stared at Li Yongwen with a deadpan look like Porky Pig. Hey, you're in charge of the backroom, and the second is in charge of selling. What do you mean? Peng Haosen slammed the table. I can't sell. I'm not handsome, am I? Well. Li Yongwen rubbed his nose. His eyes dodged, but it said it all. I remember, boss. Didn't you look in the mirror every morning? Peng Haosen's nostrils are bulging with anger. I'm not going. Grass mud horse, roll. Don't want me to help. Hey boss. Yen wee eyes. Chapter 68. What's sister doing? Bai Nianxue replied almost in seconds. Zhang Lian sent this message. Sister, can you take a day off today? I'm going to play soccer with my roommates. Although the current Zhang Lian was already on his way to the gym with a few of his roommates, the message sent to Bai Nianxue was still a question rather than a notification. I'm going to a ball game. I'm taking the day off. Questioning to some extent represents seeking advice, that is, consulting. Negotiation, which also means having a second choice. That is, as long as Bai Nianxue sends a message to Zhang Lian on the way saying that he is willing to stop playing this program if he needs him to do something. And the first half of Zhang Lian's sentence was still tentatively asking Bai Nianxue why she didn't look for him today. However, Bai Nianxue didn't think about it that much and just assumed that Zhang Lian wanted to go play soccer and was asking for instructions from her as if he did. So cute. So without thinking, I immediately agreed, and like a child I sent him a good nah. Shue, what's wrong with you? Face so red. Su Qianqian came back from outside to get something and looked at Bai Nianxue with concern. Ahem. Bai Nianxue sniffled, sitting in her seat in the dormitory and doing her homework on the computer. Maybe I got a little cold last night. I told you to get wet last night and go out in the middle of the night to make a phone call. Su Qianqian walked over to touch Bai Nianxue's forehead. It's not a fever. I'm not that weak. Bai Nianxue laughed, but she did have some symptoms of catching a cold. Here, these are again what those boys of yours asked me to bring up. Su Qianqian placed a few pockets on the ground and squatted down to look up at Bai Nianxue. Do you eat them? Bai Nianxue laughed lightly at the situation. All right, you want to eat, you eat it. Hee. Su Qianqian was just as nonchalant. I told them that you wouldn't want it, and they insisted that I bring it up for you. Well, I know, you eat it, as your hard work fee for bringing it up, Bai Nianxue said in a very enlightened manner, turning her head and continuing to do the homework on her hands. Su Qianqian was good at this, and every day, she could eat all kinds of packages that she couldn't afford to buy because of Bai Nianxue. Hey Shue, you're not even going out today to see him? Su Qianqian suddenly framed up his hand and said. Bai Nianxue sniffled. Aren't I a little uncomfortable? She actually stayed in her dorm room today not only because she had a bit of a cold, but also because she had relatives over. Oh. Su Qianqian nodded. So did he approach you to talk? Well, yes and no. Bai Nianxue pondered for a moment and said, What do you mean yes and no? He just told me what he was going to do. Bai Nianxue still didn't think about it that much and casually said, her eyes always fixed on the computer screen. Oh, have reported to you, Su Qianqian is different. What direction can think more she wants? Then allude and knock to the expression. Bai Nianxue took a deep breath, then gave Su Qianqian a warning look. Then does he know that you're not feeling well today? Su Qianqian asked again as she pursed her lips and continued to eat. I didn't tell him. Oh. Su Qianqian nodded thoughtfully. Bai Nianxue, what's wrong? It's just that I'm thinking that he's all reported to you, and if you tell him that you're not feeling well, will he do anything? Su Qianqian had a quirky look on her face as her eyes mashed straight up, informing Bai Nianxue of her conjecture. The most important thing you should do now is to watch a little less of those youth idol dramas. Bai Nianxue listened and said perkily, well itself is to try the attitude of the other party. Well, you are now in the same school with him, and not before the time of chatting on the network. Now you need help, he can arrive in minutes. Su Qianqian said with reason. Bai Nianxue stayed silent and didn't pay any more attention to Su Qianqian. Su Qianqian beamed and went back to her seat to do her own thing. And after a short while, after the completion of the homework on the hands of the white Nianxue, back to God is re-examined on the words of Su Qianqian produced. She wasn't used to showing her bad side to others and didn't like it. She also doesn't need the attention of others because if that happens she feels pressure if she doesn't accept it. And the person who gives the concern feels negative energy as a result. Showing the bad side to others is in itself putting negative energy on them. So, tell him? What's there to tell? What if he was in a good mood and somehow got worried because he said he wasn't feeling well? Wouldn't he be in a bad mood all of a sudden? She picked up her phone and found that Zhang Lian had actually sent her a new message. Not WeChat though, but QQ. It's from him as Maka Pakka. Maka Pakka, are you guys a lot of classes today? Maka Pakka, how come it feels like you're so busy, you're not even online for the daily game? In fact, if one were to take the perspective of Tinkercar, they wouldn't be able to sense what Zhang Lian meant when he asked this, and would only think that he was idly looking for something to do. But it was just a short time ago that he had messaged himself to go play. Bai Nianxue somewhat sensed the implication, but wasn't sure. Tinkercar, no normal class the game just do not want to play, you want to play now? She just happens to be free right now. Zhang Lian, who was playing ball, took a water break when the message came just in time. Maka Pakka, I'm playing now, not playing. Maka Pakka, so what's sister doing? I also wanted to borrow her car for a late trip to the arts department. She didn't return my message. When have I not returned your messages? Bai Nianxue exited QQ. Self-doubt generally flipped a glance at WeChat. There are back this is not good, Na replied. But then her eyebrows lowered and a smile came to her lips. How dare you direct yourself in front of me? It's raining so hard, you're using my car? Bai Nianxue glanced outside. The sound of the clattering rain is especially sleep-aiding. Using excuses, don't even know to use the better ones. Also, if you want to ask me what I'm doing, why don't you ask me directly, but also ask my roommate? Is it because you don't think the information you get from me is reliable? Willing the scheme to work, Bai Nianxue typed. Tinkercar. She's not feeling well. She's visiting relatives. She's resting in her dorm room. I can't get reliable information from me. He did not tell Zhang Lian the information that he had a bit of a cold, fearing that he would think that it was because of the rain. Zhang Lian, who received the news, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and didn't know what he was nervous about. Maka Pakka. Oh, in that case, forget it, let her rest, I'll come by some other time. That's it? Bai Nianxue narrowed her eyes and looked at the screen. Shouldn't I come over to see my senior sister and bring her some hot brown sugar water? Looks like your charm didn't win out over playing ball after all. Bai Nianxue brainstormed to herself, replied, net thing. Chapter 69. Brown sugar water and tiramisu. What for? Where are you going? No more fighting. Something's up. After asking about the tinker car, Zhang Lian continued to play for a while, but in reality he had been a bit distracted. Hesitant to ask the schoolmate first, or else he suddenly sends brown sugar water over. It always feels a bit inexplicable. How'd you know I was coming to visit my relatives? I let Ding Ding car visual rape schoolmate you up. So he cornered Bai Nianxue and asked if she was uncomfortable after getting wet last night. Doesn't that seem like a reasonable thing to ask? Wouldn't it be much more natural for you to use this excuse to deliver brown sugar water later on? Zhang Lian thought to himself that Laozi was a ING genius, and the response received from Bai Nianxue was as affirmative as ever, gentle as if coaxing a small child. Bai Nianxue, how do you know that? Botched acting and excuses. Bai Nianxue eyebrows lowered, easily see-through, because the information Zhang Lian got was all given by her, coupled with her understanding of Zhang Lian. She certainly knew what Zhang Lian was thinking. You don't even know you have a ghost in your house. The more softness in Bai Nianxue's eyes, she didn't want Zhang Lian to feel pressured by knowing that she caught a cold from the rain. But now that Zhang Lian was just intentionally looking for this excuse and didn't know that she had really caught a cold, then it was fine. So of course she could play along with the show and only then would he come. It's called division. In other words, it may be that a smile is politeness. No, thank you. In the end, both men, in fact, are talking about a division. Because of the uncertainty, the relationship isn't close enough to even think about giving each other a gift, so you have to go through the whole class first. So after receiving Bai Nianxue's affirmative message, Zhang Lian turned his head and picked up his clothes. Youngest, can I have your store key? What do you want the key for? Li Yongwan said on his lips, but without any defense at all. He pointed to Zhang Lian's clothes that were placed on the stool. It's in my jacket pocket. There's a pot, right? More pot. Never mind. I'll check it out myself, you guys fight. After saying that, Zhang Lian turned around and took the umbrella and walked in the direction of the gymnasium exit. Psycho! Ignore him and let's continue. After leaving the gymnasium, Zhang Lian jogged to the pharmacy on Commercial Street. Is there any cold medicine and medicine for the girl thingy? And is there any brown sugar? Yes, brother, yes, the pharmacy was a young man, probably less than 30. Seeing Zhang Lian in this mold as well as opening his mouth is such a standard set of girlfriend packages. He immediately smiled with joy. Zhang Lian's mouth twitched. Huh, for your girlfriend, right? The owner runs such a pharmacy in the school, and the best sellers are of course not other medicines that can cure illnesses, instead cold medicine and brown sugar sell the best. It was already too familiar to be familiar with this operation of Zhang Lian's. Ah? Boss, you opened your cinnamon? Zhang Lian did not open his mouth to nervously explain, saying no, boss, you misunderstood. Instead, he joked about it as much as his boss. He had never been much of a proper and rigid person, except in front of Bai Nianxue, who stayed like a human machine. Ha 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 ha. I've been in business for so many years. You boys are going to need such a set anyway. The boss turned his head and skillfully prepared the 3 items and informed Zhang Lian how much it cost. So boss, if you've been driving for so many years and are so experienced, is there anything special? Zhang Lian suddenly asked. What's a little more special? The owner was surprised. That's right, everyone else can only give this set. Do you have any fresh ones? Something that also helps the girls and then the guys look not so dull. Zhang Lian endeavored to express that implication, his hand unconsciously fiddling with it, looking at the boss with a smile. But things didn't work out as expected. The boss could only look at Zhang Lian with an ant smile and said, I'm a pharmacy here. What else can I have that's special besides medicine? Or do you want something special? I don't have any here. Oh. Not the boss, where do you think? Zhang Lian paid and skimmed his lips. Ha 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 ha. You little guy. This is the first time I've heard that coming to the drugstore to buy medicine for your girlfriend has to be special and different. Zhang Lian blankly glanced at the boss. Let's go. Hey, wait. The owner smiled and raised his chin. You're not going to send brown sugar directly to your girlfriend, are you? No, I'll find a place to cook it. I can cook it here. Don't you want it to be special? I'll teach you to cook it. The boss laughed. I can see that you, kid, definitely don't know how to cook brown sugar water. Zhang Lian's eyes wandered, didn't answer. But the foot that walked out of the store door quickly retracted. Zhang Lian's eyes widened with an incredulous expression. Isn't it just a matter of cooking it directly? I knew it. The boss slammed the table, with a happy look of having gotten Zhang Lian right, although he didn't know where the happy point was. Come on. Come in with me and I'll teach you how to cook it so you can cook it for your girlfriend later. Boss, you're really warm-hearted. Zhang Lian laughed. What for? By the evening, Li Yongwan, who had just returned to his dormitory after dinner, received a call for help from Zhang Lian and came to his own store. The store is simple, with only a platform for tiramisu, except for the fridge and the back room where you wash your hands. It's also similar to a stall, except it's a rental stall with a sign over its head that says tiramisu in big letters. Holy, where did you get that cake? Did you bring what I wanted? Zhang Lian turned back and asked. He came to Li Yongwen's small store and looked around, thinking that he had come all the way here and had all the tools he should have and kind of wanted to get a tiramisu for Bai Nianxue to bring over, by the way. No, it is for Bai Nianxue and Su Qianqian to bring together. Oh, there is also a shin fish. She does not love to eat sweet, so do not bring. Here. Li Yongwen brought Zhang Lian's thermos cup to him, while immediately soaring with Zhang Lian like a playwright. Where's what I want? Here. As if handing over money with one hand, Zhang Lian gave the key halfway, then suddenly took it back. You want to go dark? Li Yongwen immediately alerted. Can you do it now? Zhang Lian signaled as he prepared all the ingredients needed for the tiramisu. Now. Li Wingman looks to the countertop. What do you want? After saying this, Li Yongwen instantly reacted. Oh, I see. Who is it going to be for? Which schoolmate? It can't be senior sister Bai Nianxue. Can it? Being guessed at once, Zhang Lian kept silent. That's useless. People won't take it even if you do it. Li Yongwen handed the thermos cup to Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian, why? What's the reason for this? Not accepting inexplicable good intentions. The corner of Li Yongwen's mouth raised in a high arc. But, Brother, I look favorably on you. You're different. Huh. Li Yongwen turned his head and ruffled his sleeves. Just make this green tea flavor? Anon. Can you do that with a random purchase? Barely do it, only will do.
Li Yongwen nudda.
Tough luck, bro. I'll give you Shin Yu's WeChat later. Zhang Lian said with a solemn face. Cough, cough. When Li Yongwen heard this, he changed his face extremely fast. Not reluctantly, TSK. How good is this? Packet-satisfied old brother. I'll definitely be there if you need my help at your store back there. Zhang Lian continued to say sincerely. Ugh, hi, be a brother. In your heart. Li Yongwen patted his chest, washed his hands and started making tiramisu. And Zhang Lian went to the side to pour the brown sugar water that was kept warm in the afternoon into his own thermos. It's okay, it's still hot. Chapter 70. These, for you. You're still going to give it to your senior sister tonight, huh? While doing so and waiting, Li Yongwen suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Isn't it still early? It's only 7:30. Zhang Lian looked at the time, still carefully laying out the pattern. About what time is this going to be ready? Come on. It's not like this is real tiramisu. Real tiramisu is going to %% at you this one in a minute. Zhang Lian. That's good. Do you want me to go with you later? I'll drive. I don't even want to point out to you that you really want to accompany me? You want to read gossip you. Li Yongwen was poked and prodded, kindly laughed. Harm our buddies, look at you, but also do not allow to see. At the expense of me to drive all the way over to give you a hand really call people chilling. Okay, you see not okay. Zhang Lian deflated his mouth, just in time to find it easier to go back to his dorm room later. Hehehe. Li Yongwen let out a silly laugh. But what if you become a clown later? Should I record a video? Zhang Lian. What clown? What if the schoolmarm won't even come down to see you, let alone talk about your stuff?
Li Yongwen lauga.
¿Qué? Zhang Lian said disdainfully. Then you bet with me? Li Wingman. So confident? Joke. School sister is very nice. Really? I don't know why you all have this prejudice. Zhang Lian said seriously. It's like saying how high and cold people are. They even sent you milk tea during military training. White-eyed wolf thing. What the heck, I'm a white-eyed wolf. Li Yongwen solemnly. I'm talking to you about you. I'm not prejudiced against sister by Nianshu either. This is called stating the facts. Saying that, he turned his head to Zhang Lian again and continued. You now fall into the category of a lover's eye, or maybe by Nianshu might really be different to you, which I also feel a bit like. But the vast majority of people's eyes can't be wrong. Hakanenshu is the one who keeps her distance from people, and you still run the risk of being rejected. Ah yes, is this all right? It's over. Zhang Lian carefully made the pattern and showed it to Li Yongwen and said impatiently. It's ugly. Mud horses. Pack it up, pack it up. It's unbearable. Li Yongwen packed the last one made by Zhang Lian. Bring a few more, and also give them to Xinyu. Zhang Lian said. Question mark. Li Yongmoon's packed hand flaxed and froze. You said it earlier. I'll make a different one. Zhang Lian rolled his eyes. $10. Sleep. Just sleep. He'll be fine. He'll come another day. He'll come tomorrow. Bai Nianxue slept all afternoon, and the first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to click on her cell phone to see if there were any messages for her. After seeing that the message was none, it was all she could do to put her phone down and roll over onto her back a bit, soothing herself. It's 8 p.m. and there's still the sound of cotton flax rain on the outside of the window. The dormitory was dark and she was alone. Not feeling too well, she fell asleep and didn't want to go to dinner when it was called at night. So her roommates weren't back yet at this hour. Su Chanshan is the first to go back to the dormitory. She has nothing to do, relatively idle. After eating the meal, thought to go back to the dormitory to put Bai Nianshu a watch. After all, she is sick and also brought her a fruit salvage so that she can eat when she is hungry at night. Just as she arrived downstairs, she was blocked again by a couple of already familiar boys asking for her help. Giving it away again. I told you Yuki didn't want it. She persuaded bitterly, most of all because they ended up in her stomach, and looking at the boys again was more than a little disturbing inside. It's okay, don't you eat it, a boy said. Su Chanshan remembers him, called Wang Jie. Every time he brought something she liked the most, this time surprisingly brought grapes again, if the night to catch up with the drama when eating while watching. Although his heart was thinking this, his mouth still kept his refusal. No, I have a fruit loaf. Do me a favor. Yeah. It's delivered every time, Sister Qian. Sister Sin. Sister Sin. Ahem, don't call me sister, ooh ha ha ha. Su Qianqian covered her mouth and laughed. These boys may still be shy when carried out individually, but together there is really a king of ideas can have a bunch of followers. It's a whole lot of work. Sister Sin. Okay. I'll help, okay. But let me say this first, Yuki doesn't want me to eat it, haha. Yeah, it's okay. Zhang Lian and Li Yongwen happened to drive to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory at this time as well. The time is still early, the girls' dormitory downstairs is still people come and go. But because of the rainy day, so there is no appearances of couples or something in this downstairs cuddling. I don't see my sister? Li Yongwen drove to the scene and froze ahead to look out. Zhang Lian, on the other hand, had good eyes and saw the ding-dong car at a glance. He was all set to send a message for his schoolmate to come down and get it, and immediately ran towards the tinker car. Hey! Before Li Yongman could react, he hurriedly pulled out the car keys. All right, you guys go. I'm going up. Saying to a few boys, Su Qianqian was about to walk towards the building. Suddenly in the distance there was a cry. Ding 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 car. Wait! Su Qianqian and a few others looked towards Zhang Lian with curiosity at the same time. Why is he here? He came to see Yuki. These, for you. Chapter 71 is more or less good for getting high. These, for you. Running to Su Qianqian, Zhang Lian immediately handed Su Qianqian his pockets and said, For me? Su Qianqian's face was dumbfounded. Her eyes glazed over. It's not for me. You are Yuki's? I can't betray Yuki. Here. For you and your school sister, and brown sugar water and cold medicine. Zhang Lian pretended to be unconcerned, but in reality, because of the first time he gave something to a girl, his brain was already delirious. That, the car? I'll ride away, you tell your school sister. Huh? Ow. Oh. Although Su Qianqian didn't know what was going on, she could still clearly hear something else in the second half of Zhang Lian's sentence. Send snow, just send snow. Scared me? I Cynthia Su won't take the blame. And, it's raining. Are you sure you want to ride a bike? Su Qianqian repeated as if confirming with Zhang Lian. Li Yongwen, who was following Zhang Lian, walked over slowly. Then you don't care. I'll ride away. Zhang Lian frowned. How about? Su Qianqian glanced at the other few boys on one side and signaled Zhang Lian to lower her head. She wanted to speak some whispers. Zhang Lian also glanced toward the side of a few people, and then united Su Qianqian now in the hands of the things. Sister school, really? Excellent. So much stuff. Immediately beyond the line of sight, through several people, a familiar figure was seen across the street, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, walking with a tug and a look that begs to be beaten up. Shoibin. He had asked his handlers to help deliver the gift, and he was waiting not far away. This time, he saw that Zhang Lian was there before he came this way. Zhang Lian chose to lower his head first and listen to what Su Qianqian had to say. Didn't even notice that Wang Jie, who was also among the several boys who came to deliver the gift, was staring at Zhang Lian with unblinking eyes. Shall I call Xue down?
Su Qianqian whispered mischievously.
If he wanted to, she was extremely certain that Yuki would roll right over and get up and come down to meet him. You can skip the meal, but people must be seen. Cough, cough. Zhang Lian rubbed his nose and straightened his back as self-doubt arose in his heart. Am I that obvious? This dead ding-dong car with a sharp eye? $100. Zhang Lian said in a joking tone, and forced an explanation. Don't. I'm just by the way, I was going to give Xinyu this cake, and then didn't you say that school sister wasn't feeling well, by the way? I said that. Su Qianqian's brain CPU retarded for a moment, then immediately got to the subtleties of this. The corners of her mouth were close to curling up to the sky, and she hurriedly slapped her palm. Oh right, well, tough luck. Zhang Lian nodded, responding awkwardly and disgustedly. I'm going up then. Su Qianqian continued to purse her lips and smiled. You can go up quickly, I'm leaving. After saying that, Li Yongwen came right behind Zhang Lian, and before he could hear a few words, he was pushed by Zhang Lian to leave. Don't really go Li Yongwen does not want to give up a horse. He has not even seen it. The end is so hasty. You still have to stay one more night. Zhang Lian pushed him without any goodwill. Yuan just said, well, let me watch Baek Nim Suit learn Shun fish secret technique, pinching the waist. Zhang Lian whispered a warning. Shut up. Stop beeping and you won't even get to see Shin fish later. Li Yongwen immediately muted his voice, with a touching look of poor tears rolling in his eyes. Su Chanqian laughed in the back at the situation. Just from Li Yongwen's words alone, he could hear the whole thing in its entirety. Mostly. Zhang Lian let Li Yongwen drive, and then send tiramisu and brown sugar water and cold medicine. Li Yongwen want to read gossip. The results happen to meet themselves downstairs here. Zhang Lian is too lazy to call Xue down to run a trip. As for what Xue and Zhang Lian said, she wouldn't be able to guess very well. But brown sugar water, cold medicine, she does not even have contact information with Zhang Lian. It is absolutely impossible that she said, Snowy is too good at it too. And this Zhang Lian, she's quite arrogant. This is also too cute. The two of them go so well together too. You're not going up yet? We're leaving first. Covering Li Yongwen's mouth, Zhang Lian turned around and urged a cry. Well, this rainy day or don't ride the bike. Come back next time. Su Chanqian looked like an adult who saw through everything, pursed her lips and laughed. After saying this, he turned his head and walked into the women's dormitory, disappearing into the hallway. This dead dinky car. What do you mean? Zhang Lian muttered as he saw Su Chanqian go in before letting go of Li Yongwen's mouth. Li Yongwen looked contemptuous. Goons. Zhang Lian. Damn you. Which building is Shen Yu in? Li Yongwen asked. Right next door. Zhang Lian raised his chin and indicated a girls' dormitory building next door. Then you scared the hell out of me by telling me you were leaving. It's just that I don't want you to see senior sister. So what? Zhang Lian said with a dead pig in a poke. But in fact, he said this also did not think so much. Su Chanqian asked when he still inertia do not want to let Bai Nianxue down to run a trip. After all, you can find a break from his words, and he was carrying another tiramisu in his hand, and giving it to Shun Yu hadn't been delivered yet either. Shen Yu is right next door. Where can he go? It was just this loophole that Su Chanqian didn't notice. Damn you! Li Yongwen gritted his teeth, itching to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Zhang Lian had a bland face and said in a breezy manner, Then, are you still looking at Shen Yu? Li Yongwen immediately organized the dress code. The bag changed face. Quickly, called down. Zhang Lian, this turtle thing to Shin fish always feel a little conscience a bit too much. Zhang Lian suddenly some regret to sell Shin fish. In front of this guy is really rubbish But just as Zhang Lian sent a message to Shen Yu and waited for a response, the few boys who had also come to deliver gifts just now didn't disperse, but instead walked over toward Zhang Lian and the two of them. Chapter 72. Has sister ever had a boyfriend? Dude. Bro. Zhang Lian. A few people walked over and opened their mouths to Zhang Lian, and Zhang Lian's head was directly above a question mark. Who's your buddy? Aren't they rivals? Why are they all getting along so well? Zhang Lian frowned and looked at the group suspiciously. What was in your thermos just now? Yeah. Hot water? Why are you guys asking this? Zhang Lian stayed cautious and stepped back. Dude, don't be so cautious. We're all in the same boat. Help each other. Yeah, and you just delivered medicine, was it for Bai Nianxue? She's sick. Wang Jie. Or was it actually our sister Qian that you just gave it to? Zhang Lian's mouth twitched. Dog-licking organization? This is intelligence sharing? We haven't heard that Baek Nim Suet is sick. Dude, where did you get that information? Give us too. Share. We pay. Zhang Lian originally shook his head and was indifferent, but when he heard that he also gave money his eyes lit up, whispering, Grip the grass. I can't believe the dinky car still has a value, but that's not right. Don't they know Tinker pretty well? And didn't Tinker tell them firsthand? Where did you guys get your information from? Zhang Lian asked tentatively. Our first-hand source of information is by Nianshua's classmates. Sister Qian does not give. It should be. By Nianshua's roommates all refuse to disclose their privacy, so our first-hand information can only come from her classmates. I haven't heard that she's sick. Man, where do you get your first-hand information so dang good? Seeing a few people look as if they were good students with questions, Zhang Lian couldn't help but smile. Why are you guys so harmonious? Shouldn't we all be love rivals and then have a saber-rattling atmosphere? When I just saw them walking over, Zhang Lian thought they were all Cui Bin's thugs. To dry it, the result is that Cui Bin, this guy, is also just standing on the side. secretly branching out his ears to eavesdrop on Zhang Lian's side of the situation. Apparently, even though he was the head of the student council or something, he wasn't treated any differently from the other suitors in front of his schoolmates. Harm. We know in our hearts that Bai Nianshua's family can't even look at it. Yeah. Just don't want to have any regrets. Chasing one hand. Already. Look away, here, that dude, after chasing for over a year, is no different than us. The man who said this pointed to Cui Bin. Then you guys are still chasing. Zhang Lian didn't quite understand. Don't you do the same? Or do you think you're in for a treat? Zhang Lian. No chance. You. No, too tender. Buddy Long indeed handsome. But Bai Nianshua do not eat yen. Otherwise, early we're all mesmerized by your buddy me. Zhang Lian. Don't pay attention to him this $100, he just came. Still a little confident, I'm kind of your old-timer, I'll tell you. Before the senior year there is a has graduated, more handsome than you, more rich, seems to drive that what? Maybach, a senior, also chased by Nianshua at that time. It seems that the two have wrapped their arms around, holding hands, basically just short of the official announcement, the most opportunity, but in the end did not succeed. And this matter. Zhang Lian did not doubt the authenticity of all the words spoken by the group of buddies. Well, it's like this, it seems to say that Bai Nianshua didn't want to be estranged, so she separated. Now it's said that Bai Nianshua was unable to let go, so she never talked about it. Is that so? Zhang Lian nodded his head numbly, as if he was waking up from a dream. It's not unusual for someone like a schoolmate to never be short of good people to chase after her. It was always clear in my mind. I just didn't realize it was coming from a bunch of lickspittles. Zhang Lian added. Then I am not aware of this matter well, you know this matter still. Harm. There's a spirit of support. Me. I just want to be a lickspittle pure and simple. And I just love it when a goddess is all over me. Huh. Zhang Lian looked at the boy's statement in front of him in disbelief. And Li Yongwan on the side followed suit and was stunned. Huh, disgusting. Dead him off. What else can be the reason? Of course it is like, I control cannot remember I send a few. Ha ha ha. Several boys laughed as if they were empathizing, while Zhang Lian noticed one person without a ripple. WJ. I'm not. Zhang Lian. Huh. I'm not after Bai Nianshua. Wang Jie looked at Zhang Lian hostilely. So what's your relationship with Su Qianqian? Zhang Lian. Hey, what do you mean? This dude loves tinker bikes. High and low have to add a tweet. Zhang Lian immediately raised her eyebrows and smiled like an ant as she wrapped her arms around Wang Jie. Come on, come on, come on. Good brother, good brother. What a vision, buddy. +1+1. Faced with Zhang Lian's sudden change of face, Wang Jie was dumbfounded. Why was this suddenly so friendly? We're rivals. Could you be a little more serious? What for? You still haven't said what your relationship with Sister Qian is. Wang Jie said gravely, still maintaining hostility towards Zhang Lian. Just now, Su Qianqian looked at Zhang Lian smiling that way, smiling like eating candy, and never smiled at him like that. It was a heartfelt smile with glowing eyes, a kind of, very much like a smile. Me and Tinkercar are no. Me and Su Qianqian are good buddies. Zhang Lian explained in a serious manner. Good buddy? Well, trust me. I'll help you chase it, said Zhang Lian with a raised eyebrow. Dang, really? Of course, don't worry. I'm not interested in your sister Qian, Zhang Lian told Wang Jie to relax. He just wanted to return the favor and be a matchmaker for once like Tinker Car. Dude, you still haven't said where you got your first-hand information from? Right? My first-hand information, is myself. Zhang Lian laughed. I'm also from the literature and arts department. I saw it. By Nianshua she's not feeling well. Oh, that's right. What luck, buddy. This time it's paid off for you. We didn't even know that you had the most unusual gift. Yes. Zhang Lian laughed. Right drop, right drop. Congratulations, buddy. Ha ha ha. It's useless. Nian Shui definitely won't eat it. Right at this moment, Cui Bin, who had been on the sidelines and hadn't participated in Zhang Lian's side of the conversation, was the one who intentionally spoke loudly with the people under his hand. Chapter 73. Is he still downstairs? Whether you eat or not is the schoolteacher's business. It's not the turn of certain people to talk on the sidelines. You think Zhang Lian would reply to Cui Bin in such a civilized manner? Stage a tit-for-tat jealousy scene? That would be wrong. Zhang Lian is what he is. Never internal friction. Give you spoiled. Eating or not eating is none of your business, ah? He said directly at a few people. There are so many ugly-looking murals, percent. If not say by Nianshua people cannot see you, mouth so o percent hashtag percent. You're a man and a dog, and you're such a pussy. You can't fake it. Cui Bin's eyes widened as he was spoken to the sore spot. You! Why? Once seriously fierce, Zhang Lian's mild temperament was like a different person, and Li Yongwan on the side looked dumbfounded. Just say it and do it. Dick. He usually got along heartlessly with Zhang Lian, but he didn't expect him to be so fierce. There are several people across the street, so you're just going to spray them? Li Yongwan heart straight guilty of muttering. Last time accidentally threw the stinky socks to the penis bed. Fortunately I forgot not to tell him, or can already think of the image of being taken to the whip and made to wash his sheets. All right, Lao Air. Li Yongwan comforted. What's there to say to Sandollar? You can't eat grapes without saying they're sour. There were many people on the other side, plus this was the downstairs of the women's dormitory. Although there were very few people because of the rainy weather, it was naturally impossible to fight in such a place. Zhang Lian also had a number in his heart. He had long since stopped using violence to rule people. The only reason why he was like this was because only violence could make Sha Coin speak to him calmly. He himself couldn't find an excuse to dislike him, and he dared to open his mouth first to look for a scolding. So of course Zhang Lian wasn't used to it at all. It wasn't just because of being targeted by Cui Bin during the interview. As the saying goes, when enemies see each other, they see each other. There's also the other side of the coin, which is that the schoolteacher cleaned up her own mess and had a fight with this guy as well. I don't know. And this kind of Sandollar is also worthy of chasing after a schoolmate? Ugh, new hatred is like a thorn in the side. Call Shin Yu down, after sending it back. Li Yongwan added, pulling Zhang Lian's arm. Cui Bin several people decisively left. They do not want to stay more with Zhang Lian, this kind of people who say blow up in case of a real fight, although they are more people, but more against less is not honorable. So on his way out, he said to himself that he wasn't going to start a confrontation downstairs in the women's dormitory. But the mouth was still unconvincing, and the language was not at all as offensive as Zhang Lian's. Not a bit of quality. Ignore him, the clown. Must have hit the nail on the head with the rush. He also knows that Bai Nianshue won't want it. For nothing. In the end, he cared about his own image, unlike Zhang Lian, who was so casual, so even if he endured his anger, he had to do it as if he didn't bother with Zhang Lian, but in reality, it was simply that he couldn't dislike Zhang Lian, and he was afraid of both losing face and ending up with a defeat on his lips as well. He could neither fight nor talk, so he could only bark low and yin and yang like a roadside dog. After seeing a few people fleeing, Zhang Lian's inflated aura immediately relaxed and returned to the heartlessness of the beginning. Li Yongwen almost visible feeling. Zhang Lian taller than his own head quickly become small. Size change anywhere. Grip? Li Yongman took off. Zhang Lian. Who poops and s everywhere? Holy. That look you just had was so crooked. You're recovering again. Li Yongwen said incredulously. It's a real face turn. Textbook level. The aura can all change. Off. Shin Fish is coming down. Zhang Lian pushed Li Yongwen away without a good mood, then walked toward the door of the next dormitory building. The other side. Back to the dormitory, Su Qianqian opened the lights. Like a thief sneaky walked to Bai Nianshue under the bed. Yuki. She whispered and called twice before Bai Nianshue's sleeping soft voice came gently from the bed curtains. Are you still uncomfortable? Su Qianqian's right hand was carrying Zhang Lian's pocket, the corner of her mouth pursed with a smile. This heavy pockets are full of love for people's elementary school brother. Well, much better. Bai Nianshue was still confused, completely unaware of what ghost ideas Su Qianqian's head was playing. I got you a fruit loaf. You can have some if you're hungry tonight. Well, thanks, Cynthia. Also, just now downstairs, another bunch of boys gave you gifts. Do you want them? Su Qianqian asked quaintly. No, you eat it. Bai Nianshue still replied flatly. So, really don't want it. Su Qianqian snickered and asked again. Bai Nianshue repeated. Aha. Really don't want it? Su Qianqian continued to snicker. Bai Nianshue. HM? What's wrong? There's brown sugar water. Bai Nianshue. Huh. And tiramisu. Bai Nianshue. And cold medicine. Bai Nianshue. Exclamation point. In one swift motion, the bed curtains were pulled back, and Bai Nianshue poked her head out with her hair a little disheveled. Yeah. Isn't it don't want it? Su Chanqian had a look of see through not say through smiley face. Who? Who sent it? Bai Nianxue clearly had a look of surprise on her face. And from the look of this expression on Su Chanqian's face, she felt that the conjecture in her heart right now should be correct. But without getting a definite answer from Su Chanqian, she was still a bit unsure. Who else could it be? Su Chanqian's eyes narrowed slightly, and her tone took on a strong flirtatious tone. I did not expect that in my lifetime. There would still be a time when she could flirt with Bai Nianxue, and I don't know who's taking the blame for me again. Saying I'm not feeling well, sick or something, and making people come over in the rain to deliver. Su Chanqian snickered. But her yin and yang were also in a mood to feel happy for Bai Nianxue. What did he come over to send? Bai Nianxue asked hurriedly, her eyes staring straight at the several large pockets Su Chanqian carried in her hands. Hey, I haven't said who it is yet. Su Chanqian laughed. Didn't someone just not want it? Oops. Bai Nianxue blushed and pouted. Then immediately came down the stairs from the other end to get out of bed. Cynthia Su. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Bai Nianxue was actually amused by herself, Su Chanqian laughed her ass off. Nah, these are both pockets, tiramisu, and this brown sugar water, cold medicine. Su Chanqian plucked out the portion of the inviolable property that Zhang Lian had given her from among the many things, and the rest came under her care. Bai Nianxue opened the thermos cup to take a look. The brown sugar water is still bubbling hot, and there are red dates and wolfberries on the water surface. You can tell it was done with care. After all, these things have to be bought now like his straight man. Should only think add east add west how troublesome directly boiled to drink it is not it. Bai Nianxue's eyes softened, then drinking such a cup of hot brown sugar water to warm herself. Receiving such a cup of special care makes you feel even warmer, doesn't it? But then she immediately reacted and asked with some urgency. So, is he still downstairs? Chapter 74. I know your little mind and I love it. He said he was gone when I came up. Su Chanqian looked at Bai Nianxue and smiled gratefully. Say what? Don't disturb your rest. It's not polite to me. Bai Nianxue heard the face of the smile on the face is more thick. The heart of the deer and jumping. What exactly did you tell him? Quickly tell me about it. Su Chanqian did not forget to gossip when she saw this, and at the same time said with some complaint, to steal my name, Shu. You are so bad I like it so much.
No, no.
Bai Nianxue opened the package of tiramisu again, stuck a fork in it, and took a picture. Not yet? He told me all about it. Said something about how I told him you were sick or something, but I don't even have his contact info out yet. I'm not taking the blame for this, and you're pretending? Bai Nianxue pursed her lips, playfully glanced at Su Chanqian, and took away her pockets as soon as she did. The fruit salvage will not be eaten. Chanqian, these are mine. Huh? That clearly has my share.
Su Qianqian protest.
What? It's all mine. Bai Nianxue shielded her pockets behind her back, being a glutton for the first time. What he said, this was brought to both of us. Su Chanqian argued with reason and laughed solemnly. The original words. That is still my Bai Nianxue Ice Smart online tinkling car, also known as Chanqian, in fact, is not still their own. So greedy, Su Chanqian narrowed her eyes and snickered. How come I didn't realize that you're so greedy before? Shue shue. I'm going to take my medicine. I'm going to rest early. I'm not going to nag you. Bai Nianxue proudly raised her chin and carried the tiramisu back to bed. Yuki, are you done eating? Eat up. Why are you still thinking of sending me this? Shenyu was inexplicably called downstairs by Zhang Lian and inexplicably handed a pocketful of 4 tiramisu. What? Don't want it. Zhang Lian reached out and was about to ask for the thing back. Shenyu a rebound half a step back. She only wore short sleeves and shorts, very casual, white delicate thighs are exposed outside. Think it is to see Zhang Lian did not have so much to say. Directly the pajama pants will wear down. Shenyu, how can you ask for something back that was given away? Zhang Lian deflated his mouth and turned back to catch a glimpse of the dazed Li Yong one in his afterglow, elbowing him in warning. Tisk! Li Yong one then came back to his senses and coughed twice in embarrassment. No interest in the guy. Zhang Lian rolled his eyes. Not just the girl's 2 white thighs. Damage out? All right, get your stuff and go up. Zhang Lian urged. Oh! This time Shenyu did not have any complaints, being called down to get something for nothing. What else could there be to complain about, so very obedient. Turn around and walk away. Hey, that my WeChat one. Li Yongwon was in a hurry. He hadn't even said anything about adding WeChat yet. You add it yourself, I push it to you, and pay attention to your own. This image, well, cannot be a little out of the ordinary? Zhang Lian did what he said, and pushed Shun Yu's business card to Li Yongwon. What's wrong with me? Li Yongwon was puzzled. Didn't he just look at his thighs? What man doesn't like to look? Besides, Shun Yu's own face value is top, a pair of legs also really good looking. He as a man to take a glance is not a very normal behavior. You have to take a glance even if you change Pang Yuyen to come here. Okay. People say that looking at the first glance is a man's instinct. Not looking at the second glance is a man's quality. Zhang Lian slanted a glance at Li Yongwon. So you guys just look and stare, right? It's not called being a hooligan if you only look at it. Li Yongwon spread his hands and said indifferently, then added Shun Yu's WeChat that Zhang Lian pushed over and explained his origin. What would be a better first thing for me to say? Zhang Lian looked at Li Yongwon and shook his head. Hey, look at the shape of my mouth. S.B. Li Yongwon. I'm not looking for you to be so good at flirting with girls. Teach me a few lines. The point is not this. Zhang Lian ruffled his hair narcissistically. The main point is the core outfit. Li Wingman, S.B. Okay. Hurry up and drive. Back to the dormitory. Got it. It's raining. The roads are slippery. Drive slower, ow. I don't want to space the footbrake with you. Ding dong. On the way back to bed, Zhang Lian sat in the passenger seat and quickly received a WeChat message from Bai Nianxue. Bai Nianxue. Thank you for the medicine. Schoolmate. Bai Nianxue. Picture. A photo of a hand holding a few pills. Bai Nianxue. And brown sugar water. Instead of asking yourself why you're giving these things away, do you just thank yourself? Zhang Lian had originally prepared all the grandiose speeches, but at this moment there was actually no use for them. Sister doesn't even ask. Directly acquiesced. Then wouldn't one just have to admit it? If you force yourself to explain anything, won't you embarrass your schoolmate? So Zhang Lian also had to endure the red warm default, not right, sort of admit. Then he typed again and asked, where's the tiramisu? You didn't get it, did you? It's not like the Tinker car guy took it for himself. Is it? That's where you can make your own extra large green tea pudding tiramisu. Can't lose to this Tinker car guy. Bai Nianxue. I got it. Look at the circle of friends. Huh? Zhang Lian looked at this paragraph, brain short-circuited for a moment. Decisively clicked into Bai Nianxue's circle of friends. Update. Picture. Thanks to schoolboy for the extra large green tea pudding tiramisu. It was delicious. Bai Nianxue. Brown sugar water with red dates is also very good. Zhang Lian's CPU rapidly heated up. How could his own series of small thoughts be seen through by his senior sister without even having to say anything? I was trying to do something different, but I was seen straight through and gently told, I know you do all this and I love it. Shouldn't it be the one being given the gift that feels surprised? How now? Penis. Penis? Don't you scare me? Li Yongwon, who was driving, noticed that something was wrong with Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian. Huh. Why is there smoke coming out of your head? Chapter 75. Sister, you play too? Yuki. Why don't you give me a taste anyway? No, it's all mine. That's 6 servings. 6 people's portions. Yuki. Doesn't your conscience hurt if you dazzle it all by yourself? Dormitory only Su Chanqian and Bai Nianxue 2 people. Su Chanqian idol naturally want to play with Bai Nianxue. No way. Bai Nianxue refused with a pat on her head that was lying like a cat on the edge of her bed. Obviously eat dinner before. A certain person is still lying in bed and said, I have no appetite, don't want to eat. Su Chanqian pouted and learned a loose tone. Now a person can dazzle 6 copies. Bai Nianxue embarrassedly glared at Su Chanqian and playfully spat out her tongue. Unconscionable, Su Chanqian said with an adorable cocked tongue. Then jumped off the bed. Bai Nianxue, on the other hand, continued to eat her tiramisu and looked at her cell phone, the corners of her eyebrows gently curving down. The latest likes of the circle of friends. Zhang Lian. The message sent was 10 minutes ago. At this hour, he should be back in his dormitory, right? Didn't call me up and didn't play the game, what's he doing? In the meantime, for 04 men's dormitory, there's a movie-quality infernal affair going on. Hands up. Nobody ing move. Hands. Raise them up. Don't move. I'm telling you, there's a ghost in our midst. For boys pointing slippers, water bottles, and drying racks at each other in a near stalemate. Zhang Lian held the drying rack with both hands. Peng Haosen held the shoes off. Yan Wei's held the water bottle, and Li Yongwen, empty-handed than the pistol. I'm not going to allow this kind of deteriorating relationship among us. Okay? Brothers. Peng Haosen said as he covered his face and wanted to cry, realizing that he was holding his own stinky slippers. His hand covered halfway and decisively chose to give up. Don't look at me, you guys know me. I don't ask for anything. Yan Wei said very seriously. Then it was Zhang Lian's turn to speak again. Brothers, I'd rather the one stabbing me in the back be a knife. Okay? Zhang Lian couldn't help but say. He didn't know how the battle suddenly evolved into this. Obviously just started and Li Yongwen back to the dormitory. Just Peng Haosen and said he just changed yesterday, the same red underpants are missing. How to look for looking into one of us is coming. That's not a good thing to have. It's scarier than an undercover agent. Finally, it was the turn of the unarmed Li Wingman to speak. He nearly hissed as he looked up to the sky. Asses are just for ting-ah assholes. Ha 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 ha. Peng Haosen. I don't care. I can't sleep if I don't find this person and do away with him today. How is it that the family keeps ghosts? And how the hell did they even get their hands on the boss's red panties? Hell knows. All I know is that there's something on top of my old man's underwear. Peng Haosen was also incredulous that someone would one day do that kind of thing with his underwear. Say, it wasn't you, Li Yongman. It's you. Zhang Lian directly named him.
Roll.
If I'm going to, I'm also going to you. Why would I the boss?
Li Yongwen rationaliza.
You damn well still want to I mud horse. Zhang Lian's eyes widened and he turned his head to glance at the balcony. I don't think I have any underwear up there. Do I? A sentence offended two people. Peng Haosen directly forward to Li Yongwen, a hug wrestling. UNG. I can't. I must tie up the youngest to sleep in the future. It's too damn scary. No, it's no use tying up. He can't do anything to you, he can your clothes. What a sick way for a dog to play. Li Yongman. How the hell did it default to me? Expelled from the dormitory. Deadass. What the hell is on top of the panties? Slimy, what else could it be? Does it smell? I'll ing smell it. I'll smell it for you. It's outside. I don't smell. Li Wingman. Give it to me. I'll smell it. Grass. This dog thing is solid. Pervert. Li Yongwen. Qing Tian Daoyang. I want to prove my innocence. A sniff for Li Yongmoon afterward. Fragrant. Grip the grass. You. Disgusting. Nah. It's really fragrant. The smell of laundry detergent.
Li Yongwen defanda.
Li Yongwen. Oh, I remember. I'm the one who did it. I accidentally dropped it for you during the day when I was drying my clothes, and it stuck to the laundry detergent.
$100.
Grass. Keep me on my toes. Next time you give me this kind of you. The day of the freshers' party was fast approaching. Zhang Lian's group of free laborers from the student council set up the scene in the auditorium. That? Team leader. Where do I put this chair? Zhang Lian asked. Just put it there, you don't have to do it, you go to. Find the minister. The team leader was a girl, looking at Zhang Lian and smiling gently. Oh, good. I don't know why, but Zhang Lian always felt that ever since that day after purchasing and eating hot pot with his senior sister, everyone inside the student union's attitude towards him had become strange. It's like raw fear of being tired. You don't let yourself do any work, and you always tell yourself to go to your schoolmates quickly. What was he, a big boy of 1.85 m, doing following his schoolmate, a girl, all the time? Finding a corner, Zhang Lian sat down and took out his cell phone. If you won't let me do it, then I won't do it. Sister people are also very busy. I'd better touch the fish myself. Timmy, open farm. Where's Zhang Lian? Hey, minister. He didn't come to see you. Bai Nianxue thoughtfully. One-handed Pestle Chin pondered for a moment, nodded and smiled. Oh, you get busy first. I'll find it myself. Good. Then, with her understanding of Zhang Lian, Bai Nianxue went straight to all the dark corners to find. Soon enough, a protruding figure sitting on the steps passionately against the line, still shielding itself with the curtain, was found under the curtain next to the last row of seats in the auditorium. Bai Nianxue held his forehead and cried and laughed, and at the same time felt Zhang Lian sometimes some behavior how stupid cute. First, he took his cell phone to record this moment, before Bai Nianxue stepped forward and gently lifted the curtain. Zhang Lian was so focused on the game that he didn't notice Bai Nianxue behind him, who was already bending over to look at his cell phone screen. It was still Bai Nianxue who spoke out first before he got a shiver of fear. Playing? Schoolboy? Ah, Shui. Shui sister. Zhang Lian's cell phone was almost unsteady, and he hurriedly locked the screen to try to cover up the crime of groping the fish he had just committed. Is there anything you want me to do, senior sister? Zhang Lian said with a reddened face. Bai Nianxue shook her head and smiled. No, you can finish that game first. The corners of Zhang Lian's mouth rose. Huh, is this right? We've all pushed to the opposite crystal. It would be a shame to hang up. Bai Nianxue raised her eyebrows and laughed. Seeing that Bai Nianxue had said so, Zhang Lian was also very obedient and opened his cell phone to rejoin his 4 teammates. Then he turned back to look at Bai Nianxue and asked, Sister, you play too? Chapter 76. It's okay to play in front of me. Bai Nianxue hesitated for a moment. Her current game account is Ding Ding Car, if she said to play, in case he wants to invite himself. But one can't let such an opportunity go to waste. Can one? Not just a number? Chanqian not just have, really cannot go to play. Bai Nianxue laughed. Together then? As expected, Zhang Lian's next sentence was an invitation. Well, that's fine, but now. Bai Nianxue raised one eyebrow and looked around. Let's not play right now. Then if you want to play, we can be together. If you want to play, I'll see you. Zhang Lian concentrated on playing the game and said in a very serious manner. Hearing this, Bai Nianxue suspected that her ears had misheard. Huh! Although she certainly knew what Zhang Lian was trying to say, Zhang Lian only thought that his senior sister didn't understand, and in his heart, he had a number on Bai Nianxue's skill level, and was more at ease. It means I'll see, senior sister, you play casually. Oh, so powerful. Bai Nianxue pretended to look like a white boy and said along with Zhang Lian's words, well, not bad. Barely. What segment are you in, senior sister? While saying that, the game also ended completely, by the way. Zhang Lian immediately had to add Bai Nianxue's friend. What's your name? I'll add you. Bai Nianxue pursed her lips. She didn't have a trumpet right now. What name and segment was she talking about? She doesn't even know it herself yet. Stammering, Bai Nianxue skipped the topic and told Zhang Lian to put away his cell phone. First, let's not talk about this first. We'll talk about it later when we're done with our work and go back. Follow me first. Oh, good. Rather, without any doubt at all. Zhang Lian nodded in agreement and put the phone away. On the way, Zhang Lian accompanied Bai Nianxue to the teaching office to get the unknown student council documents. Bai Nianxue, on the other hand, chatted with Zhang Lian about other things along the way to divert Zhang Lian's attention. But Zhang Lian's attention was actually no longer on the game ID, but just a few steps to get a file. Why drag himself along to get it? Next time, don't sneakily play with your cell phone where you're working. Bai Nianxue suddenly turned her head to admonish Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian let out an awkward laugh. Won't. Don't dare, haha. Bai Nianxue continued to stare at Zhang Lian, the corners of her mouth raised in a shallow arc as she tenderly said, To play, come to the Arts and Culture office and play. I have a key there. Just come and ask me for it. Zhang Lian listened to the brain for a moment, did not even react. The progress bar stuck. Before Zhang Lian's mind could turn to what he wanted to say, Bai Nianxue added another sentence. There's air conditioning. No one. Zhang Lian covered her mouth and whispered, like a thief plotting wrongdoing with her schoolmate. Generally, only me. Bai Nianxue also followed Zhang Lian's tone of voice and spoke with a sense of stealing. But it's fine if you play in front of me. Evening. Freshman party in progress. Zhang Lian and the dormitory brothers came together. Later, when the party is over, their student union is also responsible for cleaning up the mess. Zhang Lian couldn't raise a bit of interest in the performance on the stage and kept his head down to play with his cell phone. Instead, the 3 brothers next to me were filming with their cell phones, shaking the toy palms and glow sticks in their hands after them. While shaking his elbow, Zhang Lian said, Look, Lao Air, how good-looking, all long legs. Zhang Lian politely raised her eyes to look at it, then nodded and continued the game. Well, good-looking. TSK. You don't even like to look at your legs? Are you a man? Oh, I see. Is it because your senior sister doesn't allow you to look at other women? Li Yongwen teased. Zhang Lian blankly glanced at Li Yongwen. Li Yongwen. Either. Don't think it's as good-looking as my older sisters, so I'm not interested. It's also true that a good-looking one like senior sister, other girls would indeed be hard to get into the eyes. Ha ha ha. A bunch of douchebags. Zhang Lian turned his back, not bothering with the $3 sand. That's when a message alert popped up on the phone screen. By Nianxue. Where are you? Zhang Lian immediately replied in a small window. At the scene. By Nianxue. Come here. Zhang Lian. Over where? After sending, Zhang Lian raised her eyes and looked around. There were a lot of people in the auditorium. The lights were dim and noisy. Zhang Lian didn't see where Bai Nianxue was. Bai Nianxue, back door entrance. Zhang Lian looked back and saw Bai Nianxue looking towards him. How did she find her bearings? While marveling in his heart, Zhang Lian turned his head and said to the three douchebags, I'm going to the restroom. Lazy people themselves. Go, go, go. Li Yongwen, do you need me to accompany you? Get out. Come to the back door. Zhang Lian asked, Where to, sister? It's still early. Bai Nianxue took out her cell phone and showed it to Zhang Lian like a bright token. Let's go double row. Zhang Lian blinked twice and looked back at the lively party scene. He suspected his ears were mishearing. Huh. What's wrong? Not playing. Bai Nianxue asked as she looked at Zhang Lian innocently. She just got the number at night. Looking for her good sister has been borrowed is a bit high, and the number of many people pulled to play the game. Play. Then where are we going to play? Zhang Lian, of course, could not possibly refuse his schoolmate's request. Well, just go to the office. Bai Nianxue blinked her bad eyes twice. Stealing the school's video games, huh? Zhang Lian pursed her lips and snickered. And the two of them were like the Tai Bai jinxing and the Monkey King staring at each other. Subsequently, elbow. Zhang Lian barked out a command. The two then went out the back door and headed toward the office of the Arts and Culture Department. Chapter 77. Lonely Man and Woman in Double Row. Hey! This dick fell down the toilet? Hasn't come back after more than half an hour on it. His game is online or double row with someone. It is estimated that he is hiding in which corner to play the game. Peng Hausen, who also took out his cell phone to play the game while watching the party, said, Grass. Leaving just like that. So ungrateful. Li Yongwen said with righteous indignation. Go back and don't let him into the dormitory. Yan Wei's. What if a person is squatting and playing at the same time? Meanwhile, the office of the literary department. Locked room, gleaming lights, lone man and woman. Vaguely strange sounds can be heard from the room, drifting down the quiet corridor. You're so fierce, schoolteacher. I could be a little more violent. Don't. I'm having a bit of trouble keeping up with you. It's okay. I'll slow down then. Occasionally, couples who want to find a quiet place for a rendezvous on a whim pass through this corridor and hear this sound and immediately blush. Did you hear something? Did you hear that? Well, let's just switch places. Good. Inside the office. Take it down, take it down. Wow, geez. You're so schoolgirl. I was going to take you for a lie down. Zhang Lian praised without exaggeration. It's not enough to be good looking. How come you're still so good at playing games? This makes him a bit more groundless. Looking at my sister playing a mega-sized Yanwei level 4 into the opposite side of the wild area wildly cut 5 kills. He played a jail Jian can only level 3 in their own wild area to bully their own Quin. Really? Then, school brother. Did you think I was a vegetable at first? Bai Nianxue smiled with satisfaction, staring at him with interest. Obviously, when she played with Zhang Lian as Tinkerbell before, she was also playing Dianwei. He would only say you're a girl playing Dianwei. What's the difference between you going into someone's field and robbing them? Mouth. No. I thought that you, senior sister, were supposed to be playing a little center assist or something. Zhang Lian held his forehead and laughed bitterly. How is this the same as Tinkercar? Both playing wild shot? Is he the only boy who plays center side? Of course, he's all-powerful and plays them all. Senior sister, you're a bit too strong here. Then I'll play middle to go with your wild rhythm. Zhang Lian decisively switched positions. He had to see a handful of times here. Otherwise, there was no point in losing face. Okay. Then you play Zhao Jun. Bai Nianxue said. That's fine. Not understanding why his senior sister suddenly named Zhao Jun. But Zhang Lian immediately nodded in agreement. He's all fine in the middle of the road. If you play Zhao Jun, I'll play Li Bai La. Bai Nianxue pursed her lips and laughed. Zhang Lian blinked twice. His ears flushed. Bai Nianxue looked at him tenderly. Next, Zhang Lian. Will this get into the wild? Bai Nianxue. It's okay, schoolmarm. I don't even want the center line. I'll show you the field. Bai Nianxue. Dumbass. Wang Zhaojun. 2011.
Li Bai, 1401.
Sisters of the School is a handful of blood sea again. Zhang Lian only felt that Bai Nianshua's style of playing the game. He seemed to have seen it somewhere, but he couldn't remember for a moment. It just felt very familiar. He also wanted to see Schoolgirl for one round, so looking at it, the MVP should be Schoolgirls again. It's disgraceful. Can the fighters open a dragon? The opposite fighters know how to open the dragon. Just know how to kill people. You have to play a Li Bai. You can't even open a dragon. Can you play the field? Just as Zhang Lian was still thinking that he was being easily brought to lie down by his schoolmate again in this round, Marco forcing Luo, who had a record of 5'11", began to speak. Between the lines is his deep understanding of this game. Zhang Lian turned his head to look at his senior sister and realized that she was just expressionless and quietly operating by herself. Can this be tolerated? Zhang Lian frowned slightly. Not a senior sister, this record can still be sprayed? Competitive games, killing people all wrong? The lower road has been 2-1, the opposite side of the auxiliary has been followed by the opposite side of the field. The school sister 1-2 are C, the lower road can still play a negative record. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been helping his schoolmate's wild area would have been counter-rotted by the opposite side's wild auxiliary. You can't fight more or less, but you can't fight a dragon? You're that many hundreds of damage away from killing the opposite side, putting you on the right side of the battle. Thanks to the fact that he did not meet himself in the single row, if the old man so see can still be said, directly open the microphone to greet the family. Even though his schoolmate didn't give a word, Zhang Lian immediately typed a dislike for Marco Forcero. First get your battle record right before you call it. Okay? Who knows Zhang Lian does not dislike this sentence is okay. Once disliked, Marco forced Luo began to create a long essay. You so recognize this record? Just recognize this rating? Shouldn't it depend on what was done? Didn't I die in a negative battle to steal a dragon? Without me to cripple the opposite side you Li Bai can harvest? Now a sentence to see the battle record. Didn't care about my lower road the whole time. How many times did the opposite fielder come? You, the center single, didn't come either. And you're still screaming at me? We're all purely suppressing the opposite shooter down the road. Get it? Old me big peak 2300, 16,000 battle power Hoey. Steven, talking to me about understanding? Are you worthy? Zhang Lian unimaginable to watch Marco force Luo hands slow no to collect their own wild area. Li Bai's blue also snatched off. Big move to turn the line of soldiers began to carry out a series of disgusting operation. If it is not with the school sister playing together, Zhang Lian is not good to directly open the microphone, otherwise this time is already with this Mark forced Luo passionate interaction on. He kept the last of his composure to reason with this sandaler. You're 2 for 1 down the road. You can go into the factory even if you can't beat the press. Okay? Still think you're strong in your own maneuvers? Isn't it deserved to be caught when the pressure is that deep? How are we going to catch it when it's pressed so deep? Bai Nianxue still didn't say anything, but seemed to be clearly affected by Marco forcing Luo, and with no blue buff, missed a point drop and died once. Again for the same reason as Zhang Lian. If she hadn't been double rowing with him, she would have been passionately lined up against this divine archer by now. But she has to keep up appearances and be reserved. And seeing Zhang Lian speaking for her in the game without saying anything to defend her, and the anger in her heart was drowned out by a wave of sweetness. It's just a game. In reality, she wouldn't even look at someone like Marco Forcedro, so why reason with him? So she kept quiet, not bothering to count. But when he saw Li Bai dropping points, Marco forced Luo to be sure not to let go of the opportunity to get on the face of the mouth. How did you die? You can die even after grabbing so many heads. What's the use of taking a Li Bai, in addition to picking up some heads? How come I always line up low-scoring stuff like you guys? Bai Nianxue didn't get angry, but Zhang Lian was hardened and made red warm. Passwords. It's also too strong, high-scoring players come into the platoon to play an inquisitive negative record. 2,300 players play dozens of stars platoon to play 5-11. Too much understanding. Too strong. How come it's so strong? Teammates can't even see with their lives. It's so strong. Do you know what your QQ farm sent you a message saying? It said that your vegetables are dead. This was already a yin and yang that Zhang Lian had nearly controlled without bursting into foul language. Bai Nianxue on the side saw the game message sent by Zhang Lian, and then glanced at Zhang Lian, who was sitting on the sofa and already red warm. Like a reddish Usagi. Especially cute. What does anger feel like? She doesn't know. All she knew was that it was warm inside now. Used to be all in the game. He was scolded himself, he was also directly scolded back for himself. And the words used are quite intense. A girl may not like a guy who swears, but it's a different story if the guy is defending her before he explodes. Imagine you don't like a girl with a spunky personality, and she's not spunky in real life together. But one day you got into an argument with someone. She suddenly looked like a different person, standing in front of you to block you, not wanting you to do something overly aggressive, and the character became that sharp with others to scold. Afterward, you look at her tenderly, and she'll have averted eyes and blush and ask you, "What? Look at me like this." And now, Bai Nianxue, even if it is immersed in the experience of a slightly more civilized. Chapter 78. Do you have a favorite person, senior sister? Also because Zhang Lian has been defending, Marco forced Luo cannot bear to even directly open the microphone angry spray up. The use of strong words, guessing if the two are together, and going out on a one-on-one or something. Zhang Lian was not at all spoiled either. He suddenly took a deep breath and looked at Bai Nianxue. Sister, I can't stand it anymore. Bai Nianxue widened her eyes slightly and let out a light laugh. Then will you help me scold him? Curse him hard. She knew that Zhang Lian must not be able to let go either, just like herself. As a matter of fact, she herself could not help herself for a long time, only to have her anger quenched by Zhang Lian's cuteness. And the essence of this matter is indeed to let Zhang Lian help himself to scold back. She didn't stand on the high ground of the matter and be a saintly mother, persuading Zhang Lian not to be angry and not to take it personally. That would only make the person who had originally stood up for himself feel that he was meddling in his own business. That way, the people who were willing to help themselves out in the same situation in the future would no longer be willing to do so. The reason he couldn't stand it now, the reason he was angry, was because of himself. One has to give him this honorable reason to be right. Getting the affirmation, Zhang Lian took the cell phone and went out of the office, and also closed the door to the quiet corridor to turn on the microphone. Before leaving, he also glanced at Bai Nianxue's cell phone. Sister, you closed the mic, right? Bai Nianxue arched her eyebrows. I closed it. Isn't he scolding me? Aha! Wait until Zhang Lian goes out. Bai Nianxue hurriedly and secretly opened the microphone. The whole team's voice was a real bird's eye view. Zhang Lian. Percent. Hashtag percent. Hashtag. Bai Nianxue also typed to the opposite side on the public screen. Speed push. This kind of people, they pit themselves but also blame the big daddy who brought them to win. It's like scolding their own food and clothing parents. Give him to win for what? Directly missing Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue's two big Cs. Led by 5'11's Marco forcing Luo, the opposite side went up to the high ground very quickly, and the game was directly over after 1 minute. As for the remaining two teammates, didn't speak the whole time. If you want to blame it, you can only blame Marco for forcing Luo to go. You can't blame it on Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue, the two big Cs who tried their best. Got out of the room and saw that, good lord, it was still 3 rows with Mark forced law. Then, there would be no words to say. Their own pitiful teammates, Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue, did not turn around and blame them already can. Zhang Lian came back again with his cell phone and couldn't wait to share it with Bai Nianxue. Now you see schoolmate 2300? 16,000 Hoi. This season peak tournament 600 handful of still in 1700. The highest battle strength 8,000. This kind is just pure $%. Bai Nianxue mouth corner cocked to put Zhang Lian looked at. This time only gentle comfort. It's okay, not angry. The voice is fluffy, and Zhang Lian's brain went blank in a moment. Originally there is still some residual energy on the head. A moment Bai Nianxue coaxed. Zhang Lian. Well.
No.
Bai Nianxue tilted her head and walked over to Zhang Lian. Looking him over. Thank you, schoolmate. Zhang Lian. Huh. Bai Nianxue looked at him and smiled, and didn't say anything. Her eyes were like 2 twinkling stars, playful and smiling. And she just stared him down, staring so hard that his heart skipped a beat. What for? School sister. Zhang Lian hurriedly dodged in one body position, skillfully bypassing Bai Nianxue to sit on the sofa. It's nothing. Thank you for scolding him for me. Bai Nianxue turned around and took in his shy embarrassment. Well, it was his problem in the first place. Zhang Lian changed the topic. Still open. Drive. Well. Two people waiting to be matched. Bai Nianxue sitting aside always from time to time deliberately look at Zhang Lian a glance. Zhang Lian afterglow can also always see. Suddenly, Zhang Lian spoke up. Senior sister, there's something I want to tell you. What is it? Zhang Lian. This, senior sister, you don't have a boyfriend, right? Well, this question, wasn't it asked before? Bai Nianxue replied. Then, sister, do you have a favorite person? Zhang Lian turned his head to look Bai Nianxue in the eye, and for some reason said with some weakness. Chapter 79. You think I like my brother? Last time, he had inadvertently gotten the news from others that his senior sister had held hands with other boys. Although Zhang Lian felt that this was normal in his head, and there was never a lack of followers around outstanding people. But he was still very curious about what kind of boy could be with his schoolmate. Even if they've only been together, curious. Bai Nianxue, obviously some unexpected Zhang Lian suddenly asked such a question. Coupled with the fact that he was also staring directly at him, all of a sudden the original advantage of the aura weakened. Don't dare look at him. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Bai Nianxue asked nervously. Just suddenly wanted to ask. Seeing this, Zhang Lian also lowered his head and looked at his cell phone to explain. In the end, he didn't know what that feeling of weakness in his own heart was all about. It wasn't like he and his schoolmate had any unseemly relationship, so what was wrong with asking? Making him look like a cheater. Bai Nianxue stared blankly at her cell phone in thought for a moment before lifting her head, sighing, and saying softly, yes. When she finished speaking, she looked at Zhang Lian with a glowing gaze. Zhang Lian touched his face and then his ears. A little embarrassed, his brain went blank again and he just responded woodenly, so. Then seemingly realizing that he was acting a little too lost, as if it was wrong to lose love, Zhang Lian eased his awkward smile to look at Bai Nianxue and continued to ask, he is? What kind of person? Bai Nianxue stared at him, silent for a few seconds before moving her eyes away and laughing. Stupid. Zhang Lian. Huh? First time I've heard a girl say her favorite boy is dumb. Well, but he's a bit of a klutz really, but he's nice and handsome and a bit double standard. Bai Nianxue slightly narrowed her eyes with light, her voice soft like water. Still very motivated, sunshine. Say yes. Zhang Lian noticed that when Bai Nianxue spoke of that favorite person, the cheerfulness in her tone was very obvious, and along with it, the softness in her eyes became a bit uncomfortable. Obviously, the schoolteacher also has such soft eyes and a tone of voice when she looks at herself. Very cheerful. It seems that it's just that the older sister herself is a very nice person and treats everyone so gently, right? Oh, then he is now. Why isn't he with you, senior sister? Zhang Lian asked in a lost voice. But whether the loss at this time was a loss on behalf of the schoolmate's destiny had not yet arrived, or whether it was a loss of his own mood, it was impossible to explain. Bai Nianxue was still immersed in thinking about what advantages and disadvantages Zhang Lian had, which she hadn't thought about in the past. Only now, when she thought about it, her mind realized that his advantages were surprisingly increasing the more she thought about them. But she can't keep saying it, it would be a bit of a spoiler. And when she heard this sentence after Zhang Lian, she almost didn't understand the meaning of his words. What do you mean, why wasn't it with me? Of course it's not the right time. Talking as if all I have to do is make a confession and you'll immediately agree to be with me. I'm so obvious, what a douche. I'm tempted to call you a sand dollar. Bai Nianxue. What do you mean? Just. Why didn't they end up together? Senior sister, you are so outstanding. Zhang Lian explained once more. The people chasing you could be lined up in France. Bai Nianxue let out a light laugh and stared at Zhang Lian. Which is not true. It's not like he likes me. So of course we're not together. Ah? Zhang Lian felt like the CPU was going to burn. It's not even ing holding hands. Scumbag. He quite rightly took the object of Bai Nianxue's fondness as that mysterious man holding hands that others were talking about. Then, even if he doesn't like you, schoolteacher, you still like him. Of course, it's not like the reason I like him is because he likes me. Bai Nianxue laughed. I just like him as a person. That's all. It's over. A person like you is still a love brain. Zhang Lian's mind calculates. Zhang Lian, That sister. By Nianxue. HM? What else do you want to ask? Game on. Oh. Seeing Zhang Lian frowning and starting to play the game, Bai Nianxue keenly sensed that something was wrong. Should he be? Thought I had a favorite. Lost it. At this time, Zhang Lian's psyche has quickly shifted its attention to the game. This opposite hit the field red open or blue open it. The intense curiosity I just felt about the person my schoolmate liked was certainly no match for the fun of the game. Actually, he doesn't know that I like him. Bai Nianxue continued the topic from earlier while playing the game, trying to give Zhang Lian a little more hint, but not daring to give it all. I grabbed the opposite blue. Zhang Lian reported. Hey, what did you say? Bai Nianxue? How did I forget about the fact that he's a sandaler? I'm afraid of what he's upset about. Stupid. Bai Nianxue cursed lowly. This time is really a little angry. Do not go to see Zhang Lian also concentrate on the game. Hey? Huh. I've grabbed the opposite sides playing blue. Shouldn't I be praised? Oh, senior sister, you just said that he doesn't know that you like him? Suddenly coming to a realization, Zhang Lian hurriedly followed up on Bai Nianxue's sentence. But once he thought about it, he realized that it wasn't right. Hey no, sister. Didn't you even hold hands with him? He doesn't know. When did I hold hands with you? Bai Nianxue's eyes widened and she almost blurted out. But she put on the emergency brakes and rejoined. When did I hold hands with him? How come I don't know? I heard that you, senior sister. Didn't a boy hold hands with you or something? As if that boy had already graduated. Only then did Zhang Lian tell Bai Nianxue about the rumors he had heard in his head. That's a rumor, Bai Nianxue said seriously. She turned her head to look at Zhang Lian. Anyone can misunderstand. He can't. That's my brother. A real brother. Hasn't this rumor been dispelled a long time ago? She explained with incomparable seriousness as she looked Zhang Lian in the eyes. He hadn't experienced his older sister staring at him so seriously, explaining something to him, and looking at him like that made him feel very guilty, like a child who's done something wrong. I don't know, I heard about it. I'm sorry, senpai. I didn't know that was a rumor. Really? When Bai Nianxue saw this, she was angry and helpless. Did she just talk to a cow? Is the chat between the two not even on the same channel? She sighed and let out an cocking her head again to look at him with a slight frown. So, you just kept thinking I liked my brother. Chapter 80. Look at the legs? In hell, the party's almost over and you're not even back. The game isn't online anymore, so I guess it's soon. Peng Hausen said. Yan Wei's. How do you guys keep your cell phone lit up green? Huh. Li Yongman hurriedly turned off his cell phone screen. Yes, the youngest. You should not. Yan Wei's pushed his glasses. Eyes slightly narrowed. The light reflected on his lenses, like the famous Detective Conan glasses glowing to tell the truth about the murder. Li Wingman sweats and swallows. Shouldn't have caught the dog lick. How? How can it be? Li Yongman ruffled his hair and said in a fake relaxed tone. I'm the king of the sea, all right. Looking for my sister is lined up from here to Paris. While saying this, his tone was half joking, making it a bit inscrutable. Is it? Yan Wei's naturally do not believe, just look at his screen bright green light. Cannot one day in the middle of the night sitting on the bed looking at the cell phone screen to fall tears, right? Will he then have a glow stick in his hand like he does now, and then play him Lost Heartbeat under his dorm bed and the whole emo text? Li Yongwen continued heartlessly. It's you. If you like it, punch it. Don't always wait for other girls to come to you, right? Oh, I'm not going to be a clown like you, Yan Wei said without saving face at all. However, Li Yongwen seems to be blunt and does not take it to heart. Continued. You take the initiative to find a girl to talk to ask for a contact information. How is this clown? And then what? To the point of staring at a glowing green screen like you later. Yan Wei's laughed. Then how do you know if you don't try? Li Yongwen still didn't care that Yan Wei's was making a joke out of him. Didn't you like that childhood friend of Lao Air's, Xinyu, last time? What for? Yan Wei's face immediately changed when he heard the name Xinyu. He had never asked a girl for her contact information, and the first time he took the initiative to ask Zhang Lian for it, it was also because we were all roommates on the basis of good talk, and Zhang Lian and Xinyu's relationship was still so shallow. Who knows that Zhang Lian pressed? He only took the initiative once, and he stopped asking Zhang Lian for Xinyu's contact information after that. The right person will always come toward him, he thought to himself. If Lao Air doesn't give it, you can just ask for it directly from others, and they will definitely give it for Lao Air's sake. Li Yongwen said truthfully. In fact, judging from the fact that he had added Shin Yu's contact information and talked to someone, Shin Yu was a beautiful girl who had no frame at all. It was probably because of this layer of having a penis relationship, at least the messages he sent to Shin Yu, people had replied properly. So there are some things that are actually difficult not at all in the thing itself, but in one's imagination. If he hadn't always had something to fight for Shin Yu's contact information in front of Zhang Lian, then the result of him and Shin Yu now would only be the same as Yan Wei's now, without even a contact information, let alone chatting. Forget it. The girl who played with Lao Air from childhood to adulthood, her vision must not be low. Let's not think about it. Yan Wei's patted Li Yongwen's shoulder to comfort him. Unbeknownst to him, the small essay that Li Yongwen had just sent was also sent to Shin Yu. The general content was that he wanted to seek Shin Yu's help with his own store as well, and made a pretense that Zhang Lian would also do himself a favor. Of course, compared to Zhang Lian's own brother's free labor, he will pay Shin fish wages, as well as, if the store opens later, joked about letting her be the boss's wife. Having a good-looking girl like Shin Yu as a waitress, or as a vase in the store would certainly be extremely effective as well. This was actually the idea he had set in motion as soon as he had met Shin Yu. Even, he also played the idea of Bai Nianxue, but the other side of the curry is really a little too high, coupled with the fact that when he talked to Zhang Lian about it, Zhang Lian directly just rolled away, so he didn't mention it. Li Yongwen listened to thoughtfully nodded his head in the affirmative, just that he had previously asked Shin Yu to have dinner together to talk about part-time work, and the other party had already agreed to do so. So, he can eat alone with others, and Yan Wei's is still stuck in don't think about it. How can you get out of college if you can't capitalize on such a great resource as your own brother? In the meantime, I didn't know that was your brother. I just heard about it, schoolmarm. Zhang Lian blushed as he was stared at by Nianxue, and a sense of shyness and shame that hadn't reappeared since 800 years ago inexplicably sprouted in his heart. It's never him who stares girls to blush. The first time I met a schoolmate so awesome and confident girl. My brother is also from High University and has already graduated. Bai Nianxue slanted a glance at Zhang Lian and said in a nonchalant manner. Zhang Lian nodded his head repeatedly. Oh.
No.
Bai Nianxue raised her eyebrows. Ha. Zhang Lian replied in person. What? Bai Nianxue took a deep breath, together with what she said earlier or in vain. Forget it, play the game. Ooh-hoo. Finish playing the game. Zhang Lian sneaked a glance at the side face stunning Bai Nianxue, and seeing that the other party was expressionless and didn't look like they wanted to continue playing, he immediately proposed. Why don't we go for a walk, schoolmarm? Bai Nianxue was thoughtful, then agreed. Okay, road. In fact, Zhang Lian wasn't stupid. Even though his senior sister was talking as if she was pointing him out, he didn't dare to think in that direction even if he thought about it, much less to himself. He wouldn't be stupid enough to think that a girl as brilliant as Hokage would like him without warning. And it was on the referral of his own online buddy. That's all it took to get to know each other for just a month or so. Even during this time he had sensed that his senior sister had treated him differently this past month. But he wouldn't think that way either. Maybe it's because he's so much like the person that schoolmarm likes, right? A mount. The cool wind rubbing the distant guitar sound. The night-infested tunnel. 3 or 2 chasing the back of the bicycle. Bai Nianxue didn't know what was going on in Zhang Lian's head. Zhang Lian also didn't know what was going on in Bai Nianxue's head. The two just walked quietly side by side. Suddenly, Bai Nianxue broke the silence. Want to see the legs? Chapter 81, He's Tired Tonight. Oh? Ha 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 ha. Bai Nianxue was instantly happy to see Zhang Lian's eyes widen with an incredulous look. Zhang Lian, on the other hand, was bewildered, completely unable to understand how his senior sister suddenly gave him such a sentence. Only Bai Nianxue this time said unhurriedly, Not that. Boys come in with a look at the legs if they're feeling bored? This stunt Zhang Lian had once sent to Tinker Car, while his own self at the time told him to get lost and pull it aside. Bai Nianxue also walked on the road, suddenly thought of this and said so on a whim. Zhang Lian listened to his eyes consciously look toward Bai Nianxue's legs. Schoolmate wearing a short black skirt, revealing half of the snow-white well-proportioned calves, quickly glanced at it and then hurriedly averted his eyes. He was aware of the stunt, of course, but he wasn't feeling bored. He a heavy home plus love to play games. To walk such a boring thing is no different from the New Year's Eve let him accompany his mom to shop for clothes. With this time, he could game hang out more, or collect a dish, play a game of chess, or even lie in bed and get comfortable. You know, a month ago, just after school started, he had set a strong ambition. This season must give LOL on the king, to the online game to rise to the top 100 in the region, to the shovel to the master, to the farm to the national service. Aha, that's right. He just set so many magnificent ambitions. He's going to take back all the game time he once lost in high school and take it back in college through and through. But now a month later, the once genius teenager Zhang Lian has now become a waste. His daily time for playing games is less and less except for classes, sleeping and eating, and every day he is either working in the arts department or working with his schoolmates. Either you're a senior or you're doing whatever you're told to do. And he didn't even have the slightest complaint in his heart about it, including now, but any normal human being would want the party to end quickly, finish early and call it a day. But his subconscious is now wishing the party had lasted longer. Longer so you can stay a little longer. Not so much as the end of the party will have to go back with the older sister to organize the scene, and then go back to their respective dormitories. There is this road, the ING class is not a long time, with the youngest tricycle have to drive a few minutes, how so fast to go half of it. His peaking behavior was naturally caught by Nianxue, and seeing that he always looked dead serious in front of himself, Nianxue couldn't help but want to tease. Who let him be so wild on the internet? So after all this time, the one who is really being obsequious in reality is himself, isn't it? Seeing that he looked and still didn't say anything, Nianxue tilted her head and suddenly came closer to Zhang Lian, and the sudden proximity made Zhang Lian's heartbeat accelerate violently. Why don't you say anything? Nianxue pursed her lips and laughed, taking in his embarrassment. Huh? No, not feeling bored. Zhang Lian spoke his inner thoughts out. Not feeling bored? Nianxue repeated, fluttering her eyelashes as she looked at him and deliberately said, Then think it's fun to stay with me?
Zhang Lian,
What are you doing, senior sister? I'm not doing anything. Didn't you say you're not bored? Nianxue put her hands behind her back and walked in front of Zhang Lian, deliberately leaving his back to Zhang Lian, so that Zhang Lian could look straight without the burden. Sort of. Zhang Lian replied in a twisted manner. Here we go again with this weird feeling. Sort of. So reluctant. Nianxue laughed at that. Then you, still looking at the legs. Zhang Lian. Still don't like looking at legs? Want to see the others? Nianxue walked in front of Zhang Lian, facing him as she stepped back while looking at Zhang Lian and laughed. Sister. Don't you screw me. Zhang Lian said with some red warmth. The voice of Rambo Redwing had somehow appeared in his head. Warning. Screw you. Nianxue narrowed her eyes slightly and paused in her steps, and Zhang Lian was forced to stop as well. So are you going to watch it or not? After saying that, Nianxue, shy hands grabbed the corner of the skirt, lifted up, warning. SSS destruction level alert. Or, Zhang Lian that moment, the brain completely into the blank, as if the consciousness from the ancient times of the gorilla, across the cosmic explosion, through the extinction of the dinosaurs and finally slowly back to human society. The feeling of that moment was something he could not describe for the rest of his life. He also knew that there was absolutely no way that feeling could ever come back a second time in his life. It was as if the door to a new world had been opened in an instant. The series of XX contraptions that I had previously watched on the internet myself still felt particularly interesting, but compared to real life it was all simply over the top. The latter proved to be true. Zhang Lian's geriatric CPU was completely scrapped by Nianxue at that moment, and became indistinguishable from a human machine along the way. Nianxue felt that, if she just abducted him, he would obediently follow her. But in the end, she still brought Zhang Lian back to the party site and safely handed Zhang Lian over to his roommate, who was not needed to clean up the party site. Nianxue, he's worked hard tonight, let him rest. Peng Haosen, Li Yongwen, Yan Wei's three people heard this as like a bolt from the blue. It is difficult not to let people think more are asshole. What did you and your schoolmate do tonight? No. What have you done to your schoolmates? Asshole. Chapter 82 Sister is also too generous. On the way back to bed, Yan Wei's drove the car, and Li Yongwen and Peng Haosen sat on both sides of Zhang Lian, keeping him in dead center. Zhang Lian's face was still rolling, just like he had been drinking, and his brain was in a feverish state, slow to slow down from that state, and unwilling to come out from it. So when Bai Nianxue told him to leave, he obediently left. Peng Haosen touched Zhang Lian's face. Did the son of a drink? So hot. Zhang Lian skimmed away Peng Haosen's hand and let out an impatient ouch. Let me take a look. Is it flirty? Li Yongwen, on the other hand, was directly face-to-face with Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian was really pissed off and laughed again, slapping Li Yongwen on the right side of his face with a snap. Crawl. You're the one who's ing horny. You're horny. Touching the right side of his face where he had been hit, Li Yongman bristled. It doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it. So it's really drained? Void. Peng Haosen laughed badly. Which grove? Get lost. Zhang Lian sked, not allowing the two to start a yellowish conversation. Okay, I won't talk about it, so what's the matter with you now? Like drinking fake wine? Peng Hao Xian waved his hand and continued to ask curiously. Li Yongwen also kept poking Zhang Lian waist table seconded. Zhang Lian sighed and backhanded Li Yongwen with another ear slap. Stop ing poking, it hurts. The temperature of his face dropped rapidly, forced out of that marvelous state as quickly as it had been, returning to normal in seconds. If he could, he would have liked to just stay in that marvelous state and sleep comfortably. Just went to play a couple games, that's all, he said lightly, his body sitting up straight. Then the senior sister said that you were tired tonight. Peng Haosen looked at Zhang Lian from top to bottom, revealing a lewd expression. See tired, huh? Li Yongwen said as he popped up again at this time. Zhang Lian? To be precise, it's the schoolmarm see tired. Zhang Lian again recalled the image of Bai Nianxue lifting her skirt and vaguely seeing her thighs above the knee. The two just continued to gossip about Zhang Lian on the road. And the other side, after packing up the scene and returning to the dormitory, Bai Nianxue, it was already close to 11 p.m. When I returned to the dormitory, I heard the daily three sisters chattering about either which handsome guy they saw again or which cadet had some melon somewhere. Tonight, however, the trio's theme was placed on tonight's freshman party. They were seniors and didn't have seats, so they had to stand in the auditorium to watch. It didn't stop them from seeing the hot guys in the freshman class, though. So as soon as they returned to the dormitory, the three of them shared the video they took of the party scene with Bai Nianxue, and Lu Siki even sent the video to her circle of friends. Shueshue, where did you go tonight? We couldn't even find you, and you didn't reply when we messaged you. Xia Tong asked curiously. Su Qianqian, on the other hand, did not speak, on the side of the sneaky ant smile. With her 12 fingers can also guess that Bai Nianxue is to go to find a certain elementary school brother to go it. I'm in the literature and arts department office. Something's come up. Bai Nianxue said truthfully, her surface rippling. In fact, if you give a few people know that his so-called something is with schoolmates in the office secretly open the air conditioning to play double row. That's a pity. There are several street dancing and guitar playing schoolmates tonight. Quite handsome, Lu Siki lamented. I sent it to the group. I didn't eat alone now. Wow. It all looks quite milky. Kiki, you actually like this kind of, Su Qianqian said with a shiver. I mainly look at my face. I'm going to take a shower first, you guys chat first. Bai Nianxue said expressionlessly as she listened. Then it was a quick pass by the trio, dropping off their own stuff and grabbing their pajamas to go to the bathroom. A set of operations running like pissed off. What's wrong? I don't know. Did I say something wrong? Lu Siki said with self-doubt. It's not that Lu Siki said the wrong thing, but when Bai Nianxue heard that they were still discussing which handsome guy, she would immediately think of someone. Mind screaming, he's too cute. She wasn't angry, but when she listened to them talk about men, she got a little clammed up and would think of the one where Zhang Lian turned into a dork tonight. It's silly to really dorky to follow yourself. So an inexplicable sense of superiority arose in her heart, and while they were still discussing how other men were doing, she had all started on her target. After taking a shower, Bai Nianxue hugged her cell phone and went to bed. The bottom three were still confused and asked with some concern, Shueshue, are you uncomfortable somewhere? Still not happy, huh? Bai Nianxue revealed a head, exactly the same tone as Zhang Lian's. Huh. When you stay with someone you like, even the way you talk is unconsciously contagious. No, I'm fine. Bai Nianxue had a light in her eyes, and she really didn't look like she was in a state of negative energy. Then what's she doing looking so rushed? Bai Nianxue, who had retracted her head back into her own bed tent, pulled the bed curtains closed and the night light inside the bed tent turned on. Then, pointing the camera at her long, snow-white thighs. Zhang Lian was already playing a small game on his phone alone late at night as a partial distraction. Without distraction, his mind would be like a movie projector repeatedly playing back and forth to the frames of Bai Nianxue lifting her skirt. He's not a color grant. He always thought so. Always been a firm believer. Although also will look at beautiful women, but definitely not so much as to look at a thighs like drinking fake wine on the head. Before, he had scolded Li Yongwen for being unproductive, but now how did he feel even more unproductive? In hindsight, your own previous perceptions of yourself turned out to be wrong. Should I send a message to my schoolmate and ask if she's finished with her work over there? Zhang Lian, even in playing a small game, is looking for. And at that moment, Bai Nianxue sent him a message first. Very classic and direct words. Bai Nianxue, what's going on? Zhang Lian immediately replied, playing a small game. Bai Nianxue as a tinkercar is aware that Zhang Lian usually also have to play some strange and weird little games that have never seen before, and did not ask much. Instead, it's a direct preconception. Bai Nianxue, look at the legs? It was fine if he didn't send it. After so many hours had passed, Zhang Lian already felt that scene was a bit dreamy. As soon as it was sent now, Zhang Lian's thoughts were immediately taken back to the dark green tunnel an hour ago. How can a schoolmate just suddenly, the one who shows such a shy expression and makes such a provocative gesture? Zhang Lian immediately snapped a question mark over to Bai Nianxue. He didn't know what to say to that, but in his heart he wanted to see. But what? He can't really shamelessly tell his schoolmates. Let me see. I want to see the legs. Change uninformed people look at this chat record. Also thought this man is how horny it. Who knows that the next second? Bai Nianxue generously sent Zhang Lian another picture. Bai Nianxue, this is as a reward for you, schoolmate, bringing me brown sugar water and medicine when I wasn't feeling well. Zhang Lian clicked on the picture. A pair of long, slender, snow-white legs. It looks like a photo taken now. The scent of a freshly showered body can be felt in the photos. Sister, this. It's also too generous. Chapter 83, which is Reward. Bai Nianxue. Last time I was sick, didn't you send me brown sugar water and medicine? This is rewards. Bai Nianxue thought in her mind, but still deliberated on her words. Bai Nianxue, I don't have much I can give you, schoolmate. Just show your schoolmate your legs. Don't mind. In fact, when they were on the boulevard, Bai Nianxue asked Zhang Lian if he liked it after she lifted her skirt. At that time, Zhang Lian's head was hot, and he instinctively said that he liked it. So, Bai Nianxue was able to send the leg photos to Zhang Lian so directly and without any avoidance. Show it to someone you like and unconsciously think a little more about it. The original that fear of the cell phone across the coveted their own body Bai Nianxue already do not know where to go. And now in front of the phone only a young girl with a spring in her step. At the same time, wanted gentleman Zhang Lian enlarged the photo to observe. Schoolgirls actually have a mole on their thighs, cough cough cough. Brain tingling. Zhang Lian only felt that the state of just dazed and feverish mind came back. Not knowing what message to send to his senior sister in reply, he could only send the cute emoticons he got from Shenyu to Bai Nianxue by feel, as a way to express his mood at this moment. Bai Nianxue saw the situation, then asked again. Good perfunctory school brother. Bai Nianxue, don't you like it? Saying that, Bai Nianxue tried to concave a shape and re-snap one for Zhang Lian to send over. Because she wasn't in front of her, even if she knew Zhang Lian very, very well, she couldn't judge the other party's realistic reaction based entirely on the scanty text or emoticons. Even if she can feel that Zhang Lian's response is not considered perfunctory, but she can't see the other party's expression and can't hear the other party's tone. She still feels that there is some gap between her heart's expectations. But Zhang Lian, faced with Bai Nianxue's question, was even more at a loss as to how to respond. Don't like it? Are you kidding me? His nose is so hot he feels like he's gonna get a nosebleed next. But hit like, bastard. How can one be so depraved and shallow? The next second Bai Nianxue's another leg photo and sent over. Still do not need to pee picture has been Snow White estate, but changed to photo pose. With this look, Zhang Lian was certain that senior sister Bai Nianxue was indeed a current shooter. No, can't look at it anymore. Otherwise we're gonna have to have a bad night's sleep tonight. Usually in the jitterbug to see the rubbing chicken quite a lot, Zhang Lian is also unapologetic see a point alike. But now, Zhang Lian sends Bai Nianxue an abstract monkey emoji. Stop, Zhang Lian. Sister, Go to bed. It's late. Zhang Lian. Thank you, sister. Good night. The words sound firm, as if they have just entered the state of a sage. After sending it, Zhang Lian flung his cell phone towards the bedside and charged it, no longer bothering to look at it. Shattered senses. Must shatter consciousness. Grip. Penis sleeping first today. Peng Haosen's bed is opposite Zhang Lian, and he can see the bright light of Zhang Lian's bed tent, and the bright light of Zhang Lian's cell phone is turned off, so he can see it at a glance. Li Yongwen rolled over and got up when he heard Peng Haosen say that, standing on the bed and looking towards Zhang Lian. There was no bed net on his bed. Nothing. Just a thin blanket and a bundle of coolers. Everyone hadn't installed bed nets in the days when school first started, and he was able to fling pillows right onto Zhang Lian's bed. Zhang Lian then took advantage of the fact that he was bathing in the toilet to directly move the bed for him to just the bare boards. And while doing so, he said, "Sleep, sleep, sleep. I'll let you sleep a damn. Come on. Come on. Hide some in my bed too. Give me the cooler he can't see." Peng Haosen and Yen Wei's would also take the opportunity to joke about it. By the time Li Yongwen comes out from the toilet wearing only a black underwear, he will find his bed only empty shelf, the same as when he came to this dormitory in the beginning. Like no one has ever slept in it. Li Yongwen stood and stared wide-eyed, like he wanted to stare a hole through Zhang Lian's bed tent without blinking. Grip the grass? The sun has come out of the west. Yen Wei's in the diagonal opposite bed, flirting. It seems that today is really tired. Sleep so early. There was no light inside the bed tent, so Li Yongwen couldn't see Zhang Lian inside from the outside. But Zhang Lian could see Li Yongwen's $100 face in it. In a low voice, he cursed, $100. Then turn your head and go to sleep. How dare you scold me? Laozi is coming to sleep with you. Li Yongwen said that he would do it and immediately got out of bed and came over towards Zhang Lian's side of the bed. But Zhang Lian didn't panic. Like in the boys' dormitory, between boys and boys, climbing the bed was an inherent program that occurred almost every night. There's always that one tie hoof in the dormitory, too, either saying she wants to sleep with this brother or that one. Li Yongwen, this 255 is such a tie and wavy hoof, which is also the reason why the last Peng Haosen underwear incident was said to be him in the first place. However, the bed tents were all zippered, and Zhang Lian had already locked the entire bed tent, so Li Yongwen could not get in at all. He turned away and slept peacefully, listening to the bed tent being pounded by the sisal sound of Li Yongman. Soon the voice was gone. Zhang Lian raised his eyes to glance at it. Just saw a face imprinted on the bed tent at the head of the bed. The entire face was buried right into the bed tent, causing Zhang Lian to see the shape of a person's face inside. And if he woke up in the middle of the night and saw this scene high or low, he would have to be startled. Zhang Lian raised his hand and slapped it. Holy! Straight to the bed for Li Yongmoon. Ah! If you come to pull my bed again, I'll make you smoke. Chapter 84. I'll wait for you to get off work. After the freshman party, there was less to do in the arts and culture department. Zhang Lian wouldn't have to go to the Department of Literature and Art every day to go to meetings and do things, but this kind of day, on the contrary, made Zhang Lian feel a little boring. It was clear that this was his ideal life at the beginning, but now he was a little less interested in the grandeur of the game's promises. And with less going on in the arts and culture department, the tiramisu store opened by Li Yongman is now officially open for business. As agreed from the beginning, Zhang Lian was going to give Li Yongwen a hand. Peng Haosen also want to make a scene, but it is Yen Wei's, just find an excuse not to participate. Just hope that Li Yongwen's store can open a little longer. Do not open a month on the opening cannot go on. The three also knew he couldn't talk, so they didn't take it personally. And in fact, Li Yongman opened this store business is surprisingly good. Especially when Zhang Lian went to Li Yongwen's store to help. The store's business could directly double. As for the reason, the three weren't quite sure. Because during that time Shin Yu had also followed the agreement with Li Yongwen to help out. Although Shin Yu was not the school flower of High University now, she still had no problem being a freshman department flower. Put on your apron. Put on your mask and hat. Step to the side and give a shout with a crispy voice. By all rights, it should have worked much better than Zhang Lian. But on the contrary, the effect was not as good as Zhang Lian's effect at all. Moreover, Zhang Lian was still just wearing a mask to help pack the package, and would not yet dutifully shout thank you for coming like Shin Yu did. Could the legendary beauty economy turn out to be women paying for men? Li Yongwen are a bit skeptical of what he learned before, and they don't know it. Everything is by Nianxue. What flavor to eat today? Su Qianqian asked to Bai Nianxue with a smile as she looked at the long queue. She had been following Bai Nianxue to dabble in tiramisu for free for several days. Every day, she went directly to the front of the store to find Zhang Lian to take it directly. Because Zhang Lian would tell Bai Nianxue every time he wanted to help Li Yongwen at the store. It led to Bai Nianxue using it as an excuse to ask him to leave a flavor for him in advance. However, she was staying as Tinkercar because if she were to change her identity, Zhang Lian might be too embarrassed to ask for money. She didn't come once or twice. Whenever Zhang Lian wanted to go to the store, she would let him keep 2 copies, and then let Zhang Lian send the payment code afterwards. In this way, she then asked Su Qianqian to take it brightly. This also led to, with Bai Nianxue's own self-contained eye-catching rate, students on the road would notice this tiramisu that Bai Nianxue bought. Plus, Baek Nim Suet had publicly thanked a certain schoolmate's tiramisu in his circle of friends. Li Yongwen's small store is also unknowingly and inexplicably doing brisk business. I'll go get it today. Bai Nianxue looked at the long line, and then saw Zhang Lian who was buried inside, and felt that the time had come to strike a little. You can't just let Qianqian go get it for you every day. Su Qianqian listened to the bad smile squinting eyes. Oh, understand. The time has come. The net? Bai Nianxue immediately slanted a glance at Su Qianqian. You can't even plug your mouth by eating so much cake. After saying that, he walked towards the entrance of the tiramisu store with great interest. Su Qianqian, on the other hand, could only shake her head and spit out her tongue behind Bai Nianxue. Is this still my Shueshue who was initially high, cool, and gentle? It looks like it's already fully transformed into the shape of Zhang Hokage. Hello. His body was covered by a shadow in front of him, and Zhang Lian greeted him lifelessly, raising his eyes to look. Haven't been to work yet, and now I'm already feeling the exhaustion of going to work. And this pussy boss next to me doesn't pay his wages. If he has a couple of tiramisu stores left over each day, he can still give you that as a paycheck. If it's not there, it's a wasted effort. What you owe this guy up front, you're gonna have to pay back now. Just after Zhang Lian saw who the person in front of him was, the words he originally wanted to let the person in front of him line up got stuck in his throat, and the emotionless packing machine immediately raised his eyebrows and smiled. The surprise was palpable through the mask. Bai Nianxue smiled at Zhang Lian and said, "Schoolmate, is my share still available?" Zhang Lian nodded and immediately smiled as he proceeded to pack Bai Nianxue's bag. The people who were still standing in a long line next to them could only look at the scene with eye envy and backhandedly slapped their boyfriends. You, go open a store too. I'll take the VIP fast track too. Huh? Me? I'm only $1,200 a month and I'm opening a store? Can I still live? Then I don't care. Then the people in the long line were treated to an even more eye-opening sight. Zhang Lian, a wage earner, right next to the face of Li Yongwen, the boss, to Bai Nianxue secretly add private goods. Li Yongwen is also still busy smoking to customers packing. Backhandedly saw Zhang Lian to the back kitchen refrigerator to get fresh fruit. And on the spot to Bai Nianxue added an extra round of cream. Didn't put Li Yongwen, the boss, in his eyes at all. Li Yongwen. Uing. Zhang Lian disliked back. Look at you. Can't I eat more even though I'm working for you for free? I'll eat it. I'll just catch your cream as a drink dazzle when I get off work. Bai Nianxue covered her mouth and looked at this scene. The sweetness in her heart has been far better than this spiced tiramisu. This one for you to eat, senior sister, and this one for Tinkercar. Zhang Lian raised one eyebrow, and with an expression of know it all one unabashedly said to Bai Nianxue's eccentricity. The one that Bai Nianxue was allowed to eat was naturally the one that was spiced up, while the one in the ding-dong car was the original one without any additions. This scene is quite familiar. Bai Nianxue took the package, pursed her lips and smiled. How long before you get off work? She knew that Zhang Lian was giving Li Yongwen a favor, so she was able to ask this without any fear. Look at the boss. Zhang Lian blankly glanced at Li Yongwen and said without any humor. And at this time, immediately behind Bai Nianxue, there were other students who came up and asked, "Boss, can you make reservations here?" Because they saw that Bai Nianxue had actually picked up her meal early. Someone immediately came up to ask. Li Yongwen waved his hand. "No, we don't have an appointment." Zhang Lian nodded in agreement. That. The passerby student looked at the object in Bai Nianxue's hand. Her eyes saying everything. Li Wingman hadn't had time to respond that we knew each other so we could pick up our meals ahead of time. Zhang Lian then spoke up first. Senior sister is the exception. When he finished, his fellow passersby got the meaning, and the people in line next to him were up in arms. Zhang Lian, on the other hand, explained to Li Yongwon in a low voice. If you say that we know each other, then what if all of our classmates from our own class come to look for you for bookings in the future? A small store like theirs, which has only just opened, can be a pain in the ass to book, and hasn't yet expanded to the point of an online community. Wait until you get back and see how you can expand your online business. Zhang Lian finished in a small voice, then looked at Bai Nianxue and said, Senior sister did us a great favor before. Oh! Hearing Zhang Lian say this, the uproar from the students who had originally lined up only went down a bit. But the next second, Bai Nianxue was the one who once again ignited this uproar. The corner of her mouth curled up playfully as she watched Zhang Lian come closer to the window and said, I'll wait for you to get off work. Wow! Chapter 85 What Makes Hers So Big? Get out! Seeing this, the snarky boss on the side, Li Yongwen, directly said to Zhang Lian, the business of your own store is nothing but a small thing compared to the big things in your buddy's life. The instant he heard Bai Nianxue, the school flower schoolmate, personally say that she wanted to wait for her own buddy to get off work, before Zhang Lian could respond, he immediately answered for him. It's not that he, the boss, won't let him get off work. Oh, the boss is chucking him out now. Huh? Are you really? Zhang Lian, still wearing gloves and with his hands hanging in the air, looked at Li Yongwon incredulously. I'm really going? Li Yongwen's rare forcefulness. Nonsense. Let you go or not? After saying that, he beautifully nodded and smiled at Bai Nianxue. Then your business. Zhang Lian's mouth was worried, but the motion of taking off the gloves on his hand didn't stop at all. You help me to call the oldest over here, Li Yongwen said.
Zhang Lian, ok.
And so it was. Zhang Lian went out of the store and followed Bai Nianxue while calling Peng Haosen. Hey boss, I have something here. The youngest that store you come over to take over for me, he is too busy alone. Peng Haosen. What? I can't even take a day off? The phone is still ringing with the classic Rush B. Rush B, some first-person shooter sound. Hurry up. I've already left. The youngest is busy there. Grass. I'm not done fighting yet. What the hell? Let him top himself for a while. Get off the phone. Back to Bai Nianxue and Su Qianqian's side. Su Qianqian ate the tiramisu in her hand with satisfaction. For her, there was nothing more nourishing than a box of sweets than after dinner. Even if she's in a bad mood, a little something sweet can make her feel like her worries have flown away. Just after she saw the spiked version in Bai Nianxue's hand, she cruised back and forth between her own and Bai Nianxue's hand, then stared wide-eyed incredulously said, Why Shui, your strawberries are so big? The cream is so much. Seeing this, Bai Nianxue hurriedly took the tiramisu away from Su Qianqian. This is mine. How come I've never seen this kind before? Su Qianqian continued to break the mold. Ryoga, seeing Zhang Lian, who was stealing a sinister smile to the side, instantly understood. Oh, I can't believe your store doesn't treat everyone the same. What? Zhang Lian played dumb. I don't understand what you're talking about. Why is Shue's so good and why is mine so deflated? Su Qianqian was close to crossing her arms, under the daily inculcation of Bai Nianxue. She now no longer had the fear she once had for Zhang Lian. Because sister is more lucky, just happened to get the creamy more. Facing Su Qianqian, the tinker car of his heart, he just completely blushed and talked to her with his mouth full. You fart. Su Qianqian was so angry that she sprayed a star of cream out of her mouth. She had taken it several times. How come she didn't see a time when it was different? This is clearly a new addition. Su Qianqian, you are bullying us consumers. Zhang Lian pulled out his ears. Well, you're right. You. Su Qianqian pointed at Zhang Lian, in the face of the other parties big and tall. She still couldn't get it in the end, and turned back to Bai Nianxue, who could only look to her again. Sure. You don't eat it. Bai Nianxue bites her spoon in a svelte manner. Question mark. Say something. Comment. The corner of Bai Nianxue's eyes curved, slanted a glance at Zhang Lian, and softly said, I think. School brother must have his reasons for doing so. Zhang Lian. Effed. Cynthia Su. You guys. Su Qianqian, very aggrieved, looked at Bai Nianxue, gulping, unclear voice teased. So soon? With his own man bullying good girlfriends. Bai Nianxue didn't retort when she heard this and looked at her smugly. Su Qianqian turned her head to stare at Zhang Lian again, and said in her native color, Wolf. Lousy. For. Traitor. All right, just make it up to you next time. Zhang Lian spread his hands and turned his head to look at Bai Nianxue, searching for what his senior sister was looking for him to do. But again, he never said. He then took the initiative to ask, "What is it that you need me to do when you're waiting for me to get off work, senior sister?" The truth is, Bai Nianxue just got high, thinking that Zhang Lian might have to get off work quite late, and then she could legitimately ask Zhang Lian to send her back to her dormitory and take a walk. She didn't factor in the fact that Li Yongwen was a variable, and went so far as to release Zhang Lian in that high-pressure business state. Bai Nianxue, well. In the middle of the day, she tentatively asked, "Playing games." When these words came out, Zhang Lian's eyes lit up, and Su Qianqian's eyes were even brighter. Su Qianqian, yes. What's wrong with you? Zhang Lian frowned. Shouldn't he be saying this? He's a heavy gaming fan who hasn't even opened his mouth to get excited about this dinky car. You care about me? Su Qianqian disliked almost instinctively, and after disliking her, she realized that something was wrong and leaned towards Bai Nianxue's side with a weak aura. This was clearly felt by Zhang Lian, who only felt strange and weird, but still didn't think much about it. Cynthia Su, what game are we playing? Zhang Lian, what else can it be? Of course, it's the intense and exciting King Pesticide. Hearing this, Su Qianqian nodded her head. Yes. To put it bluntly, the reason she was so excited was that she hadn't seen Bai Nianxue play the game of disliking people yet. This is now a chance to see it. Bai Nianxue but suddenly realized what, pulling Su Qianqian road hand, whispered to Su Qianqian ear said something. Then he said to Zhang Lian, "Why don't? Let's go play LOL." Huh? Zhang Lian asked with classic quotes and a feeling of surprise. An internet cafe? A girl as clean and pretty as you, going to an internet cafe where the smell of smoke is so strong? Well, the gaming hotel is also. Okowo. Bai Nianxue added. Zhang Lian scratched his ears. Anyone can. He also rarely touched a computer in his last year of high school. After all, you can hide a cell phone in a school dorm, but you can't hide a computer, can you? But Su Qianqian at this time was suddenly clapping her hands and said, I suddenly remembered that I seem to have forgotten to put away the clothes in my dormitory. I have to go back to collect the clothes. Said he was about to slip away. Zhang Lian directly picked her up with one hand. What the hell? Are you going to run away again? I've only been here a month or so. How many times have you pigeonholed me? Chapter 86. The First Date. Bai Nianxue saw the situation and wanted to come up to save the scene. Just now she whispered to Su Qianqian words are about the game technical problems. With Su Qianqian's strength, surely will be Zhang Lian found with the impression of the strength of the ding-dong car does not match. But she saw Su Qianqian suddenly exclaimed, Oops! After giving Bai Nianxue an okay, don't worry, leave it to her gesture behind her back. Su Qianqian backhanded Zhang Lian and pulled him to the other side. Zhang Lian's head was full of questions. Su Qianqian deliberately pretended to be serious and said, Are you stupid? Zhang Lian's classic quote. Huh, why was he confused? I'm creating a chance for you and my family Yuki to be alone. Can you be a little bit smarter? Su Qianqian said with reason. Spare a thought for the fact that she was not a player in the situation, but she was often a spectator, and she had a good grasp of the progress of the two men, not to say 100%, but 80%. It was already needless to say that there was no need to say what Xue Xue meant to Zhang Lian. As for Zhang Lian's meaning to Xue Xue, some clues could be seen from the fact that he had braved the rain last night and also specifically sent brown sugar water and medicine to Xue Xue. Although she's also a mother single, it doesn't stop her from watching a lot of idle romance dramas. This kind of episode, most likely it had already reached the point of mutual affection. She had just simply wanted to see what it was like for Bai Nianxue to curse. But after Bai Nianxue's reminder, she still resolutely chose to fulfill her sister's life's major event as being more important. As for the uncharted territory of Yuki, let's save that for later and explore it. In this situation right now, she directly turned the tables and took the first step to pinpoint Zhang Lian's mentality, which could achieve the effect of creating a chance for Xue Xue's to spend time alone, while also acting flawlessly in front of Zhang Lian. The Oscar should simply go to her. Xue, this brain of mine, I was actually forced by you to become a movie star, and not a single grain of your rice was eaten in vain before. Eh? Zhang Lian listened, frowning. His heart was actually somewhat certain of Su Qianqian. Being a brother, in the heart. But he still has to be arrogant. Oops. Don't you? In fact, the corners of his mouth were grinning from ear to ear inside. What I don't? You can cherish a little chance. What? Tiramisu was able to favor Xue Xue openly and honestly. But now you're being pretentious instead.
Su kiang kiang tiret.
After saying that, Su Qianqian was also forced to pat Zhang Lian's shoulder in a self-congratulatory manner. I think I slapped his ass last time, and it was pretty nice? Cough, cough, cough. I can only help you up to here, Su Qianqian said firmly, turning back to give Bai Nianxue a wink, signaling the other party that okay, everything was under control. Zhang Lian could only snort and return to Bai Nianxue's side, inverting the anti-tiangongs to explain it all over again to Bai Nianxue. Ha ha ha. She. Putting away clothes. There's talk of rain tonight.
Bull.
I made that up. It's almost 30 degrees and you're telling me it's gonna rain tonight? Bai Nianxue also comprehended the awkward smile. Well, then let's both go play. Zhang Lian. Good. The two of them then wriggled in the direction of the busy commercial street like a netizen's first run for appearances. When he encountered milk tea stores and various snack stalls on the road, Zhang Lian would ask Bai Nianxue if she would eat them, just like most couples who usually date. As for Bai Nianxue, she was also like the vast majority of girls who wanted a portion of everything, and she didn't intentionally remain reserved when it came to choosing what to eat in front of Zhang Lian. Because she needed to break the distance between the two, a trip to play would seem boring if they both stayed formal. The two of them walked around with a cup of milk tea each and a couple of fresh kebabs in their hands. It was as if both of them had forgotten that their destination at the beginning was to play the game. Rather, it was Zhang Lian who reacted later when he saw a lighted internet cafe. Zhang Lian. Sister, are we going to an internet cafe or gaming hotel? Both he and his schoolmate are now holding food. It's almost like they're on a date. And why didn't you mention it? Bai Nianxue also remembered only when Zhang Lian said so. To be precise, it was a deliberate attempt to not get up. She saw the gaming hotel at the beginning, but she and Zhang Lian were waiting for kebabs, so she didn't say anything. After shopping at the mall later, buying milk tea and watching the action, she had forgotten about it too. It's all in my head. First date. This was interrupted by Zhang Lian's thoughts. She looked up at the opposite side of the internet cafe and very slightly beeped her mouth, somewhat displeased. Why interrupt her date? First. Shopping again, right? Bai Nianxue looked at Zhang Lian with anticipation in her eyes. You shouldn't have come to this shopping mall in the neighborhood of High University yet, right? Zhang Lian's straight man returned. Strolled through. Bai Nianxue. Shopped. Aha. Zhang Lian nodded dully. I came to hang out with those sand coins from the dormitory in the days after military training. Oh. Bai Nianxue turned her back and sighed. This idiot. Can't you just say yes? Seeing this, Zhang Lian also seemed to realize that he just seemed like he probably might. Said the wrong thing? Was thinking about how to carry out salvage. Adjusted. Bai Nianxue turned his head and said gently again. That? Can you accompany me? Hang out. Yes. Without saying a word this time, Zhang Lian replied without a second's hesitation. Good. Then let's go. Bai Nianxue saw this naive reaction of his and laughed lightly as she walked ahead. Zhang Lian followed closely behind. I want to catch dolls. The mall is huge. In addition to the cat cafe script to kill the escape room and so on, naturally they are specialized in catching dolls like this project. Bai Nianxue and Zhang Lian couldn't move their feet when they passed by a pink-colored grab-and-go store. Bai Nianxue even directly looked up at Zhang Lian to speak as if she was pampered. With such a sappy tone, Zhang Lian felt like his heart was going to jump out of his chest. More than that, he wanted to backhandedly pull out his bank card and slam it hard on the counter. Swipe it for me. Catch. Catch as many as you want. Fine, then I'll go buy coins. Zhang Lian replied with a calm surface. Which one do you want to catch, schoolmarm? Catch that pig, Bai Nianxue said, pointing to a stuffed pig in a yellow shirt. Huh? So ugly, why catch it? Zhang Lian laughed. Because it looks like you. Bai Nianxue glanced at Zhang Lian, who was also wearing a thin yellow jacket, and hid her mouth as she laughed. Also not ugly. Chapter 87 Soft Marshmallows. Zhang Lian also do not know how they originally agreed to go together to find a place to play the game has become shopping to buy things, catch dolls. By the time Zhang Lian reacted to what was wrong, his schoolmate had already bought the tickets for the movie theater. Bai Nianxue was still holding a little yellow piggy doll that she had caught while catching a doll. Let's go. Bai Nianxue smiled as she held the 2 tickets and waved them at the ticket gate, signaling for Zhang Lian to follow. Seeing this, even though Zhang Lian already felt as if he had been trapped in his heart, at this time, There was already no way to refuse. Come all the way to... Tickets are all bought. Do you want some popcorn? Bai Nianxue asked gently when Zhang Lian arrived in front of her. No food. Anything that was too much trouble, Zhang Lian instinctively discarded. Free-o. Bai Nianxue blinked twice. Couple's ticket can get a free extra large bucket. Free. Or an extra large vat. Zhang Lian's eyebrows rose as he listened. Shouldn't the focus be on the couple's ticket that came out of the schoolmarm's mouth? Hey, then you must eat it. Zhang Lian immediately changed his face. It's free. If you don't eat it, you'll lose a lot. Sure enough. Bai Nianxue guessed that Zhang Lian's reaction would be like this, pursed her lips and smiled, then followed Zhang Lian and took a bucket of popcorn before entering the screening room. The two were seated in the center back with not much around them, and the air conditioning was blowing right over their heads. The whole screening room was stuffy and cold. However, Zhang Lian was in good health and didn't feel anything. Add to that the fact that he was a man who had never been concerned with a no-loss principle for what was out there, and with his full attention focused on watching the movie, he was even more oblivious to his surroundings. Bai Nianxue, on the other hand, was the opposite. Her mind was not on the movie at all. The whole time he was thinking about how to interact with Zhang Lian. Taking advantage of the fact that the movie happened to be an urban romance that she had chosen, she could have a few words about the plot with Zhang Lian. But when the movie was halfway through and the hero and heroine were watching the movie in the theater like they were, it was the hero's behavior that just inspired her. The male lead in the movie is also hard to get the opportunity to watch a movie with the female lead, want to talk to the female lead, and enhance the relationship to see if the other person in his heart for their own meaning. So the male lead said, "That, can I have a sip of your milk tea?" Bai Nianxue directly apply the formula, "Schoolboy." Zhang Lian, "Huh, can I have a sip of your milk tea?" Bai Nianxue asked as she approached Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian, "I want to taste what your cup tastes like. Didn't we buy the same flavor?" Zhang Lian only felt that this image how he just seemed to have seen it somewhere. Well, Zhang Lian was a little hesitant in the end. There was still some instinct for life, a little bit of cleanliness. But Bai Nianxue was unforgiving. Her eyelashes lowered as she stared at Zhang Lian's milk tea, slightly puckering her mouth. "Can't you?" Zhang Lian, "It's fine. You drink it, senior sister. Who can stand up to this?" Seeing this, Bai Nianxue was secretly happy in her heart. It was exactly the same as the movie plot. It's just that the movie is the male lead teasing the female lead, and she and Zhang Lian have it reversed. Having received positive feedback, she then had even more confidence in Zhang Lian. In front of Zhang Lian, he held the straw of Zhang Lian's milk tea and gently took a sip. "Hokage, why is yours better?" Bai Nianxue held the right side of her face and tilted her head in slight surprise. Zhang Lian was sitting on Bai Nianxue's right side and was suddenly made to feel like a deer in the headlights by Bai Nianxue, so that she had no intention of watching the movie. "Yes, really. If you don't believe me, drink mine." Bai Nianxue was waiting for these words and backhanded her own milk tea over on her left-hand side. "Zhang Lian, I'm searching and I'm not saying you're wrong. I trust your sense of taste, senior sister." Zhang Lian tried to politely decline. "It might be, gave me fresh ingredients to use. My luck is better than senior sister's. Picking the good ones." Who knew that? Bai Nianxue frowned slightly, seeing through Zhang Lian's polite refusal with a single glance and not eating it at all. "How do you know if you don't even try?" Bai Nianxue puckered her mouth once again, her arm propped up on the armrest of Zhang Lian's seat, her eyes looking at him pitifully. "Makai, you dislike me again, schoolboy?" No. Zhang Lian immediately explained. "Wait, I think I've heard that somewhere too." With a hot head, he immediately took Bai Nianxue's cup of milk tea and put it into his mouth in one bite. The corners of Bai Nianxue's mouth rose as she asked knowingly, "How was it? Flavor? Isn't it the same?" Zhang Lian felt that there was no difference, but the only difference might be, sister's cup seems to be sweeter? As if tasting the flavor, Zhang Lian smacked his mouth twice and mused, "Senior sister, you may have put more sugar in this cup. You don't like sweetness, may not taste as good." Bai Nianxue's eyes widened slightly as she repeated, "Mine is sweeter? I can't believe it's the same feeling as my own." Zhang Lian, "Well, I'm drinking like this." Bai Nianxue immediately realized what was going on and smiled crookedly. "I also feel yours is sweeter. Better drink. Why don't we just switch sips for each of us?" "Huh." Zhang Lian's face quickly reddened and warmed. How could he not understand what was being said? Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Bai Nianxue withdrew her right hand and sat up straight again, returning her eyes to the big screen with a smile on her brow. Zhang Lian pinched his rolling ears at the sight. Sister, this. Why can you make my ears roll every time? Without saying anything more, Zhang Lian continued to watch the movie seriously. Another short while later, the movie neared its closing climax. Zhang Lian was watching intently when suddenly his left shoulder was pressed by something fragrant. Bai Nianxue suddenly leaned on his left shoulder. Sister. Bai Nianxue. Well. Zhang Lian listened and tried to keep his posture unchanged. His neck stretched out to aim at Bai Nianxue's side face. I only saw Bai Nianxue with her eyes closed, looking like she was already asleep. Zhang Lian. Sister? Are you asleep? Bai Nianxue. There was no response, so Zhang Lian didn't dare to move around at all. But the mind, naturally, is forced to shift from the movie to the person next to it again. Careful Zhang Lian noticed that the handrail in the center was somewhat choking Bai Nianxue, so his right hand carefully removed the oversized bucket of popcorn between the two, carefully pressed the armrest down again so that Bai Nianxue followed the trend and got even closer to Zhang Lian, like a soft marshmallow stuck to your left. Chapter 88. Playing again. Then he picked up the jacket he had taken off at the beginning and rightfully covered Bai Nianxue's legs and hands. It wasn't that Zhang Lian noticed that Bai Nianxue was a bit cold between the clues, so he carefully made the usual warm-hearted behavior. Rather, he knew that since the beginning of time, it was necessary to sleep with one thing covered to avoid catching a cold. Sister, cold or not, he does not know anyway. Sleep belly must be covered, even if the world is only the last leaf can only cover the belly. Otherwise, you'll catch a cold the next day. Only after doing so did Zhang Lian take his mind back. But at this point, his mind was already half on the movie and half on Bai Nianxue next to him. And his subconscious hoped that his schoolmate would sleep a little longer. Just the angle of his vision could not see. Bai Nianxue's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the corners of her mouth also carried a smile. The movie is over. The audience exited in an orderly fashion and the entire screening room became noisy. Bai Nianxue was still leaning on Zhang Lian's shoulder without responding, so Zhang Lian had to wake her up in a low voice. I fell asleep. Bai Nianxue looked as if she had just woken up from a nap, and her eyes carried a drowsiness as if she had just opened them. She rubbed her eyes and noticed Zhang Lian's jacket that covered her legs, and directly hit the straight ball and said, "This is? Schoolmate you covered for me, ah? Wool. Who else built it if not me? My dress grew legs of its own and ran into your lap?" Zhang Lian reached over and took the jacket, humming softly. Bai Nianxue followed closely behind. "You're so warm, schoolboy." Zhang Lian. Walking out of the movie theater, the time had come to 10 p.m. It was almost time to go back to the dormitory. Back to the dormitory? Bai Nianxue was puzzled. Tomorrow is Saturday? You have classes? Nope, nothing. Zhang Lian was also puzzled. What? Listening to what she said, is she still planning to stay out with herself for one more night tonight? What's the rush then? Play some more. Bai Nianxue said glowingly. Huh? But didn't you just doze off at the movie theater, senior sister? The corners of Zhang Lian's mouth twitched. Although he also quite liked staying with his senior sister, it was also because he saw that she had dozed off that he was thinking of not going back to school. Bai Nianxue choked and casually said, I didn't doze off. Zhang Lian. Huh. No, I took a nap and I'm in good spirits now. Bai Nianxue hurriedly changed her words. Seeing that Zhang Lian still looked skeptical with a raised eyebrow, she immediately changed the topic. You want to go back? Hearing this, Zhang Lian immediately denied. That's not true. The movie was not bad. I was quite refreshed by it. Didn't doze off like you did, sister. Then, stroll around again. Bai Nianxue immediately made the call. Then dragged Zhang Lian to the inside of various clothing stores. In the meantime, all right, get lost, get lost. Peng Haosen cleaned up the battlefield without a good mood and urged. Li Yongman, however, only snorted and bossed I love you while his hand speed of taking off his apron was not idle at all. The reason for this was that Xin Yu was already waiting at the door. Because Xin Yu was considered an official part-time job compared to pure helpers like Zhang Lian and Peng Haosen, Li Yongwan had to teach her how to make tiramisu, as well as go shopping for ingredients. When did the son of a go behind his dick's back and have contact with his dick's childhood friend? Looking at the figure of Li Yongwen and Xin Yu gradually walking away, Peng Haosen narrowed his eyes and pondered. 5-finger cookies. Freeze for 10 minutes. Animal cream. Shunyu has always been serious about her work, and she carefully recorded the work that Lee Yongwon gave her. Although with her family's condition she actually didn't need a part-time job at all. She just wanted to enrich her college life. She was still more interested in a part-time job where she could make money after being exposed to it firsthand than adding clubs and student government. Plus, Lee Yongwon is also a freshman, everyone is a freshman, but Lee Yongwon is able to execute in the freshman pool full of their own open a small store and their own craft. There's always a lot to learn when you follow great people that you don't get from books. How many seniors have not Lee Yongwon such a plan, close to graduation are still feeling confused about the future? So she felt admiration for Lee Yongwon from the bottom of her heart. At least it was more powerful than Zhang Lian. Of course, she's talking about certain aspects of execution. If it comes to playing games and stuff, Zhang Lian's execution is not expected to be low. What? The game? Get on the number. As a matter of fact, when Lee Yongwon got serious, he was like a different person, completely devoid of his usual hangdog ways. Along the way with Shunyu to pick a good raw materials, and the whole process of making tiramisu in steps are one by one with Shunyu to explain clearly, and in some easy to ignore the point is also told especially clear. He was serious about this and wanted to teach Shunyu well. That's all for now. It's not difficult. If you have any questions later you can ask me again. Lee Yongwon smiled gentlemanly, without the so-called boss frame. Alone in front of a girl, he still needed to keep up a bit of an image. Good. Shunyu nodded, and after recording clearly with his cell phone, he put the phone back into his pocket, and then prepared for the return trip with Shunyu. Don't look at Lee Yongwon hanging around in front of Zhang Lian and the others, talking like a pea shooter, but after he got serious, he wouldn't even fart. Instead, it was Shunyu who took the initiative to bring up the topic. Why are you so good at this? Opening your own store your freshman year. There? It's okay. Lee Yong-moon replied humbly. It's really impressive, and I don't think it's good to rent a store in a school, is it? How much is the rent? Shunyu asked with simple curiosity. Lee Yong-won is not at all shy about this. More than 3,000. This store is really not good to rent. I have a relationship. Oh, Shunyu expressed her understanding. The original owner of the store I happen to know. Lee Yong-won added. So what were you thinking, opening your own store freshman year? The cost is so big. Shin fished 2 eyes glowing, spare like she grew up to save money habit, also cannot do so big boldness at once into so big cost. And talking about this, Lee Yong-won originally smiled with the color of God, obviously a little bleak, like thinking of something bad. Chapter 89 School Bullying. This one looks good. This one too. It fits pretty well. Sister, why did you bring me here to try on clothes? Zhang Lian, honest as a Barbie doll, was brought to the clothing store by Nianxue to be dressed up. Although the outfit on Zhang Lian wasn't bad, but there was always an error in everyone's aesthetics, and Nianxue naturally still preferred the clothes she had personally picked out for him. Nianxue rubbed her chin with her right hand and smiled with narrowed eyes. You forgot. What? Zhang Lian was changed into a snow-white shirt, and with his upright figure, he looked very clean and handsome. The buttons on the front of his neck were open, revealing his skin as white as a girl's. Although people are not so sunny, but people rely on clothes, so aware, Zhang Lian originally smiled on the sunny and cheerful look immediately more youthful vitality. Look at Nianxue all pursed lips and swallowed saliva. Have you forgotten that last time you lent me one of your shirt jackets? Nianxue said as she stepped forward to view a circle around Zhang Lian. Oh! Zhang Lian immediately nodded his head, remembering that the last time he got wet in the rain, he had given his senior sister a shirt. Isn't it proper for me to return one to you? Nianxue said with great satisfaction. It doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it, but… Senior sister, you can just return that shirt to me directly. No need to buy it for me. Zhang Lian said and was about to go back to the fitting room to take the shirt off. Here a thin shirt are $300, his shirt mom in the spell you above not to say $9 at most $100 to buy, and he gave his schoolmate that shirt or half a piece. That one I… broke, right? Nianxue immediately stopped Zhang Lian and said with wide eyes. In fact, that dress is still under her pillow, and she pulls it out occasionally to look at it or hug it. So I have to pay you for one. Zhang Lian. No need for schoolmates, if it's broken, it's broken. You must be compensated for one. Nianxue said without question. Just this one, and take a pair of pants. Little handsome brother, your girlfriend is really good. take the initiative to buy things for you have to cherish. Without waiting for Zhang Lian to open his mouth, the clerk rushed forward to take a look at the label on Zhang Lian's body to take a backup and start packing.
No.
Zhang Lian was actually momentarily speechless. His hands stopped in mid-air at a loss for words. No, just wear it and go. Seeing this, Bai Nianxue added, just cut off the label. How much is it? 688. What? It's kryptonite for skins. What a money grab. Zhang Lian shouted bandits in his heart. Simply bandits. If your mom brought you to buy clothes, the price would have to be cut in half. Sister, this loss to eat. The key is to buy for yourself. Drop. Payment was successful. Let's go. Bai Nianxue said with a happy face, as if the shopping purchases were for herself. But Zhang Lian felt that his heart was in debt. The night was spent by his sister. How could he feel good as a big old man? Walking out of the clothing store, walking along the entire commercial street towards the beach, and passing by the beach at night, Zhang Lian took a look at the time and the distance from the school. It was already 11 p.m., and the door to go back to the dormitory was also locked at this time. He immediately took it upon himself to book a gaming room. Full version. After clicking on the payment, the feeling of indebtedness in the heart immediately dissipated half. He wasn't a big fan of feeling indebted to others, so when confronted with someone's kindness, he would always want to return it. Sister, I've ordered. That's my alma mater there. Want to go take a look? Bai Nianxue didn't know what Zhang Lian was messing with. She was just thinking of taking Zhang Lian to see her school like a girl shopping with her favorite person. If she could one day, she would also like to visit Zhang Lian's alma mater. There will be a former him there. Zhang Lian had nothing to hesitate about. He didn't need to remind his sister of this time period. He thought that she must have a number in her heart. Yeah. Haicheng Experimental First High School. A few large red block letters hung above the gate. It was almost 11 o'clock, but there were still a scattering of high school students hanging around the school. It looks like it should have just gotten out of late-night study as well. Sister, what time do you have to study until? There are still students this late? Zhang Lian felt a little too rolled up. He is a village man. The City Key High School evening study is only until 9 o'clock in the evening.
10h40.
Bai Nianxue replied as a matter of course. Looking at these familiar school uniforms, Bai Nianxue thought back to the days when she was in high school when she was chatting and playing games on her cell phone with Zhang Lian. Only then did he respond by asking, aren't you guys? We top 9:30. 10 o'clock the whole campus is cut off, but the dormitory is cut off at 11 o'clock. Zhang Lian answered truthfully, no wonder it's Haicheng. It's really Anjirolda. Ha ha ha. There's a saying in Haicheng No. 1 middle school, if you don't work hard, you'll only be able to study at that university across the street, Bai Nianxue said in a pretentious manner, then looked at Zhang Lian. It's High University. Zhang Lian? Ah, what a terrible curse. I didn't only go to High University, Bai Nianxue laughed. It's already very impressive. The two joked with each other as they passed through a snack street near the school and past an alleyway. Saw a couple of boys in school uniforms inside as well as a girl stuck in a corner. Zhang Lian stopped his steps and instinctively stopped to watch. When she was in junior high school, Xin Yu had once been blocked by a girl from the same school because Xin Yu was too good-looking and had seduced a certain boy. Not only will this kind of TV show bridge appear in real life, but it will only get more outrageous. During that period of time, Xin Yu suddenly became uninviting and her behavior became more and more wrong. Until one time after school when Zhang Lian happened to see her being pulled close to the women's restroom by a couple of girls. Zhang Lian also did not say anything. This time also do not care what male or female toilet. Go in on several girls a fierce cut. What? Hitting a woman? The fight is female. In the internet he is the same for men and women, not to mention in reality to engage in school bullying. That time big and small fights he quite a lot of fights who see him shall not call a speech brother, but also dare to hit his people. The women are beaten as usual. In the back, even if the group of women also found someone to make a date with Zhang Lian, they were easily solved by Zhang Lian. What's wrong? Bai Nianxue was naturally inexperienced in this area since she was a child, and noticing Zhang Lian frowning as he looked into the alley, she followed suit and looked inside. It seems like there are a few people bullying a girl, Zhang Lian said. With that, Zhang Lian began to lift his sleeves and prepared to enter. Chapter 90 Let Go of My Sister. A person doesn't have a smile on their face when they really want to win. Bai Nianxue noticed Zhang Lian's gesture, and then saw Zhang Lian's serious and earnest face, which was déjà vu but different from that fierce look from the first time they met. This time it's for real. To do it. Bai Nianxue immediately pulled Zhang Lian to a halt. What are you doing? Zhang Lian turned around and smiled confidently. A hero rescuing a beauty. There are so many of them. Bai Nianxue was worried about Zhang Lian getting hurt and looked back in the direction of the school. The security guards closing up had already gotten off work at this hour. It's fine. I'll go and take a look. You can hide here, senior sister. Zhang Lian said with a light tone and a sense of security. But Bai Nianxue wanted to say something else, but suddenly heard the cries of the girls inside. Heart also inexplicably rose a wave of anger. Hands also slowly loosened Zhang Lian. Then be careful. She chose to believe Zhang Lian and said, well, don't worry. Your brother won't come to your rescue unless you cry louder. Louder. Fatherless thing. Call your brother quickly. Let your dear brother come to your rescue. The girl was blocked in a corner and slapped by a couple of tall boys. Her hair disheveled and her face marred by tears. She took the trampled cell phone and dialed her brother's number. As several people had asked her to do, a concerned voice immediately came from the other end of the line. Hello? Why are you calling your brother me so late? Brother. The girl couldn't help but bring a sobbing tone to her voice when she heard her brother's kind voice. What's wrong? Something's wrong. Your sister is waiting for you to save her. Come quickly. We're in the alley in front of the school. Come quickly. The chubby boy at the head of the group grabbed the girl's cell phone and spoke into the phone in a provocative tone before immediately hanging up. The bullying of the girls continued in turn immediately afterward. So you are a local of Haiqing. Xinyu and Li Yongwan strolled through the commercial street before buying the raw materials to make tiramisu, and rode the subway to try to rush back to their dormitory before the school closed for the night. Yes, before my parents divorced, my sister and I lived in Ocean City, Li Yongwan said. But then my mom cheated on me and my dad, who wasn't my dad exactly, found out that my sister and I weren't related to him. After the divorce, my mom was so tired of me and my sister that she left me and my sister with my oldest uncle. The good thing is that she probably had some conscience and left some money for me and my sister. At that time, I was 7 and my sister was 5. When she was leaving, she asked me to take good care of my sister, and I was stupid enough to agree. Li Yongwen's mouth carried a self-deprecating bitter smile. Xinyu heard immediately quite sympathetic, want to try to comfort, but do not know how to speak. Li Yongwen took a deep breath and continued. It was only later that she realized that she actually didn't want my sister and I anymore, and that money was the final severance payment. Luckily, my great uncle was okay. Not particularly nice, but he did raise me and my sister. Also this year, I got into Shanghai University, so I brought my sister back to Haicheng, and she got good grades too, and she's studying in Haicheng First Middle School. So, I have to make money to support my sister to be able to. It's all just forced. It's not as great as you think. In the course of talking about the past, the two had gotten off the subway and returned to the front door of the school, which was just in time to close. Hurry up! Li Yongwen took the lead and ran. At that moment, it was a phone call that suddenly came to him from none other than his own sister. Hey, what are you guys doing? Zhang Lian gradually approached the few people and shouted out when he was still several meters away from them. From a long way away, someone among the few people noticed Zhang Lian walking in. From the point of view of the aura, Zhang Lian walking in from the bright light without any fear at all was indeed a bit of a bluff. Coupled with a thin shirt, one could see the muscles of the other person's body type. But the yellow hairs never rely on their own people. The momentum can never be false. The lead of the fat man immediately exported. None of your business. Get out. However, Zhang Lian, who heard these words, continued to walk in the direction of the few people without even stopping for a step, directly ignoring the fat man's words. Seeing this, the other yellow hair immediately said, "You're her brother?" Yeah. What's wrong with her?" Zhang Lian had already arrived in front of a few people by this time, and a few people saw this and consciously grabbed anything that could be used as a weapon around them in their hands, ready to start a fight straight away. Instead, Zhang Lian stood straight, glanced at the girl shivering in the corner, and ignored everyone to call out softly, "Come here." The girl raised her head tremblingly and looked timidly at Zhang Lian, a stranger she didn't even recognize, although completely unknown and with the same fierce face as those boys. But from the affirmative answer he just gave, saying that he was his brother, she felt an endless sense of security in Zhang Lian. "Don't be afraid, come here," Zhang Lian said gently, completely ignoring the few boys. The few bully boys were also a bit bluffed when they saw this completely different aura look of Zhang Lian. Mostly they needed to see what the fat boy leading the charge had to say before they could follow, which meant they needed a lead. The girl glanced fearfully at the few boys surrounding him and slowly stood up, literally about to walk towards Zhang Lian. That's when one of the boys exited. Fatty! The fat boy immediately had a bottom, although he is the leader, but also needs someone to follow. At least he knows that the posture of the person in front of him, strong, terrible. He wouldn't have been able to beat it if he'd gone one-on-one. You'll go with you when you say so? He immediately glared at Zhang Lian and growled, turning back to grab the girl's arm again. So what do you want? A few of you big boys bullying a girl. Zhang Lian clenched his fists. If he wasn't worried about accidentally injuring the girl if he went straight for it, he would have started fighting by now. Cool. Your sister is very unintelligent at school, you know? Why doesn't she know any better? Ignoring people with her, pretending, borrowing money and not giving it, not moving, saying she has a brother. I can give you as much as you want. First let my sister go. Just before Zhang Lian could finish his words, a black shadow directly rushed in, a kick directly to the fat man's stomach. Li Han. Chapter 91 Zhang Lian, God of War. The speed was so fast that Zhang Lian didn't even have time to see the silhouette, and Li Yongwen had already kicked the fat man who was dragging his sister to the ground.
Li Han.
After kicking down, he immediately pulled Li Han, who was frozen in place, behind himself with concern. Is everything okay? When Li Han saw that his own brother had finally arrived, his aggrieved tears snapped down and he lowered his head without speaking. Seeing this, Li Yongwen's anger went straight to the sky, and he shielded Li Han behind him. Tramp bullied my sister. While saying this, he looked around, this time snapping to attention who he had just passed. But at this moment, he didn't have time to greet each other with Zhang Lian. The fat man who was kicked down a few meters away immediately became angry as well. The kick he just received on his fat-filled stomach didn't do much harm. He immediately climbed up from the ground and spat a mouthful of spit, cursing, "Cursed horse! Fight!" He certainly wasn't afraid of more people hitting less people, not to mention the fact that before the fight even started, he, the one who was the boss, was kicked in the face first. Feeling disgraced as well as angry, all he had left at the moment was an adrenaline rush. No matter what, fight first. A few of the boys instantly came towards the two in a furious manner. Seeing this, Li Yongwen immediately pushed Li Han to Zhang Lian, signaling Zhang Lian to take his sister and go first. Take my sister. He who did not know Zhang Lian's combat power, at this moment, just wanted to ensure his sister's safety. After saying that, he faced a few gangster yellow hairs that were not shorter than him with fear, and didn't step back. Instead, he directly roared and rushed up, fighting with a few people, yelling as they fight, as if that would dull some of the pain. Although Li Yongman was a few years older than the first few boys, it was clear that Li Yongman was not considered skilled when it came to fighting. In this situation, if you can't fight more with less, you should at least catch one of them inside and slash them hard, killing them without letting go. Only with this kind of desperate fight can the momentum bluff the others. Instead of yelling while playing like a schoolboy, "Hurry up," Zhang Lian said softly as he reached out to shield Li Han backward. But Li Han was helplessly frozen, not daring to go forward or run, especially after seeing his brother get into a fight with a few people who knew that in the next second, the big brother next to her also suddenly rushed forward. When Zhang Lian saw that Li Han was not moving, he did not force her to leave this place anymore. After all, his own brothers had already fought, and he was not available. So he went straight ahead, just making sure a few punks didn't hit Li Han. Compared to Li Yongwen and several people who had a big melee, hitting others less and getting beaten more, Zhang Lian was like a god of war. Several people were still surrounding Li Yongwen when Zhang Lian kicked one of the smaller boys with a flying kick, and he fell to the ground, unable to stand up for half a day. It was only immediately afterward that the rest of the group switched their targets from Li Yongwen to Zhang Lian, armed with an assortment of sharp weapons, including the bricks in the corner of the alley. But their attacks couldn't even touch Zhang Lian. They were held in one hand by Zhang Lian, and then pressed down on the alley wall with a slap. Their heads let out a muffled sound the moment they hit the wall, and the person who was hit also fell to the ground with a wail, only to feel his headache spinning in the sky and the earth, followed by absolute crushing. Superman punch, whirlwind palm, the jackhammer, crow in an airplane. Without any effort, together with the fat man in the lead, he stepped on his feet and couldn't move. Fight me? Next, It was Zhang Lian's turn for the winner to speak. I started practicing when I was 3 years old, beat Sunshine Kindergarten Invincible when I was 5 years old, had a date with a middle schooler when I was 7 years old in elementary school, and was 8 years old. Li Yongwen opened his group too quickly, causing Zhang Lian to not follow him in the first place. So he took a bad beating, with blood seeping from his face. But seeing Zhang Lian's competent and decisive strikes, his hands are vicious and venomous, 1 foot at a time, 1 fat man at a time, simply fierce like a god of war. After knocking a few boys to the ground in 3 or 2 strokes and stomping on this dead fat guy to deliver his victory speech, he still couldn't hold back and asked Zhang Lian, "What's wrong with 8? Zhang Lian?" Zhang Lian, of course, will not tell him that at the age of 8, he accidentally saw Shin Yu bathing. At that time, he was stupid enough to go up to Shin Fish and ask how come there was no little Gigi. "Let me Angie know you're bullying my sister at school again. Don't dare. Don't dare." Li Wingman, in the future at school, know what to do, right? I know. Definitely won't bully your sister. What? Li Yongwen raised his hand in a fox-like manner to teach the fat man a lesson. In the future, you guys are in school. Give me good protection for my sister. If my sister suffers any more grievances, I'll assume that you guys did it behind my back. Zhang Lian clasped his hands to his chest and said coldly to the few people. His tone not one of consultation but a bullying tone exactly like the few people. The meaning of this sentence was also very obvious. If Li Han was bullied in school again, Zhang Lian would directly identify it as the work of a few people. Then at that time, he didn't mind coming back to the entrance of Haiqing No. 1 middle school to block a few people from school. Do unto others as they do unto you. He is simply evil. The fat man at the head also had to agree. Not to agree, he felt that tonight cannot leave. Only after the several people had all trembled and agreed to Zhang Lian, and Li Yongwen's request did Zhang Lian release the several people and made a gesture of keeping an eye on them at all times. This action was simply horrifying in the eyes of several bullies, who kind of felt the fear of being bullied for the first time. But this same action, in the eyes of Li Han, who has been terrified, is a sense of security pulling full. He's practically a prince. While supporting his wounded old brother, his eyes glanced several times toward Zhang Lian. "Brother, are you okay?" "It's fine, light injury. Those few people won't dare to bully you in the future," Li Yongwen said lightly. "Well, I know." Li Han looked at his oldest brother with heartache, and at the same time, his tone was a bit complaining. "Brother, why are you so stupid every time?" "Where am I stupid? Can't fight but still charge forward. It was like this when I was a child."
Li Han Sait Ajgrasibeli.
"Who asked you to be my sister? They bullied you." Li Yongwen didn't feel that he had done anything wrong in protecting his sister. "You could have pulled me and ran."
Li Han Complainat.
"What about you at school? Can you still hide? Then you can't beat them in school, they are still the same." Li Han was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly stopped speaking. Li Yongwen also understands, but how can he, as an older brother, not be able to put up with bullies who bully his sister to get away with it? And he has to fight even if he can't. Fight to the death. Zhang Lian then quietly listened to the two chattering as the 3 of them slowly made their way out of the alley. Bai Nianxue also ran to the alley at the first opportunity after seeing a few punks come out of it first. When he saw Zhang Lian, he immediately went forward and carefully observed, "No injuries, right? Let me see." Chapter 92. Is this brother's girlfriend? Senior sister, I'm fine. It's this guy who's not fine. Faced with Bai Nianxue's obviously anxious concern, Zhang Lian only felt somewhat flattered. There seems to be a rabbit hopping around in my heart. Bai Nianxue didn't even have the heart to look at the person next to her, only focusing on seeing if Zhang Lian was injured. On the contrary, Li Yongwen and Li Han on the side of the two. See this scene, revealing 2 completely different expressions. Li Yongwen, even with the color hanging on his face, after seeing Bai Nianxue's eager concern for Zhang Lian to the point of ignoring the people next to him. His face quickly overflowed with the usual lewd and pleased expression.
Literally translates to roughly. Yo so concerned.
If the 2 of them returned to the dormitory at this time, even if he was injured, he would still act out the scene on the spot, pulling Zhang Lian's hand in a death-defying manner, and following Bai Nianxue's tone, he lustfully screamed, "Schoolboy, quickly let me see if there's any place where you're hurt," then inevitably exchanged for Zhang Lian's storm. Li Han, on the other hand, was looking at Bai Nianxue with a puzzled face thinking, "This is this brother's girlfriend? So beautiful." That's right. Isn't it right to have a pretty girlfriend when you're so powerful and good-looking? Strange. Why is the heart empty? After checking a bit, she was relieved to find that Zhang Lian was indeed not injured, only his white shirt was stained a bit. Only then did he notice Li Yongwen and Li Han on the side. Especially after seeing Li Yongwen's face full of color and Li Han's hair messy look. She turned her head to look at Zhang Lian again. The gap between this picture style is not a little too big. A voice suddenly rang in my heart. Is he so good at fighting? Then will he beat me up in the future? I can't beat him. Turns out he really had it in him when he first said he was coming true to me. Not just saying it off the top of his head. For a moment, Bai Nianxue looked at Zhang Lian and took half a step back, suddenly feeling a little fearful and vain about the tall, handsome boy in front of her. She is now. But she's still lying to him. Suddenly, Li Yongwen, who was on the side, spoke out. Done. I forgot about Shunyu.
Zhang Lian, ah?
What the hell? Shunyu is still out there with you this late? Zhang Lian's eyes widened as she reached out and grabbed the clothes on Li Yongwen's chest. He did have the heart to help this kid. After all, he had pushed Shunyu's Weibo to him. But you boys can't progress that fast. Too soon to be insincere M3. As Shinyu's childhood friend, he naturally still had to be Shinyu's gatekeeper for the low-quality males around her, and couldn't just stand by and watch her get cheated by a scummy guy and then hurt all over the place. What's more, the scumbag passed through customs on his own. Seeing Zhang Lian change his face so quickly, Li Yongwen hurriedly explained, "It's not what you think, Dick. It's not where I thought it was. My muddy horse." Zhang Lian easily picked up Li Yongwen like a small chicken. "What do you want to do when you're still out there with her that late at night? What the hell are you trying to do to her?" Bai Nianxue blinks and blinks when she hears it, silently retreating half a step again. Why does that sound a bit like she's being told that? Listen to me explain to you. First send my sister back to her dormitory, okay? Then we'll go find Xinyu and I'll slowly tell you. Li Yongwen said in a clear and organized manner, although his brain was beaten, but fortunately, his brain was not broken. All right. Then let's send your sister back to her dormitory first. Hearing this, Zhang Lian glanced at Li Han, whose hair was still in a messy state, and felt sympathetic. He also introduced himself to Li Han. Your brother and I are classmates and in the same dormitory. Li Han nodded obediently and responded with a small, "Oh." Li Yongwen at this time his big word said. You can also directly tube him called brother, not bad generation. In the dormitory he is the smallest. Zhang Lian. Li Han nuzzled her mouth slightly, wanting to laugh a little at the sound. Huh. Zhang Lian. Who is the youngest? Not you? You old two, I old one. Li Yongwen sophomoric, after all, the word youngest also means one. Cowhide. Zhang Lian was speechless. He had been completely defeated by Li Yongwen's thick skin. The dormitory of Haiqing No. 1 middle school was next to the school, not inside the school. So the three of them sent Li Han directly to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory building. After seeing Li Han safely back to the dormitory building, Li Yongwen is considered to be in the heart of the sigh of relief. Ghosts know that he 10 minutes or less from the Haiqing University directly to the heart of the Haiqing first experienced in the end what? He Li Yongwen is not afraid of anything. The only thing he is afraid of is what happens to this sister of his. And originally their own sister in the original high school on Quite Good. Just because he got into the Sea City University, do not want to be separated from their own only to transfer to here. If anything happened to his sister because of himself, he really might do anything. So this was the reason why he, who was usually the most hangdog in the dormitory and kept easy to get along with and mild character with everyone, surprisingly struck out faster than Zhang Lian and angrily fought with someone as soon as he came up. Didn't see it usual, fight quite fiercely? Saying goodbye to Li Han, Zhang Lian teased. Li Yongwen immediately peeled on Zhang Lian's shoulder. Ouch, 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 called out. I can't. It hurts too much. Can't walk. Bai Nianxue on the sidelines to see the situation immediately cover the mouth gently laugh. But then a little jealous, he can directly touch Zhang Lian. Isn't it quite powerful, one against several? Zhang Lian did not intend to let him go, elbowing him while flirting. No, you can fight, you are really able to fight, in the future you cover me, brother Yen. Li Yongwen know the time a horse. He is now walking without Zhang Lian is a little difficult. All right. Where is Xinyu? Hurry up and get in touch. Zhang Lian didn't have the good sense to say. Chapter 93. You're not going to get smoke in your head like last time. Are you? I'll do it. Bai Nianxue saw Li Yongwen picking at Zhang Lian's dead appearance, so she took the initiative to undertake. It just so happens that I have Little Fish's WeChat. Zhang Lian saw this heart feel surprised. School sister and small fish relationship has been so good, that Shin Fish that guy can't be late at night with the school sister to spit out their own faults and so on. Bad. It seems that the ding-dong car is also very close to the schoolmates, so what they know about their own embarrassing things. Not good. My persona. Danger. In his heart, he felt bad at once. But on the surface, he did not say anything more. The two of them tacitly followed by Nianshua's footsteps to head to meet up with Shenyu. Eventually, the trio managed to meet up with Shenyu on a flyover in a commercial street near Haiqing No. 1 Middle School. As soon as the joint, Shenyu was stunned by Zhang Lian behind by Nianshua's eyes. In the cell phone did not say too much about the cause. Bai Nianxue just told her to meet and say. So when she saw Zhang Lian, who shouldn't have appeared here, her reaction couldn't be described as big. Zhang Lian is here, schoolmarm looking for me. This guy is actually on with his schoolmate's late-night date? Shen Yu's brain has already staged a Zhang Lian crappy dating scene. Why are you here? Why are you here? The two men jointed and spoke in unison. The tone of surprise used by one and the questioning tone used by the other. I just came out to have something, here. Bought the ingredients to make tiramisu. Shen Fishbody is not afraid of the shadow slant said. She is now carrying 2 bags of ingredients in her hand. This is the evidence. Originally, both she and Li Yongman had returned to school, but kindly she heard how bad things seemed to be coming from Li Yongman's phone and how anxious Li Yongman was. Coupled with the fact that she heard the story of Li Yongwan from childhood to adulthood, her heart was compassionate, so she did not think so much to follow Li Yongwan out of the school again, wondered if she could contribute or something. But nay, Li Yongwan ran fast, and she was the first time to come to this side of Haiqing First Middle School. Even if she followed the navigation, she missed the direction of walking into Haiqing First Middle School several times, and finally came to this flyover. But Zhang Lian, who heard this explanation, narrowed his eyes slightly. Is that so? Li Yongwen nodded his head repeatedly. Yeah. Xinyu and I really just simply came out to buy ingredients. He had already explained things to Zhang Lian along the way. Didn't let you talk. Zhang Lian elbowed Li Yongwen again to shut him up. It's so late. What are you doing following this sandaler around? He is going to fight. What are you following for? Zhang Lian said in a good-natured manner, but in reality, he was concerned about Shen Yu's safety. Fighting. Shen Yu looked at Li Yongwen, who revealed a mask of pain and begged for mercy after being elbowed by Zhang Lian, and hugged Zhang Lian like a sloth in a dead embrace. And she thought that this was a unique way for the two of them to get along. A fight. She looked at Bai Nianxue full of doubts. Bai Nianxue nodded affirmatively at the sight. I don't know Shin Fish honestly said. She this rabbit legs and pincer dragon hand, also deal with Zhang Lian. Really let her fight with other boys? She will not be junior high school when the school bullying still need Zhang Lian's save. So in the face of Zhang Lian's tone that was almost educating her, she was self-conscious of her shortcomings. So she answered honestly like a child who had made a mistake. She also knew that it was Zhang Lian's concern for her that made her say that, and even if other people were crippled or something, it had nothing to do with him, Zhang Lian. Seeing this, Zhang Lian saw that she reacted honestly, and the grumbling went down for the most part. Concerned again, he asked, and where are you staying this late? Turning his head to look at Li Yong. Is it hard to force with this? When Xinyu and Li Yongwen heard this, they immediately explained to each other. No way. How could it be? Can't I just find a hotel? Zhang Lian viciously gouged out Li Yongwen and said in a bad mood, your kid had better. If you dare to mess around. After saying that, Zhang Lian, just like the chartered lady in the Star movie demonstrating to the Axe Gang boss, stretched out a fist and squeezed the bones to snap. Li Yongwen immediately buried his head in Zhang Lian's neck. Squirming uncharacteristically said, I Yengura, how can I dare a small, and not have not seen your male wind? Zhang Lian was filled with black lines. Get lost? Dead human demon. Pfft by Nianxue. On the other hand, didn't hold back her laughter. After finishing talking about Shenyu, it was naturally Zhang Lian's and Bai Nianxue's turn to be questioned by the two. The few people set off towards the gaming hotel that Zhang Lian had booked. Zhang Lian carefully took over the 2 large bags of ingredients. Xinyu and Bai Nianxue walked together with their arms around each other like 2 long-lost good sisters, while Li Yongwan was still hanging on to Zhang Lian. Passerby. What a match made in heaven. Passerby B. What do you think of them as 2 pairs? Passerby. Isn't it so obvious that there are 2 pairs? Those 2 men are almost kissing each other. Passerby B was struck by lightning? Are you talking about two couples? Passerby? Or what? Xinyu naturally wouldn't torture Bai Nianxue, and after wrapping her arms around Bai Nianxue and glancing at him, she pursed her lips tightly and asked Zhang Lian, Zhang Lian, why are you still out so late? Zhang Lian, and with a schoolmate? You have something going on as well? The topic was originally directed at both Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue, but Xinyu was hardened to speak only to Zhang Lian, just to see how Zhang Lian was going to answer. I. Zhang Lian turned his head to glance at Bai Nianxue, wanting to match his schoolmate's statement, but as soon as he locked eyes with Bai Nianxue, the other party immediately looked away from him, purposely not looking at him. So not knowing how to answer, he got a %# stuck in his throat and didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Xinyu continued to snicker. What? What are you talking about? Zhang Lian. It's just something. I remember someone saying that there is absolutely no other reason in this life to stay out at night other than an internet cafe? Xinyu flirted. Right. Zhang Lian said sheepishly. So it's a gaming hotel. Oh, Xinyu deliberately stretched his voice. So it's a gaming hotel. With whom? Zhang Lian's ears have reddened into a brilliant. Li Yongwen was very close. Immediately felt it. His eyes swept back and forth between Bai Nianxue and Zhang Lian. His eyes turned. Ghost ideas were born. Hey, Lao Air, you have a fever. What's with the ears? You're not going to have your head smoking again later like last time, are you? Chapter 94. Sister Schwer, take a bath together. Like they had smelled some gossip, Xinyu and Bai Nianxue looked to Zhang Lian's ears. Zhang Lian immediately reached out to cover it, while not forgetting to throw Li Yongwen under his shoulder. What's a smoking head? Xinyu laughed. She hadn't seen Zhang Lian's head smoking yet. Li Yongwen let out an ouch, dragging his injured leg and following Zhang Lian in 3 or 2 more steps. Although in return, the other party still peeled him off again and again. He also unhurriedly explained to Xinyu, it's just like a cell phone smoking, he will. Ha! Bai Nianxue looked at Zhang Lian as if she had discovered a new world. Xinyu also stared wide-eyed. Really? Quickly perform one for me to see. The corners of Zhang Lian's mouth twitched as he listened, and Yin Yang said, why don't I perform one for you? I'll show you another explosion in place. Okay? But I haven't seen smoke coming out of my head, and I haven't seen you do it before. Xinyu pulled Bai Nianxue, wanting to ask if it was her. But in return, Bai Nianxue pursed her lips without knowing. But Bai Nianxue thought carefully, it is not impossible after all. She lifted the skirt before. Have seen Zhang Lian's CPU overloaded stupidity with my own eyes. It was just late in the day and she didn't see if it was smoking. Xinyu, why were you smoking? Did you see something?
Zhang Lian, roll o.
Li Yongwen. He was looking at his cell phone. Let me go teach him to make tiramisu that ouch. Before the words were finished, he received a solid elbow strike from Zhang Lian, forcing the mic to close. Although Zhang Lian's reaction had been quick, the message of Li Yongwen's revealed words was still captured by the 2 girls who were naturally sensitive. Seeing that Zhang Lian was seriously silent, Xinyu also stopped continuing to tease him. Instead, he and Bai Nianxue glanced at each other as if their hearts were in the same place and smiled at each other. At this time, Bai Nianxue's thoughts, naturally, is not forgotten at all, recalled that oversized version of the Qingti pudding. Open another one. Okay. ID's out. When he arrived at the gaming hotel, Zhang Lian had originally booked only 1 room. Of course, he wouldn't sleep in a room with his senior sister. And when it came to the second half of the night, he would go to an internet cafe to deal with the night. He's not poor, but he's influenced by his own mom, and he's also mastered a fine-tuning. Come all the way, of course, he is directly overnight since the beginning of the school year so far. He has not even once overnight. High school have not developed early to bed and early to rise. To the university are almost developed. And the reason for all this is because of Bai Nianxue. But then, because of the arrival of Li Yongwen and Xinyu, he now had to temporarily modify his plans. But Li Yongwen, who was next to Zhang Lian, asked without understanding, why do you want to open another one? Wouldn't it be better to just get a 4-bedroom? Zhang Lian deflated. The 2 of us have a room, and senior sister and Shun, you have a room. Open a 4-bedroom. In the middle of the night we go to sleep in the internet cafe is not enough? Li Yongwen had a rare chance to think with Zhang Lian on the idea of an internet cafe. Zhang Lian immediately looked at Li Yongwen with considerable admiration. This son must not be retained. He will have great achievements in the future. This point hadn't even occurred to him, a brain comparable to Einstein's. Then change it to a 4-room gaming room. But at that moment, Bai Nianxue spoke up, walked to the front desk, and said without question, "No, just 2 double rooms." Xinyu pursed her lips at the sight and didn't say anything, but her eyes were more wonderful than anything else. To put it bluntly, Bai Nianxue, how could she let her favorite boy go to sleep in the internet cafe? And the boy who hand bakes his own cakes and delivers brown sugar water. When they got upstairs, the 2 girls and the 2 boys each went to their rooms. Li Yong1 looked at the entire computer configuration. Suddenly excited, up number. Zhang Lian was also wringing his hands 1 second. But the next second he sat down on the comfortable gaming chair, took out the standard Fat House Happy Water and various snacks from the small refrigerator and snack rack on the side, and began to enjoy himself later. Internet cafes always still do not have this kind of environment incense, just a little more expensive. The 2 boys sighed into the state that is quite fast, to play the game of the ground that is naturally immediately take advantage of the geographical advantage. A second refused to waste on the start of the first-person shooting. On the other hand, the 2 girls had a bit more brewing to do. A review of an earlier series of conversations. "Do you want to take a shower first?" Bai Nianxue asked. Xinyu looked at Bai Nianxue with 2 glowing eyes. "Are we together?" Bai Nianxue. She doesn't have a fetish for it. Xinyu finished and palmed his mouth. "I didn't mean it like that, Sister Schwer. We can review it while rubbing the bath." She had already shown that she wasn't the same by rejecting Bai Nianxue last time, but she didn't mind bathing with a super pretty girl. Moreover, she could give Bai Nianxue a back rub. She had the technique. "Boys are different. You're ing handsome, you get the out of my way. Don't ing stand behind me. Also, no picking up soap." Bai Nianxue heard. To Shinfish she also felt nothing, so she nodded to agree. The 2 girls then went into the washroom together. Soon the bathroom was smoky, 2 hidden figures in which to endure infinite reverie. From it came a constant stream of silvery laughter, as well as compliments on each other's well-built bodies. "Sister Cher, why are you so white? Like milk. So smooth. How did you do it?" Bai Nianxue was tickled and pursed her lips. "I'll push the link for you later." Xinyu smiled cheekily, and his hands continued to massage Bai Nianxue. "How is it? The strength of mine is okay, right?" Quite comfortable." Bai Nianxue closed her eyes to enjoy it, and Xinyu's hand wandered over Bai Nianxue's back. He, Sister Cheryl? It's also because I made the first move." Xinyu flirted while rubbing, the meaning outside the words naturally understood by both of them. It means that Zhang Lian hasn't touched it yet, but she did first. Bai Nianxue's face was red, and she didn't know if it was because of the temperature or the fact that it was her first time bathing with another girl. A helpless smile. Chapter 95. I'll be back early. School. Your mom's kiss? Zhang Lian looked at the screen, quite large, 2 words of failure, and then looked at his own record, killed 17 did not win, and then look at the middle of the record belonging to Li Yongwen, 322. Directly put down the headset to the side of the bed to pick up the pillow. Came back to Li Yongwen a set of unexplained moves. "A game you can send 22 NG? You poet? Ouch, ouch. Ouch, don't hit Brother Yen, I'm not injured. Not very maneuverable." Li Yongwen sophistically said. It's also true that he has an injury on his hand, and playing the game more or less affects his handling. "Your grandma. The pit is dead." Zhang Lian threw the pillow away after hitting it and sat back in his seat. Seeing this, Li Yongwen hurriedly handed Zhang Lian the unscrewed coke, while saying in a beautiful manner, "It's been an hour. You should be able to ask if the schoolmates are coming or not. Right?" Zhang Lian deflated his mouth. Originally he was able to have a sweet double row with his schoolmate. Now he was screwed. He didn't even have a chance to sit together and play the game. After waving his hand, he took out his cell phone with the intention of sending a message to his senior sister, asking Bai Nianxue if she wanted to come along for a game of hacking. As for Xinyu, that guy has been concerned with his studies since he was a kid, so he shouldn't be playing games. I don't know what the 2 of you, sister and Xinyu, are doing at this time. So it turns out that the other night downstairs in our girls' dorm room, when he came running to deliver the tiramisu, he was actually delivering it to you, and I was just dropping it off? Xinyu had already been communicating with Bai Nianxue since the bath, grasping the progress of the 2 by and large, while also giving Bai Nianxue an all-around dissection of some of Zhang Lian's small behaviors. I said, why did he idly send me tiramisu that night? Xinyu adjusted her rollover on the bed to adjust her posture. Her 2 snow-white rabbit legs bent and overlapping together as she realized, Then just now at the footbridge there, Li Yongwen said he taught Zhang Lian to make tiramisu. This guy. When did he become so thick and thin? Everything strung together, Shun Yu marveled. Bai Nianxue listened to Shun Yu's analysis. Her eyes curved like the snowy moon in the sky, and her heart was like a piece of sugar that she had contained before, which suddenly got a second taste and became even more sweet and rich. Sister Schwer, he has never been like this. This point I dare to assure you, I think. Shun Fish bulging mouth, pinched his pointed chin, use words conservative some said. This guy is the mouth is more hard. In fact, the heart has been. Listening to it, Bai Nianxue sat on the gaming table side and immediately shyly buried her head on the gaming table, her voice whimpering as it came from her arm. This? He didn't say I can't be sure. He's just tough talking. Shin Yu got up and came to Bai Nianxue's side. The important thing is to see what he does, not what he says. Bai Nianxue slowly raised her own head, her eyes brightly squinting at Shin Yu. Shin Yu pursed her lips, being adorable by Nianxue's appearance, and then instantly thought that school sister Bai Nianxue would even like this Zhang Lian guy. Leaning back, it's really cheap for that guy. Sister Cheryl, you look like this. If I were a boy, I'd like you too. Bai Nianxue sat up straight and lifted her hair, dropping it to her ears, tilting her head and looking at Shin Yu with a crooked smile. That's not what you said last time. Obviously the first time we met. Said nothing can ba.
He.
Shin Yu collapsed onto Bai Nianxue's shoulder. One size fits all. It's almost time. I'm going to ask him to play the game. Do you want to play together? Bai Nianxue gently patted Shin Yu's head and asked. Yeah, but I'm not very good at it. Shin Yu agreed. It's okay, what do you know how to play? The game is well, having fun is most important. Bai Nianxue said gently like a big sister. Zombies. And that online game. In the end, since Shin Yu really didn't know how to play the game, plus the time was already quite late, and she wasn't in the habit of staying up too late, she was the first to flee the battlefield and chose to sleep. The remaining three engaged in a period of intense three-rowing. And because Li Yongwen couldn't keep up with the two men's technical operations, and was pressured by Zhang Lian, as if he was intentionally driving him away, in the end, he had to play his own game, and then lay down on the bed to play with his cell phone. Then, it is the sweet double row time belonging to Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue. Good kick. Good catch. It's huge. Yes. It was rare to work together so well, and it was the first time that Zhang Lian was able to work together so well when playing with someone other than Tinkercar. Next time, school sister, you and Tinkercar together, the three of us 3 rows, the package of points. Zhang Lian said at the headset microphone. Huh? Ha ha. Bai Nianxue listened to the embarrassing laughter to sound. This is still now rented number. Next time? Next time I won't know which number. It's quite late. Do you want to rest, senior sister? Looking at the time, it was already past 3 in the morning. Zhang Lian was concerned. He himself does not matter, but girls generally love beauty and cleanliness, and their work and rest must be more regular than that of boys. Of course, the fact that Bai Nianxue can play online with Zhang Lian for so many years and be a netizen for so many years, her work and rest is no better than Zhang Lian's. But you can still maintain fair, smooth, and acne-free skin. This is natural beauty, no comparison to people who break out whenever they drink milk tea. To be frank, isn't Zhang Lian the same? A disorganized routine, but it doesn't stop him from being a good-looking guy, too. Not resting, Bai Nianxue said softly with an airy voice. In the end, it was late into the night. People would seem much softer when they spoke. Zhang Lian couldn't say, but only felt that it was very good. So, I'm open? Well, how about, we'll play another game, Bai Nianxue suddenly suggested. Other games? What? We'll connect first, you come out first. Bai Nianxue used her cell phone to dial over the WeChat call to Zhang Lian, then retired from the game room. Zhang Lian's side picked up in seconds, mouse pointing at the game lobby in the center of the screen, waiting for Bai Nianxue's next command. Play which one? He basically has numbers for all the games that are hot on the market. Play. What are your 4th of July plans? What is your National Day arrangement? Zhang Lian recited once in his mouth and mouse clicked on the search box to search. There's no such game. Oh, ask me? I should be making a trip home. Zhang Lian answered Bai Nianxue honestly, somehow already on the verge of being able to answer any question. Oh. Zhang Lian lowered his tone. What's wrong? My country celebrates. Also go home. Bai Nianxue said for no reason, My home is in Haicheng. Oh. A moment of silence. Good. Zhang Lian responded dully. Good what? Bai Nianxue asked in a small and extremely gentle voice. At this moment her ears along with her cheeks had already reddened into cherries. I'll be back early. School. Well. 1 hour later. Good night. Good night. Chapter 96. Being the first on his list? Since waking up that night, for some reason, Li Yongwen and Shen Yu always felt that there was something wrong with both Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue, but they couldn't tell. Obviously, it was also the same as before. It wasn't uncommon for the two to be together. But before, they would more or less have a feeling of eating melons, and now the strange melon-eating mania disappeared. Instead, there is an indescribable light bulb feeling. It's like looking at the two before, it's like two dead ducks with a stiff upper lip, especially Zhang Lian. That dead look similar to a Tang monk makes people just like to tease. But now and then tease, there is absolutely no that kind of feeling. On the contrary, there is a kind of oneself in the two flirting. Obviously they are still single, in front of the two live like a clown feelings. Are the two together? Can the way the two get along hasn't changed too much? Is it possible that the two have become resistant because of more teasing? Those who also had this feeling, besides Xin Yu and Li Yongwen, there was also Bai Nianxue's dormitory sole informant, Su Qianqian. The leaderboards are out. Xia Tong's first time back in the dormitory. This news broke out. Su Qianqian and Lu Siki hurriedly clicked into the link to check it out. Let's see if any of your favorite male gods and goddesses are up there. Xia Tong laughed, then looked at Bai Nianxue, who was sitting in her seat with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Shuoshua, what are you looking at? Bai Nianxue hurriedly turned off her cell phone, which was clearly displaying a chat box. She tensed. No, nothing, what's wrong? Xia Tong squinted slightly and didn't see clearly, deliberately snickering if she was chatting with some handsome guy. Then since it was someone else's privacy, she didn't ask any more questions, but turned back to return to the topic. This time, our school's #1 school flower is still our Xue Xue, and the total number of votes has reached over 13,000 votes. From the 4th-year seniors down to the 1st-year students, all of them have been captured. Snap! Applause flood. Bai Nianxue. Look. Look. Yuki herself didn't even react at all. Is this the ultimate suppression? Damn it, Lu Siki bit the corner of her pillow in jealousy. Su Qianqian spoke out at this time, the corners of her mouth subtly rising, unable to suppress it. I don't think showing Yuki a list of her own massacres certainly didn't feel like much. I think you have to show Yuki dudes, and she definitely reacted. Bai Nianxue listened to the heart inexplicably gave birth to a wave of bad feeling. The body tilted back, staring at Su Qianqian. That's right. Xue Xue is a girl no matter what. She definitely likes handsome guys. Xia Tong affirms Su Qianqian's statement. This time the school grass list has been updated quite a lot. In addition to each grade respectively, some new handsome guys have popped up. The total school grass list #1 is now also changed, no longer before to Hua Zhenyu. You'll never guess who this man is. Ah? Lu Siki hurriedly clicked in to see Wu Hao, a sophomore, a cute-looking little boy. No? I want handsome guy. What is this? Lu Siki frowned tightly, although she usually is like to smile wickedly like Shurji Maiden. Seeing a handsome man or a cute kitten or puppy will trigger. Brushing some small handsome man, she will also small puppy call others. But she wanted a little puppy that wasn't this kind of boy who looked even cuter than she did. Rather, I want the kind of guy who is fierce on the outside, but wooing in front of himself with a sense of contrast drawn out. What the hell is this? Didn't expect it, did you? I didn't expect it either. He's the #1 right now. This list is simply too watery. I don't even know who's voting for him. Su Qianqian did not follow Xia Tong and Lu Siki to spit out the list, but and Bai Nianxue looked at each other. Bad smile. Then a slide came to Bai Nianxue in front of. Dry, what for? Bai Nianxue's eyes flickered. She had guessed what Su Qianqian was going to do again. Wild list? What to do? Su Qianqian's mouth formed an O shape, her eyes slanting upward to look at Bai Nianxue. What's it to me? Bai Nianxue twisted her body, holding the mouse and quickly refreshing the computer screen twice. He didn't make the list, hey. Su Qianqian muttered in a small voice. If it's not on, it's not on. Bai Nianxue said indifferently. She didn't care about this at all. On the contrary, she didn't even want Zhang Lian to be on the list. She just wanted to have him all to herself, and it was best if no one else found out. Really? Su Qianqian narrowed her eyes slightly. then you've sorely missed a chance to be his top one. Ha! Keyword triggered. Bai Nianxue turned her head. Look, this whatever Wu Hao can be on the first place, obviously all brushing votes. Su Qianqian took her cell phone and showed Bai Nianxue. If you brush Zhang Lian for the first place, and then tell him that you are the first on his list, doesn't that take your relationship one step further? Bai Nianxue's eyebrows knit slightly as she considers a few things in her mind. Although she was indifferent to the matter of whether Zhang Lian was a school bully or not, it didn't matter to her if she was a school bully or not. She's only been charting him as a person from the beginning. But if it's a schoolboy, doesn't seem to hurt? Of course, she wasn't thinking about some schoolboy girlfriend title, although it sounded okay. Mainly, Su Qianqian said, he became his list a big sister this point. Sounds like it does. Very cool. Then, originally one could only order him around in the student council, after having the title of Peng One Big Sister. Wouldn't that be a legitimate excuse after work hours? Again, with her understanding of Zhang Lian, this excuse of her own is even completely in line with Zhang Lian's tastes. Chapter 97. You've become a schoolgirl. See page 32 of the book? Class, and let's look at this picture. The white-haired old man on the podium lectured, and the words spat out from his mouth were like a hypnotic spell pouring into the ears of the university livestock underneath, directly hypnotizing a large swath of Li Yongwan, who was lying on the desktop and starving to death, turned his head to look at Zhang Lian, who was listening to the lesson intently, and asked weakly, "What will you eat later? What else can I eat?" The standard cassoulet set meal clucked. Zhang Lian said sarcastically, "He has a peculiar point of intense concentration, which seems to have something to do with his gaming, causing him to stay refreshed even when he's in a hypnosis session. It's one of the reasons his high school grades have stayed consistent, and it's the basis for his ability to improve so much in the course of his senior year." Ah! Hearing that answer again, Li Yongman buried his head in despair. On the other side, the students who didn't sleep were basically swiping their cell phones, and so were Yan Wei's and Peng Haosen. Suddenly, Peng Haosen and Yan Wei's whispered a few words before simultaneously looking at Zhang Lian, who was staring at the blackboard. Then the two men pushed Li Yongman and held the cell phone out to the dying Li Yongman again. "What the hell, let me see." Li Yongwen's eyes are going to be unable to open, half squinting to look at a glance. High university schoolboys list. With a thump, Li Yongwen's originally listless and tired eyes widened abruptly. "There's such a list?" He immediately took Peng Haosen's cell phone and flipped through it. "You don't scroll down, you look at who's number one first." Peng Haosen was all but speechless at Li Yongwen's blindness, reaching out to re-scratch the top of the screen twice to return to the top. Li Yongwen's hands gave way, allowing Peng Haosen to flip through the list. He just instinctively wanted to see where his handsome ass would be on this list. So the first thing he did when he got it was to scroll down and look for his name. However, when he heard Peng Haosen say this, he immediately made a show of silencing his perfect jawline. Could it be that someone has discovered the beauty of this handsome man? Peng Haosen flipped to the top, blankly glanced at Li Yongwen, and nonchalantly scolded, "Ugly then." Li Wingman mouthed a reply, "I'm on the morning 8. Then coalesce your eyes to the position of the person at the top of the leaderboard. He'd like to see what kind of Yakuza is in first place and what he looks like." Immediately after seeing the name and photo of the person above, read their name out slowly. Zhang. Le. Word C. "What do you call your father?" Zhang Lian, who was listening intently at the side, turned his head when he heard it, his two eyebrows twisting up and down, and his eyes were big and small as he looked at Li Yongwen. Seeing this, Li Yongwen shook his head speechlessly and let out a light laugh, then grabbed Zhang Lian's clothes in front of his neck and opened his eyes angrily. "You?" Grasped by the kernel of reviews. "Damn you!" "Huh!" Zhang Lian was dumbfounded, viewing the Li Yongwen in front of him like he was looking at a sand dollar. "Who are you to say? Are you as handsome as me?" The corners of Li Yongwen's own mouth curved up in an arc when he said this. Zhang Lian did not follow the little cutie, playing. He moved his butt to the other side of the empty seat and said perfunctorily, No, I'm ugly then." "What do you mean? Then why the hell did they select you as the schoolgrass?" Li Yongwen followed closely behind. Zhang Lian. "You go away. My mom won't let me talk to cutie. Play. See for yourself." Li Yongwen held Peng Haosen's cell phone out to Zhang Lian at this time. The first thing on it is a picture of himself, still in his military training outfit, lying down under a tree, But the good thing is that the light side is very good. Hit on the face with his fair and flawless skin. Looks very sunny and handsome. The whole photo just seems to have both the sunshine and vigor of a teenager and the abstraction and hilarity of giving an intimate, "Who took the picture? I'm going to sue him for violating my personal portrait rights." Zhang Lian didn't care about the matter of being number one on the list, but instead pursued who took advantage of the fact that he was resting on a cooler to take ugly pictures of himself. "Can your ing focus be normal?" Li Yongwen tugged at the corner of his mouth without any good humor. Zhang Lian continued to click on it, and besides the first one on the cover, there were surprisingly several pictures of himself inside. There were those who rode their bikes by themselves, those who played soccer, and those who stayed by themselves with their schoolmates, mostly from a passerby's point of view, as you can tell from the photos themselves. The only one, the same one of myself in my military uniform under a tree, but extra close to myself, at this distance. How could one not notice? Ugh. Why did you miss it? When was this taken? This would surely only be the work of an acquaintance. Can't be these three assholes. Why are they filming me? That? Who else could it be? Xinyu? She was in military training when she was in her own military training, and she didn't even come. Tinker bike? I did come here with my sister during military training. Wait. Schoolgirl. Zhang Lian looked at this photo. Thoughts suddenly returned to that afternoon, the day Bai Nianxue first came to give them milk tea. That time, he seemed to be the one who saw the schoolteacher seemingly take a cell phone and snap at him inexplicably and wonderfully. But the schoolteacher said no. This photo, could it have been taken at that time? It's kind of like that. Cell phone. Give it back. Just as Zhang Lian was contemplating this, Peng Haosen, who was separated by one Li Yongwen, was already urging Zhang Lian to return his cell phone. Zhang Lian immediately handed the cell phone back to him. "Thank you, schoolmarm." With that, there was an immediate delight in a fresh title. Schoolmaster is mighty. Zhang Lian frowned. Nuts, huh? I dare not dare, we're just ordinary people. How dare we deal with the schoolmaster? When Lord Schoolmistress is angry, he ambushes 1,000,000 corpses and bleeds for 1,000 miles. I wonder how many little fangirls at school will want to verbally attack us. Zhang Lian?
Schoolmarm sama.
Schoolboy brother. Schoolboy. Roll it. Sand dollars. Sometimes meet so few detrimental friends, but also quite helpless. Not only do not dare to mess with the circle of friends, and even be sent by others have to suffer a wave of ridicule. Zhang Lian only wanted to know who signed him up for this what hooker schoolboy list. He was going to get him. Chapter 98. The Schoolboy's Brother. Bai Nianxue top. Pictures. Sister Bai Nianxue on top. Congratulations, you're already our schoolboy. Just as he was thinking hatefully about which bastard had idly signed him up for this school grass selection, Bai Nianxue's message was sent to his cell phone. The picture was exactly the number 1 ranked cover image that Zhang Lian had just looked at. Zhang Lian saw this and replied, "Shy, helpless, hold forehead, bitter smile. I do not know who voted for me up. Don't let me catch you. If I do, I'll make sure he gets a taste of what it means to be haunted by nightmares." Zhang Lian continued to type and spit continuously with Bai Nianxue. Response from Shiranui Snow. "I voted it up for you. Bai Nianxue. I'm still on your list." What? Just clicked send. And the message that was sent, Zhang Lian hurriedly long pressed to withdraw. But at this time, the opposite side of the cell phone, Bai Nianxue is holding the phone, is sending him a message. Forgive the back and forth interval is only a second. She has also seen. Immediately after, Zhang Lian quickly re-edited and sent. "So it's you, senior sister, Zhang Lian. I thought someone was deliberately pranking me, haha." After sending it, the opposite party returned an adorable head-down kitten emoji, and then didn't send another message over. Seeing this, Zhang Lian sucked in a breath of cold air and changed the topic to ask, "Why did you vote me up, sister?" Opposite nearly seconds back. "Because I think the schoolboy is quite handsome." Zhang Lian stared at the message sent across the screen, didn't move, put down his cell phone, and turned his head to look at Li Yongwen, who was dangling a mouthful of soul around his mouth. Li Yongwen noticed Zhang Lian looking over. His head didn't move and his eyes slowly turned towards Zhang Lian. Frowning slightly after seeing Zhang Lian's expression, he tilted his head in doubt. "You laughing at your mom?" Obviously, it is to praise a person's good looks, from the mouth of his own brother and from the mouth of the girl he loves. The taste is one heaven and one earth. This is not. In the face of Li Yongwen's mockery, Zhang Lian even directly chose to ignore, and immovable Ri pick up the phone.
$100.
In the ear once again came Li Yongwen's guilty voice. What the hell are you screaming again? The upturned corners of Zhang Lian's mouth collapsed downwards, and a dragon claw hand went straight for Li Yongwen's waist. Hiss! Ignoring you, you're still cursing. Zhang Lian clapped his hands. The sweet words of a schoolmate can only exempt this guy from dying once. And if he still dares to be then don't blame him for being merciless. Looking at his cell phone again, Bai Nianxue sent him another message about having something to do at the Arts and Culture Department in the afternoon. Zhang Lian immediately replied that he had received it, and then resumed listening carefully. After eating the classic cassoulet at noon, a few people passed by the fruit store to buy a little fruit fish to replenish the body, and then back to the small dormitory of a few square meters of their own lying board lunch break. Except Zhang Lian was called away by Nianxue for lunch, in the office of the Department of Arts and Culture, with the air conditioning cooling on and the fan fanning, a man sits in a leather seat eating a fresh lunch. How was it? Is it good? Bai Nianxue sat across from Zhang Lian, propping up her face with one hand and staring Zhang Lian down with a smiling face. Fragrant. Too fragrant. Zhang Lian didn't exaggerate at all as he wolfed down the food. Since he came to school, apart from going to restaurants, most of the time it was cassoulet and pre-made dishes from the school. It's been a while since I've had this fresh, home-cooked flavor. If you like it, let's go to the store next time. I guess you like this kind of Sichuan food once you're from the south of Sichuan. Bai Nianxue pushed all the dishes towards Zhang Lian's face, which she herself didn't really eat. Seeing this, Zhang Lian carefully captured this and raised his eyes just in time to meet Bai Nianxue's. You eat too. No, I'm not used to eating it. Bai Nianxue unapologetically stared closely into Zhang Lian's eyes and said tenderly, looking at each other for a moment. In the end, it was Zhang Lian who lost the battle and averted his eyes. If you can't eat it and you buy several of them, doesn't that mean it's for yourself? Zhang Lian only buried his head and fiercely dazzled his rice, no longer raising his head. Bai Nianxue didn't say anything, so she quietly looked him over and didn't look at her cell phone. She didn't make these dishes and she doesn't know how to, while indeed she went to a Sichuan restaurant and packed them back. She was prepared to give it a try, but when she saw the chef in the back kitchen scooping a good spoonful of chili sauce into each dish, the smoke going straight up and one half choppy one half, she was dissuaded from giving it a try. But even though she didn't make these dishes, she still felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart when she saw Zhang Lian eating so well. Right. The message you withdrew in the morning. Do you think I'm deliberately screwing you over in a prank? Bai Nianxue suddenly thought of it and directly opened her mouth to ask Zhang Lian. No. Zhang Lian chewed chewy. I thought, chewy, that someone deliberately screwed me over before putting me up. Chew chew chew. Ah, shock you. Bai Nianxue's eyes were soft with water as she watched Zhang Lian chewing, and chewing with both cheeks as he spoke to her. Oh. What about now? Now? Zhang Lian chewed chewy. You must have your reasons for doing this, senior sister. Chewy chewy. Chew chew chew. What reason can I have? Bai Nianxue broke the mold. Anyway. Chewy chewy. You're not going to hurt me. Chew chew chew. After saying that, Zhang Lian continued to show off a meal to the many dishes in front of him, not the least bit afraid of whether there would be any problems here. The corners of Bai Nianxue's mouth hooked up when she heard this reply, looking satisfied. Immediately after that, she threw Zhang Lian another question. Then, I'm your list one thing. How do you count it? Cough cough cough. Zhang Lian almost didn't choke to death in one mouthful, her face swishing scarlet. Slow down, Bai Nianxue unhurriedly handed over paper towels to Zhang Lian. What list one? Zhang Lian asked as he took the paper towel and wiped his mouth. He hadn't even received any money. Where did he get the top one? Where's the money? Just I give you vote I give you brush a lot before you brush to the school grass list first. Bai Nianxue blinking eyes smiling said. School grass brother, you cannot be a school grass on the list of a sister to throw away it. Schoolboy brother. Cough cough cough. In the morning, he had only just gotten various schoolboy beginning titles given to him by a couple of good older children, and this was refreshed with a new one here in the schoolgirls. Bai Nianxue's smile deepened as she covered her mouth at the sight, and this time, she pulled the tissue and stood up directly from her seat, bending down to reach Zhang Lian's mouth. Schoolboy brother, let my sister rub it on you. Chapter 99 has to be increased. Zhang Lian was made to blush by Nianxue. In the end, he is also a virgin, It is impossible to have no reaction at all when being teased by a pretty girl like this. But he wasn't exactly a blank slate. Neither did he duck, nor did he just act like a little kid too scared to fart when his big sister teased him. He looked positively at Bai Nianxue, who was approaching towards him, very skillfully cooperating. Even his expression was fully restored, and said with that unwillingness and remaining dignity between his eyes, "Sister Pengwan, this is another price. Gotta add money." Bai Nianxue's hand holding the tissue stalled in mid-air, her eyes widening. Her hand was already touching his mouth, hardly amused by Zhang Lian's unexpected reaction. But of course she wouldn't just stop after touching it. Gently wiped the corners of Zhang Lian's mouth, then smiled smoothly. "That's school, brother. I've wiped it now, what should I do?" Zhang Lian kept silent and didn't say anything. At this time his brain CPU was spinning several times faster than when he was playing the peak game. Ever since I was a kid, what girl would wipe her own mouth except for her mom? No, there are also, that is, girls who have liked themselves since childhood, but who have been physically repulsed by themselves. So, he hasn't encountered this with his CPU and is now frantically searching for knowledge on how he should react and cope with this relevant situation. Not good. What about relevant knowledge that only exists in novels and anime? Wait online urgently. But it was a good thing that when Zhang Lian's eyes dodged away and he didn't know how to answer Bai Nianxue, the door to the office of the Department of Literature and Arts was pushed straight open, breaking the deadlock. Lu Fei, anxious, after lunch to come to the office to pick up a chapter, just bumped into Bai Nianxue bent over, holding a paper towel in her hand. A scene that was wiping Zhang Lian's mouth. Her hand stopped in midair, and watched the first reactions of both. Lu Fei's brain immediately went down for a second, and then she looked down with an anti-smile on her face and apologized. "Sorry, Minister, for the interruption. You continue?" In the image she saw, Zhang Lian was a petulant and mute figure, revealing a surprised and dumbfounded look after seeing herself. And Bai Nianxue was originally a face of gentle smile. In the turn of the head to see their own open the door the moment the face is suddenly serious up look. For someone as imaginative as she was, this was the kind of image that she could have just constructed an entire storyline of the two of them getting along. It's obvious that the minister is flirting with the innocent little brother. Zhang Lian. "Sister, this is an office, not good." Bai Nianxue. "It's okay, elementary school brother, to sister feed. Is it good?" Yummy. Look at you. The corners of your mouth are stuck on from eating. Come, I'll wipe them for you." Lu Fei had already thought out the whole story and picture in her head. I didn't expect. The minister also likes this and even likes to play office play. Stand still. Just in the next second after Lu Fei's words had just fallen and she wanted to slip away, Bai Nianxue immediately shouted in a cold voice. "Hey?" Changing face so fast. Lu Fei's unhealthy images in her head were shattered by the reality of Bai Nianxue's indifference, and she muttered in a small voice. Then he looked up at Bai Nianxue. What's wrong, Minister? Do you want me to bring the door for you? Or want me to stand guard for you guys outside as well?" When she said this, Lu Fei was pursing her lips to stifle her laughter, while also glancing at Zhang Lian with slight anticipation. Zhang Lian was no longer surprised by this. After all, after the last dinner, he could not avoid being joked about when he ran into this vice minister at school. It was obvious that this vice minister had thought that he was getting into some kind of a thing with his schoolmate. So he didn't bother to stand up and open his mouth to explain. The way he disciplined his senior sister last time she ate hot pot was still fresh in his mind, and it would be good to leave this kind of situation to his senior sister to solve. And, again, for the same reason as in the past when the relationship was misunderstood, Zhang Lian didn't want to appear as if he wanted to clear the air with Bai Nianxue. In this case, it's good to leave the interpretation to the schoolteacher. However, Bai Nianxue didn't explain, but directly turned towards Lu Fei. With Zhang Lian's back, he couldn't see Bai Nianxue's expression at this moment, only to hear Bai Nianxue faintly say to Lu Fei, "You come with me." Turning his head to look at Zhang Lian again, his expression was not at all endowed with tenderness. "You eat yours." "Oh, good." Zhang Lian's heart was big, so he could finally eat properly. Unbeknownst to him, when Bai Nianxue turned her head to look at Lu Fei again, she immediately reverted to a smile full of murderous aura. The two reached the hallway outside the office and closed the door behind them. Bai Nianxue maintained her smile, but her tone was somehow filled with a threatening intent. "Fifi, what did you just see?" Lu Fei pursed her lips. The last time she saw Bai Nianxue this way, or she was in the hot pot store that time, After she came back, Bai Nianxue assigned her a bunch of things. No, Minister, I didn't see anything. Lu Feifei looked at Bai Nianxue with a stifled smile. Really? Willow Fei nodded her head like garlic. The lesson from last time. Seeing this, Bai Nianxue's tone eased slightly. Don't do anything extra. Oh. Lu Feifei continuously nodded her head. Aha. I promise that this time, I will never tell them that, Minister, you were dating schoolmate Zhang in the office. Bai Nianxue's head is full of black lines after hearing. Fifi, for the position of deputy minister, I think it's still a bit difficult for you to fulfill. How about? Don't, Minister, I was wrong. I don't dare to skin it. Late, Bai Nianxue said in a calm voice. Minister Sama, Lu Feifei beamed and pouted, but suddenly reacted with a flash of light. That's not right. Shouldn't I be the one threatening you in this matter? Bai Nianxue. Huh. Lu Feifei suddenly realized something and in turn smiled badly. Minister? You don't want to be known either. In the office with schoolboy Zhang. You even wiped his mouth, right? Bai Nianxue. How dare you threaten me? Lu Feifei covered her mouth and looked at Bai Nianxue mischievously. It seems the truth. Minister Sama, it's okay if I don't say anything. I don't want to work in the afternoon. I'm so tired from the work you assigned me last time. Then what do you want? Bai Nianxue's beautiful eyes stared at Lu Feifei. I also want to touch the fish, play the game, said Lu Feifei with a bad smile. Chapter 100. Bai Nianxue's favoritism was more or less felt by everyone. For example, the last time Zhang Lian touched the fish behind the curtains of the auditorium in public, there were many other student union cadres present at that time. Naturally, someone saw it, but at that time Bai Nianxue didn't say anything about Zhang Lian after she found out. There was also the freshman party when everyone came back and cleaned up the party site, and Bai Nianxue herself came back, but she said that Zhang Lian wasn't feeling well and went back first, and still gave Zhang Lian his full credits afterward. So Lu Feifei said that on purpose. And only Zhang Lian, who was in the middle of it, didn't know this. By 2 p.m., everyone went to work in the school's performance hall. When things are almost dry, Lu Feifei, the deputy minister, directly took the lead and began to play the game. Seeing this, Bai Nianxue also had to turn a blind eye, although it is not false to touch the fish, but in the final analysis is still in the things dry, almost time to start, so it cannot be regarded as touching the fish. This time, Lu Feifei also kept her promise and didn't tell the other student council members about the office scandal at noon. And with a vice minister like Lu Feifei taking the lead, she was soon surrounded by students from other student council departments watching her operate. It didn't take long for a group to gather around. Can Minister Lu play quite well? Come play with me. Who fan to wear all in, although it is the disciplinary department, but because the same student union which department has any extra credit work he is basically in. What's your strength? Lu Feifei laughed. She played auxiliary, not with a rookie. I'll pack C's. Who fan patted his chest and assured. High University's #1 Marco Polo, all right. Oh, it's you. Fei Lu had seen some of her school's hero rankings on the game. Currently one of the top players in his own school is a national hitter nicknamed Tinker Car, and a national confrontation nicknamed Maka Pakka, looking at the names like a couple who engage in abstraction. And the Hufan in front of him was under the impression that it was a small GB Marco coming up. Isn't there a tournament at 4 o'clock over at the game club for teams? Let's form a team and go? Someone immediately proposed. You can't even get on that king you're going to play in a tournament? It's not someone to lead, play for fun. As soon as the game is mentioned, Zhang Lian automatically refreshes around it. Just now she was beside Bai Nianxue talking to her. But the next second Bai Nianxue turned around and didn't see Zhang Lian. There don't seem to be enough people, short of a counter and a center single. Hu Fan, being the strongest among several people, naturally became the captain of this temporarily formed team. A few people around, other than those who were just too good to play, were also not playing and simply not working to come over and touch the fish. However, as soon as Zhang Lian was refreshed, Hu Fan immediately captured him in the crowd. I remember that schoolmate Zhang also plays farming, right? Hu Fan grabbed Zhang Lian by the hand and said enthusiastically. Zhang Lian, what are you talking about? There will be a tournament later. Let's form a team to play, just in the game club across the street, playing for fun. Hu Fan was very confident. Although his strength wasn't top-notch, it was already second to none in High University's peak score ranking. Usually in the dormitory, a few of the good oldest children also called him righteous father and asked him to take the fly. So he was feeling kind of fun about forming a team for a random fight. But then, he still automatically ruled out the 3 good big children in his dormitory. Too pitiful, even he, the national service Marco, cannot bring a... Hearing this, Zhang Lian immediately agreed confidently. Okay, if he was not confident in his own strength, he would definitely add later that he might not play very well, but Zhang Lian did not. What's your score? Didn't play much this season. Peak didn't touch, just ranked glory. Zhang Lian said modestly. Oh, it's fine, glory is enough. Hu Fan did not ask in detail, immediately invited Zhang Lian into his team. Anyway, the last C is him, as long as the other positions do not send it. So now, still missing a centerfold. Fei Willow said. Well, Hu Fan made a thoughtful look. Really can not only pull their own good big son to make up a number. At this time, Bai Nianxue looked over to Zhang Lian with auto-tracking on, walked behind Zhang Lian, and patted his shoulder. Zhang Lian turned around and saw that it was Bai Nianxue, whose face automatically overflowed with a smile. What for? Bai Nianxue asked knowingly, her tone teasing. It wasn't because Zhang Lian was groping the fish, but his tone was a bit chastising as he ran off without saying hello to himself. Hey, I came over to take a look. Zhang Lian, however, was innately attuned to Bai Nianxue in general, and immediately apologized and explained. This explanation immediately dissipated Bai Nianxue's blame. Then Zhang Lian thought of something. Last time Bai Nianxue's number he glanced at it. It seems to be the one who plays the middle single ah, and the strength is also quite powerful. Senior sister, you play center single, right? Zhang Lian asked. Although the last time with their own double row in the office Bai Nianxue has been playing the field position, but that is not her main playing position, especially that into the opposite side of the field of the huge Jianwei loading page or a green bean. That think must. If the infrequently played positions are so powerful, then the frequently played positions. It must be so powerful that it will go to the sky. Bai Nianxue stammered for a moment, her eyes glancing elsewhere as she casually said, Ah, right. That's just right. We're still missing a center single? Zhang Lian said, You can do it, senior sister. Race. Bai Nianxue. That game club competition? Right? Zhang Lian nodded, his eyes staring her down rather expectantly. Bai Nianxue looked at the childish him, and for some reason just kind of wanted to laugh, like facing a pampered child asking for candy. She smiled and softly hummed, So I'm reporting it for you? Zhang Lian was surprised to see this. Well, report it. Bai Nianxue said favorably. This contest is just a play club event, done for fun, and the prizes are just dolls and meal vouchers, all still provided by her. You know, the meal she brought to Zhang Lian at noon was more expensive than these prizes. I didn't realize that nowadays I would have to play hard to get this prize. Hu Fan, who was thinking of finding a random mid-ranking player, who would be able to eat both ways directly, suddenly heard Lu Feifei say to him that he had a mid-ranking player. Who? The minister of our literature and art department. Lu Feifei looked at Bai Nianxue with deep meaning and an anti-smile. Heart a burst of joy. When it is really a husband and wife. Chapter 101. Participation in competitions. The gaming club side of the program is mainly the members of the gaming club forming a team, and then letting other students compete as they please, even if it's a live team. This kind of event is just pure entertainment, not too much preaching. Everyone just wants to have a good time. And the game is also a one-game series where you win and walk away with the prize. After finishing their work in the performance hall, Zhang Lian, who formed the group, came to the outside of the game club's teaching room, and underneath this entire teaching building, they built a shed, next to which there were several standing signs, on which the game posters and the requirements for the competition were clearly printed. At the same time, sitting under the shed of the game club members are very enthusiastic. In order to attract the attention of passers-by students, the game club of the schoolgirls also wore a special COS outfit, COS of Daji. Hu Fan plus Zhang Lian, and a boy who is also from the Department of Literature and Art, that is, their teams playing field. The 3 boys did not say anything, only their eyes inexplicably glanced at each other after seeing Daji, and then they raised each other's eyebrows, and then they were so good that they put their arms around each other's shoulders as if they were blood brothers. It's a bit big. Where did you say? I'm talking about the tail. Obviously, there were quite a few boys who were attracted to the idea, but only a limited number of them actually came forward to sign up after all. Signing up was still about putting together a quintet to come out. For the students of this school in Haiku University, the dormitory are just 4-person dormitory. The vast majority of college students to socialize in the university is also only since the other 3 good dayer, classmates basically will not have contact. Even calling out all the good oldest children in your family is still one short, and that's still not excluding some of the good oldest children who don't attend. So, People are just passing by to see what's going on, and participation is more limited. And at this time, Zhang Lian several people hugely directly walked to Daji's school sister in front of, "Are you guys registering?" Daji's senior sister smiled with a warm brow when she saw a few people walking over, and her hand automatically picked up the registration slip on the table. Hufan, yeah, okay, make a note. Upon hearing this, school sister Daji turned around and reached for her pen again, her large fluffy tail flicking into the face of the innocent Zhang Lian on the side. Hufan pursed her lips at this and raised an eyebrow at Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian reacted before he had time to laugh. Suddenly behind him was pulled, followed by turning his head to see expressionless by Nianxue staring ahead, didn't look at him or anyone else. But it just pulls him back. Somehow, Zhang Lian, a burst of weakness, a big man of more than 1.8 meters, was very easily by Nianxue pulled to the side of. From the moment Zhang Lian and Hu Fan's trio raised their eyebrows at the sight of Daji, by Nianxue noticed. She didn't understand boys, but she understood Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian's eyes rolled. She knew he was thinking of something else. So when she approached the game club, her eyes kept glancing towards Zhang Lian. And when she saw the three of them laughing happily, she became a bit jealous. Now that she had been swept in the face by Daji's fluffy tail again, she interrupted Zhang Lian's casting of another spell that was going to make him laugh with Hu Fan, and pulled him down in the process. Hu Fan this side saw the situation, immediately converged on the smile. See, Daji's school sister has been upright to put the paper and pen on the table. He will be serious to sit up and start to fill in the information. Zhang Lian, who was standing on the side of Bai Nianxue, sneaked a few glances at Bai Nianxue with his eyes, and he didn't dare to say anything after seeing Bai Nianxue's expressionless side face. At times like this, he who has long been with Shun Yu has a lot of experience and knows that this is the Schrödinger state that girls cannot be messed with. Once you say the wrong thing, that no anger can turn into real anger. If it was Shin Yu, he had already taken the pinch and could just talk in a way, and that guy Shin Yu couldn't even get angry if he wanted to. But now it's Bai Nianxue, he can't hold a little. But he can probably guess the reason why his schoolmate is angry. Myself and Hufan are a little too uncollected. At this time, however, Bai Nianxue suddenly opened her mouth, still not looking at Zhang Lian and staring flatly ahead. Like Daji. Zhang Lian stifled a laugh at that and stammered, No, like. Dislike or like? Bai Nianxue turned her head sideways and cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Lian. Not like that. Zhang Lian shook his head. Don't like that, you're still smiling so happily. Bai Nianxue teased, the corners of her mouth hooked, seeing through Zhang Lian as easily as she looked at her bottom. Zhang Lian scratched his ears. Meanwhile, Hu Fan in the front filled out the information of several people and handed it over to Sister Daji. Okay. Why don't you guys go sit in the classroom for a while? Okay, thanks. Hu Fan nodded his thanks, then turned his head to the four behind him and cocked his head, signaling, Go! There's another team in the classroom fighting the game club. Zhang Lian's 5 people were sitting on a waiting seat to the side watching the large screen projected in the classroom. There were also quite a few students watching from the seats over in the audience, which looked like they should be the family and friends of the two teams. And against no one, of course, not as well equipped as a professional gaming arena, but moved 10 seats on both sides. The two teams sit on each side. So humble. The corners of Zhang Lian's mouth twitched, a scene he found both bleak and funny. There are also free drinks to drink, not bad. Bai Nianxue pointed to a bottle of Coke on the table of both teams, and then looked to the podium where there were several boxes of drinks at the feet of the referees and commentators. When you can't beat them later, can you just trash talk them to their faces? Hu Fan's brain was new, and he instantly thought of this damaging trick of off-court interference. 3 fights against 1 being countered. Will you guys play? Zhang Lian, Bai Nianxue, Fifi Lu. The narrator at the podium was passionately narrating with a small bee that he had taken to some subject teacher's office, and I have to say that he had enough to say. And the audience, even the so-called coach, wearing headphones with a notebook, looking at the projector, a moment excited, fist a moment to hold his head, regret. The family friend supporting the challengers next to him didn't recognize him and asked, Dude, are you on our side? Me? I'm from the game club. The so-called coach pursed his lips and laughed, apparently on purpose. Then why did you come to our side? Roll. Friends and family heard this and said how their own team lost the group battle. This dude was so agitated that he instantly kicked him off the team. In the meantime, Hu Fan looked at the projected battle and gave a few people a lecture on tactics. It's clear now that Red is out of it, with all 3 paths broken, and waiting for the next wave of tyrants to be gone. Because of Bai Nianxue's character, Hu Fan didn't think she could play much better. On the contrary, he felt that a good-looking and excellent person like Bai Nianxue, who was busy on and off every day, where would she find the time to play games? Definitely playing noob. But since Bai Nianxue was a minister, and since he himself was just trying to have fun, he didn't say much about Bai Nianxue's joining. Therefore, he still considers himself the backbone of the whole team, and is especially responsible for taking on this burden. Wait, you guys, just don't send it, and you don't need to support me, just clear the line of soldiers under the tower to develop, and then Sister Fifi, you just pick ya to follow me, I'll pack C's to rest assured. Chapter 102. Attentive treatment all the time. I'll start the tempo when I get my gear in shape and just win. Listening to Hu Fan's talk, Lu Fei, who was the most vegetable in the room, nodded her head and was also infected by Hu Fan's confidence. She had never played in a tournament, and at her level, she hadn't even played in a team tournament. Although the game club tournament wasn't exactly a serious tournament, it was at least a tournament, and there were people attending, and there were spectators watching, and there was even a commentator. She is still more or less nervous. In case she makes any foolish operation later, the scene is immediately able to explain to her. And Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue, who were listening to Hu Fan's speech, nodded in agreement without saying anything more. All the way up to the stage, Hu Fan was making tactical arrangements and calming down with a few people, so that they didn't have to be so nervous either, and it didn't matter if they lost. Especially the most nervous Lu Fei, pulling Bai Nianxue's hand eyes wide open, holding the phone's hand straight shivering. Compared to Bai Nianxue, she was puzzled. Why aren't you nervous at all, minister? Are you good? She was nervous more because she was afraid that she was too much of a rookie and would be a drag for a few people later. Bai Nianxue smiled back. No, I'm not even on glory yet. The truth was that the number of the sister she played with Zhang Lian really hadn't gone to glory yet. Lu Fei heard. She is at least an honor, the heart more or less balanced. The four of them took their seats, and Hu Fan sat on the right side of Lu Fei, continuing to make jokes to Lu Fei to appease her, and at the same time appeasing Bai Nianxue and the boys on the other side of him who were in charge of playing the field, to relax and play. Hey, where's Zhang Lian? Appeasing and pacifying, Hu Fan only noticed that Zhang Lian on Bai Nianxue's side had disappeared. Bai Nianxue moved her fingers and turned her head. At this time, Zhang Lian is talking to several commentators by the podium. Here, the members of the game club didn't expect there to be games that came directly at their drinks before the game even started. But at that moment, they still directly handed the Coke to Zhang Lian. Thank you. Can I exchange it for a sugar-free bottle? Zhang Lian took the 4 bottles and returned one, saying, Here. The girls who were handing out the drinks were so helpless they laughed, covering their mouths with a smile and giving him a different bottle. Kinda picky. Zhang Lian smiled playfully for a moment. Okay. Thank you, senior sister. After saying that, Zhang Lian took 5 bottles of Coke and walked back, distributing the Coke down. Hu Fan saw this. It seems that Zhang Lian is not nervous at all, so there is no need for me to say more. Ha ha ha. Sugar-free. The only bottle that was taken to Bai Nianxue was a special one, and Zhang Lian confidently claimed credit with Bai Nianxue. He remembered that when he was watching a movie with Baek Nim Suet said something about it being too sweet or something. At this time he faced such a game without a bit of tension. His family has a National Service Center single, their own national service against the opposite side of the strength of the commentator. He just learned that his 5 gold standard, which cannot win, he still how to rush the summit matchup. And Bai Nianxue, who received the cola, immediately glanced at Hu Fan and their cola and immediately understood. No one will find the details unimportant, and even more so, no one will dislike the unique treatment. The corner of her mouth curled up, and even if she didn't actually dislike sweet food, at this moment, her eyes were staring straight at Zhang Lian, and she said gently, So attentive. And you still know that I don't drink anything sweet? Zhang Lian instinctively dodged when he met Bai Nianxue's eyes, and the calmness he had just felt when facing the commentator's sister swished away, and the urgency of the start of the match seemed to have suddenly made him constrained, suffocating like a boa constrictor wrapped around a snake. Ah? Well, last time. Stumped. Language system returns to novice status. Before the words were fully organized, Bai Nianxue instantly came closer and whispered in his ear. Good girl. Anaconda entangled. Red warmed up. What the hell is a good boy? Zhang Lian hurriedly took a sip of Coke to cool down while his eyes glared back at Bai Nianxue. Bai Nianxue smiled wryly and resumed her seat. This scene was Lu Fei in the eyes. Look at the two flirting. She was on the sidelines and laughed like crazy. The nerves of the game went right out the window. Give her 2 handfuls of melon seeds and she could sit and watch the 2 all day. By the time the opposite side adjusts, the game is almost underway. But it seems that one of the people across the street had a temporary commitment, so there was a change. And this person, who Zhang Lian happened to recognize, was Wang Jie, who had previously misunderstood himself and the tinker bike downstairs in the girls' dormitory, and liked the tinker bike. Oh! Wang Jie is actually from the gaming club. Zhang Lian muttered at the sight. You recognize? Bai Nianxue tilted her head. Well, I'll tell you later, old interesting. Zhang Lian thought of this one as chasing after Tinker Car, and it was just right to tell his schoolmates about it so he could have them ask Tinker Car what she thought of this matter. Bai Nianxue let out an oh sound, not even realizing that Zhang Lian was planning to play a game on his own. As the referee announced the start of the match, both sides began to ban each other's heroes. Even though it was a match, Hu Fan did not point his finger at Zhang Lian and the others in choosing heroes, except for letting Lu Fei choose Yao Mei to follow him. The ban ended. It was good that the opposite side did not ban Yao Mei. It looked like the opposite side was also going to take Yao Mei, so they left this ban. Immediately after that, there was the respective hero selection phase. As expected, the opposite side directly took Yao in one hand. Immediately after his own Mayo first took. After choosing his hero, this time Zhang Lian chose to abandon his own jail 9 gates and instead chose the more faction-bearing Kuan Xiaoman. The reason was simply because he saw Bai Nianxue pick Fire Dance. There wasn't much else to think about. It was simply that he felt that he could perform his martial soul fusion technique with his senior sister and mixed doubles. So it went with Chapter 103 Martial Soul Fusion Technique of Mixed Double Kick. Entering the loading page of the game, Lu Fei did not notice Zhang Lian's in-game nickname, because Zhang Lian had only glorified his account this season and hadn't played much in the Peak Tournament. There was no box unique to the Peak Tournament 10,000 strong. When he just entered the game, it was also Bai Nianxue who directly pulled Zhang Lian into the room, and as soon as he was sure that it was Zhang Lian, the game started immediately. Therefore, no one had seen the 3 large national symbols of the exclusive Jail 9 gates hanging on Zhang Lian's homepage. Gao Li Ma. They are Boss Chao Li Xin, and this horse refers to Sima Yi. Of course, Zhang Lian also not only these 3 heroes have the national standard, against the road heroes he basically have, the fielding heroes are also most of the gold standard, even Xiao Chao to Wang He by the way to fill in the position of a small country. It's all an all-time mark, though, as his Quin Komen has become a city mark because he hasn't played much this season. So in the loading page, Hu Fan the other 3 did not find Zhang Lian as a master, Lu Fei because of nervousness. The attention is also just put to look at Hu Fan Marco Polo head of the small national standard to go. After all, the game's victory is basically all in the hands of Hu Fan. As for Zhang Lian's Kuan Xiaoman, she just glanced at the small silver label and didn't pay attention to the fact that Zhang Lian's game ID was exactly the national confrontation Maka Pakka, which she had seen on the national service list before. As for Bai Nianxue, who chose the blue proficiency fire dance that is almost green beans, Lu Fei is even more sweaty, just casting a hopeful gaze at Hu Fan, as if to say, buddy, this one can depend on you? Hu Fan also sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the situation, and only prayed that Bai Nianxue don't send too much. This put he must carry the banner to that. Opposite top and center are both 10,000 battles, you guys be careful, my lower road is definitely advantageous to both of them. Hit the wild red open to the upper road to brush it, protect a little bit of them. Entering the game, Hu Fan rubbed his hands together and immediately suggested. He just needs to ensure development in the early stage, and wait for him to find an opportunity to play a wave of groups in the middle, so he is especially afraid of the early stage of the upper and middle roads will blow through, and before he develops, he pushes to his own crystal. As for himself, he took out his own life or was very confident in casually suppressing the opposite side online. In response, Bai Nianxue and Zhang Lian remained taciturn and did not raise any objections. This was something that made Hu Fan think that they were at least listening to the command, so it didn't matter if they won or lost. Even if they do lose in the end, it's their own fault for not being able to take them to win. But with Hu Fan brain thought completely different is, Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue mouth is a little communication is not. But the heart of the 2 people's combined stunts have been thinking about a good half a day. Isn't this kind of mano a mano game a random game? It doesn't matter if the home fielder swipes up or down. The opposite fielder is definitely going to suffer anyway. Game on. Hu Fan and Lu Fei didn't choose to bird drive, but chose to grab the line first. He had absolute confidence in himself. But the opposite Marco didn't choose to open in red armor either, and also chose to grab the line. Compared to Yao on the opposite side, Lu Fei's strength is not enough. Even if she is next to the national service Marco, The details of pulling the full, grabbing the line is still slightly inferior to a hand. But the problem was not big. He continued to operate seriously, precise one skill to try to grab the elf in the center, but by the opposite Yao stuck in the body position, and did not grab it, can only choose to come back to hit the bird. The slight disadvantage made him rush out to comfort. It's fine. It's fine. You guys just be steady and head back after clearing your troops. At the same time he said this, he glanced at the mini-map and saw that his own Kuan Shaoman and Fire Dance did not know when they were already in the opposite red zone. Followed by a First Blood podcast. The opposite side of the middle single selected a Jinji, the top single selected a Tan side by Qi. The playing field is the law core Zhuge. It is clear that the lineup must be much better than their own side, and Tan side has control and pulling and harvesting. But just the first wave of troop line intersection, the top confrontation's understanding of the troop line directly pulls the opposite side a grade. Zhang Lian stuck the first soldier, a 2 double seconds to clear the line, and incidentally smashed by Qi, who was still harassing him, and tapped a reply, followed by walking towards the opposite red zone with a big smile. At the same time, Bai Nianshua's Fire Dance also preceded Jinji to grab the first wave of the center line, and even when she left the opposite side of the Jinji has not even cleared the first soldier. Apparently the ball was thrown towards Bai Nianshua at the beginning, and the two people's understanding of the heroes is obviously not a level either. Immediately after that she had a heart-to-heart with Zhang Lian, and the two of them blatantly walked into the red zone, just in time to see the other Zhuge was playing red. Not this Kuan Shaoman, how to come so fast. At this time Zhuge Liang red has not been brushed. Only a few hundred blood left. Kuan Shaoman holding her audio straight to his face. He can only pull back as he A's and needs top center to support him quickly. But Bai Qi and Jinji are still busy clearing the lines. Glancing at the time on the mini-map, another fan appeared in the upper right of the screen and threw it, and Fire Dance passed the boar and tumbled in front of him with a piece of gibberish Japanese on his lips. No punishment, no two, and even one skill is still on cooldown, and then look at Kuan Shaoman and Fire Dance. Both of them have skills and also have flash. Fire Dance. #%%. Kuan Komen. Just play around. 2 and 1 grabbed the red buff. 1 and 2 half-blooded. Fire Dance picks up the skill. 1 kicks Zhuge in the stomach, 1 kicks Zhuge in the bottom. 1 uses military-style boxing, 1 throws slaps and elbows. Bai Qi just wanted to support after clearing the line. His own Zhuge has fallen in the red zone. Kuan Shaoman also has a circle of red buff under his feet. And the two haven't even handed over their flash. Cowhide. Grip straight into the wild. There's something for that. Hu Fan complimented as he played his own bird. At this point, he hadn't realized the gravity of the situation, and just assumed that the two were strong up front, and that the ability to end the game was still up to him. While Zhang Lian and Bai Nianshua kicked Zhuge Liang afterward, they smiled at each other as if they were playing babies. And on their way out, they also countered the opposite boar in one fell swoop. Can, that development is good, you guys be careful, Zhuge brush big damage is very high, don't let them wind up, be careful of being caught. I'll give you guys a bit of a report. Now Zhuge resurrected to go to the blue zone, after brushing surely will go to the center to rub the line development. The middle of the next wave, be careful. Hu Fan brushed the birdie on the rush to the two reminded, but the words just fell, but see their own Kuan Shaoman dabbed a wave of the center line, and then in the Fire Dance two people give to go up to the false vision, backhanded, and in the Jinji is still in the tower under the soldier's gap displacement into the other side of the blue zone small grass. Hu Fan? No? Later? Why don't I feel right? This skillful jamming of the wall, this skillful jamming of the field of vision, and even the two skillfully turning around at the same time. At this moment, Zhuge, who was resurrected and ran straight to his own blue buff, was still reminding Bai Qi. Going up, be careful. Jinji heard also the first time to the upper road to lean. Jinji just walked to his own red zone. His own blue zone revealed 2 enemy vision. Zhuge had just seen the blue buff and hadn't even released a single skill when he was suddenly kicked into the air by Fire Dance 2 in the grass with a skilled kick, startling him. Then saw the screen also crouching grass Kuan Shaoman has been in the air full of force. A large foot directly toward his face smashed. 1 kicks to the sky, 1 kicks to the ground, mixed double kick of martial spirit fusion technique. Chapter 104 Tinker Bike. Would you like it? Directly a set of control to death, no second skill, he cannot even struggle. Not how are they so fast? Zhuge, who had died twice in a row, realized that something was wrong and frowned squarely. Although he is not very good at playing Zhuge, but it is a 10,000 battle and he was not invaded by the opposite side of the field, but was disgusted by the opposite side of the upper middle. The game is 1:30 into the game and he hasn't even gotten a buff yet. Obviously saw that the two were heading up, and the opposite side of the upper line of soldiers do not want. Playing target? At this time, Wang Jie, who is responsible for playing the shooter, said, it's okay, hold on. Let's play casually in the late stage. You're a little bit obscene, since the opposite side is targeting you. Well, we are a bit weaker in the early stages. Kun Xiaoman grabbed the line too fast. I can't grab it, you develop first. Bai Qi also comforted. Jinji, I'll just release the line to you after level 4. You develop. Hey! Hearing all of his teammates say that, Zhuge could only let out a sigh and revive again to head to the blue zone. After waiting for the 4th level, the opposite side Jinji really began to frequently release the line to hang the lower road to target Hu Fan. Zhuge began to eat the center line to replenish his development. The second wave of the middle of the field refreshed. He was afraid that the two would still invade, Bai Qi and Jinji directly in advance near the red zone to occupy a good vision. Until after Kun Xiaoman and Fire Dance 2 leak vision, only to find that the opposite side of the direct set of 4 people surrounded the lower road. Playing field is responsible for the upper and middle 2 roads to fill the line. Done. Wang Jie sensed something was wrong the first time, but he still had a skill to greed the line trying to eat the first bloodied soldier. The next second, 2 off-screen figures suddenly appeared in their faces. WJ? Wasn't it you two inside my screen? Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxua's ultra-long-range double-hit flying flashes worked well together, along with Hu Fan's turn to big, easily completing a tower crossing against the two down the road. After completing it, the two turned again at the same frequency and hunched back, tacitly as one. By this moment, Hu Fan had stopped talking, and the entire situation had been completely opened. And it's only been 4 minutes. He thought that he still needed to wait until 10 minutes to drag him until his equipment was formed and wait for him to find a chance to fight the group, but it was only 4 minutes, and the two of them felt like they were in a downward spiral. What's the point of playing mano a mano here? But when he then looked to Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxua 2 people's side, but found that the 2 people look relaxed, and even take the time to not forget to nag a couple of words, just as if this is a recreational match in the fight. School sister, your big empty O. I saw it. Zhang Lian said with his mouth indented. You just say dead or not. Words really? Bai Nianxua listened to break the defense, but halfway through the sentence she realized that she had missed the point, and immediately closed her voice, smiled and glared at Zhang Lian to continue to operate the game. This phrase was Tinker Car's mantra now, and every time she was taunted by Zhang Lian in the game, she would venture out to dislike him with this phrase. But right now, she blurted out these words almost instinctively in the face of Zhang Lian's flirtation. Zhang Lian's face froze for a moment when he heard this. Then he let out a light laugh, but he did not do anything to react, and re-engaged in the game. It was only assumed that the schoolteacher might have heard the ding-dong car flirting with others like that in the dormitory, and subconsciously learned to use the phrase as well. However, when maneuvering Kun Xiaoman on the line, Zhang Lian again cast a sideways sidelong glance at Bai Nianxua. His eyes slightly narrowed. Too similar. This tone. It's so familiar, only Tinkerbike says it in this flavor. Zhang Lian's heart, for the first time to Bai Nianxua, have some kind of suspicion. The game ended very smoothly without a single miscalculation under the leadership of Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxua, the 2 national costumes. Hu Fan hadn't said a word more after seeing the two's brilliant coordination and operation during the wave that crossed the tower. And although the opposite side had a good lineup, it couldn't last 10 minutes under the flying kicks of the 2 top assassins. After the game ended, the crowd was also the first to take a look at the 2 men's account homepages. Bai Nianxua's is very ordinary, and the highest battle power is only 6,000, which is nothing unusual, but Zhang Lian's. Several people suddenly felt relieved after seeing the rows of national standards. Then there's nothing more to say. No objections then. That's too normal to beat. Then it's not surprising that the 2nd level tops the injury-free into my field. When receiving the prizes, the president of the game club, that is, the girl who had just played Yao Mei across the street, even directly issued an invitation to Zhang Lian. Please do come to our gaming club. Dai Jin. We're counting on you for the collegiate cup. You have to win for the school. Zhang Lian's mouth twitched as he listened. He's too busy with a bunch of games to play any college tournaments with them. After receiving the prizes, Zhang Lian said hello to Wang Jie and chatted for a few moments before leaving the game club with Bai Nianxua and the girls. The 2 of them, Lu Fei and Hu Fan, flirted with Zhang Lian's act of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. You call this only a glory? You have this, you said earlier. I'll play Hui, not Marco. Ha ha ha. Walking around the corner, a few people separated. Bai Nianxue and Zhang Lian had a heart-to-heart about what they had just said about the match, but the two of them had already said a lot just by looking at each other with their eyes when they were working together in the game. Only after a long time did Bai Nianxue ask about what Zhang Lian said about Wang Jie. Didn't you just say that there's someone in the game club that you know? To tell me about it. Oh right. Zhang Lian only remembered after being reminded by Nianxue. That guy is into Tinker bikes. What do you think, schoolmarm? Tinker cars. Would like it. Chapter 105. Discovering the clues. As he said this, Zhang Lian's eyes narrowed slightly, waiting for Bai Nianshue's reaction. Couldn't say I wanted to see how Baeknim Suit would react, but just had a gut feeling that Baeknim Suit would react strangely. As for how weird, only Bai Nianshue's brain spun rapidly after hearing Zhang Lian's description, and she was stunned in place for a few moments before reacting to what Zhang Lian meant by saying this. Zhang Lian mouth Tinkar should be Chanqian only right, I am online Tinkar, with that Wang Jie do not know at all, so Zhang Lian said the situation should be Chanqian by Wang Jie like, and then asked me Chanqian like Wang Jie this one. Going round and nearly winding myself up, Bai Nianxue stuttered for a moment in response, then looked slightly unnatural as she said, Xin. This? I don't know Oh. Zhang Lian frowned slightly, taking in all of Bai Nianshue's reactions, but in his heart he said, it's really the same reaction as he felt. So strange. Normally, shouldn't the next thing you say when you hear that your bestie has a crush on some guy be gossip? Not to mention the fact that if he heard that his 3 good oldest children were to be liked by any girl, the first thing he would do would be to inquire if any girl was blind. Even Shinfish this has always been in front of people gentle little sheep of the guy, in the past heard other girls discuss their own or eyebrows so unhappy look, and will even be very enthusiastic for people to pass the word to their own. He had seen Bai Nianxue and Su Qianqian's mode of getting along before, and it shouldn't be so cold. With something certain in her mind, Bai Nianxue then remembered to ask about Wang Jie and asked how Zhang Lian met him. I met him under the building the night I brought you brown sugar water, and I had the Tinker truck bring it up to you, and he just loved the Tinker truck and asked me what my relationship with the Tinker truck was. Zhang Lian one by one the process of that night and Wang Jie acquaintance to Bai Nianxue to tell clearly. Bai Nianxue nodded as she listened. Oh. I also promised to help him chase the ding-dong car. Zhang Lian added. Bai Nianxue. Huh. That's why I sought to ask you, senior sister, if Tinker car she likes this style. Zhang Lian laughed. I think the person is quite good. Every time he borrows to give a gift to you, senior sister, he actually knows that you won't accept it so that he indirectly gives it to Tinker car. Bai Nianshue's eyes widened after hearing Zhang Lian's words. There were even boys who gave gifts like this? For a moment she actually felt like laughing a little bit. So what if this was a gift she would accept? Then not. Seeing Bai Nianxue smile, Zhang Lian immediately understood what Bai Nianxue had in mind and shrugged. I feel the same way. In case you accept it, senior sister, won't he give it away for nothing? But he said the fruits and stuff he sends every time are not expensive, and you definitely can't finish a whole box by yourself. But in the place of Tinker, you can definitely finish it, so he's not afraid that Tinker won't be able to eat it. Peft. Ha ha ha. Bai Nianxue laughed out loud at Zhang Lian's description, completely unaware of the fact that Zhang Lian had guessed her heart thoughts. Then she analyzed for Su Qianqian from her perspective. I think, since this is the case, then Qianqian should. The two discussed it as they walked. But this time, instead, Zhang Lian gently smiled and stared Bai Nianxue down, just as Bai Nianxue had observed him at the beginning. For a sudden moment, he seemed to understand. Why do school teachers always stare at themselves like this when they first get to know each other? On the National Day vacation, Zhang Lian and Shen Yu took the high-speed train back to Sichuan and Chongqing together. Bai Nianxue originally wanted to send a little, but Li Yongwen had a tricycle which happened to carry the two of them and went to the high-speed rail station. She stood at the bottom of the dormitory building and watched Zhang Lian and Li Yongwen help Xinyu carry her luggage while she whispered goodbye to Xinyu. Sister Schwer, if you want to come, tell me I'll come to the station to pick you up. Xinyu blinked her eyes and laughed. A few days ago when the two of them were in the hotel, she had revealed Zhang Lian's home address as well as his birthday with Bai Nianxue. Zhang Lian's birthday was on the 3rd day of the National Day holiday, which was why she also asked about Zhang Lian's National Day arrangements. After receiving Zhang Lian's very subtle reply, she also had the idea of wanting to take a trip to Zhang Lian's hometown to play. It was the 4th of July anyway, and she had nowhere to go, so it was just a trip. Bai Nianxue nodded as she listened. In the end, she actually hadn't thought about whether to go or not. On the one hand, it's her current relationship with Zhang Lian, who always feels like a log, and on the other hand, she has to go to an unfamiliar place by herself. Fortunately, she still decided to go back to her house and look around before making a decision. Then let's go, Sister Schwer. The luggage were put on the car. Shunyu reached out to say goodbye to Bai Nianxue. Zhang Lian waved to her from the other end as well, and only Li Yongwen was in the middle acting as a free laborer for the two, looking at the gradually far away, slowly and leisurely feel at any time can karma in the halfway tricycle, Bai Nianxue mouth corner a draw, but then a wave of despondency hit the heart. What's wrong with missing some of the talent just after it leaves? Bai Nianxue thought that she wouldn't be able to see Zhang Lian for a few days in the back, and suddenly reacted that something wasn't right, rushing to touch his forehead. He felt incredulous at the idea. No way, Bai Nianxue. Are you crazy? He just left and you want it. Not so much. Then turned around and ran to the dorm. When he arrived at the high-speed train station, Li Yongwen got off and walked to the back of the car, opened the carriage, and threw Zhang Lian's school bag directly to the not too far away and casually threw it to the ground. Side throw and inexplicably cursed. Put your mom's torch. Give me.
Roll.
On the contrary, Shunyu's luggage was then carefully taken down from the car by him, and he also made a show of giving a dusting. Zhang Lian's eyes widened at the sight. Obviously, he was completely unanticipated Li Yongwen's sudden maniacal behavior, and immediately ran not far away to pick up his own school bag, not forgetting to curse as he ran. Your mom. After turning back to want to give this guy a little lesson. See Li Yongwen panicked to sit on the car, and Shin fish mouth and said two sentences. On the hands and feet maneuvering the tricycle turned around and ran away. Zhang Lian laughed. Don't you and you run. Li Yongwen turned around and gave a middle finger. Sandaler. You wait for me, after the National Day. Zhang Lian shouted at the rear of the car, similarly raising his middle finger. When the tricycle disappeared from the two men's field of vision, Zhang Lian turned back and consciously helped Shunyu carry her luggage. Then comes a series of operations such as entering the station and checking the tickets. You and sister, how did you get on, anyway? The two of them got on the high-speed train, and Zhang Lian suddenly asked after putting Shin Yu's luggage away. Chapter 106. Have you got a girlfriend? Shin Yu innocently blinked her eyes twice, and she, who had never lied, was flawless in the face of Zhang Lian's superb acting skills. Huh? What? I say, how exactly did you and your schoolmate hook up? Zhang Lian sat back in his seat and asked with a slight frown of seriousness. With the intuition he'd had the last time, he'd dismantled some of his previous behavior after that, and suddenly a lot of things made sense. Now he had serious doubts about senior sister Bai Nianxue's identity. Sister Bai Nianxue. Imo. It's actually Tinker Car. Only then could it be explained why he was now getting along so well with his schoolmate when he had clearly come to collect a debt from the Tinker bike. It's also the only way to explain why almost every time a ding-dong comes along, it's accompanied by a schoolgirl. It's also the only way to explain why the first time they meet, Tinker Car makes the gimmick of introducing himself to a beautiful woman. All signs point to this one point. Zhang Lian understood from that moment why schoolmates always like to stare at themselves like this. Then it is as if Sherlock Holmes possessed the general, standing in the perspective of the school sister. A moment a lot of things have surfaced. Everything is traceable. But now there was another point that he couldn't understand, and that was how the schoolmate and Shinyu got on. In the middle of this, he seems to be missing a very important key clue that he just can't find. As long as he could find this point, he could basically conclude that senior sister Bai Nianxue was the Tinker Car. Shinyu, facing Zhang Lian's question, quirked her eyebrows at Zhang Lian and asked back in disbelief. What's wrong? Just recognized through Yua. Then do you have the WeChat of Tinker Car? Zhang Lian asked again. He had mentioned adding Tinker's WeChat before, but it was rejected by Tinker, and he could only message her on top of QQ every time. No, isn't that your buddy? Shinyu said. So you have a schoolmate's WeChat? There is. Then again, if you know me well, why did you choose to add one I don't know well instead of choosing to add Tinker Car? Zhang Lian asked with narrowed eyes. Wouldn't it be normal for familiar people to become friends first? Shin Fish from the words of Zhang Lian heard out some other meaning, and not by Zhang Lian control the direction of the words. Another way to terminate the topic said, What? Are you crazy? Nope. I was just curious to ask. Never knew exactly how you guys got hooked up. Zhang Lian leaned back. For Shen Yu's reaction, he could more or less sense that something was a little off after so many years of understanding. In his heart, he had further certainty about senior sister Bai Nianshua's identity. Sister and I are both from the School of Computer Science, so we'll be familiar with each other if we run into each other a few more times. That's all, we ran into each other a few times during the military training. Shen Yu calmly looked at Zhang Lian and said, her face not red and her heart not jumping. Zhang Lian nodded. This way. After getting off the high-speed train, Zhang Lian was the same as he was carrying Shen Yu's luggage. Obviously just go home to stay a few days. He really cannot understand a school bag can bring a few days of clothes. Why the girl is to bring a whole suitcase. Bong heavy. It was hard to send Shen Yu safely to her home. Auntie Yang immediately and warmly invited Zhang Lian to have a meal before leaving, and directly called Guomei to have dinner at her house as well. Zhang Lian could clearly hear the sound of mahjong on the phone. 2 stripes. Huzzah! Well to be, I'll come by later for now. Zhang Lian. Auntie Yang hung up the phone and teased with a smile. Your mom is still really busy. Zhang Lian's mouth twitched. Busy? It's good to be busy. Then he put down his book bag. In Shen Yu's house he wasn't very outgoing. Just like in his own home, he directly sat on the sofa. Also did not forget to give orders to Shen Fish. Wash a fruit freeze for what? To give you to carry all the way that bang heavy box. Shen Yu deflated her mouth and reluctantly said, good hard work young master. I'll go wash 2 of the most boring fruits for you. Waiting for Guo Beautiful to Auntie Yang's home, the 2 women met on the jibber-jabber a whole lot at the dinner table later, but also on the 2 people's college life care about the greetings. By the time Zhang Lian and the others were at the age where they had just graduated from high school and entered college, they had rightly come to what their parents called the nth stage of life. Just get into a good high school. Just get into a good high school. Just get into a good college. Just get a daughter-in-law back. Thus, have you found a girlfriend yet? Guomei suddenly came up with this sentence at the dinner table. Zhang Lian almost didn't directly spray Guomei's face with the rice he was picking up. On the side, Shen Yu was gloating, looking at Zhang Lian with an excited expression. What's going on? There's a situation. Guomei's eyes lit up when she saw this tense expression on Zhang Lian's face. In the eyes of a parent like her, kids who can accomplish what they need to do at each stage are good kids. Now that she's gotten into a good college, her next assignment should have been to bring her back a daughter-in-law. Then the next stage is graduation, getting a job, getting married, having babies, and having grandchildren. Seamless. Mom! High school doesn't let you talk, and I'm only a month into college. You just let me talk to you about one. Zhang Lian said helplessly. You dream about everything. Hey! You brat, college is to talk about freshman year no. Freshman year do not talk about you have to widow 4 years. Guomei is very up to date and still knows this classic college relationship guideline. Shen Yu on the side continued to stifle her laughter. She was aware of Zhang Lian's situation, and also knew that sister Bai Nianshua was trying her best to get closer to him, and she didn't expect that Zhang Lian would still be educated by his own mother. And Auntie Yang saw this and hurriedly rounded up the situation. Aya, Xiao Lian is so handsome. Are you still afraid that you won't be able to find a girlfriend in the future? Turning his head, he looked at Shen Yu, who was holding back a smile, and said, it's you girl. Do you have any situation? There are no boys chasing you. Chapter 107. Shen Fish suddenly Q. Originally still biting chopsticks to hold back laughter. All of a sudden also like Zhang Lian violent cough. Aya slow down. Auntie Yang said in a good-natured manner, handing Shen Yu paper towels. Shen Yu took it and said with a face full of suffocating redness, no, mom. What are you talking about? Oh. There's no rush, you have to polish your eyes. Or at least let Lian keep an eye on you. Right, Lian? Lian is a good kid. The standard for you to find a boyfriend will be based on Lian. Auntie Yang was as unapologetic as she had been when the 2 had first started college. Mom! Shen Yu was anxious to hear this, and red warmth said. Just now she was waiting to see Zhang Lian's good show, and now she was backstabbed by her own mom. Looking to the side again, Zhang Lian had already tilted his head to the side, cheekily showing a grin like Crayon Shin-chan. Auntie is flattered, ugh. Shen Yu only felt speechless. His forehead slid down several black lines, the corners of Zhang Lian's mouth hooked up, and he glanced at Shen Yu with a deep look on his face, as if he was mocking her for gloating just now. I told you to damn well laugh at me just now. Shen Yu's brain turned, instantly thinking of how to counter Zhang Lian. I am no boys chasing after law. Shen Fish chopsticks poked the rice in the bowl, Then the words turn. Zhang Lian's face suddenly changed as he listened. No. But Zhang Lian, he's so popular with the girls at school. Girls line up to buy cakes from him. Auntie Yang's eyes lit up. A few dozen years old but maintaining the same gossip about her best friend's waifu as when she was young. Really? Little Lian is so great. How beautiful, this biological mother once heard Shin Fish say, so the corner of the mouth is also raised to find the north. Eyes strange up and down to look at his own son. Zhang Lian knew what his mom was thinking at first glance. This worrying thing can still be very popular in school? Yes, it can. Looking for a way to dislike Xinyu. But Xinyu did not give him a chance, then exposed the fierce news. And Antigua, Zhang Lian, he spends every day at school with a schoolgirl named by Nianxue. That schoolgirl is very good-looking. Zhang Lian's eyes glazed over. This is not the way to expose people's shortcomings. You're just going to kill him. Immediately afterward, he felt a gaze so hot that it shot over him. As if it wanted to pierce him through, Guomei raised her chin, signaling Zhang Lian to explain. What's going on? Isn't there no situation? Where does the family live? Where are they from? How many people are in the family? Do they have any siblings? Any photos? It's not as if we're just getting to the point where we're looking at pictures, is it? Zhang Lian was too lazy to respond to his own mom's account inquiry. Auntie Yang on the side was not idle either, and her aunt said with a smile, seeing Xiao Luyan like this, it should be that they are not together yet, right? Xinyu was shocked that her own mom had seen it at a glance. Auntie Yang continued, but like words, boys should be brave. Oh, look at Shin Fish, this girl. You let her chase boys? When Xinyu heard, how did it come back to her? She angrily puffed up her mouth and fiercely grubbed 2 mouthfuls of rice in protest. Zhang Lian heard a light laugh, then gritted his teeth and viciously glanced at Xinyu, who was picking at his rice. Look at this. This is the mess you caused. Quite beautiful. Like to hurry to catch back. The university, I do not oppose you to fall in love. Lack of money, and mom said, cannot treat people badly. Agu. A flash of time is really fast. Little Lian is gonna have a girlfriend, said Auntie Yang, half joking, half emotional. Guomei. Little fishy, also bring one back quickly. Xinyu was cue again. This time it was Zhang Lian's turn to counterattack. You don't have to worry about her. All the boys in my dorm room have thoughts about her. And she still says that no one is chasing after her, and that she has a high vision. Xinyu. After saying that, Zhang Lian tapped the bowl and chopsticks. I'm done eating. I'll go back first. Thank you, Auntie Yang. A set of operations in line, drag the box, are skilled to the extreme. And Xinyu turned his head to look at his own rice. There is still most of the bowl. Waiting for her will be 2 middle-aged women who gossiped about their peers when they were young and are now approaching middle age and have begun to gossip about the children of their peers, torturing her physically and mentally on all fronts. She suddenly had some regrets about playing self-detonation with Zhang Lian. On the 3rd day of the National Day, all my best friends from high school came back from their respective universities one after another. Some of them had to be a day late for their vacation, while others had traveled a bit far and had a day off first when they got home. Moreover, every time the National Day, they knew it was Zhang Lian's birthday, almost time to arrive, so punctually to this time to send a message to Zhang Lian to get together. Zhang Lian followed the high school habit that several people would gather at the internet cafe in unison every time they came out to play on weekends, and sure enough, he found several people at the internet cafe. Hu Tingxian took off his headphones, glanced behind Zhang Lian, and immediately said nonchalantly, "You're the only one, huh?" He is Zhang Lian, high school, 3 years of the same table, good grades, has been better than Zhang Lian, now admitted to a 985 from the point of view of his temperament. After going to the university of the original school, bully temperament has gradually hidden, only a month or so already have signs of blossoming. I think the rumors are really good, 985 food is better than other schools. Zhang Lian spread his hands as he listened. What else? What's there to say about just one of you? 5 guys playing together? The fat man sitting next to Hu Tingxian spoke in an effeminate manner, rolling his eyes and complaining to Zhang Lian. His name is He Xuanrong, height 160, weight 210, is a veritable small fat man, people are not bad, is a face full of bearded, rough skin like 100 years old bark of a fat man. Talk also a little bit effeminate, this contrast makes people a little bit can't stand it. How does he do to look manly? But the behavior of the soft and weak it. I mud horse Shin Fish, she does not come. I shouted, what can be done? Zhang Lian explained. If it were before. Xinyu doesn't always come. From the beginning to the end, Xinyu's coming or not coming to their party was all about mood. Besides, isn't this our Yanzi a female? Zhang Lian said as he thumbs up the long-haired girl in the corner. Swallow? A female? Isn't she a male? He Xuanrong said in an undertone. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cushion was thrown at the side of his face. Yan Qingling crossed her arms. Then I'll go. Don't have a good conversation. If you leave we have to break up this family. The tall boy who also sat next to Yan Qingling said mildly. Yi Wenjie, who had the best grades amongst the several people, and was also the most gentle in dealing with others. He was a real school bully, always at the top of the school. Even Shun Yu was rubbed under his feet, and like him, the school bully, often a lone tiger, head only into the sea of questions the teacher cannot pull away kind. Zhang Lian was only able to play with him because Zhang Lian was good at math, and strong people tended to sympathize with each other. Both were among those math geeks who didn't listen in class. The teacher didn't teach them, but the two did and were infamous in the class as being too born. Shin Yu isn't even coming. So I'm going to play an afternoon game with you boys? Yan Qingling's mouth was unforgiving. But in reality, she didn't even move in her chair. She was also looking for Shin Yu to ask them how college life was. But the purpose of asking this is just to ask about Zhang Lian sideways. That's right, Zhang Lian and the girls who like him can somehow get along as brothers. And she is the one who gets along best with Zhang Lian. Unfortunately, she did not expect Zhang Lian to make rapid progress in the last semester, and the original grade difference was not too much, but in the end, Zhang Lian hard to open a gap of several dozens of points, resulting in her not being able to go to the same university with him as Shin Yu. But even so, she still always hid that favorite in her heart. Just didn't mention it to Zhang Lian again. Once you bring it up again, maybe you can't even be friends after that. Zhang Lian scratched his head, also felt puzzled. I don't know, I also told her that we got together once in college, after the time to get together slowly less. Also told her that you also arrived. She just does not come. I thought you two weren't fighting. Zhang Lian really cannot take Shin Yu. Can only come to the appointment alone. I didn't argue with her, Yan Qingling frowned and thought. She and Shun Yu had always had a pretty good relationship, but she hadn't let Shin Yu know about her crush on Zhang Lian. The reason is just out of a kind of instinctive self-protection between girls. She likes Zhang Lian, and Zhang Lian and Shin Yu childhood sweethearts, just like when Bai Nianxue saw Shin Yu's first reaction. You play first, Zhang Lian. I'll give Shin Yu a call to ask. Yan Qingling got up and gave her place to Zhang Lian, saying, Meanwhile, Shin Yu has arrived at the Sichuan and Chongqing high-speed railway station, saw a girl wearing sunglasses, draped in a long coat jacket, two long legs walking valiantly pushing a small suitcase out of the high-speed rail station. From a distance to see the temperament is extraordinary. But then the girl looked around in mute disbelief and stood still like a lost rabbit who didn't know which way to go. Sister Cher here? Shin Yu excitedly waved and shouted. Chapter 108 Sure a Warning. By Nianxue in person. The two sat in the cab. Shin Fish immediately carried forward the spirit of the host for Zhang Lian to take care of Bai Nianxue in every way. Hush and ask. Although Bai Nianxue came to Sichuan and Chongqing is certainly not because of her, but the other side down the high-speed rail, the first person who thought of her, sparing that the other party was not here to find herself. How could she let Bai Nianxue stay alone and lonely in a strange city? Just did not expect, when said to play words, Bai Nianxue actually really came to their Chuanyu to play. It's really. I love Zhang Lian from the bottom of my heart. Sister Cher is such a good person. It's really cheap for that guy. As for Bai Nianxue, because it was her first time in such an unfamiliar city, she didn't understand a lot of places, so she obediently let Shin Yu arrange it. She and Shin Yu put aside Zhang Lian this layer of relationship, in the end also still have a long 2 years of husband and wife relationship. Of course, that refers to the game. That was why she trusted Shin Yu, which made her dare to come directly to Zhang Lian's base camp to find him. Where are we going now? Bai Nianxue had already taken off her sunglasses, and her good-looking eyes stared at Shin Yu and said, Let's go to my house first and put our luggage down. Shin Yu explained to Bai Nianxue. Good. Bai Nianxue nodded numbly as she listened. When Shin Yu saw this, her eyes curved and she covered her mouth and snickered. What's wrong? In the face of Shin Yu's sudden smile, Bai Nianxue touched her face and asked nervously and suspiciously. She was dressed up, and she was confident, which made her walk at the station gallant and seemingly unassuming. But because it is to face the favorite person, even the cool and arrogant person will lower her head because of nervousness and shyness. Sister Schwer, there's no rush. We'll be able to meet that Zhang Lian guy later. Shin Yu pursed her lips and flirted with Bai Nianxue a bit. Flesh eye visible eyes dodge. Bai Nianxue eyelashes fluttered a few times. then laughed and poked Shin Yu's waist with his hand. Little fish, you even laugh at me? Ha ha ha. The two were in a happy mood to meet again across thousands of miles and jostled a few times in the car for a few moments before slowly quieting down. It's only his birthday tomorrow. Sister Schwer, you rushed over today? Are you afraid you won't be able to make it tomorrow? Shin Yu continued to laugh. Tomorrow? It's too sudden. Bai Nianxue skimmed her head and looked out the window to truthfully reply to Shin Yu. She couldn't just have everyone cut the cake on Zhang Lian's birthday, and then she suddenly barged into his house as an uninvited guest. Could she? Oh, so Shun Yu's tone always carried a sense of gloating. Waiting to see a good show. Is he home now? Bai Nianxue asked. No, he got together with his old classmates today. Originally called me together. I did not go. This does not come to pick you up, Shin Fish pasted fragrant, Bai Nianxue said. Oh. So it is like this. Bai Nianxue heard the corner of her mouth hooked up. In that case, then let Shin Yu paste. Right, Sister Schwer. Suddenly, Shin Yu remembered again about Zhang Lian's sudden question on the high-speed train a few days ago. Before, on the day of his return, Zhang Lian after truthfully explaining the situation of that day to Bai Nianxue, Shin Yu looked at Bai Nianxue with a slightly saddened look. I feel that, senior sister, haven't you already been discovered by him? Bai Nianxue listened to it, fell into a long silence, and a trace of bad feeling rose in her heart. At this time, Shin Yu's cell phone suddenly rang again. Caller ID, Clear Spirit.
Chapter 109 met Zhang Lian's mom.
In fact, Bai Nianxue had also sensed the situation that Zhang Lian might have sensed something. Ever since that day after the game club game, she could clearly feel that Zhang Lian would always sneak a look at her, and her chats on WeChat were always tentative. Including when chatting with Tinkerbike, there's a mix of things that only the two of them know about. And that didn't exist before. Earlier, she wasn't quite sure, thinking that Zhang Lian was just more nervous. But now that she heard Shun Yu tell her the same thing, she was a little flustered. Usually only focus on the reality of contact with him, but instead have been the identity of this matter selectively forgotten. If he did know, how should he react? Will he get mad? Will he think I'm playing him? Will he ignore me? A series of serious scenarios simulated in her head. It's Ling Ling. She should be asking why she's not going to the party. Shin Yu took the phone aside to explain a sentence to Bai Nianxue, and then went to the other end of the seat to pick up the phone, but did not notice Bai Nianxue's tense appearance caused by her last sentence. Hello, Spirit? Yan Qingling heard Shin Yu's voice coming from the other side of the phone and said in a bad mood. What do you mean? Not coming back to see me? No. I'll come over later. Something's wrong now. Shin Yu laughed. Although Yan Qingling and Shin Yu were not in the same class because of Zhang Lian, the intermediary, it led to the relationship between the two people slowly getting acquainted with each other over and over again, and finally became a pair of close girlfriends. As for Yan Qingling, she likes to borrow Shin Yu's mouth to inquire about Zhang Lian when she's not doing anything. But because it's a crush, she doesn't dare to show it too obviously. Shin Yu's heart was fine, but she had privately asked Yan Qingling if she was interested in Zhang Lian, and she would definitely do her best to help her good sister. Only Yan Qingling nature is more arrogant, denied, angry, and serious look, so that Shin Yu did not dare to mention it again, and gradually also think that Yan Qingling did not mean it. Even unless Zhang Lian was in front of him, if the two of them were usually alone, Shin Yu would keep her mouth shut about the three words Zhang Lian as if she was avoiding a prophecy. What's more important than me? Yan Qingling pouted. Don't you even miss me? Want? Why don't you want to? Shin Yu responded with a snicker as she covered her cell phone, stealing a glance at Bai Nianxue on the side, almost as if she was cheating on her husband. Only at this time, Bai Nianxue did not have the heart to pay attention to Shin Yu's side. You send me the address, I'll come over later, and I'll bring a surprise for you guys, Shin Yu said in an excited tone.
Surprise?
Hearing this word, Yan Qingling's eyes twitched, the corners of her mouth hooking up. Can it be? You've gone to prepare a big cake. Zhang Lian home is naturally not possible to open a similar birthday party and so on. At most, is the family's mother to do a few dishes, and then let Shin Fish and Yang Aunt and so on together to eat a meal, and after the meal and then cut a cake to eat on the end. And because the birthday was tomorrow, when Zhang Lian would definitely be eating at home and wouldn't come out, that's why a few people made a date for the day before, which was today. The goal was to give him an early birthday as a good friend. And this birthday is not a high consumption, is to invite him to eat a meal plus a day of the network if you also want to sing AK, or play a billiards or something. Buddy Sum is not impossible to invite. In other words, they also knew that Zhang Lian loved nothing but a bit of internet addiction, so in order to save money, the first stop was directly agreed at an internet cafe, and they knew that as long as Zhang Lian dabbled in computers, then dinner might just be solved by 2 buckets of instant noodles with a sausage. Can't pull it off. Can't pull it off at all. So Yan Qingling was not guilty of doubting whether the surprise in Shan Yu's mouth was preparing a big cake for Zhang Lian or something like that. Thinking Zhang Lian is concentrating on looking at the computer screen, is about to give the opposite side of the big snipers a headshot, suddenly gave him up a big cake. The internet cafe with the lights out to blow out the candles for him. Why didn't she think of that trick? Even if she thought about it, she wouldn't really do it. She's just a humble crush, not a high-profile show of affection. But Shin Yu on the phone replied, "No, you'll find out later. Big surprise. Bigger than a cake." After saying that, the sound of the cabmaster pulling over came from the other end of the phone. Shin Yu was busy with Yan Qingling. "Let's not talk about it first. Sister Schwer, let's get off the car. Remember to send me the location later. I'm busy on my side first." "Oh good." Yan Qingling hung up the phone in a daze, not realizing what the hell Shin Yu was busy with, and turned back to look at the 4, playing with old vigor. Shin Yu and Bai Nianxue who got off on the other side. When they got home, Auntie Yang and Guomei were arm in arm getting ready to go out and prepare for their daily little mahjong theater. Seeing Shin Yu dragging a small baggage and Bai Nianxue walking towards him, Auntie Yang asked directly to her own daughter who was walking towards her from a distance of still more than 10 meters away. "Hey, how come you didn't follow Zhang Lian around?" "I'll go later." Shun Fish laughed, and then the line of sight inexplicably locked to the side of Guo Beautiful body. Eyes leaping, like positive to Guo Beautiful attempt to show what Guo Beautiful see the situation completely do not understand. At this time this woman's mind only in yesterday's touch of 2 did not touch the good, resulting in yesterday's loss of money. Today must be hard to earn back. So he perfunctorily said, "Little fishy, you tell Zhang Lian not to fool around outside, haha. Keep an eye on him. Especially don't get into fights. He's just like his dad when he was young. His temper is as stubborn as a bull." Shin Yu heavy nodded. "See Auntie Gua not on the set. She is looking at the very on the set by Nianxue. Auntie Gua doesn't know who you are, so Sister Schwer, you always know who Auntie Gua is now that you've heard this, right?" As expected by Shin Yu, the 2 came to the front of the 2 women, and Bai Nianxue first greeted Guomei nervously, "Auntie Good." It was only immediately afterward that he bowed and greeted Auntie Yang, who was also on the sidelines. The 2 women didn't ask much questions about Shin Yu's friend, especially Auntie Yang, who was always very welcoming to Shin Yu bringing her friends home. Although it was a little strange to glance at the small suitcase in Shin Yu's hand, Auntie Yang just smiled and said to the 2 of them, "Well, then you guys go. Pay attention to safety." "Good." After bidding farewell to the 2 women, Shin Yu and Bai Nianxue took the elevator upstairs. Bai Nianxue immediately breathed a huge sigh of relief. She had thought of many scenarios of meeting Zhang Lian's mom. Only this one was not expected. It happened so suddenly. She wasn't even prepared for it at all. Didn't even buy a thing. Shin Fish, on the other hand, is a change in the norm to stand to the elevator's face corner, the whole person quietly trembling. "Don't laugh." Bai Nianxue was furious. "Is that his mom?" Shin Yu stifled her smile and nodded her head in affirmation as she turned her back to Bai Nianxue. "Ah." Bai Nianxue let out a long sigh to the sky. "Shin Yu, I didn't expect to run into it so coincidentally. Isn't your house pretty far from his?" "Yeah, but Antigua has a little electric motor, and so does my mom, and they're both there in minutes on their bikes." "Ah." At the same time, the 2 Guomei who had just staggered with the 2. Auntie Yang. "Who is this little girl? I don't think I've seen little fishy bring her back before." Guo Beautiful serious. "This female doll only good-looking, then my young are good-looking, and later do not know to cheap which male children." Auntie Yang's face suddenly changed when she heard, "You! Shameless you!" "Guomei, what do you mean? I was so bad when I was young." Auntie Yang. "Go go go! How old are you and still stinking?" Guomei. "I'm just being pretty, you hit me?" Chapter 110. The only thing that can defeat birth is birth. "Come over later, Shin Fish." Putting her cell phone down, Yan Qingling pretended to casually wander around behind the 4, finally pretending to stop behind Zhang Lian without thinking. "Yes, it's still you bull, I can't even shout," Zhang Lian said with a sideways glance, still fully focused. Yan Qingling knew that Zhang Lian was most annoyed by people interrupting him when he played games, so she didn't say much and just quietly watched from behind. And the other 3 who heard that Shin Yu was coming also cheered up, especially He Xuanrong, so excited that he went up and gave the opposite side 3 heads first. "There can be a female He Xuanrong's voice was still inflected with excitement. The next moment he was greeted with another cushion. Died 3 times, what are you screaming about? Yan Qingling gritted her teeth and took the cushion to slap him straight on the head without any good humor. After playing the game, the 4 chose to nag a little. He Xuanrong tone sincere and poignant, moving account of his more than a month of college life. 1. Not a single female. With my looks and my body, I can't add girls, and I haven't, in a long time, actually had a conversation with a scented, soft girl. The words caused several people to sigh. Ha! Disgusting. No wonder. Didn't you think Yanzi was all frowned up when we just met? Hu Tingxian joked. The words were not even finished, immediately being stormed by Yan Qingling again in the same manner. Can't see me? Am I bad? Yan Qingling ruffled her bangs after beating Hu Tingxian and said confidently. She is the very standard southern girl's looks, sweet girl type. Her looks are also very good, although it is not as good as Xinyu, but standing together with Xun you will not appear as a chasm that way. Definitely considered a beauty. It's just that Sichuan and Chongqing are full of Tyrannosaurus rexes, and Yan Qingling is one of them. Coupled with her voice is not a sweet girl but very neutral, and will even be treated as an elementary school student's timbre. Talking with her Tyrannosaurus move, people also joke her as a male, usually Yenzi called. Really angry when it is Yen sister called. In other words, she was able to play well with Zhang Lian and a bunch of other abstract boys. And as things come in groups, she wasn't far behind. And then look at Shin Fish, although in Zhang Lian from childhood to play, but the two have always maintained their own groups. Shin Fish and even the game do not even play with Zhang Lian. From this point it is not difficult to see. Shin Fish can maintain their own meek and unique character, fortunately is not completely with Zhang Lian to hang out together. I have a lot of people chasing after me in our school. You're lucky to be able to talk to me, you know. Yan Qingling opened her eyes wide and said, getting a bargain is not good enough for you yet. You. Me. I'm not in the same class anymore, you know. As he said this, he held out his index finger and thumb in a one-pinch gesture. Okay. Okay, Sister Yen, rank sister, we're not worthy to talk to you, I'm sorry. He Xuanrong's mouth turned into an O shape and rolled her eyes and said, Sister Yen deserves to be Sister Yen. Just hanging. Hu Tingxian also gave a thumbs up. Everyone is apparently used to the two fighting. Just in time. Tell me about it. How are the big guys doing at the university? Yi Wenjie propped his hands on his knees, interlocked his fingers and smiled. I'll start off. I fell in love. Wang Defa. Hu Tingxian couldn't sit still once he heard this. Reaching out to grab Yi Wenjie's chest. Yuanji talked about it? It is. Said yes to being single together. You're all still ing around. This? The situation is rather special. It's one of my junior high school classmates. I didn't expect to get into the same school as her. Yi Wenjie said with a smile on his face. Rekindle old feelings? You can't even kill your junior high school classmates? Look at our old Zhang. Xinyu, he's just too familiar to do it. Zhang Lian. Huh. Isn't it? Old Zhang. You said before that Xinyu was too familiar for you to be embarrassed to take off her pants. I ever say that? Anyway, Lao Yi, you are really a birth middle school people are still a child and you got up to mischief against people. Surprisingly also plotting. Hu Tingxian counted the middle of junior high school to the university experienced a few years. 7 years. You're so not human. Yi Wenjie lost a laugh. He was actually speechless at Hu Tingxuan's accusation, but just blurted out. She chased me. Where? School. In a dream. And someone else chasing you. You dream. You dream, boy. No one chases people, old Chong. You get chased by people? Go home, kid, okay. Go home, you're only good for a mess of. It's okay to lie to your brothers. Don't lie to yourself. Yan Qingling said faintly at this time. Photos to look at? Yi Wenjie immediately pulled up the photo. What? There are still pictures. Let me see.
Nettu.
Netu. One ing glance fake. Fake. No way. This could have been hollowed out for you. You guys, damn it. Yi Wenjie laughed. For a few people gnashing their teeth in envy and jealousy, he is happy to bloom, also like the high school period to fit the behavior of his birth, every exam after the favorite Versailles. It is like every school bully-born factory configuration general. And in the face of this kind of Versailles, a few people steeped their gazes towards Zhang Lian. The only thing that can beat birth is birth. Zhang Lian was their overwhelming choice. It was just as well that he was first in his class in high school Versailles. There was nothing his buddies could do with him. Now graduating and coming to Versailles, he must be pressed. If you can't win in terms of grades, then in terms of face value, Zhang Lian can still win. You can't win them all, can you? The opposite side can't be beaten with less people. The corners of Zhang Lian's mouth twitched as he looked at a few people to know what they meant. Honestly, he wanted to press it, but all he could do was shrug his shoulders. There was nothing he could do about it. He didn't. Chapter 111. Rather a good-looking schoolmate. Zhang Lian deflated his mouth, his meaning obvious.
No?
You won't use this face of yours to give it to me, will you? He Xuanrong lectured, exaggerating, if it wasn't for the fact that his conditions didn't allow it. If he had Zhang Lian's face. From senior sisters to freshmen, no one can escape. Buddy, you can't play games inside your dorm room every day, right? Hu Tingxian wrapped his arm around Zhang Lian and looked Zhang Lian up and down like a retard. This dude can't really be saying the same thing he said in high school, that he's gonna play back all the games he owes from senior year when he gets to college, can he? No, old busy me, the game didn't even play much. Zhang Lian said truthfully. So you're not even in a relationship. What are you up to all day? Busy studying, huh? Don't tease you. Yan Qingling was breathing a sigh of relief in her heart at the side, but she always maintained the same unconcerned, joking expression, pretending to ask Zhang Lian without thinking. Well, there's always someone chasing after you, right? You can't have none. Come on. How many sisters are after you? No, really no, old busybody. Tops. I'm busy with my ass on fire, you want me to play relationship games with them? Zhang Lian truthfully said, in addition to just add WeChat when he will politely cope with a few mouths, the back of the basic will not talk to people, and even his own class of girls Zhang Lian still do not recognize all. Every day basically stay by Nianshua's side. With such a sudden thought, Zhang Lian suddenly realized that in this short month or so of college, it seemed that his everyday life had Bai Nianshua's shadow. That gentle, pretty face. Those bright eyes that always stare right back at you. After saying this, Zhang Lian fell into a short silence. And hearing Zhang Lian say this, Yan Qingling was completely relieved and flirted with Zhang Lian. Just another He Xuanrong and Hu Tingxian Siyi Wenjie smug look. The two shall not be strong, partial to believe that Zhang Lian will be in the university of a sister or not. Check the cell phone. I don't believe your son of a doesn't have one. Hu Tingxian was quick on his feet and immediately jumped up. His hand shunned Zhang Lian's cell phone that he had put on the table in a swift manner. Zhang Lian, He Xuanrong immediately came over as well. But since the phone was locked, of course the two didn't know the code. Zhang Lian did not panic, signaling the two to open and look for themselves if they were capable. After a long while, the two had to give up and return the cell phone to Zhang Lian. Just the entire address book. There's not a single one that can overpower this guy Yi Wenjie? He Xuanrong directly pointed at Yi Wenjie, who was full of smiles, and said, Exactly. You punk. Look at his face. Hu Tingxian said in a harsh tone as if he hated iron. You're just willing to be stepped on by this guy for the rest of your life. Zhang Lian, taking over his own cell phone, Zhang Lian unlocked it and said while tapping into the top-ranked by Nianshua chat box. There's just one schoolmate who's good-looking. Nothing else really. Zhang Lian had nothing to hide. Yan Qingling was just asking if there was anyone chasing him. That in itself was not true. He answered no, not guilty. As for his senior sister, his current relationship with her was also somewhat unclear. But since the two had to show themselves a wave, it wasn't as if he couldn't show them. In the guise of a schoolgirl. It's broken. There's no picture coming from the schoolmarm's friend circle. But luckily there is a schoolgirl list. Zhang Lian thought. The original, I have not even taken a photo of the school sister of it. Hearing Zhang Lian say this, immediately the remaining four were interested. They had rarely heard Zhang Lian describe a girl in terms of very good. Even Xin Yu, they had only heard him use quite a good description, or had induced Zhang Lian to say it under harsh circumstances. So how good-looking does it have to be when he's saying it's good-looking? The four of them immediately put their heads together like the three kittens of a cat and mouse and stared at Zhang Lian's cell phone in a circle. Zhang Lian to a few people flipped by Nianshua's circle of friends. Especially in the see himself sent tiramisu and brown sugar water, that circle of friends was top. The heart suddenly stopped for a second, while flipping it over. That's it. I just made the tiramisu for that friend's circle up to air. And didn't you guys ask me what I was working on? I'm too damn busy doing odd jobs for my roommate and making cakes. I'm smoking my spatula from shoveling tiramisu. I'll look again? Seriously? Yo! And being bragged about by people on their friends. Tisk. TSK. TSK. Got something going on? When Yan Qingling heard this, Her face stiffened and she said with some jealousy, "Where are the photos? I didn't see them." She was curious how good it looked. Zhang Lian continued to scroll down and said, "There doesn't seem to be any. It didn't seem like it as far as he could remember, and his senior sister didn't seem to be a fan of selfies." Then say, "Don't worry, it's on the list." Zhang Lian switched backstage and clicked into the link to the school grass list that Bai Nianxue had sent her. This reveals the 2 chat records of the short moment several people mental concentration of a batch. And again saw this Zhang Lian mouth very good-looking schoolmate's name again to see the 2 chat messages still stayed in last night. Talking all the time. Bek nim suit a. We were still talking last night. Good night anon.
Roll o.
Zhang Lian said helplessly, opening the link, and there it was, 3 large words displayed at the top of the screen. The schoolboy list? First.
Young defa.
I suspect you're ing with us, aren't you? After all this time, you're showing me this? Who the hell wants to see you? And schoolboy? Pooha ha ha ha. Ghost grandpa to see you ah. Nerves ah point mud horse point open a school grass list. Okay ah. Know you're the school bully. Okay. School bully big brother, we're not watching bye. No, I'm showing you guys the school flower list. Zhang Lian himself laughed. He really didn't mean to show a few people that he was a schoolgirl, making it seem as if he was intentionally trying to act this way. But when you think about it, it's true that it's also a bit of a bungalow to live in, and a little bit of the link is its own row. Okay, oh, stop. No, you're a school bully, all right. School bully, school bully, school bully. Big brother schoolboy, satisfied? Should I send you another friend? Big brother schoolboy. No. Zhang Lian operated 2 clicks to change to the school flower list. Come on. Now I have another schoolboy nickname. Chapter 112 Sister Cher is downstairs. Here it is, oh Sister Cher. Xinyu and Bai Nianxue soon arrived at the downstairs of a Battlefield internet cafe named Battlefield Internet Cafe. This internet cafe is not far from their school, and in high school they came quite a bit on weekends, and Xinyu also caught Zhang Lian here more than once. Bai Nianxue looked up at her surroundings with a different feeling in her heart. This is where he grew up. Why don't I go up and call him down first? And you hide first, Sister Xue? Xinyu laughed. Her eyes were snowy and bright. She couldn't wait to see Zhang Lian's reaction when he saw Bai Nianxue. Well, Bai Nianxue was a bit hesitant. Or should we go up together? Because it was Zhang Lian and their high school reunion, Bai Nianxue was an outsider. And she didn't know anyone else besides Xinyu and Zhang Lian. I'll call him down. You and him go play alone. Just in time for dinner. He'll take you for a nice stroll again. Xinyu of course thought of this. And with a fine heart, she was going to play assist. Naturally with all her heart. Bound to help Bai Nianxue take Zhang Lian down. Saying that, Xinyu blinked her eyes and playfully threw a wink with Bai Nianxue. Wait for me, oh. After saying that, without waiting for Bai Nianxue to reply, she drilled in a small alley instead of the gate of the internet cafe, and then heard Xunyu's footsteps on the stairs. Because of the ban on minors online, black internet cafes basically exist such a path. One is that some minors can enter the internet cafes silently without being detected, but in the case of their own adults to the internet cafes to arrest, you can slip away from this path. Apparently, Xinyu is the one who took this unknown path, which is still Zhang Lian's summer vacation to take her. Came to the internet cafe, Xinfish in accordance with the number of Yan Qingling gave the number of people looking for a few people's seats, after a corner to find a few people sitting around a corner couch, surprisingly did not play the game. Instead, they were chatting about something. Xinyu, you have finally come. When he Xuanrong saw Xinyu, he immediately welcomed him. Well, Xianrong, you seem to have lost weight? Xinyu greeted gently, also like her well-behaved image in high school. Yes? Upon hearing this, he Xuanrong spun around twice with a joyful smile. Seeing this, Yan Qingling directly disliked. Don't you have a point in your heart? There's a scale over there. Don't you know if you weigh it? He Xuanrong rolled her eyes and disliked Yan Qingling again. If you say so, you're the one who talks so much. Being polite with you is still serious. Yan Qingling said with disgust, pulling Xunyu to sit to the side. Hu Tingxian and Yi Wenjie were still grilling Zhang Lian about Bai Nianxue. Just now, before Xunyu came upstairs, Zhang Lian showed the photo of Bai Nianxue's number 1 on the school flower list to a few people. And as expected, a few people's eyes instantly went straight and were very unbelievable. But then saw Zhang Lian can be the school grass this point, in the sister this kind of thing. Zhang Lian never made a mistake, and do not doubt the truth of the matter. It's always going to be a little unbelievable to want to know more. Xinyu sat down and asked with a smile, What are you guys talking about? Yan Qingling. Zhang Lian took the school flower photo and showed it to them, giving them a thrill. Xin Yu's eyes widened. Huh. She wasn't much of a melon eater, but she still chose to take a bite of what was brought to her mouth. A few of her roommates in her college dorm room were always eating melon, so much so that she also knew who the Haiku University's varsity girl was. Naturally, it's Cher downstairs. And now, she actually heard Zhang Lian taking Sister Schwer's picture to show her best friend? Smells like gossip. What school flower? She asked knowingly, but in reality, she wanted to know if the school flower photo was by Nianxue. You don't know? Xinyu, you don't even know who the school beauty of your school is? Don't you go to the same school? I was just about to ask you if it's true what Zhang Lian said, that you're in the same school as him, and this thing about him getting it on with the schoolgirl? Zhang Lian frowned, noticing Shen Yu's face with a bad smile, and said with a straight face, Sister by Nianxue, isn't she the school beauty of our school? Said, holding his cell phone out to Shen Yu as well. Oh! Shen Yu looked as if she had come to a realization only when she saw the phone, and spoke slowly as she met the eyes of several others who seemed to be waiting for her to ask for confirmation. Seems like it. Getting this official certification from Shin Fish, the other three. Grip? Holy? He Xuanrong. Brothers. Righteous father. You give it to me, okay. Give it to me. This one I really like. Zhang Lian. Changed like a face. Only Yan Qingling instantly looked sad when she heard it, and she was down in the dumps in an instant. Shun Yu paid attention to Zhang Lian's every move, and with their 4 eyes facing each other, only the 2 of them knew that the other must be thinking about some damn thing in their heads again. Immediately afterward, in order to not let Bai Nianxue wait downstairs for too long, Shun Yu directly waved his hand for Zhang Lian to come over. Zhang Lian first resisted, then was puzzled, and finally felt that Shun Yu did not look like she wanted to tell him any before choosing to compromise and follow Shin Yu to the side alone. What? Going to say some more? Only even after getting aside with Shin Yu, he was still defensive of the other man. Probably just flirting with myself and my sister again or something. Who expected the next second? Shun Fish opening light sentence, directly like a heavy stone smashed in the heart. What? Sister Schwer is downstairs, waiting for you. Shin Yu repeated seriously. Zhang Lian looked at her serious eyes and didn't seem to be joking. Really? Shun Yu didn't have the good sense to anger its glance. You hurry up. So, what about you guys? Zhang Lian glanced back at a few people, and Yan Qingling happened to look this way, locking eyes with Zhang Lian for a moment. We don't matter, Shun Yu said in a cloudy manner. At a time like this, was there anything comparable? Sister Cher is all alone. Alone in a strange city, just to see you a fool. Zhang Lian glanced back at the few people again, wanting to say something, but then said nothing and turned around. Shin Yu slowly sat back down. Seeing Zhang Lian walking away, Yan Qingling asked curiously, Where's Zhang Lian going? It seems like he has something temporary to do and left first. Shun Yu made up a random excuse, not caring if it would lose Zhang Lian's credibility. Huh? Just ran away. Hearing Shun Yu say that Zhang Lian had directly slipped away, Hu Tingxian stood up and looked in the direction Zhang Lian had gone, realizing that Zhang Lian had already run out of sight. In such a hurry? Yan Qingling also turned back. The internet cafe is not big or small, but the corner to the door is still a certain distance. It's only for a moment Zhang Lian directly ran out of the door. Something urgent happened? Yan Qingling frowned slightly. She felt that Shun Yu should know something. After all, it was Shun Yu who had just called him over to say something in whispers, and Zhang Lian suddenly ran away. Well, Shun Yu pursed her lips to sell her playfulness. In this case, it is indeed a bit urgent. Chapter 113 I Want to Meet Your Friend. Zhang Lian anxiously came downstairs and looked around, but did not find Bai Nianxue. When he was about to call and ask Xin Yu if she was playing him, someone upstairs suddenly threw himself with something, followed by that gentle voice. Zhang Lian, are you looking for me? Zhang Lian touched the back of his smashed head and quickly looked up. Bai Nianxue was right above his head, standing on the catwalk between 2 old buildings, linking the gate of the internet cafe. For eyes relative to each other, Zhang Lian stopped for a long time, cannot speak. The heart for a time seems to have a wave overflowing. At the right time, the red haze reflected behind Bai Nianxue. The golden red sunshine sprinkled on this mottled corridor full of traces of growth. Time seems to be pressed the deceleration button. Even the air has become sweet, In the next second, Zhang Lian's straight question broke this beautiful picture. Why are you here, schoolteacher? He tilted his head, as if his voice was dull as a man-machine who had been in the game for years. Bai Nianxue. Luckily, she's Bai Nianxue, and she won't be surprised by whatever idiotic words come out of Zhang Lian's mouth. The two met and Zhang Lian went straight upstairs. The two sat on brown wooden chairs by the footbridge, facing the flaming red sky. Xin Yu said you were downstairs. Zhang Lian said, I thought about coming up to see you. Bai Nianxue smiled softly. But that staircase is too dark. The stairs pointed to the same path that Xin Yu and Zhang Lian had walked for years, while Bai Nianxue chose to walk through the gate. Only she had just circled around and come upstairs when she saw Zhang Lian running out under the building. She also did not make a sound, quietly in the top of his head to see him around to look for a while. Really did not find her, she only shouted him. Look at me. Zhang Lian repeated what Bai Nianxue had just said. Aha! Bai Nianxue nodded, not avoiding staring into Zhang Lian's eyes at all, repeating once again, looking at you. Every time Zhang Lian was shy to red warm, he would fall into silence for a short period of time, and sometimes he would show a dumbfounded look. It's as if, for example, a computer goes on a brief strike when it encounters a lag in a file it can't handle. Bai Nianxue was already in full control of this, and when she saw that Zhang Lian didn't say anything, she unhappily puffed out her mouth and changed the topic. By the way, meet your friends. Just after Xin Yu went upstairs, Bai Nianxue downstairs was not idle, but in passing told Su Qianqian about her coming to see Zhang Lian, hoping that Su Qianqian would be able to counsel. Although Su Qianqian is also a mother single, but more or less still read a lot of online chicken soup, pinch a finger on the white Nianxue advice up. What do I do now? Wait for him here? Bai Nianxue asked. No, you have to meet his friends, or at least brush up. Su Qianqian said seriously. You've attacked his base camp directly. Things like private dates can be done at school. You have to do something a little different to make it work. Yes, what's the point? Bai Nianxue said in disbelief. Of course, she still didn't want to get in touch with strangers. Alone with Zhang Lian, she could be much more casual, and only then she could have her own play. Well, I've heard that knowing guys' brothers, friends, and so on, you'll be able to roughly judge what kind of person he is. After all, people are divided by groups.
Su Qianqian analyst.
And won't you see the truer him, and how he treats you, in front of his friends? People online say that the way to see if a guy is serious about you is if he takes you to meet his brothers. If it's just a playful attitude, they'll never let their brothers know. Instead, they'll bring their special favorite girl to meet their own brothers for fear that they won't know. You can try. Su Qianqian, although usually gossip, but when the counselor is incomparably serious, giving a very reliable feeling to Bai Nianxue for a while to analyze. Bai Nianxue was said so by Su Qianqian, and also felt very reasonable. We're all here at his home base. Can we at least brush our faces? She's even brushed his mom's face today, so she's still afraid of that? After saying this, Bai Nianxue secretly observed Zhang Lian's expression, to see if the other party had produced a hesitant and difficult face like Su Qianqian said in her mouth. It was only that Zhang Lian's heart was still caught up in the afterglow of being hit by a wave, and he instinctively agreed without carefully trying to figure out what Bai Nianxue meant by the second half of her sentence. Good. Good. Bai Nianxue was slightly stunned. Agreeing so simply, she hadn't seen anything yet. Yeah. Zhang Lian repeated. The two of them got up and Zhang Lian led Bai Nianxue back. On the road, Zhang Lian asked Bai Nianxue how she came to Chuanyu, and Bai Nianxue just smiled and didn't say anything. At the same time, her heart was a little nervous again. Halfway, Zhang Lian suddenly thought of something else, stammered and wanted to speak. Bai Nianxue's nervousness suddenly cooled. What's wrong? How is it that Qianqian suddenly said it? Stammering, you don't want to take me to see your friends. Am I hard to hold? Or do you just want to play me? That? School sister. Zhang Lian thought it was still necessary to talk to Bai Nianxue first. Bai Nianxue's footsteps slowed and she said uneasily, What's wrong? I just told them about yours. If they say anything later, don't worry about it. They're all stupid. They don't have a clue what to say. Zhang Lian said. In fact, it's not that Bai Nianxue can't get it right. It's that his group of detrimental friends can't get it right. Zhang Lian, just after his brain resumed functioning, remembered that just now, he had just told a few people that the school sister was very good looking. The school sister is now past. These people must be inevitably a banter. Listening to Bai Nianxue's heart was like a changeable weather forecast, abruptly turning from cloudy to sunny. I thought, hey, It's not a friend who has a problem and can't meet up? What did he just say? About me? He was talking to his friend about me? About what? Oh, it's okay. The corners of Bai Nianshua's mouth hooked up and her eyes narrowed slightly in curiosity. You told your friends? Say what about me? Zhang Lian's eyes averted. Heart. Take the school sister you to tell them that I am a school sister beautiful it. Stuttering, I replied, nothing, nothing. Chapter 114. Are you still the Zhang Lian I know? Meanwhile, since Zhang Lian, the main character, was gone, a few people also planned to change places to shop and eat. Is discussing to pack up and leave. He Xuanrong the fat man first stepped to see toward this side of Zhang Lian. Just want to take off the mouth of the dog thief. And then see Zhang Lian and a side of a long-haired imperial sister to talk and laugh. Immediately tipped off a few others. Xin Yu turned around to look, and it was Sister Shuer and Zhang Lian who had folded back. I can't believe I'm not going on a date. The two of them came to the corner of the group of 5. Zhang Lian coughed twice. His eyes were about to be thrown at a few people, while a few people couldn't move their eyes as if they were resting on Bai Nianxue. Even this swallow guy is staring at the schoolteacher. What the hell? And Xin Yu, you guy, what the hell do you keep smiling there, auntie? Zhang Lian said in his heart. Then he solemnly introduced with several people. This is the school sister of Xin Fish School, and I is the one who just showed you. A few people weren't blind, having just seen them they still recognized them. Just Bai Nianxue seems to look even better than in the photo. There is a temperament that cannot be said in the photo. After Zhang Lian's words fell, Bai Nianxue got in first. Hello guys. Very graciously greeted a few people. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. A few people symbolically welcomed. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You and Zhang Lian are? He Xuanrong raised his eyebrows, his meaning naturally running towards gossip. Bai Nianxue glanced at Zhang Lian, who had just introduced himself as a schoolmate. So she said very naturally, well, schoolmate. Oh, classmates, ah. Just now Zhang Lian just finished talking to us about you. You're not from our Chuanyu, right? Yi Wenjie bad smile a little. A few people take turns with Zhang Lian eyebrows, just took people's photos to see what the big guys it. No. Bai Nianxue responded calmly, still glancing at Zhang Lian and asking back, what did he say about me? Zhang Lian's eyes glared, signaling a few people not to step on Xia Jiba's nonsense. But this kind of unintimidating deterrence of Zhang Lian is like the resistance when they are being abused. The more intense it is, the more excited they are instead. Even when their best buddies are answering the phone, the boys are the ones who will make a demon out of them. So how can they let go of this opportunity to bull them to their faces? Hu Tingxian was the first to speak. Say what With a gurgle of his eyes, Zhang Lian knew he was going to start farting. We were originally talking about this guy. Hu Tingxian pointed at Yi Wenjie. His name is Yi Wenjie. He's in love. His girlfriend is good looking. We were praising. But it turned out that Zhang Lian he had to pop up and say, oops, not as good looking as my schoolmate. Zhang Lian? Bai Nianxue turned her head to look at Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian was even more wronged than Dou Yi. Wasn't it you guys who wanted to see it? But at this moment, Hu Tingshuan's words were like a stone thrown into a lake, stirring up infinite inspiration in the other two. Yi Wenjie nodded his head repeatedly. It has to be shown to us, must show us. It's too strong. Exactly. And deliberately showing us that he's the schoolmaster. He Xuanrong Jedi said. Zhang Lian, I'll fight you all. The back of a few people talked for a while. Bai Nianxue will be a few people are recognized, generous and beautiful her plus there are also Shinfish to help support the cause. Quickly into a few people. When asked where Bai Nianxue was from, Xin Yu answered for Bai Nianxue. Sister Shuer is from Haicheng. Oh, big city people, unlike us, rural people. Yan Qingling joked, only there was no smile on her face, and her tone carried an inexplicable emotion. The few people who were boys didn't notice, but Xin Yu and Bai Nianxue who were girls, especially Bai Nianxue who was inexplicably stuck for a moment, both felt a trace of strangeness. Zhang Lian noticed that a few people had turned off their machines and asked with the boys, where are you going? You're damn well gone, and we're ready to pull out and find a place to eat. So now that you're back, do you fight? That? Of your schoolmate to fight or not? No fight, so let's go ahead and eat. Zhang Lian immediately refused. There is no reason to let the school sister to come to Sichuan and Chongqing trip. He is the host to take people to stay in the internet cafe. Although Bai Nianxue didn't say why she came to Sichuan and Chongqing, Zhang Lian felt in his heart that it was more or less related to him. So he had to treat Bai Nianxue well. It was only when they heard Zhang Lian take the lead and say that he would not play the game that several people's faces changed.
No budi?
You changed your soul. Games, huh? Games you don't play? Really? Eating is more important than the game now? It's a game. The game. Your favorite. A few people look at Zhang Lian's eyes have changed, making a show of leaning back, like looking at a stranger. Okay, stop, eat. The game is for another day. The corner of Zhang Lian's mouth twitched. If he were to switch to Bai Nianshua's absence, he would definitely be one of the several pussies. But now, a few pussy don't again in front of the schoolmates fall their own identity asshole. Bai Nianshua pursed her lips slightly, looking at Zhang Lian's helpless appearance, as if he was that kindergarten teacher suppressing a few naughty children. She only felt a burst of happiness. Because of the brief time spent with his friends, indirectly, she got to know him better. It was just this soft look and expression that Yan Qingling on the side looked at. She wasn't as neurotic as the boys, and she was able to analyze that Bai Nianshua seemed to have come to Sichuan and Chongqing because of Zhang Lian just from words, and especially seeing Bai Nianshua's soft eyes like that, which she had only seen in her own eyes. It was just that she couldn't manage to show it in a dignified manner like Bai Nianshua. At the same time, she also understood that Zhang Lian never looked that nervous and formal in front of a girl. It was not his style at all. If you were yourself, not even dare to try, she can only quietly become silent, without the vigor of the beginning of the conversation with people. After discussing leaving the internet cafe, a few people took a taxi and went to a certain Transfiguration commercial plaza in Chuanyu. It is the busiest commercial center in the whole Sichuan and Chongqing, with all kinds of food, clothing, accommodation, and entertainment. It also includes all kinds of cuisines that are characteristic of Sichuan and Chongqing. What's to eat? I want crawfish. I want a barbecue. I'd like to eat conch lion hot pot. A few people discussed what to eat, and Zhang Lian, in a rare move, didn't walk with a few good older children, choosing instead to walk with Bai Nianshua. You can't bring your schoolmate to meet your friends and then leave her out to dry. Can you? At this point, even Zhang Lian himself hadn't realized when he had become so attached to a person. Chapter 115. Sorry, he's already mine. A few people also understood and did not take the opportunity to continue flirting with Zhang Lian. Xinyu, on the other hand, had always been excellent at detecting words and colors, and was going to create alone time for the two of them, so she pulled Yan Qingling along with her. How about some skewers? It's been a while since we ate. Yan Qingling pretended to be talking to Xinyu, but in reality, she asked Zhang Lian what he meant. It's just that Zhang Lian's attitude toward Bai Nianshua is completely different from the casual indifference he showed in the past. After hearing Yan Qingling's words, he turned his head to look at Bai Nianshua. What do you want to eat, schoolmarm? In fact, he had already ruled out several offers in his mind. Because of the last time he ate hot pot, he remembered how bad Bai Nianshua's ability to eat spicy food was. What do you want to eat? Bai Nianshua asked rhetorically, asking Zhang Lian what he wanted to eat while several people explored suggestions of what to eat. I can all. Zhang Lian laughed softly. It doesn't matter what he eats. It's just that you're a little yakuza when it comes to eating spicy food, senior sister. Then I can do both. Bai Nianshua quirked the corners of her mouth and softly said. It's just weird to it makes a person always want the other person to be happy, and as long as the other person gets what they want and is happy, they are happy too. Bai Nianshua was such a person, and so was Zhang Lian. Afterwards, under the selection of a few people or choose to eat hot pot, after all, this is the Sichuan and Chongqing open the most stores, and even if you can't eat spicy, you can order Mandarin duck pot. During the meal, a few people were also quick to make an inquiry about Bai Nianshua's account and learned how the two met. After hearing that the two are still just classmates, Yan Qingling's original sullenness all the way through can be considered to have dissolved a lot, although at the dinner table, she still watched Zhang Lian and Bai Nianshua talk with some breathlessness. After seeing that Bai Nianshua was able to give Zhang Lian a dish in front of so many people, she was even more eyeing Bai Nianshua's chopsticks, even forgetting to chew the dish she put in her mouth, obviously just a table apart. She felt that the distance between her and Zhang Lian gradually became longer and longer, and the steaming heat of the hot pot made it more and more difficult for her to see the face of the person on the opposite side of the table. So in the middle of talking, always want to find that time belonging to each other, trying to call Zhang Lian back. Yan Qingling began to talk about various embarrassing stories about Zhang Lian in high school, and the few people on the other side of the room chimed in as well. It looks like the atmosphere is still cordial, but for Bai Nianshua, who is not involved in Zhang Lian's youth at all, it's a kind of invisible exclusion, and she is instantly at a loss about everyone's topic and can only act as a listener, Originally, everyone was still happily talking about their respective universities, when the topic suddenly shifted to high school, and although she was able to listen to more of Zhang Lian's things that she didn't know, it seemed like she was the only outsider at the entire table. It was obvious that she could sense a wave of hostility, or rather possessiveness, from across the room. She looked towards the initiator of the conversation, Yan Qingling, the female high school classmate that Zhang Lian had introduced to her, who didn't give her a sense of security like Shen Yu did. On the contrary, when she looked at Yan Qingling also happened to look at her, and the two women seemed to have a clear understanding of each other with just a single glance. The corners of Bai Nianshua's mouth hooked up, but she didn't get a bit angry. Instead, she tilted her head to look at Zhang Lian, who was talking to the boys. The side of his face was already slightly red because of the alcohol and the temperature. Mental note: idiot, kinda inviting, haha. And so, in the face of Yan Qingling's silent challenge, Bai Nianxue of course had to choose to strike back heavily. Not only should he strike back, but he should also let the other party know that Zhang Lian was his own. That schoolmate, she said softly to Zhang Lian. I want to taste it. Bai Nianxue blinked, her chopsticks pointing to his dish of ingredients, and said in a coded language known only to the two of them. But Zhang Lian glanced at the balls in his bowl. Meatballs? With that, he got up to give Baek Nim Suet a clip, clumsily using a colander to scoop up the balls on the red soup side. The spicy, but it certainly doesn't matter if you taste it. Just this set of lines. Zhang Lian didn't even realize that the care he was treating Bai Nianxue with at this time was already completely different from before. If Xinyu had asked him to hold the food, he might have turned his mouth away and said straight out, "Don't you have any hands of your own?" Of course, this also had something to do with the heartbreaking reason why Bai Nianxue had traveled so far to Sichuan and Chongqing all by herself. But Bai Nianxue didn't mean that at all. In the next second, in front of everyone, Bai Nianxue, as if no one else was there, pinched the meatballs away from Zhang Lian's food dish, and incidentally also pinched away the fish balls that he didn't like that Zhang Lian had taken a bite of. This operation went back and forth twice, plus Zhang Lian stood up, the table was not big, and several people watched him, waiting for him to finish scooping up the next person to be able to clip the food. Therefore, the skillful operation of Bai Nianxue beside him also let a few people see clearly. This skillful technique, this expression without changing color, they had only seen when they were young, when their own mother ate their own leftovers. Not a hint of dislike, skilled as an old married couple. It's hard to say the two aren't related, but it's hard to believe. However, not only their few bystanders feel unexpected, even Zhang Lian, the party concerned, was dumbfounded, and the two pills scooped up by the leaky spoon in his hand did not know whether to put them into the bowl of his senior sister or into his own bowl. Yan Qingling man also froze. Looking at this scene, she felt her heart stop, just short of an earthquake in the pupils of her eyes. Such a bold test. She absolutely can't do it. That is, if she did it with her understanding of Zhang Lian, she would only get the other party to scold her with a look of disgust. Are you sick? But Bai Nianxue obviously wasn't done fighting back. Eating the fish balls that Zhang Lian had taken a bite of into her mouth, and taking the funnel that Zhang Lian had retrieved, the balls were put back into her bowl. With that, he dipped it into the bowl of ingredients, picked it up and said to Zhang Lian, "Try mine." Now, Zhang Lian sort of understood what Bai Nianxue meant by that sentence at the beginning. Looking at Bai Nianshue's mouth bulging, the original taste is this taste, although he smiled helplessly and bitterly on the surface, his movements were smooth, and he took the initiative to push his own dish of material toward Bai Nianxue. It's not like it's the first time I've tasted it. Moreover, Bai Nianxue even directly ate the rest of his food without a trace of disdain. How could his original bit of cleanliness possibly kick in at this moment? Also, unapologetically take it and eat it. Seeing this scene, Yan Qingling could not calm her heart for a long time. After that, it is Bai Nianshue's symbolic polite two sentences. In fact, the heart has long been happy flowers. When he looked again at Yan Qingling, who had declared war with him, his eyes were full of laughter. No hostility, but the strongest retort to it. As if to say, "Sorry-o, he's already mine." Chapter 116. Wait, there's a surprise. After dinner, several people played in the commercial center for quite a while, during which they ate various snacks again. Then a few people talked about going to karaoke. Until 11 o'clock in the evening, Yan Qingling took the lead and couldn't bear to leave, although there were 1,000 words in his heart. But he couldn't say a word. Xinyu then also took this gap to leave with Yan Qingling, and even whispered to Bai Nianxue on her way out, before giving Zhang Lian a meaningful look. On the contrary, He Xuanrong and a few others were still in high spirits, and by 11 o'clock or so instead, it was as if the nightlife had just begun. Immediately after that, it was until 12 o'clock and the time came for the next day. He Xuanrong and a few others carded points to order a happy birthday song for Zhang Lian. Although usually immodest, but Zhang Lian's birthday, the three boys still remembered this serious matter. Just three boys, then originally just intended to take Zhang Lian in the internet cafe dry all night, birthday cake and so on with instant noodles instead of change into KTV came, that is even more nothing. I don't have to do anything. Just sing a happy birthday song and wish me luck. Zhang Lian. No? How hasty. Where's my gift? Hu Tingxian. It's good enough to sing for you, what more bicycle? Bai Nianxue got the key word. Bicycle. Zhang Lian. I didn't say I wanted a bike. When did I say I wanted a bike? Bai Nianxue pursed her lips and snickered. Of course she knew this was a stunt, but still said, didn't I give you a bike? You can ride it if you want. Zhang Lian. After singing the birthday song, the three boys again sparse, I said white, the whole bunch of uninformed, and finally converged into a sentence, all buddy. Zhang Lian listened to the corner of the mouth a draw. Before how I did not find with these few pussy to stay together will be so too. What's the difference between this and those mental boys? It was also because Bai Nianxue was beside him that Zhang Lian's mind stayed absolutely clear. After the song, the time was 2 o'clock. Then we'll leave you turtle boy alone. We'll just go to the third platoon, all right? Yuanjia. No, I have to go back too. My daughter-in-law can't sleep without talking to me on the phone. And this is all sending me messages urging me to hurry home. Yuanjia said all night you kid also changed his mind, right? Obviously, the party can be later, but currently it's still important to have your own girlfriend. Yuanjia was also seeing Zhang Lian, the birthday girl, had left, so of course he still went to accompany his girlfriend. Especially when it was someone's girlfriend who had traveled a long way to find Zhang Lian. Yuanjia couldn't help but feel envy in his heart, after saying goodbye to a few people. With the dim light, the two were the only ones left on the deserted street. Zhang Lian was then concerned about where Bai Nianxue would stay at night. Staying in a hotel. Bai Nianxue had her hands behind her back, walking with a hop and a skip, looking very happy. After dinner, her eyes were full of undisguised gentle smiles as she looked at Zhang Lian. Then your luggage? Zhang Lian continued to ask with concern. By the time he finished dinner, he had already learned everything about why Bai Nianxue had come to Sichuan and Chongqing by taking the time to talk to Xinyu. The schoolteacher is here to see herself. While his heart was moved, Zhang Lian also wanted to do something for Bai Nianxue. It's temporarily placed at Little Fishy's house. Bai Nianxue replied. Then let me send you back to the hotel first. Zhang Lian immediately said, tomorrow, I'll come back to pick you up. Pick me up for what? Bai Nianxue asked knowingly. Come to my house for dinner. Zhang Lian laughed. It's my birthday today. So, would it be too fast? Bai Nianxue feigned hesitation and said with intent. What? Meet the parents. Zhang Lian listened to this and helplessly held his forehead and let out a light laugh. All right. Send me back to the hotel. Bai Nianxue nodded, and it was really late. Aha! Zhang Lian affirmed, although he could have not gone back tonight. He had by no means had any thoughts about Bai Nianxue that he shouldn't have. Both of them are action-oriented, taking a cab plus getting to the hotel door in one fell swoop. Then, you go up, senior sister. Bai Nianxue was a bit reluctant to leave and asked with her mouth cocked, so you're leaving? To put it bluntly, she certainly didn't want Zhang Lian to go. Besides, she's got a surprise for him. However, Zhang Lian just laughed nervously, although it wasn't as if he hadn't had a room with Bai Nianxue, or the first day of school kind of thing, but right now he definitely couldn't do it to stay in a room with Bai Nianxue. The two now just didn't say their first words to each other. Aha! Zhang Lian replied with a nod, not even daring to meet Bai Nianxue's gentle eyes. Wait, why don't you send me up again? What if the room isn't safe? Bai Nianxue thought about it and found a lame excuse. There are a lot of unsafe hotels these days. Zhang Lian heard this and thought for a moment that it was indeed true. There were many hotel cameras nowadays. All right, then I'll send you up first, senior sister, to take a look at the room. Zhang Lian agreed. Arriving at the hotel room and swiping his card to enter, Zhang Lian was all set on checking the room for Bai Nianxue. Bai Nianxue, on the other hand, kept looking at her cell phone as if she was waiting for something. After a while, after Zhang Lian checked, he confirmed that it was nothing. Safe, senior sister. Don't worry. You're leaving again? Bai Nianxue glanced at the time again and spoke before Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian. Well, don't go. What's the point of staying? Play with me for a while. Huh. Zhang Lian immediately tensed his body. He was afraid of this. That's why he hesitated to come upstairs. Sit down for a while. Come on. Bai Nianxue sat on the bed and patted the spot next to her. Zhang Lian, although the heart is to say that all sorts of school sister cannot, we are still small, but the body is still very honest to sit next to the white Nishue. Bai Nianxue still didn't know that Zhang Lian's brain had already thought outside the Milky Way, and was just looking at the time. What she said about sitting and waiting for a while was really just sitting and waiting for a while. Zhang Lian sat straight, and the two of them didn't speak throughout. When Zhang Lian was curious about what exactly Bai Nianxue wanted him to wait for, a doorbell rang. Heartfelt. Not good. There's a trick. Does it mean it's the legendary room check? Cynical jumping? I don't even have my pants off yet. A bunch of thoughts popped into his head, and next to him, Bai Nianxue had already gotten up and went to open the door. Immediately after that, Zhang Lian could see that it was a deliver man, as well as what Bai Nianxue was carrying in her hand, a big cake. Bai Nianxue closed the door and turned her head, still with smiling eyes, raising the cake she carried in her hand. Chapter 117 Words. Happy birthday, sister. You. A few things that boys can't resist. The wine poured by my father and the tears of relief from my mother count as one. A cigarette after dinner, rainy days still as usual when teenagers and close friends hack, and then covered with the sound of the rain as a quilt to sleep in the dark also counts as one. What's left, which is the girl's flowers, is a man who comes to your city, removes the cigarette from your hand, and puts a scarf on you that she knitted with her own hands. Zhang Lian's heart at the moment long throbbing. At this moment has long been as a train to the dense forest of youth, steam whistle, roaring. Bai Nianxue slowly carried the cake to the bedside and opened it with a smile, while not forgetting to explain to Zhang Lian with her mouth. I was supposed to be helped by Fishy, but it's getting late, so Fishy had to go home first. Zhang Lian stared blankly at the cake. There wasn't much difference. It was just a simple chocolate cake. Oh! Bai Nianxue looked at Zhang Lian and smiled gently, thinking that Zhang Lian wanted to eat, and continued with her hand movements, saying, Wait a minute, oh, I'll make up another word. After saying that, Bai Nianxue picked up the chocolate pen that the note had written the need for and started writing on the surface of the cake that was left white. While writing, he also told Zhang Lian to turn away from him. But wouldn't he still have to show himself later? He thought to himself. But the schoolteacher had really surprised him a bit too much today. Zhang Lian only obeyed and turned his head, but his afterglow still couldn't move away from Bai Nianxue. Bai Nianxue, such as waterfalls of hair hanging down in the earlobes with a slight redness, side face look over, the long eyelashes as a small dandelion fan in the fan-off fan, obviously frowning in the serious writing look, but also looks both serious and cute. Zhang Lian could only vaguely see the side of his face, and what was left was Bai Nianxue's hair that was pinned behind her ears, as well as her hidden jade neck. As for the back, because Bai Nianxue really long hair and waist reason is not to see a little, but Bai Nianxue soft black long hair, but is perfectly in line with the impression of a class of people called back killer. There is not a hint of roughness or stiffness, much less a greasy, frizzy crushed light. There's just a silky smoothness where every strand has been tamed just right, as in ancient times when fine silks were carefully spun one by the weavers. For the first time, Zhang Lian paid such subtle attention to a girl, even noticing the other party's hair, and just sneaking glances at the other man's hair made him feel so loved. There is not a bit of physiological rejection of like, even let Zhang Lian want to take the initiative to smell. Bai Nianxue, this looks very fragrant hair. Just, in the moment he froze, Bai Nianxue focused on writing the words, and the cake, which she had deliberately blocked with a cake box, was about to be unveiled. Okay, Bai Nianxue said with a sigh of relief after writing. Zhang Lian was interrupted by Bai Nianxue's outburst that there was a bit of perverted thoughts within him, turning his head to suppress his inner fluttering and looking at Bai Nianxue in a serious manner. What's it say? Bai Nianxue grunted and laughed twice, with a mysterious, but somewhat nervous-looking appearance, covering the cake completely before slowly pushing it in front of Zhang Lian. You! See for yourself, then I'll light the candles. Bai Nianxue's eyes averted as she got up. Her cheeks along with the roots of her ears flushed a lot before taking the candles and birthday crown to the side. Zhang Lian was a bit perplexed. What was this sudden twist? In his opinion, Bai Nianxue did nothing more than write words like happy birthday to herself on the cake. It was hard to believe that there could be anything else. So unguarded. immediately opened and picked up the cake box covering the cake. As for the other side, by Nianxue, who was still fiddling with the paper birthday crown and lighting the candles, her eyes flicked to Zhang Lian's side from time to time, and although she was doing her own thing on her hands, her mind was actually all on Zhang Lian's side, especially after watching Zhang Lian unveil the cake box in one go. The blush immediately spread from the cheeks at the base of the ears, directly to the entire face. Eyes, with anticipation and nervousness. Speech, or words, radical in Chinese characters Kangxi radical 149. Happy birthday. The 2 lines of words uncovered made Zhang Lian forget to put the cake box down, and his heart seemed to be about to rush out of his chest at this moment. His heart rate directly soaring to the 180 that would only be reached by a long run of 5 kilometers. Long time no peace. It wasn't any better than by Nianshua's blush. If not more so, even breathing seems to be taken away. Seeing that Zhang Lian stayed put without looking at her or reacting, Bai Nianxue only thought it was because he didn't like it, and hurriedly added a sentence of explanation after her words just as she had done every time she had deliberately flirted with him in the past. And at the same time, she was also easing her own tension right now. This, that one. Love. It's right above the cake store. I just wrote that one. Bai Nianxue forced herself to explain that just now when she unveiled the cake for the first time. Even though Zhang Lian only glanced at it, she also saw that there was clearly not a single word on the top of the cake. However, Zhang Lian did not intend to reveal it. Both of them were beginners with a burst of ignorance about relationships, and at the moment the atmosphere between the two of them that was so tense that it was about to be suffocated needed to be eased, and this line of explanation from the senior sister was undoubtedly the best easing agent. Zhang Lian borrowed this sentence. Slowly will flutter straight jump mood calm down, although the pressure root cannot calm down a little. Then with a smile in her eyes, she didn't dare to look at Bai Nianxue. Thank you, senior sister. Bai Nianxue pursed her lips and also let out a breath. She was actually a bit lost at Zhang Lian's bland reaction, but it also loosened up a lot of her just now tense mood. Taking this as an excuse to speak gently, her birthday was of course still over. So turn off the lights and light candles? It's just that Zhang Lian pressed his heart, which was pounding in his chest, and didn't reply to Bai Nianshue's words, but continued, I like it very much, this title. Words. Treasure. After speaking, Zhang Lian glanced at Bai Nianxue. Why do you associate those 2 words together, and why do they sound so good? He thought. Bai Nianxue was briefly silent, and the slowly fading temperature on her face came on a second time, coming on even stronger. Fine-tuning the appellation you've taken. Speechbot. Blow out the candles, Saybot. Chapter 118 Make a Wish, Speech Treasure. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, a happy birthday to you. Turning off the lights in the room, Bai Nianxue personally put on Zhang Lian's birthday crown, and with a few candles on the lamps, she sang him a birthday song while clapping her hands as if she was giving a small child a birthday. This birthday song can be better than in the KTV A Few Good Big Children to sing to him much better. Just white Nianxue singing gentle voice is not that A Few Douchebags Ghosts can be compared. But then, Zhang Lian didn't have time to think about those douchebags in his heart at this moment. Right now he was just moved to tears. Really want to cry. When you think about it, what was the trip like for sister? Thousands of miles, traveling alone on a high-speed train to a strange city. Finding him, worrying that he ditched the party because of her, and following himself around to hang out with a bunch of complete strangers most of the night and into the wee hours of the morning just to give himself a birthday. Doing all this for a birthday. Make a wish, Yen Bao. Every time Bai Nianxue called out this title, not only Zhang Lian, but even her own heartbeat accelerated. It seems that through this address, whatever is said can seem very gentle. Plus her already gentle tone. Zhang Lian must be sensitized even if he's a rock. He closed his eyes, though he had had similar birthdays like this before when he was a kid, but the level of formality was nowhere near. The cake of youth is supposed to be wantonly full of unique colors, to be lit up in front of we and partners, to be clustered among flowers and salutes, instead of pretending to understand in front of the elders, and then as a dessert after a large family meal, simply set out the cake, and then in the elders of the wise teachings to study well, to understand and listen to excel, and even the desire to be as if fooling around with, and then as youthful dreams by the elders of the relatives to cut up and share the clean. Birthday cakes are the tombstones of youth. But perhaps we've never even had a tombstone, and we all owe our youthful selves an official birthday cake. Zhang Lian past birthday is with a few good big children in the internet cafe, the only over the memorable some of the internet cafe good big children to him in the noodles added 2 halogen eggs, and then take the lighter lit 3 cigarettes. You're not here to offer incense. Of course, this is not to say that Zhang Lian's mother is not good to him, but for Zhang Lian at that time, has already heard all the elders of the so-called wise teachings. For elders, teaching children may not be wrong. The ever-present thought of how meaningful every holiday should be is the status quo of most people's birthdays. But it was just a birthday. So at this time White Nianxue gave him this birthday can seem formal. Many do not need to have how many people, do not need to eat a large table food, only need to sing a birthday song, a not expensive cake, insert a few candles. If there's no cake, even a loaf of bread will do. If you don't have candles, a flashlight will work. It's just a birthday, the format doesn't matter, it doesn't matter how bizarre or absurd it is. The important thing is that, at this moment, we are happy. What Zhang Lian felt from by Nianshua's gentle words was a sincerity that could not be described in words. From the bottom of my heart, I hope he's happy and joyful as a speech treasure. I hope Mom and Dad live a long life. I wish a peaceful and happy life. I hope I can be with my schoolmate forever. I hope Hokage can always be happy and joyful. Zhang Lian greedily made a second, third, and even a fourth wish. Who says the cake god can only make one wish? I'm going to make 4, Zhang Lian said in his heart. Then, opening his eyes, he exhaled and blew out the birthday cake candles. The whole room was plunged into blackness. Senior sister, you're filming me again? Zhang Lian said. Hee hee. Bai Nianxue let out a light laugh. Recording my first birthday for Yen Bao. Why don't you say anything? In the future, I'm going to give Yen Bao a second birthday and a third birthday. Bai Nianxue shouted gently, and gradually smoothed out her words. School marm. Ha! Bai Nianxue was puzzled and lost her voice in the next second. Hey? Zhang Lian touched the darkness to hold him tightly. Bai Nianshua's eyes were watery as she backhanded Zhang Lian's neck and exhaled. Stupid schoolmate. The next day, the relatives of Zhang Lian's family came early, although this was not Zhang Lian's big birthday of 20 years old and 10 years old. Not so much as to open a big banquet, but it was very common to call the relatives and elders up to make a scene. This is not Zhang Lian's great uncle and second uncle, great aunt and whatnot, also includes his cousin's cousins, including the military training when the first cousin Zhang Wei also came. It was also at this time that Zhang Wei became curious and asked if there was any new progress between Zhang Lian and that schoolmate of his. After all, the military training has been over for almost a month. He is not sure how Zhang Lian and that pretty school sister child progress, but with his eyesight, he is think Zhang Lian nothing wrong, as long as Zhang Lian eyes are not blind, is not a fool, should be able to make progress with other girls. It's just that Zhang Lian had just gone through last night, and as soon as he was asked such a question by Zhang Wei, he immediately recalled the scene of kissing his schoolmate last night, and then his face immediately turned red into a monkey's, but because both of them were in a relationship for the first time, something like kissing on the mouth was a groundbreaking first. Then again, in a pitch-black environment, the first time the two kissed, they hit their teeth. Afterwards, the lights were turned on, the two people could see after, and because of shyness, naturally the atmosphere disappeared a large part. After that nothing was done. After eating the cake, Zhang Lian wilted and ran away. Looking back and thinking about it, if he really kissed down with his schoolmate, would it have really gone well last night like it did on TV? I don't dare to think. Whenever I think of Zhang Lian, my CPU smokes. It was just that Zhang Wei's already curious interest was instantly ignited when he saw Zhang Lian in this red-faced and thick-necked state. What the hell? You kid blushing like that? Taken? What took? Guomei heard the two brothers resting there whispering, not knowing what they were saying quietly, and casually asked. Chapter 119. Pinch your finger. Nope, we're talking about the game. Zhang Lian fooled around. Last night he and his schoolmate had only just gotten progress. He had no intention of letting his old mom know so soon. But Zhang Wei acted as if he couldn't understand Zhang Lian's hints, and didn't help cover for him. Who's telling you about the game? Auntie. I'm telling you. Zhang Lian doesn't learn at school. He went a flirt with girls in his freshman year. At home, my older cousin would have completely lost the seriousness that he had as an instructor during military training, and was all but a devil who ate people without spitting out bones. Hey, I remember. There is a schoolmate who is 1 year older than you. Every day. You made a bet with me back then. Do you still owe me a skin? Blackmail. This is naked blackmail in front of your own mom. Zhang Lian's pupils quaked, but he could only go along with Zhang Wei's words. Mom. Don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't. Then whispered in Zhang Wei's ear. I I give still not okay. Want which model later to buy you? Because later on the school sister but to follow the Shin fish together. He did not want Zhang Wei to see the school sister appeared here and said some flirtation words. Guomei heard, frowned and glared at Zhang Lian, but did not say anything, only felt that it was the two brothers were talking some nonsense again. Did not have the good sense to slap Zhang Lian, so that it will go to pick up Shinyu them later. And Zhang Lian, who received this task, naturally agreed without saying a word. Just blackmail successful Zhang Wei took an apple on the coffee table, bad smile bite, but also did not forget to continue to ask Zhang Lian progress how. In the meantime, Bai Nianxue, after packing up at the hotel, is still reminiscing about last night. How did? It's done? And kissed? It all happened so fast. The room was dark. And she didn't expect the party that had always been squirming to be the first to. He had been the attacking side, but he didn't expect to end up on the kiss side. Thinking back on that scene, it would have felt like a very real dream if her teeth hadn't touched it. But it's precisely because it hurts when your teeth touch that it's so real in retrospect. Now, with all of last night's images in her head, how could the scarlet on by Nianshua's face not dissipate, appearing dignified and beautiful while at the same time taking on some pure and lovely air? So much so that when traveling to the rendezvous point agreed upon with Shenyu, the whole person was a little bit fluttery, as if walking on soft clouds, and even walking was a little bit unable to find the north. Luckily, I was able to meet up with Shenyu unharmed at the end of the day. On their way to Zhang Lian's house together, Shenyu was naturally first curious about how Bai Nianshua's battle plan went last night. Did you succeed in surprising Zhang Lian? More than a surprise, all directly to the stupid school brother took down. Bai Nianshua thought to herself, trying her best to purse her lips but couldn't hide the upturned corners of her mouth. Shinyu knew how it would turn out when she saw this happy corner of Bai Nianshua's mouth. It was so close to writing happiness on her face that she couldn't even pretend to read it if she wanted to. With that, he pulled Bai Nianshua to pamper him, wanting to know the specifics. Then, after learning some of Bai Nianshua's revelations, also immediately the same frequency of the corners of the mouth raised a suppressed arc. In the mouth of Bai Nianshua Zhang Lian, completely as a shy little brother. How when she grew up so much contact with Zhang Lian is not the same person at all. Talking and laughing along the way, after passing a corner of a street, the two saw Zhang Lian, who had been ordered to pick up the two not far away. Sister Cher? Then why don't you stay at my house tonight? I've already told my mom all about it. Seeing Zhang Lian, Shinyu acted breezy as usual, only in her heart. She had already laughed at Zhang Lian hundreds of times. Well, it's okay. Bai Nianshue nodded in agreement. Last night it was just that it was too late and she wasn't all the way with Shinyu, so that's why she stayed outside in a hotel, also to create a private space with Zhang Lian. Having accomplished last night's business of giving Zhang Lian a separate birthday, she was of course able to borrow Shen Yu's house, which was why she had left her luggage at Shen Yu's house in the first place. Before the 4th of July arrived, the two had discussed plans for this presumed occurrence. Even without such a plan, Bai Nianshue came to Chuanyu alone to play. It was impossible for Shinyu to turn a blind eye to Bai Nianshue living out alone. With that, the two of them arrived in front of Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian pretended to be extremely normal as he swept a glance over the two, while greeting Bai Nianshue. Senior sister. Bai Nianshue whispered in agreement. Obviously, they used to be able to get along more casually. But now the two of them simply looked at each other for a moment before they both tacitly averted their eyes, as if anything would happen if they looked at each other anymore. This scene, in the eyes of Shinyu, then really love is really a powerful thing. Even Zhang Lian, such a guy, can become so coy. Zhang Lian, who didn't have the slightest idea that he had already been exposed in front of Shinyu, took over another cake carried in by Nianshua's hand after avoiding her line of sight. But of course, it wasn't last night's limited edition. Although she was attending a bit of Zhang Lian's family birthday party as a classmate, Bai Nianshue still felt like buying something. Healthcare and stuff wasn't very good, making it look like she was coming to meet her parents, so she thought of cake. She's never been one to pay attention to details, even if she's just a classmate, to make a slightly better impression on her aunt. And Zhang Lian carried the cake and walked in front of him, still holding a frame of idle baggage, eyes squinting and staring at the cake. A short while later, the three arrived at the entrance to their neighborhood and took the elevator up. Zhang Lian said to Shinyu, Auntie Yang has been here for quite a while and has been looking for you. Looking for me for what? Shinyu was puzzled. It wasn't like she hadn't told her mom. How would I know? Zhang Lian said casually. You can see for yourself later. Shinyu looked at Zhang Lian's back suspiciously and quietly passed a wink to Bai Nianshue at the back. It's okay, sister, he's pretending. People in the nervous, overwhelmed, often will deliberately and acquaintances say some irrelevant words, as a way to ease their own nervousness, which is very classic stress relief techniques. But at this time, Bai Nianxue was no better than Zhang Lian. Compared to Zhang Lian, at least can still be forced to calmly talk, always in front of Zhang Lian can still talk eloquently. At this time, gradually close to Zhang Lian's home after, see the parents of the vestigial sense of the more and more strong. Although she and Zhang Lian hadn't reached the point of meeting their parents yet, but first impressions were really important. Walking out of the elevator, Bai Nianxue took advantage of Shun Yu knocking on the door to secretly pull Zhang Lian's hand. Not pulling on arms or clothes, but lifting the fingers of the cake. Pinch twice. Zhang Lian, don't do it at this time, sister. Chapter 120. The Return of Schoolmarm's Lacy White Socks. Zhang Lian turned his head to look at Bai Nianxue, as if he had received a huge shock. This is about business. But in the next second, Bai Nianxue was raising her eyes to shyly glance at Zhang Lian. Instantly held down Zhang Lian's heart in his throat. Thought schoolteacher was going to play exciting under the eyes of elders. Look at this. Sister is not trying to screw. Immediately afterward, he heard his schoolmate say in an extremely whispered, even a bit cute tone, "Give it to me." Oh! Zhang Lian understood and returned the cake to his schoolmate. Some of the scene work or need to be done, such as this cake, if it is not carried by the school sister, his mother probably thought it was Shin Fish bought. In order to increase the impression of the older sister in her own mother's mind, such a small detail could not be spared. Let's leave aside the question of how much to add or not. At least you won't be deducted points for having an empty hand, which is a big no-no. Guomei opened the door and did not look surprised to see the three little ones. After all, Shun Yu had told Guomei about Bai Nianxue's arrival in advance. And yesterday Guomei also already had a one-sided relationship with Bai Nianxue. At this time to see the natural will not be surprised. Come in, little fishy's classmate. We met yesterday. You and Lian are both from the same school. Guomei welcomed with a smile, accepting the cake handed over by Nianxue, not forgetting to be polite on her lips, and then looking for extra slippers for the two of them. Because there were a bit too many guests today, all the spare guest slippers in the house were worn out, and the rest had to use disposable slippers. But Shin Yu did have a spare, after all, the reason why the two families have been traveling for a long time since childhood. Guomei took it out for her at once. And the disposable slippers directly used up today, Guomei further to find cannot find a pair. At this time, after Zhang Lian changed his own slippers in the entrance hall, he immediately bent down to rummage for another pair of clean cotton slippers from the shoe cabinet. The weather was still a little hot, but the air conditioning was on indoors, so it wasn't like I couldn't just wear it for a little while in this situation. These are his cotton slippers. Senior sister, will do, Zhang Lian said. Guomei was still rummaging for new disposable slippers. Seeing this, she also felt nothing and stopped rummaging. Hey, it's okay. Just make do. After dinner you guys are going out to play anyway. Guomei, which is not good but just casual, not rigid, in front of her not so many rules. And this bit of spontaneity, in turn, allowed Zhang Lian to learn it all. Good. Bai Nianxue nodded. Guest follows host. And she certainly wouldn't mind Zhang Lian's shoes. Just closing the shoe cabinet back up, Guomei tilted her head and let out a soul-crushing question to Zhang Lian. Doesn't your brat have a cleanliness fetish? Usually my cousin wants to wear his slippers in the shower and won't even give them to him, saying that his cousin has foot odor and is afraid of cross-infection or something. Zhang Lian, who was waiting for Bai Nianxue to change her shoes, scratched his head and didn't know what to explain. At the same time, Bai Nianxue, who was sitting on a stool to change her shoes, also had a body lurch, and with her head lowered, she could clearly see her ears red to her neck. On the contrary, it was Shin Yu who reacted quickly, covered her mouth and snickered twice, and pulled Guomei into the living room. My classmates don't have foot odor. Zhang Lian is relieved, right? Zhang Lian nodded in silence. Only after the two of them walked away did Zhang Lian nervously look at Bai Nianxue, seeing that she didn't continue to change her shoes. What's wrong, schoolmarm? I don't have foot odor, Zhang Lian said. Bai Nianxue took her feet out. They were short white socks, still lacy, crouched like a curled-up letter E on a tiny stool. Will you mind me? I won't wear it if I dislike it. Bai Nianxue suddenly raised her eyes and puffed out her mouth arrogantly. The sudden attack of cuteness made Zhang Lian feel like he had been hit by a bullet in the center of his eyebrow. His head tilted back, and he laughed out helplessly in the process.
Do not dislike. How can he dislike you are?
Zhang Lian frowned without any goodwill and squatted down about to put it on Bai Nianxue. and then nervously looked back towards the living room. Really don't mind me? Bai Nianxue, however, did not move. Her 2 white feet were hidden like a pair of cat's claws on the stool, not allowing Zhang Lian to see or touch them, as if hiding a treasure. Don't mind, Zhang Lian said earnestly, again somewhat in tears. I don't mind kissing you. Sister. Please don't. Hearing Zhang Lian's reply, Bai Nianxue only smiled and stretched out her feet, and Zhang Lian handed over the cotton slippers to steadily catch the 2 small white paws. After putting them on, I stepped on them twice and they snapped and snapped when I walked because they were not sized correctly. Try to feel, in addition to not quite fit, in fact, the comfort is not much different, but Bai Nianxue just feel boyfriend slippers better where the heart is actually already happy. There was still a while before the mealtime. Zhang Lian as the birthday girl deserved to be in the living room with his relatives, while Bai Nianxue stayed far away with Shenyu. Her current status was not yet a daughter-in-law meeting her parents, but just a fellow schoolmate attending a classmate's birthday. Something like helping out in the kitchen or something over the line could not be done yet. And even if she goes for it, with her craft, I'm afraid I'll just have to play along. So stay with Shenyu and just be a little kid waiting for food. She was still able to look at Zhang Lian openly and honestly, occasionally locking eyes with him, as exciting as cheating under the eyes of elders, just not for much longer. A few of Zhang Lian's cousins who were playing games in the study came out and immediately broke the original calmness of the living room. Among these cousins, the younger ones are merely in preschool, while the older ones have reached high school. The few of them were familiar with Shenyu, but it was the first time they had seen Bai Nianxue. Especially children's words are reckless little children. The second uncle's family's second child, named Zhang Yu's preschool little boy, followed their own several older brothers out of the study after the hands still do not know what to hold something in the bite. See Bai Nianxue after the frozen in place, 2 bright eyes unblinking Bai Nianxue staring at. Made a couple of adults on the sidelines look happy. Immediately afterward, Xiao Zhongyu limped over toward Bai Nianxue as if he hadn't drunk the manga soup, his eyes not taking half a step away from Bai Nianxue the entire time. Walked over to Bai Nianxue, then
Flop.
on both knees. Chapter 121. Wait a minute, Yenbo, my socks. That's the thing about kids, they always do something that adults can't react to and cause a bunch of laughs. As soon as Zhang Yu knelt down, Bai Nianxue squatted down and helped him up with her quick eyes. While the adults sitting on the living room sofa laughed and laughed, Zhang Lian's second uncle also immediately got up with a smile and came to his own son's side, pulling his own son over from Bai Nianxue's hand and cursing at Zhang Yu with a smile. So young and so unproductive. Kneeling when you see a pretty sister, huh? However, Zhang Yu's eyes remained fixed on Bai Nianxue the entire time, not even giving a bird's eye to his own old man. Seeing this, Bai Nianxue then pursed her lips and smiled as she stroked his head, responding to Zhang Yu's sight and teasing him with her eyes wide open. Little Zhang Yu immediately reacted to the situation and laughed nervously. Hee, sister. Oh, sister. What happened to sister? Second uncle slowly picked up little Zhang Yu. Sister looks good, little Zhang Yu said childishly, turning his head to look at his old man's big face while answering. Children's face change also fast. See their own father's moment? Small Zhang Yu's innocent and lovely smile slowly converged, and gradually frowned, staring blankly at their old man. Then, in front of the crowd, little Zhang Yu skimmed his head to look at the crowd on the living room sofa and sighed with great disgust. The face change plus the action was all in one, as if it was like telling the crowd, "This $100 is here again." At once the whole of the living room burst into laughter. A small child like him who was still at the age of wearing crotch pants could express extremely limited emotions, nothing more than happiness and sadness, and most of the rest of the state was in a Schrödinger superposition state where the account was not activated and the memories had not even been turned on. It's hard not to amuse the adults in the room by suddenly displaying an extremely complex range of emotions that encompasses helplessness, disappointment, annoyance, dislike, etc., 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 etc. Especially the second uncle, holding little Zhang Yu, is even more wide-eyed. "I'm your father, what do you mean by this tone? I raised you in and piss." Hearing the commotion of the big guys in the living room laughing loudly, the second aunt in the kitchen also came out and wondered, "What's wrong, what's wrong?" Learned that his son just after a series of behavior, she also laughed and scolded 2 sentences. In the head of the house he likes to hold their own children, what is so sour that he cannot eat the grapes or used to feed other people. To the toilet does not take the paper, shouting other people to give him, and then smeared the chocolate people, lying to other people said it is the poop so that now people are annoyed with him. Hey. Zhang Lian heard, the corner of the mouth a draw look at his second uncle, Really worthy of being a child to deceive himself to go to fry cow dung second uncle. Really damaging even his own son is screwed. After spitting, the second aunt walked to Bai Nianxue in front of the two people from the second uncle's hands to carry their own children, and then came to Bai Nianxue's side while teasing and said with a smile, "Like sister ah?" Bai Nianxue was instantly a little shy and smiled as she looked little Zhang Yu in the eye. Little Zhang Yu on their own mom is a completely different attitude. Very sticky, eyes glowing to the second aunt's arms. Not want to stay in the second uncle for a moment. It looks like in second aunt said really good. Little Zhang Yu is really annoying second uncle. Hearing his mother say this, little Zhang Yu that little CPU this only then back to look at Bai Nianxue. Eyes again become a blinking, bulging greatly and a little surprised look. And then another cheeky grin. Love it or leave it attitude is very obvious. Then you play with sister. Second auntie said in a doting tone, then smiled and looked at Bai Nianxue. It is not to let Bai Nianxue help with the child. The second aunt is just a mouthful. Coaxing small children is like this. Say a little bit of nothing. It was the first time she, as a mom, had seen her own child show such an expression to a stranger. But of course, the little girl in front of her did look good too. While bringing up the baby, he chatted with Bai Nianxue. Shenfish she knows, after all, the new year everyone is a village, more or less seen. So he asked curiously, "You're Zhang Lian's classmate, aren't you?" Yes, we're from the same school." Bai Nianxue listened and answered obediently. These people are elders. The relationship is extraordinary. Oh. Second auntie nodded. Where does the family live? Well, Ocean City. So far away. Second aunt was shocked. Then why did you come so far to Sichuan and Chongqing? Well, something came up. A side trip for fun. Bai Nianxue muddled on, her eyes quickly sweeping over Zhang Lian. Oh, that's good. So you go to Haitown University? Yes. In that case, my boss went to Haichang University as an instructor just before. Yes, is it? Zhang Lian walked over to Bai Nianxue's side and patted his second uncle. Where's first cousin? The first cousin refers to Zhang Wei. I sent him out to get some wine. Why? It's fine. Zhang Lian went straight to stand next to his second aunt, pretending to tease this little cousin while listening to what his second aunt was talking to Bai Nianxue. However, Zhang Yu, the young cousin, was fully focused on looking at the beautiful woman and did not react at all to Zhang Lian's teasing. The second aunt was still saying, "Yeah, it's teaching your freshman class." Seeing Zhang Lian walk to the side, he slanted a glance at Zhang Lian and said, "It's the class that teaches Zhang Lian." In response, Bai Nianxue was slightly stunned. When she was in school, she had seen Zhang Lian and the instructor getting close, so it turned out that they were relatives. Wouldn't that be like a good thing to see later? That instructor has seen himself before. Bai Nianxue looked around and didn't see that instructor. Then she glanced at Zhang Lian, seeing the other party's calm and collected appearance. Her tense nerves relaxed a little. I guess the schoolboy should have thought of that. Having a chat, second auntie quickly set little Zhang Yu down on the floor for Zhang Lian, her cousin, to take, and then went back to the kitchen. Just this which needs Zhang Lian to bring Small Zhang Yu was put down after holding Bai Nianxue's legs. Do not let go. Tilted the little head smiling, Bai Nianxue looked. The corner of Zhang Lian's mouth twitched at the sight. Picking up the back of little Zhang Yu's neck, "Let go! Don't let go!" Little Zhang Yu held on for dear life and said in a childish voice. Hey, Zhang Lian's eyes widened as if he were a demon whispering into his little cousin's ear. If you don't let go of me later, I won't give you any cake. Let go. I haven't even hugged my own girlfriend's leg for your little gadget. But little Zhang Yu still won't let go, and the cake all temptation won't work. Seeing this, Zhang Lian couldn't stand it. How dare the little thing steal my girlfriend? Directly and violently split it, holding it from behind and lifting it out. Wait a minute, speech treasure. Bai Nianxue said offhandedly. Socks. Bai Nianxue said. Zhang Lian tilted his head to see that little Zhang Yu was actually holding onto the lace on the top of Bai Nianxue's short socks and not letting go. Chapter 122 Small Moves Under the Table. Baka. There was no other way. Zhang Lian, who really couldn't pull it off, could only glare at his younger cousin Zhang Yu, scolding him while glaring at him. And cousin Zhang, great cousin, also came back from outside to buy wine. As soon as he entered the door of the house, he saw his own brother bumbling after a girl does not let go, like a follower. Fix your eyes and see if it's not. Good Lord. How long has it been since we swindled our way straight into the house? Bai Nianxue's eyes were a bit evasive and did not dare to meet Zhang Wei's eyes. But she still gave Zhang Wei a nod when she saw it, her eyes greeting him a bit. This kind of situation of having an extra unexpected person, Bai Nianxue hadn't expected it either. It's just that when Zhang Lian saw that Zhang Wei had returned, he immediately told him to come over and take his brother away. What's the deal with hugging his schoolmate all the time? Zhang Wei walked over to Zhang Yu, and it was like an innate bloodline suppression to Zhang Yu, picking him up in one go. At the same time, he did not forget to look at Zhang Lian with rather deep meaning in his eyes and slowly said, I'm remembering if you owe me another skin. Didn't I just tell you this morning? Zhang Lian's eyes were wide open. Extortion. And a second time. Your TSK have to add money. Zhang Wei brazenly said. The skin in the morning was just blocking him from mentioning Bai Nianxue. But now people are coming to the door. That's another story. Okay. Zhang Lian gritted his teeth and said, hurry up and get your brother out of the way. Hey good Lu to get what you want. Zhang Wei immediately changed a face. See Bai Nianxue froze. Then Zhang Wei took his own brother. Go. Brother take you to see Ultraman. Looking at the backs of the two men leaving, Zhang Lian thought to himself. It's true that like father like son, the heart eyes of a family could fry 2 plates of vegetables. Soon it was time to eat, and a large family sat around the table. Zhang Lian rightfully sat next to Bai Nianxue, while Bai Nianxue's left side was Xin Yu, and Zhang Lian's right side was his own cousin Zhang Yu, as well as his first cousin Zhang Wei. During the meal, the elders always have a few words to say, which was nothing more than Zhang Lian growing another year older, and then recounting some stale anecdotes about Zhang Lian wetting his pants as a child, followed by a lament about how fast time flies. Apart from the embarrassing stories of Zhang Lian that Xin Yu knew from his experiences with Zhang Lian most of the time, most of the rest of the embarrassing stories were told by Zhang Lian's elders at dinner tables like this one. Bai Nianxue listened with great interest, his left hand under the table a moment to poke Zhang Lian. A moment to poke Zhang Lian. But at the dinner table, the two remained rippling throughout. Then, his own second aunt and uncle half jokingly chatted about the juniors falling in love. And regarding his own boss, that is, Zhang Wei, he urged, hurry up and bring one back now, you're already 27. Don't bring one back by the time Zhang Lian brings one back, you haven't even brought one back yet. Zhang Wei is a little impatient, the matter of urging marriage is as if it is engraved in the genes of the previous generation. Once you have completed the previous task, immediately they issue you the next task. Almost every dinner party, big or small, can't escape the topic of marriage. And now that he is as the oldest junior in the family, he naturally becomes the first target of the crusade. Listening to his own mother urging, his eyes slanted at Zhang Lian, thinking, this Zhang Lian have already brought back still need to wait for me? Bai Nianxue's hand under the table at this time is pinching Zhang Lian's left hand, and the two of them are playing happily. The eldest uncle also said on this matter, you see, if my family doesn't bring one back before he graduates from college, he won't even be allowed to enter the house. If you can't bring one back from so many in college, what are you doing in this college? Zhang Cheng, the son of his great-uncle's family, rolled his eyes. Second uncle, Lian should hurry up, it's already 19. Did you have a favorite in college? The moment these words came out, Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue's 2 restless hands under the dining table abruptly loosened. The 2 men looked at each other with a swift glance. Then there is sure to be a sighing hounding from the elders. No, then the private must be schoolmates. Have not yet thought about how to answer this question in front of the face of the school sister. His own old mother voiced, what a have he boy not in use. Then do step it up and try to get one for college. The one in my house is from college and is now ready to get married right after graduation. The second aunt bragged that her daughter had talked about a pretty good boyfriend in college. And at that time the 2 of them came back with a special renovation of the family's old house just to look like the family was in a better condition. In fact, the family should be what conditions, talked about almost 4 years. The man's parents froze did not come to the second aunt's home a time. I don't know if the marriage that Auntie 2 is talking about will take place properly. Auntie Yang laughed. Xiao Lian is very popular in school, my family and his school all told me so. Want to talk about surely any time you can talk about it, right Xiao Lian, just we are not casual. Zhang Lian smiled helplessly and bitterly. Auntie Yang seemed to have had some sort of conflict with second auntie, and he was not in a position to intervene, so he could only echo Auntie Yang's words. The real girlfriend is already in front of you guys just. After concurring, Zhang Lian noticed Bai Nianxue's eyes narrowing as she looked at him, as if she was flirting. Not casual. Then he gently pinched Zhang Lian's fingers under the table again, but this time is even more daring. She also directly take off the slippers. Both feet on Zhang Lian's slippers to come. Feeling the touch coming from his feet, Zhang Lian quickly glared at by Nianxue without a trace. And his feet also took off the slippers and back stepped on by Nianxue's feet. Just as the two were playing with secret rivalry and surprise and excitement, Zhang Yu, the younger cousin on the side, suddenly tugged on Zhang Lian's reddened ears and came to the rescue. Brother Yanbo. Zhang Lian almost didn't shake his head in shock. What the heck? Let's switch places. Switch farts. What did not learn? The schoolteacher called a bit of speech treasure he learned. Zhang Wei's eyes changed when he heard this name at this time, and he got something new. What's it called?
Zhang Lian, danger.
Can't let this pussy know more or it's time to ask him for a third skin. Chapter 123, Like a Little Daughter-in-Law. After the meal, Zhang Lian was in charge of washing the dishes as well as cleaning up the mess, and the relatives of each family went back to their own homes after chattering in the living room. Only when he was leaving, little Zhang Yu also wanted Bai Nianxue to hug him, or else he wouldn't leave yet. To this Zhang Lian only wanted to say, Mamanosuk, you die for master. After the relatives left, there is only Auntie Yang still waiting for her own mother. The two naturally agreed to go play mahjong together in the afternoon. If Auntie Yang stays, Shun Yu naturally stays. Shun Yu stayed behind, and Bai Nianxue naturally stayed behind as well. While Zhang Lian was washing dishes in the kitchen, the four women were chattering in the living room, while Guomei had already expressed her confidence in the afternoon's poker luck, feeling that she was going to woo a superb of the superb. As they chatted, Auntie Yang looked at Bai Nianxue, and for a while she didn't know how to address her, so she whispered to Shin Yu and asked, What's the name of this classmate of yours? Bai Nianxue. Shin Yu casually replied, Actually, it's just the same school, and Sister Schwerer is my schoolmate. Bai Nianxue? Auntie Yang raised her eyebrows slightly. The one that you said was close to Xiao Luyan at school before? Shin Yu was shocked. His own have forgotten things mom still remembered so clearly? So then, she actually came here specifically to play with little Lian? Shin Yu pursed her lips, slyly defended a sentence. No. She has something just happened to come here? Really? Auntie Yang narrowed her eyes with a look that saw through everything. Then it wasn't to find you anyway. Shin Yu is silent. That is not to look for you is not to look for little Luyen. Well, you see. Seeing Shin Yu silent, Auntie Yang immediately came to a conclusion. The small Shin fish in front of his own mom is still completely played in the palm of the hand. Aya. So beautiful, so Xiao Lian is not talking about it, but is aiming for a faraway place. Auntie Yang smiled cheekily. Leaving Shin Yu aside, Auntie Yang turned her head and beckoned towards Guomei, who was tidying up the tabletop, revealing a look of significant good news. And at this time Bai Nianxue stayed aside and looked at her cell phone. Her eyes kept looking in the direction of the kitchen, still thinking of finding an excuse to sneak into the kitchen and take a look at Zhang Lian, oblivious to the fact that a shrewd woman behind her is staring at her and smiling. Guomei simply cleaned up the living room and sat down next to Auntie Yang, pushing and shoving with some dislike. What's wrong? Smiling so happily? Shin Yu saw the situation is not good, hurriedly got up and pulled Bai Nianxue to flee the scene. Auntie Yang also did not stop. Guess. This one came to your house, that female classmate. Who is it? Auntie Yang raised one eyebrow, raised her pointed chin and pointed in the direction of the two Shin Yu Bai Nianxue. Isn't it a classmate of Fishies? A university. Guomei frowned and replied in confusion. What's wrong? Didn't you say last time when you first saw it that the girl would be cheaper for some kid later? Auntie Yang sold the story. Well, yes, this girl how good-looking and polite and well-behaved. That is not cheap, which family boy well. Finished. Guomei on the eyes of Auntie Yang with a lewd smile. You laugh? Make it seem like cheap to your head? TSK. Auntie Yang was speechless. She had explicitly said to this point. Where else can it be cheaper? Just your house. My house? Are you drunk? This kid in my house doesn't even dare to talk to others at the dinner table. A wimp. Obviously, Guomei actually paid attention to her son's movements during the meal. Obviously, they were sitting together and were still classmates. But this Zhang Lian guy really didn't even talk to people. After the meal, she, as his own mother, had to go on for him. After all, before the meal a few relatives might not have asked Bai Nianxue if she had a boyfriend or something revealing like that, but after the meal it was time to go and they were going to go after Bai Nianxue after all. Such a good-looking girl, wherever she goes, is a meat and potatoes. It is impossible not to be liked. Just like the treatment of Shin Yu almost every year, They also have to be asked a mouthful of whether they have a boyfriend and other such things. However, after being asked, Bai Nianxue said she already has a boyfriend. This makes Guomei feel very pity. This is still a classmate at often meet in school. Compared to other boys, this is a natural advantage. Unfortunately, people have owners. And just now, after I heard those brothers and sisters, the little human girl already has a boyfriend. Really? Auntie Yang instantly stared like a schoolgirl with a big melon, but quickly calmed down again. Not necessarily. It could be that this little girl is already very close to little Lu Yan now. Not necessarily that little Lu Yan and the little girl are already together. Just looking for an excuse to reject adult harassment. But she was still excited and solemnly repeated to Guomei, "I'll tell you What's that little girl's name?" Guomei, "I don't know. Bai Nianxue."
Guomei, who?
And then what? "You've got a good memory. The one that my little fishy said." Auntie Yang was a bit speechless. "The one who was close to your son at school." Oh, it was obvious that she was about the same age. But it always felt like Guomei's brain didn't turn as fast as Auntie Yang's. Guomei remembered this incident. But her mind still didn't turn around and asked again, "Then what?" "Auntie Yang, you also don't blame your son. I think Xiao Lian can't find a girlfriend is mostly inherited by you." Auntie Yang has been speechless. All said to this point, brain cannot turn. Really do not understand the current young people at all. Kitchen. Zhang Lian wore a small apron and diligently washed the dishes. Suddenly a sweet voice rang out from behind. "Little baby, wash the dishes nah." Zhang Lian hummed with a light smile and peered back into the living room. Door closed. "What's the point of closing the door?" Bai Nianxue tilted her head and asked knowingly. "You're not afraid of being seen?" The corner of Zhang Lian's mouth twitched, and as soon as the words left his mouth, he reacted to the fact that he had spoken nonsense. "If you're really afraid of being seen, would you still have your hands and feet out of place when you eat?" "I'm not afraid." Bai Nianxue still closed the kitchen door slightly, then admired Zhang Lian's apron back behind her. "Senior sister, don't stand behind me. It's cool. I'm scared." Zhang Lian laughed. The hell knows what kind of ghost will come out of his schoolmates next. He always felt that his schoolmates standing behind him was not too good. "What for?" Bai Nianxue smiled and walked up and tugged on Zhang Lian's apron ties. "Are you still afraid of what I'll do to you behind your back?" "Like a little daughter-in-law." Bai Nianxue gently encircled Zhang Lian's waist, and with a bad smile, she deliberately pinched it. Chapter 124 Exposed. "Don't mess with your schoolmates. My mom will see it later." "Why? You're so afraid of me being known Bai Nianxue was behind Zhang Lian, resting her chin against his back. "Am I that out of reach?" "That's definitely not Zhang Lian replied. "It's just a relationship that was just finalized last night. Nothing is ready yet." "Then I'm not afraid." Bai Nianxue shook her head and stuck behind Zhang Lian like a little hamster. In fact, no need to Zhang Lian speak. Bai Nianxue herself is not ready to meet the parents just like this yet. She just liked to deliberately tease her little boyfriend just, "Parlor. It's all speculation. So what if people are really not okay?" After hearing Auntie Yang's analysis, Guomei still refused to believe that Bai Nianxue would have come specifically to look for her own son. People come all the way here, have things to do, and then also specially come to attend your son's birthday. A bunch of people recognize do not know. People so idle pour you a meal? And people buy a big cake. This point is somewhat reasonable. Guomei nodded her head affirmatively when she heard Auntie Yang say that. "I'm telling you, with my analysis, this little girl is specifically making such a trip to celebrate your son's birthday." Auntie Yang said with great certainty. "Even if the two aren't together, it's already a 9 out of 10 relationship." "No way. Then how come he doesn't say a word to anyone?" Beautiful to this point is very concerned because in the past, my son brought girls home to play that are more than words with machine guns like chatter endless and is to get food for the girls and is to get toys for the girls. The TV is also for people to play cartoons. The matter of her own son being liked by girls, in fact, she also knows something about it. That time her own son was like a social cow, exuding charisma at all times, and nowadays this appearance, although it is true that it is a little different, but who likes girls who do not take the initiative? "Why can't you understand the words?" Auntie Yang sighed helplessly, holding her forehead and shaking her head. "Let me ask you again, are they close on this?" Guomei glances toward the kitchen. "Answer me. Look me in the eyes." Auntie Yang broke over Guomei's head. "Tell me, isn't it?" "Yes, well, that's what little fishy said." Guomei nodded. She seemed to have just seen Bai Nianxue in the kitchen. Good relationship, then why aren't they both talking? Auntie Young asked rhetorically. A fight. Shy. Auntie Young said seriously. Two little kids in love, meeting their parents for the first time. Can they not be shy? At this point, the shy two so-called love-struck kids are playing a little sticker game in the kitchen. People are shy, that's why they deliberately keep their distance. You wait for the ones you're not in, and look what they say about you not talking. I don't care if they talk or not first. I'll clean up the meal. There won't be any room for a card game later. Guomei got up and walked towards the kitchen. You really can't get along with you. Auntie Yang frowned and sighed. It was also suffocating to eat melon and not find anyone to share it with. And the key Guomei seemed to not believe what she said. The truth is actually the opposite. Guomei precisely a little believe what Auntie Yang said. She is curious just now her eyes flower or not. Did she really seem to see Baek Nim Suit in the kitchen? If that's the case, then it's basically 80% true what my own best friend said. The two are likely not there yet, but they are certainly close. Beautiful gradually close to the kitchen. At this time within the kitchen Zhang Lian ear-sharp immediately spider senses to the unique footsteps of his own mother. My mom is coming, Zhang Lian said in a small, wary voice. That fast? Huh? What then? Bai Nianxue let go of her hand and stayed where she was. It's fine. That's it, Mom, she won't find out. Zhang Lian waved his hand and pretended to get up to concentrate on washing the dishes. Bai Nianxue, on the other hand, glanced back at the kitchen door and stayed beside it again to chat with Zhang Lian. A very common scenario. If Guomei hadn't listened to Auntie Yang's meal of analysis, she definitely wouldn't have had the slightest doubt. But now, pushed the door open. Guomei saw Bai Nianxue standing abruptly in the kitchen, her own son washing the dishes, and the two of them looked as if they were clean and nothing had happened. But the more so, the more it seems very have 12 strange. Bai Nianxue turned her head and nodded to Guomei as if she didn't know. Guomei also smiled and responded. Then the laughter in her eyes became more and more rampant, gradually reaching the point of being uncontrollable. Good brat. Hiding quite deep she thought to herself as she looked at her son. Without being reminded by Yang Shufan so much, she was afraid that she didn't know how long she would be kept in the dark. But she also does not intend to just so nakedly demolish her own son's drama. The two in the end into a success or not. She has not been accurate. First press the troops, see how the situation is better. What's wrong, Mom? Zhang Lian wiped her hands on her apron with an innocent expression. But this face is very disdainful in Guomei's eyes, as if she is watching how far her son can perform. It's fine. I'll put the dishes away. Guomei walked straight towards the refrigerator. And when Bai Nianxue saw this, she extremely eye-catchingly went forward to open the refrigerator door for Guomei. Thanks. Guomei looked at Bai Nianxue very kindly and smiled. For some reason, Bai Nianxue felt as if Auntie Gua had suddenly become much more kind, at least several times more kind than when she first entered the house. Also, looking at her isn't quite right. Daughter-in-law, this is, well, good boy. Guomei heart a burst of joy, and even had the urge to want to pull out the red envelope on the spot. It's okay, Auntie, it should be, Bai Nianxue said, and then obediently retreated to the position she had just been in. She was stared at by Guomei with a little bit of weakness. That? What are your arrangements for the afternoon? Guomei finished putting away the dishes and walked to the sink next to Zhang Lian to wash her hands. Her eyes full of deep meaning slanted at Zhang Lian and asked in passing, Go to? Shop around. Zhang Lian frowned, not understanding what this look from his own mom meant. Mom, you got sand in your eyes? It's fine. Shop around. Shopping is good. Guomei blankly glanced at Zhang Lian. Is there enough money? I'll spin you some later. The sun is beating down on the west side. Chapter 125. Help me take off my clothes. Walking out of the kitchen, Guomei also smilingly nodded toward Bai Nianxue, the satisfaction in her eyes overflowing. I did not expect such a great bargain to come to my own head. Good boy. The happy Guomei immediately transferred another $1,000 to Zhang Lian. Just a sudden good let Zhang Lian a moment of weakness, along with Bai Nianxue was also looked at in the heart of the hair. The two people in Gua beautiful away face to face. Discovered. No way. Obviously so well hidden. Not long after washing the dishes, Guomei was on fire and pulled Auntie Yang. The two of them smilingly looked at the two people coming out of the kitchen, and then left the house as if she deliberately left the space belonging to the young people, and she did not forget to talk to Zhang Lian on her way out. It's your birthday. I don't care about you. I can come back tonight or not. Hearing this, Zhang Lian was even more baffled. When did staying out at night become so easy? My own mother has always been nagging. Not to return home at night will call to ask clearly where, what to do. Zhang Lian, if you cannot make the reason very reasonable, to ensure that the evidence is sufficient, generally will not be approved. But how this time? Also took the initiative to mention to himself that he could stay out at night. Something is wrong. 12 out of 10 is not right. Only after Mom and the girls left did Xin Yu come out of Zhang Lian's room, glancing at Bai Nianxue and then slanting a glance at Zhang Lian. No words, but seems to say a lot. Zhang Lian was still thinking about how the three of them were going to play in the afternoon, but Xin Yu immediately made an excuse. I'm going back to catch up on my sleep. It was too late last night. I didn't sleep well. Can it be any later than last night? As two people late? Zhang Lian was almost 4 o'clock when he came home, and he also got up at 9 o'clock in the morning. But for someone who's already got the stay up all night attribute on point, that stay up all night has been in small doses. But for someone who doesn't stay up much, it probably does have to be relatively sleepy. As it happened, Zhang Lian had no reason to stop her, and with a glance at Bai Nianxue let Xin Yu make herself at home. Thus, only 2 people were left in the huge house. Obviously a few moments ago when the 2 at the table will do some elders cannot see the intimate small action, did not expect to really only 2 people left alone, male and female. The 2 are shy, strength again up. It is like 2 online love. Ben now netizens meet for the first time offline is twisted, sitting on the end of the sofa at both ends of the respective look at the phone, just short of the classic on the phone to send each other a message. However, this time it was Zhang Lian who broke the deadlock. Always letting his senior sister take the initiative all the time was still not quite in line with his style. Sister, do you want to catch up on your sleep too? Bai Nianxue raised her eyes at that, blinking twice and asking seriously, sleep, Anon. It's still early, at 2 past we'll go outside to play. Zhang Lian explained. That, which have come up to have to sleep together. Bai Nianxue muttered with a red face, her thoughts already on the highway. The elders have just left the house and you're gonna sleep and do that kind of thing the day after. Just sleep in my room. The sheets and covers have only been changed not 2 days ago, and I've only been sleeping for 2 nights. Zhang Lian was still talking to himself. He didn't let just anyone sleep in his bed. But now that his senior sister wasn't casual anymore, he was open about it and even wanted Bai Nianxue to sleep in his bed. I don't know if falling in love awakens a series of strange fetishes, but some intimate and personal items or things will subconsciously generate the idea of wanting to involve the other half. For example, to eat, you have to feed each other only if the object takes a bite. For example, when wearing clothes instead of wearing your own, you prefer to wear the one of the object that is not the right size. Another example is a bed like this. It seems that everything on the object smells good, and a good night's sleep can make your bed smell good too. It seems to be called physiological liking. Of course, Zhang Lian wasn't the only one who subconsciously had the same idea. Bai Nianxue wasn't much better. As early as a few hundred years ago, Bai Nianxue took Zhang Lian's clothes and did not return them. Now, with the opportunity to sleep in his bed, and under the proper behavior that the Lord was asking for, of course she wouldn't say no. Even if she wasn't actually sleepy at all. Of course she wanted to burrow into Zhang Lian's comforter, to feel the feeling of all her favorite smells wrapping her up, hugging his pillow tightly and burying her head in it. It's like kissing in love. It makes me blush to think about it. Okay. Bai Nianxue nodded her head in agreement, and then made a somewhat sleepy appearance. Zhang Lian's room was simple: a bed, closet, a desk, a desktop computer, and a window. There were many books on the desk, but instead of studying, they were comic books. There was a basketball in the corner, a poster of a giant on the wall, and a pair of badminton rackets hung next to the poster, which was next to the back of the door on one side. And on the back of the door, there was a graduation picture of him from the end of elementary school all the way to the end of high school. Bai Nianxue restrained the urge to have a rummage through her little boyfriend's room and turned her head with a soft smile to look at the picture behind the door. Zhang Lian above has gone from a flat head in elementary school, to a mushroom head in middle school, to an airplane head in high school, to today's. Can't say much about the head. As you can see, although the hairstyles at each stage were the spiritual look of all students at that time, Zhang Lian's hairstyle was more or less a one-off, but it wasn't ugly. The basic values are there and it's simply not ugly. This point, but let Bai Nianxue to their own little boyfriend more satisfied. Take out the phone to shoot on too. Zhang Lian saw the situation also did not stop, others although usually lazy, but the basic neatness is still no problem at all. There is no what socks hide everywhere. Some wrapped in a strange liquid paper ball fell on the ground. What? While he made up his bed, shook out the covers, and adjusted the air conditioning, he chuckled again and said, "There's nothing to see. It's ugly. People are such a that they can't even empathize with their childhood selves." This was the case with Zhang Lian, who no longer knew why he wore a mushroom head in junior high school, and there was no doubt that the mushroom head was the ugliest in the photos from that time. "Where is it ugly? So cute." Bai Nianxue regarded it as a treasure and said gently. There was no teasing tone, and a hint of haughty cocking of the lip. "Don't you dare talk about him like that." After saying that, he went straight to the bed and sat down, took off his slippers, and in a moment rolled over onto the bed and burrowed under the covers like a caterpillar. Zhang Lian looked at her with a doting face. He had to say that there were times when he found his senior sister provocative, but more often than not, she was still more adorable in his eyes. In the next second, Bai Nianxue stretched out a foot in white socks, poked it out from the quilt, kicked it, and then placed it directly on Zhang Lian's leg. "Yanbo." Zhang Lian's heart skipped half a beat. "Help me take it off." Chapter 126. Sleep with me. Bai Nianxue shook herself, like a white bunny, and ran out of her comforter burrow, probing her head. "Who sleeps in socks?" Bai Nianxue held out her foot for Zhang Lian to help her take it off. Zhang Lian saw this and swallowed his saliva. First of all, he dares to say that in all his own life, he had never been interested in a girl's feet. What with the high heels and the Parisian world, he had never quite been able to appreciate the beauty in them, nor could he get it. But right now, there was a real wave of curiosity that was driving him to take off this white sock for Bai Nianxue. "Strip this little white rabbit coat off. This is the first time I've ever taken off a girl's socks for her." Zhang Lian carefully gave Bai Nianxue off while his hands slowly pulled down the lace of the white stockings, gradually revealing Bai Nianxue's snow-white and warm ankles. And Bai Nianxue can be so confident to let Zhang Lian to take off, naturally has confidence in their own feet, absolutely cannot be put together. She was too shy to speak even as she watched Zhang Lian's face rise to take off her socks as she enjoyed princess-like treatment. After both feet were removed, Zhang Lian carefully placed Bai Nianxue's white socks on her slippers and lifted Bai Nianxue's feet. Her feet were red and warm, not painted with nail polish but pink and white and reflective, as delicate as game modeling. It is absolutely guaranteed food safe, non-toxic and healthy. Zhang Lian do not know why will suddenly understand the previous brush paragraph brush to don't paint nail polish is to ensure food health. He lifted Bai Nianxue's foot and didn't mind at all. There. Bai Nianxue retracted her feet, then all at once she retracted both of her feet back under the covers. Only showing his head, he gave Zhang Lian a look. Zhang Lian didn't know what to say, so he could only look for topics of concern and asked, "Is the air conditioner at the right temperature?" Bai Nianxue nodded, like a kindergartner being put to bed. "Then sleep, close your eyes." Zhang Lian got up, went to the door and closed it behind him and closed the curtains again, and the entire house was instantly completely dark, exactly like the night. In any girl's place, this situation would cause a shiver in her heart out of instinct, insecurity and fear of the boy in front of her messing around. Bai Nianxue is no exception. At this time, if Zhang Lian unlocked the door and did something to her, she couldn't run away. However, this thought only appeared for an instinctive moment, because immediately after that she saw Zhang Lian sitting next to the computer, and the bright light of the computer lit up the whole room at once. Then, Zhang Lian really when Bai Nianxue want to make up sleep, himself alone put on the headset, open the game, call him detailed, he plays games, call him undetailed, but he also knows to wear headphones and pull the curtains and all that. But you're selectively ignoring this computer light, aren't you? That's not true. That's not the point. The point is, I'm sleeping in your room. Me. I'm your girlfriend. You don't play me. You play games. I can't even compete with a game. Feeling offended, Bai Nianxue unleashed an exclusive skill unique to girls on the bed. The grim stare. In fact, Zhang Lian just wanted to stay in the room with Bai Nianxue. Or to be more accurate, he wanted to see Baek Nim Suet. But he hadn't brought his headphones back with him, and playing on his cell phone on the sidelines where the sound would still be outgoing, he'd opted to play on his computer, and the brightness had been turned down to its lowest setting. It's just the best way a straight guy can think of to take care of his own girlfriend. What? You asked him why he didn't think to talk to his sister. Aren't you sleeping? Doesn't talking to someone while they're sleeping disturb her? What's more, he was waiting to see Bai Nianxue after she fell asleep, and it would be best if he could take 2 pictures of Bai Nianxue as well. Use it as a screensaver or something when the time comes. He had only just opened the online game he hadn't played in a long time when a voice that made his heart melt came out of his bed. Bai Nianxue cried out in a petulant manner. Yen Bao. Zhang Lian looked at the sound. Even if it was a dark room, at the moment with the light of the computer screen, Zhang Lian could vaguely see a pair of snowy eyes staring him down from the bed, like a black cat in the night. Only 2 eyes shine. Zhang Lian. What's wrong? Come here, Bai Nianxue said. Zhang Lian immediately got up after hearing this. Computer off. Bai Nianxue added. It affects you? Zhang Lian asked. His hand immediately turned off the computer. It looked like the computer couldn't play either, so he could only use his cell phone to brush up on the silent video later. Seeing Zhang Lian turn off the computer and obediently walk towards her, Bai Nianxue grunted and whispered, Come here. Zhang Lian squatted in front of the bed and lowered his head as instructed by Bai Nianxue's waving hand, getting close enough to listen to what she had to say. In the next second, it was Bai Nianxue's hands wrapped around his neck and pulled downward, kissing him on the cheek in the process. In an instant, Zhang Lian only felt that his mind was blank, as if there were countless wild deer rushing through his head, and his heart was pounding. Bai Nianxue continued softly, What are you doing with the computer on? Hey? Well, I'll play some games. Aren't you sleeping? Zhang Lian looked down at Bai Nianxue's stunningly beautiful face. His tone couldn't hide the tenderness. 2 people at the moment close together distance. Breath can hit each other's face, although the line of sight dim. But because of this, the atmosphere is also more mesmerizing. No games. Okay? Bai Nianxue still wrapped her arms around Zhang Lian's neck and blew her breath hitting Zhang Lian's face, making it crispy. Zhang Lian pursed his lips and almost instinctively reached out his hand, touching Bai Nianxue's face, then gently pinched. If you don't play games, then what am I doing? You accompany me. Bai Nianxue pasted Zhang Lian's hand, not resisting, but instead rubbing against it like a clingy kitten, and said, Sleep with me. Chapter 127, First Official Date. The cozy afternoon sunlight would always make people feel lazy. Bai Nianxue was woken up by Zhang Lian, and her mouth inevitably made some cute and charming movements. Originally, Zhang Lian did not really want to scream. He woke up and quietly watched Bai Nianxue from the sidelines, and incidentally took 2 pictures and set them as a screensaver. Bai Nianxue sleeps very quietly, not drooling, not snoring, breathing evenly, eyelashes flickering like dancing dandelions, the whole body lying on its side, 2 legs slowly shrinking, like a curled-up kitten. Zhang Lian will pull the curtains open, waiting for a long time. Also do not see Bai Nianxue wake up. Look at the time. Really feel that if you do not call up today, will not have to play before forced to wake up Bai Nianxue. After waking up, Bai Nianxue rubbed her bleary eyes and sat on the bed as if waiting for a computer to turn on, looking around dumbly. It took a good half a minute for the connection to pass before the gleam in her eyes showed. Looking towards Zhang Lian, the delight between his brows gradually unfolded as well. Then he opened his hand. Cuddle. The sleep was very comfortable. It was the first time she had ever felt so at ease sleeping in someone else's bed. So much so that she had a nice dream of eating candy on a candy cloud. Odds are it has something to do with people, too. Seeing this, Zhang Lian walked towards Bai Nianxue and reached out to pick her up. What time is it? Bai Nianxue smiled gently. At noon she joked about sleeping together. Then Zhang Lian slept aside. The 2 of them looked at each other, and the shyness instantly found its way back to them. So much so that in the end both of them just closed their eyes as well. When she woke up again, it was Zhang Lian who called her. It's almost 3:30. Zhang Lian said helplessly. Oh. Bai Nianxue blinked her eyes. This sleep she slept for 2 hours. When did you wake up? Almost. 2:30. Zhang Lian thought about it and said. It was 2:02 to be exact, even as he pressed on to sleep. Because there wasn't much sleepiness at all, and there was still a fragrant and soft schoolmate next to him, so even if Zhang Lian fell asleep, he was still in a state where he woke up with a start when Bai Nianxue moved, a very light sleep. On the contrary, Bai Nianxue slept very peacefully. In less than a moment in his ears came the sound of even and orderly breathing. His feet also slowly curled up, his knees at once to the top of his waist. Looks like sister may not have gotten much sleep last night either. Just like this quietly looked at Bai Nianxue for a while. Zhang Lian only got up, played with the phone, until 3 o'clock to pull the curtains open. The afternoon sun shines in, but Bai Nianxue still did not wake up. Oh! Then you'll wait for me next to me for an hour, Bai Nianxue laughed. So good. Zhang Lian ignored Bai Nianxue giving him this again, and turned his head to pick up the water cup with water poured from the desk. Drink some water. It's not drugged, is it? Bai Nianxue opened her innocent eyes and pretended to be wary. Yes, under the sleeping pills. Zhang Lian said. I said, why am I so sleepy? Bai Nianxue took it, holding Zhang Lian's cup of water before drinking it. Obviously, both men are not at all unduly physiologically fond of each other. While drinking water, Bai Nianxue stretched her white feet out and shook them towards Zhang Lian. Zhang Lian glanced at it and knew what his schoolmate meant. She's asking herself to put her socks on again. This is not even married yet, and you can already see how your future life is going to be. Lowering his head, he picked up the two lacy little white socks, holding Bai Nianxue's tender feet to put the jacket on her. These socks shouldn't have a front and back, right? Anyway, he didn't distinguish between positive and negative. Zhang Lian directly gave Bai Nianxue to wear whatever. After getting dressed, Zhang Lian even cooperated by kneeling down on one knee beside the bed. All right, my Princess Highness, it's time for us to get going. Where to? Bai Nianxue tilted her head, smiling lightly on the surface, but in reality, her heart was secretly happy. Go to dating. Fishy. This way. Xunyu left Zhang Lian's house and also found her girlfriends to hang out with. A girl who grew up as good as she was certainly didn't grow up without her own clique around her. Zhang Lian had it and so did she. But then, her clique members were a bit different from Zhang Lian's. She could attend Zhang Lian's clique gatherings as she pleased, but Zhang Lian wasn't able to attend hers as she pleased. The reason is that, in her small group, in addition to yesterday's Yan Qingling, the rest of the few people in high school have little contact with Zhang Lian, belonging to the real meaning of a classmate, and even there has been the belief that Zhang Lian is chasing after Xunyu. Only Xunyu is forced by the relationship between the two families delayed in Zhang Lian to tear his face off. In such a small group, Zhang Lian would be an outsider through and through, and would not be able to participate very well. 2 men and 4 women head to the movie theater together, ready to see the new movie released during the 4th of July. Chatting along the way, Han Shui, who was traveling with her, asked Xunyu curiously, Hey, how is Zhang Lian doing now? I heard from the old class that he ended up doing well on the exams. Like he went to the same school as you? Zhang Lian in his high school days was actually gifted. This could be seen from the fact that he was able to get a good score without studying seriously, and this made his classmates who worked very hard to get a good score very jealous. Especially in the last senior year of high school. After Zhang Lian began to study seriously, he made rapid progress, improving more than 10 points in a month's time. You know, this last period we all compete for a breath, do not dare to have the slightest slack. Even the usual results so poorly that the students cannot get into the university also have to touch the book during this time. This behavior of Zhang Lian disguised a great pressure on most of the students with good grades. Han Shui was one of these people. Her grades were even better than Xunyu's, but she didn't do very well in the college entrance exams, and now she went to a university that wasn't as good as Haida. Just a few days ago, almost a month, she could not accept that she had worked hard for 3 years to study in a mediocre college, so she resolutely chose to drop out, and now she is preparing to repeat her studies with a lot of pent-up frustration in her heart. Yeah, he's fine. Xunyu replied. In the same class as you? Fan Xiaofan asked with concern as he listened. His grades were also good, but in the end, he also did not play well, and in the end, he did not pass Zhang Lian and did not go to the same high university as Xunyu. But he didn't know that Zhang Lian had also gotten into high university, and surprisingly, he was even in the same school as Xunyu. It's hard to believe that Zhang Lian guy really did this for little fishy. Fan Xiaofan's heart tightened. No, Xunyu explained. I'm from the computer science department, and he's from the mechanical college department. Oh. Fan Xiaofan nodded, thoughtful, and handed Xunyu the popcorn. Mechanical, the score shouldn't be that high, right? Well, the mechanical department is going to be lower. Xunyu refused Fan Xiaofan's popcorn. I'm going to the restroom. Oh good. Fan Xiaofan moved a bit to make way for Xunyu. Turning his head, he addressed a few others. Zhang Lian actually chased little fish to this point. Chapter 128. His girlfriend. I really didn't expect Zhang Lian to do so well on the exam. Han Shui curled her mouth. He could even do this for little fishy? It's not already with fishy, is it?
Impossible.
Fan Xiaofan said disdainfully. He's been staying with little fishy since he was a kid, and little fishy never accepted it, all right. It's not possible that he accepted it when he went to college, right? But I think the two of them are actually kind of good together. I don't know what the two of them think. And the point is, Zhang Lian even ended up with little fish again, elementary school, middle school, high school, and now college. Yan Qingling was only listening from the sidelines to the discussion of several people. She had the most say on whether Zhang Lian and little fish were together or not, as she participated in both small groups. In the past, it would have been her turn to come out and dispel the rumors at a time like this, but right now, her mind was no longer on the topic of the guys. In the past, she might have needed to add more heart to the exploration of a few people, but now that a numerical value monster has appeared that is even more competitive than little fish, and even stronger than just a little bit, her competitors have already shifted by default from the possible little fish to Bai Nianxue, who was astonishingly beautiful yesterday. The key is, this Bai Nianxue, she still has no way of recognizing it at all. How long do you guys think Zhang Lian will chase little fish? Until Fishy has a boyfriend, right? Hee. Then he'll have to dream about it. Fan Xiaofan let out a sarcastic laugh. Han Shui deflated. I'm going to use the restroom too. In the meantime, which one to watch? Zhang Lian bought milk tea and walked over to Bai Nianxue, who was struggling with which movie to watch, with another bucket of popcorn. I don't know yet. Bai Nianxue was stuck in a selection dilemma. She was quite interested in all these newly released movies. Of course, the reason for interest is not because the movie cover looks appealing, but simply because it's the first official date for the two. Of course, she wants to stay with Zhang Lian for a longer time, preferably at night so that Zhang Lian can't go home, that kind of. No way, who let her come all the way here? She is not sleeping at night. Then of course she wants her boyfriend to sleep at night too. Otherwise it's not fair. With that, she turned her head to look at Zhang Lian again, noting that he only had one oversized cup of milk tea in his hand instead of two. How come you only buy one cup? It's not like you can drink it all. Zhang Lian explained in a proper manner. He realistically just simply wanted to drink the same cup as Bai Nianxue. Definitely not because of any improper reason of fear of waste or anything. Well, I can't finish it either. Bai Nianxue looked away, vaguely remembering the shyness when she first ate each other's food. Let's just watch this 2.5 hours. After that we'll have dinner and then go shopping, and then we'll watch another one later. Bai Nianxue planned. Line. The corner of Zhang Lian's mouth twitched. Listening to Bai Nianxue arranging it so tightly made him seem like a president. But hearing it that way, doesn't it seem like you're forgetting something? Bad. The game. Can't play it again. The two of them chose the movie, bought and checked the tickets into the corridor of the cinema, and looked for the room according to the number of the screening room written on the ticket. On the way, he passed by the public restroom and happened to bump into Shenyu, who came out of it after using the restroom. Zhang Lian looked up at the numbers of the various screening rooms, while also curiously looking inside to see what movies were playing. So naturally he didn't notice Shenyu. However, when Bai Nianxue held Zhang Lian's hand and followed aside, she happened to meet Shenyu at eye level. The first time the two people on the eyes is pursed lips, and then Shinfish look at the two people holding hands tightly, eyes slightly narrowed. Turns out. Faster than one thought, Shenyu thought to himself. Bai Nianxue, on the other hand, blinked her clear and innocent eyes and communicated in spoken language that she was leaving first, before leaving with Zhang Lian and rubbing her shoulders after getting a gesture of a frantic nod from Shenyu's eyes. It was Han Shui who came out from the restroom after him, and when she saw who Shenyu was greeting, she followed the line of sight and saw Zhang Lian at a glance. Although she was not very familiar with Zhang Lian's body shape and appearance was very outstanding, and among all the classmates in the high school, it was Zhang Lian who had the most prolific deeds. Especially the first year of high school, good-looking, play basketball, grades are not bad, math scores also pull full. There are Shinfish such as excellent grades, good-looking childhood friend, playing the game also played Thieves 6, and fights seem to be Thieves 6. Such a person has become the object of daily recitation by the homeroom teacher and a topic of discussion for many people in the class just in the first year of high school. About Zhang Lian fought again today, Zhang Lian and Shinfish gossip, how handsome Zhang Lian when playing basketball, blah blah blah. Someone like that, even if you don't know them well, would be a memory point that high school classmates would never forget. That's why Han Shui was able to recognize him at a glance. At the same time, naturally, they also noticed the girl Zhang Lian was holding by the hand. They couldn't see the front face, but just by looking at the back, they also made people think that it was a beautiful girl. She had no desire to go up and greet Zhang Lian, even if it was an old classmate meeting. Instead, he walked next to Shenyu and asked curiously, Zhang Lian. Aha! Shenyu nodded. Who's the guy next to him? The underlying meaning of this sentence is, isn't Zhang Lian he chasing after you, little fish? Which one is that pretty girl next to him? Who else could it be? Shunyu was full of smiles, even with a small sense of accomplishment in her eyes. This is something that she single-handedly, personally assisted in setting up. Even Bai Nianxue got off the high-speed train because she went to personally pick her up. That's why Zhang Lian's relationship had to feel like she was involved. His girlfriend, Xinyu said. Ah, Han Shui frowned tightly. How is it that just now they were discussing how long Zhang Lian would still be chasing Xinyu? How is it that the next second she was told that she had a girlfriend? Chapter 129. Going to see what his girlfriend looks like? Him? His girlfriend? Han Shui toned full of unbelievable. In fact, high school Zhang Lian was many girls like things she certainly knows some, but Zhang Lian can do, keep your body like a jade. In her opinion, it was mostly just because Zhang Lian had someone in his heart, and that person was most likely Little Fish as a childhood friend. She really couldn't think of anyone else, or had heard of anyone else, who had gossiped with Zhang Lian. How can he have a girlfriend? Han Shui repeated murmuring, and in her heart, she was instantly a bit curious about what that girl looked like and could be so powerful that she could outsmart Little Fishy and be with Zhang Lian. Just look again in the direction Zhang Lian left. The two figures have already disappeared. I do not know into which screening room. Returning to their seats, the few people who were still discussing about Xinyu and Zhang Lian immediately shut their mouths. After all, they thought that Xinyu really didn't have that side of the mind towards Zhang Lian, and of course they didn't like to be mentioned about such a thing. Han Shui was still curiously gossiping with Xinyu about Zhang Lian's girlfriend just now along the way. Where's his girlfriend from? Over in Haicheng. Xinyu replied. Oh, that was after Zhang Lian went to high university with you, Han Shui was puzzled. Then how did they meet? Could it be that they were your college classmates? Sort of, we're in the same school, and then his girlfriend is going to be 1 year older than us, she's a schoolmate. Xinyu continued to answer. As for how they met. Speaking of which, Xinyu can still vaguely recall the scene when they met for the first time at the beginning of the school year. Zhang Lian topped a pair of red eyes from staying up all night like he wanted to hit someone. She also didn't know the specific details of how Zhang Lian and Bai Nianxue knew each other, but judging from the ding-dong cars that she had heard Zhang Lian talk about occasionally in the past, it seemed that they had met playing games. Of course, Xinyu didn't divulge all that she knew. She just shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she wasn't very clear either. So, if you say so, they've only been together for a month, right? Han Shui did the math. The start of high university was in mid-August, and now it's only been a month or so. We've known each other for a month and we're dating. Is this still him? This is definitely more than a month, Xinyu laughed. This is something she is naturally very clear about. The two people have known each other for a long time, although not as long as their childhood sweethearts, but it is definitely not much worse. At least, Zhang Lian had started playing the game since elementary school. Counting the time, it must be 6 or 7 years. She and Zhang Lian also only met when her own parents played mahjong in elementary school. What are you guys talking about? Hearing Xinyu and Han Shui's conversation, Fan Xiaofan on the side immediately strained his ears and asked in a timely interjection. Talking about Zhang Lian. Han Shui instantly replied, Guess who I just ran into outside when I went out to use the restroom with Little Fishy? Fan Xiaofan's mouth turned away. Didn't you tell the answer? Han Shui waved her hand and re-asked, Then guess who else we ran into besides Zhang Lian? Yan Qingling was sitting at the back, and when she heard Zhang Lian's words, her attention also shifted from the big screen in front of her to the discussion of several people in the front seat. Fan Xiaofan searched for a moment. The only ones who were close to Zhang Lian in high school were Yi Wenjie, He Xuanrong, or Hu Tingxian. But these three don't seem to be able to generate this much discussion between the two. Such a strong desire to gossip. This person should mostly be a girl. And the high school period Can and Zhang Lian relationship girls, in addition to almost the whole class notion fish, these two but the first year of high school, everyone does not know each other's situation, two people familiar with each other, and together on the next class to go home the god people. All that's left is a bunch of buddies who can call Zhang Lian buddy. For example, Yan Qingling, who is still sitting behind herself, also has a good relationship with Zhang Lian. So said a random guest name, Fang Shooting. This girl is not as good as Xinyu in all aspects but also called excellent in Fan Xiaofan's subconscious mind. Think Zhang Lian and Fang Shooting such a girl is quite a good match. After all, he did not study in high school the whole day, does not learn the first year of high school but also fight with people every day, call to the office and do not know how to repent. These things, in his eyes as a good boy who grew up following the school rules and discipline and listening to his teachers, is an anomaly, and is definitely not worthy of Xinyu, who is also as good as he is. But then, Zhang Lian wasn't that bad in all aspects in the end, so a Fang Shooting's comment, he felt, was already Zhang Lian getting the benefit of the doubt. While saying this name, there was still a bit of unworthiness in his heart for Fang Shooting, hoping to get Han Xue's denial. With that, he was decidedly denied by Han Xue. No, it's his girlfriend. From Haiku University. As expected, it is a girl, Zhang Lian, this guy. It cannot be deliberately follow the small fish to come here, right? Or is it that he has already realized that he has given up on little fish? Fan Xiaofan thought. At the same time heard Han Xue's denial, he also felt that this is reasonable after all, although Fang Shooting did not take the high university, but took a better than the high university Chengdu University. High school period may still look at Zhang Lian, but went to the university, the eyes and mentality can be changed. It was only after going through the monologue in his mind that he reacted to the words that came out of Han Xue's mouth. Girlfriend? Aidaese? His girlfriend. He talked. Well, little fish said it herself. Han Xue nudged her mouth, and Shun Yu nodded her head in agreement. A few people on the side smoothly asked what was wrong, and finally got Fan Xiaofan to convey that originally they had just been discussing how long Zhang Lian would last. But they didn't expect it to be the end of the next second? So you must have seen it? Is it good? Han Xue laughed. There was nothing more fun than eating your own classmate's melon. Good looking. Shun Yu talked about this topic with a very serious and certain look on her face, just as decisively as when her teacher asked her to get up and answer a question in high school. Perhaps if she asked about the others, Shun Yu would still need to think about it, but this was the only thing that she didn't need to think about at all. People answer questions when they have absolute knowledge of a matter, and there is no doubt about it. Super good looking, Shun Yu said. She was beyond certain of this, and she had a higher say than everyone, even Zhang Lian, because she was the one who had taken a bath with Bai Nianxue, who had actually seen and touched Bai Nianxue's entire body, a level of fascination that even a straight woman's personality like hers would enjoy. Bai Nianxue's various values, she couldn't even envy them, not to mention Zhang Lian. So she thought it was only a matter of time before Zhang Lian was taken down by her schoolmate. Now it seems to be true. And get Shinfish this kind of answer of the crowd. Originally was curious psychology is instantly ignited, all want to take a look, busy asking Shinfish have no photo. But where will Shunfish? At this point, Fan Xiaofan was always skeptical, thinking that there must still be a gap between girls' aesthetics and boys' aesthetics. Then he asked Han Xue, who claimed to have seen it. Didn't you see it? Does it look as exaggerated as little fish said? White skin and long legs. Han Xue thought back and stammered. Well, appearance is not beautiful, do not know. The back is indeed quite good looking. Skin white words. Indeed, white skin and long legs. The two people also pull-handed. It's not going to be the backstabber. If you can't, we'll go check it out later after the movie. Chapter 130 is a bit good looking. It's a little cold. Then lean over. Feet are also a bit uncomfortable. Put it on my lap then. He. From the moment she entered the screening room and took her seat to wait for the movie to start, Baek Nim Suet started her one-woman show. Not only did she let go of the armrest between their seats so that she could lean all the way against Zhang Lian, she also put her legs all over Zhang Lian's lap so that Zhang Lian could warm her up. Zhang Lian had no choice but to pamper himself with this. He was immune to Bai Nianxue popping up with some titillating words at any given moment. So much so that he would still do what Bai Nianxue wanted. In other words, it's not like he doesn't like. In the past, there were also girls who deliberately teased him like this, and they were usually senior sisters, but those sisters, Zhang Lian was able to counteract them very well, and he even felt that they were playing really flowery. But now, Bai Nianxue put both her legs on Zhang Lian's lap, and her hands put his arms around him again, and he could clearly feel the touch of Bai Nianxue's chest feeding back to him, and at the same time, there were still two white fleshy legs on his legs. You're testing the cadres with this? What cadre can't stand such a test? Zhang Lian glanced at Bai Nianxue, who was on top of him, and Bai Nianxue then bulged her two jewel-like eyes wide to look back at him. What's wrong? It's okay. Idiot schoolmate. Bai Nianxue let out a light laugh, her mind not on the movie at all, but on how to play Zhang Lian in front of her. First touch Zhang Lian's hand. Rub it and squeeze it. On his lips, he did not forget to mutter, Yenbo, your hands are so big. Played with it, then interlocked my fingers and watched it over and over again for fun. Zhang Lian only felt that his palms were itchy, and his whole body felt tingly, but he enjoyed it very much. Immediately after that, Bai Nianxue put his hands on her legs again. Zhang Lian. Others have said look at the legs, but also just mouth high. But Bai Nianxue is really doing directly let Zhang Lian touch the legs. What for? Swallowing, the temperature of Zhang Lian's ears climbed rapidly. This is not because of just touching the leg, but Bai Nianxue not only put it on the leg, but also used 2 legs to give him a hand clamped to prevent him from moving. Mother single little chick male wherever felt this. Rub my legs. Bai Nianxue could see Zhang Lian's embarrassment, but she just loved seeing him blush. Obviously she herself actually heartbeat accelerated to the point of no return. But then after seeing Zhang Lian's nervous and shy appearance, she wanted to intensify. With that, he came to Zhang Lian's ear and purposely spat. Brother, will you rub it? Zhang Lian glanced at his hand. Let go. I'll rub it for you. Yeah. So, at Bai Nianxue's request, Zhang Lian grandly rubbed Bai Nianxue's long legs. Bai Nianxue also just smiled and watched the temperature of his ears rolling hotter and hotter. Even in a movie theater in such a dim light, she can feel how red Zhang Lian's ears are at this time. Until the end of the movie, Bai Nianxue's leg never moved away from Zhang Lian's leg, giving her a crunchy press. During this time, she will also let Zhang Lian hand milk tea to her to drink, but also to feed. She will also hold the popcorn to feed Zhang Lian to eat. Obviously just confirmed the relationship the next day. But the two are already like a sweet little couple who have been talking for a long time. After leaving the screening room, the 2 men's hands never parted again either, interlocking their fingers and pulling them tight. In the meantime, first watched the movie outside the cinema waiting for a long time Xinyu several people. Except for Xinyu and Yan Qingling to be precise. Xinyu is seen, of course she has nothing to be curious about. She also knows that these people are trying to eat melons while Yan Qingling is probably guessing what is going on. The crush is fruitless. She would not want to be involved in getting an answer. The 2 chose to go ahead and take up a seat at the restaurant for a few people, while Fan Xiaofan and the others were strongly driven by curiosity and waited for the movie that Zhang Lian was watching to end. And they said that Zhang Lian would keep chasing after little fish. But it turns out that they just talked about it when they went to college? Substitutes. It's possible anyway. Generally speaking, the level of the substitute found in a situation like Zhang Lian's is definitely a bit lower. Fan Xiaofan. Anyway, no matter what, it's definitely not as good looking as Xinyu. Han Shui, on the other hand, was silent when she heard it because even though she didn't see the front, just from the aura that her back gave her, even if it wasn't that good looking, it definitely wouldn't be a back killer. After all, Zhang Lian's condition is not bad. Find a good-looking girl is not quite normal. It was just that the people present wanted to verify if it was as they thought, that Zhang Lian had actually found someone lesser than Xinyu to fill the wounded heart. And as expected, shortly after the movie finished, they saw the figure of Zhang Lian walking out of the movie theater holding a strange girl. Everyone all craned their necks and peered in like a flock of geese, trying to see the girl next to him. Fan Xiaofan also pivoted his head to look in. Just before you see it, a girl next to you didn't refrain from holding the grass out. A little. It's nice. Chapter 131. Old classmates meet and see each other. CC. Shake the grass. Wow, that's really quite nice. As the 2 people in the crowd gradually came out, after several people saw Bai Nianxue clearly, including Fan Xiaofan, all of them were stunned by Bai Nianxue's appearance, letting out a heartfelt gasp. I'm afraid this isn't the Haiku University's schoolgirl. Also,
Okowo.
Fan Xiaofan was greatly disappointed in his heart and could only reluctantly praise. I said why Zhang Lian isn't chasing after little fish, so it turns out there's a better one. Han Shui smacked her lips, somewhat understanding that little fishy hadn't lost unjustly. The girl in front of her is indeed to a certain extent a better-looking girl than little fish, not only in terms of her seeming temperament but also values in all aspects. As long as one's eyes weren't blind, it was absolutely impossible for a girl with extreme good looks like Bai Nianxue to be told that she wasn't good-looking when she walked down the street. Even Fan Xiaofan himself, who had a slight bias against Zhang Lian, couldn't manage to forcefully give into sarcasm on the point of whether Bai Nianxue was good-looking or not. A looker that is recognized by everyone, it would be a stretch for him to say it's not a good look. What's more, he knows in his heart that people do look good. Zhang Lian, this guy. He really got him. What does this girl want from him? Because he's handsome? Guessing, this girl would have to be at the level of high university school flower. This Zhang Lian guy, chasing after the best-looking girls everywhere he goes? Fan Xiaofan said yin and yang. Why don't we go up and say hello to Zhang Lian? Everyone is a classmate. No, he looked over. Zhang Lian saw a few people not far away, although it is not familiar, but at least it is a high school classmate. Zhang Lian is not so bad as to see the main face still cannot recognize. Granted, when you go to college, everyone is no longer as green as they were in high school, wearing a form-fitting uniform every day. Boys get a perm, color their hair, and change their clothes, while girls get their hair done, get their nails done, and get dressed up. The change from high school is indeed great, but the features and temperament remain the same, and after a glance you will feel familiar. Zhang Lian didn't react the first time he saw a few people, but Fan Xiaofan's ugly face was familiar to him. After all, this guy was always following behind himself and Xinyu in his first year of high school just like a follower. The reason for following was certainly not himself. He had no desire to even have a conversation with him, and couldn't talk at all, and always chewing on people behind their backs, which Zhang Lian had even thought about finding a chance to beat him up after school to keep him away from himself and Xinyu. However, when he later heard that for some unknown reason, the guy had gotten into trouble with the bullies from another class and was dragged to the grove behind the school and beaten up, Zhang Lian dismissed the idea. Then later, after the class became familiar, Zhang Lian didn't go with Xinyu, who seemed to have been on good terms with them. Thinking of this, Zhang Lian nodded at the location of several people, but did not have the desire to go up and greet them, nodding his head as a greeting between old classmates. Seeing this, Bai Nianxue looked in the direction of Zhang Lian's line of sight before asking, "Classmate?" "Well, high school classmates," Zhang Lian replied. "So, wanna go say hello?" Bai Nianxue asked kindly. Now that she had an official status, she wasn't afraid to greet Zhang Lian's old classmates, and even kinda wanted to know more about Zhang Lian's past. "Not too familiar with them," Zhang Lian said gently. "Oh, that's good." Bai Nianxue was very sensible. Not too familiar is a mediocre relationship, or even a conflict anymore. As it was, she had no interest in them. Zhang Lian added at this time, "Sister, let's go back to school tomorrow, shall we?" "Huh?" Bai Nianxue's eyes widened. She had only come to play for a day, and she was back? She's actually more or less not having enough fun. Bai Nianxue, what's wrong? So anxious to go back. It's hard to believe that. It's because you're afraid of being seen by your girlfriend or something. Zhang Lian smiled helplessly after hearing this. "Didn't I promise you to go back to school earlier? But I'm not at school right now, so who are you going back to?" "Mostly. You don't have a place to stay here." "Huh?" Zhang Lian said truthfully. In the end, he just didn't want Bai Nianxue to live outside alone. "Then wouldn't it be better if you didn't go back at night? Accompany me." Bai Nianxue raised one eyebrow, the corner of her eyes curving out into a nice-looking arc. Zhang Lian muttered in a small voice, "I'm afraid of crashing." "What? The life of a legendary generation of captains." Bai Nianxue frowned tightly, not knowing what Zhang Lian was muttering. "Your classmate is coming over." As the two chatted like a normal young couple, Fan Xiaofan and the others instead walked towards the two after nodding to Zhang Lian. After coming together, there wasn't much to talk about. A few people were just curious about Bai Nianxue. After greeting each other's recent developments in a scene, Fan Xiaofan handed over a cigarette. Zhang Lian directly refused, although he used to be in contact with some bad. But he was not a smoker or drinker. And Fan Xiaofan had always thought that someone like Zhang Lian must have run upstairs to the restroom to smoke every time between classes. "I just didn't realize that after college, I'd learned how to do it in style and not smoke. It's not like they're being policed by their own girlfriends or pretending not to smoke." Han Shui at this time is directly opened the door to look at Zhang Lian curious gossip. "Chase how long, ah? You guys just got together." Zhang Lian answered truthfully, a happy smile unconsciously appearing on her face. "Just together?" Fan Xiaofan. "So we haven't been together long?" "Aha." Zhang Lian nodded. "The relationship just confirmed last night, do you believe it? You're only together and you're leading someone to your hometown?" Han Shui covered her mouth and laughed. "It's okay. How long has the chase been going on, I ask you?" Quite a long, right?" Zhang Lian narrowed his eyes slightly, not answering this question. "It's quite a long time, he's like a log." Bai Nianxue heard Han Shui's question and answered directly in place of Zhang Lian, with an arm around Zhang Lian's arm. "No, I've chased him to his hometown to catch him. It's really hard to chase, isn't it? Schoolmate?" Zhang Lian scratched his head. Some did not expect Bai Nianxue will suddenly say so, but the heart is extremely happy. He also somewhat understands Bai Nianxue's reason for doing so, to give himself face. In fact, he and Bai Nianxue, two people can't say who chased who. Perhaps the older sister is indeed to be more active to provoke some, but he, from the beginning to the end to treat Bai Nianxue is also different from sister, really? Anytime and anywhere is good ah. Zhang Lian heart like wrapped in honey. Chasing. Fan Xiaofan choked when he heard it. So it wasn't Zhang Lian who chased people? Or they chased him, and still people girls chased to the old home, and not Zhang Lian chased after the girls to bring them to the old home? This is a situation that he hadn't even thought about. Once several people heard the meaning of Bai Nianxue's words, they immediately also understood who the two were chasing who, and let out a sound of envy. And at this time, Fan Xiaofan deliberately asked, "What about Shenyu?" Chapter 132. How about, we go home? Ha! Zhang Lian had a question mark on his face. Shen fish. What's wrong? Bai Nianxue heard a hint of something else and glanced at Zhang Lian, and after receiving a confused look from Zhang Lian, she was instantly a bit curious about what this boy wanted to say. She certainly didn't doubt Zhang Lian. In fact, not only did she trust Zhang Lian, she also trusted little Fishy. She had bathed with Fishy, which was just as good as boys worshipping. What the boy at the moment meant by that sounded very interesting to her, and she wanted to hear what he was trying to say. Well, you don't know Shenyu? You guys should have met, right? Zhang Lian's childhood friend. Fan Xiaofan said with a smile, an innocent and harmless look. It was just that this smile was ugly in Bai Nianxue's eyes. She instantly heard the boy as a bit of a dissociative. Well, Shen Fisha. Heard of it, he told me about it. Bai Nianxue intentionally pretended not to be familiar with him and said. Zhang Lian on the side stared wide-eyed. Aren't you guys very familiar with each other? You guys call one little Fishy and one sister Snowy so affectionately. He wanted to open his mouth to say something, but chose to close his mic after locking eyes with Bai Nianxue. What's wrong with her? What does it have to do with Zhang Lian? Bai Nianxue asked with a smile. Well, Zhang Lian he. Fan Xiaofan deliberately made a look of hesitation, not knowing what to say. In fact, he didn't know why he said that, but he just couldn't see Zhang Lian as good. This person would probably do the same even if it wasn't Zhang Lian and it was someone else in the class. The reason is the same as when he got into trouble with the bullies in other classes, the bullies at that time, and he knew a pretty good girl, gradually good relations obviously has nothing to do with him, but he intentionally told the girls a lot of bad things about the bullies so that the girls away from the bullies a little bit, this thing to get the bullies know, naturally inevitable to him to beat him up a little bit. Meddling in other people's business and claiming to be righteous under the banner of doing good to others, when in fact they just can't see good in others themselves. Thinks all these good-looking girls should surround themselves with good-looking guys like themselves. Didn't you chase after little Fishy before, Zhang Lian? When it came down to it, Fan Xiaofan spoke up directly, but in a falsely relaxed tone, saying in what seemed like a joking tone. This way, even if Zhang Lian was angry, he would still have an excuse to put it off. As expected, Zhang Lian's eyebrows twisted into Chuan characters, and the feeling of wanting to punch someone, which had disappeared for a long time, was now stirred up again by Fan Xiaofan. No wonder this guy was able to take a beating then, when he himself didn't believe what the bully said, now he did. This pussy isn't stupid. He's just pure. When the did I ever chase? When old classmates met, Zhang Lian had thought that we were all still a bit more peaceful, but now he directly broke, and he was going to be angry in the next second. Luckily, she was pulled by Nianxue, and shook it petulantly in front of Fan Xiaofan like she was calming an angry puppy. No offense, we'll find out later if we ask Fishy. It's not like I'm going to just fall for 3 or 2 words from someone who's not related. After saying that, Bai Nianxue glanced coldly at Fan Xiaofan, pulled Zhang Lian, and turned her head to leave without saying hello to a few more people. She kind of understands why her own Yanbao is not familiar with a few people. As for Fan Xiaofan, who had failed to disassociate himself, he was at a loss for words in embarrassment. After half a day turned out to be recognized, if let the little fish know that he is behind the back of the separation between the two, will it be like the original bully, Shin Fish will also hate him? Night, are you leaving? Bai Nianxue pulled Zhang Lian's hand, pouting with a mouth that could hang 3 tails of meat, and eyeballing Zhang Lian. Don't go. How nice to cuddle and sleep like it's noon. Don't you want to cuddle with me in bed? Am I uncomfortable to hold? I'll wash xiang. Well, I don't snore, I sleep, and I don't move around. I can still have a sweet late-night double row with you. That's a good point. As soon as the game was mentioned, Zhang Lian's originally somewhat hesitant eyes would abruptly flash a light, just like a dog that would immediately get up and put you on watch when it heard a keyword like go out and play. So, I make a call to my mom. Zhang Lian asked tentatively. Fight. Bai Nianxue smiled as she listened and looked at Zhang Lian, knowing that her smelly junior wanted to stay with her all the time. But thinking about the titillating things she had just said, she suddenly regretted it a little. If Zhang Lian really doesn't go back at night, is it possible that he really has to do what he said? And washing and scenting and cuddling and whatnot? Zhang Lian on the side hesitant to call his own mom. Bai Nianxue on the sidelines thinking about thinking. He gave himself the whole red worm. Although the first time she went out with a boy to open a room this kind of thing in the beginning of the school year and Zhang Lian broke. But this time is obviously and the first time the situation is completely different. Why don't we go home? Just as Bai Nianxue was still thinking about it, Zhang Lian suddenly and abruptly proposed. Back home. Well, actually, my mom sees it. Zhang Lian clicked on the chat record, noon when the transfer record, his own mother transferred $1,000 at the same time, but also said that he put more effort. She is very satisfied with the white Nianxue, this daughter-in-law, and so on. Okay, thanks for always been with me. This book results are too bad. Also adhere to the immobility. I believe it can be seen that I wrote this behind the very random. Next month will not be more. And then I seek and try to give a conclusion. Blame me too vegetable. The next continue to work hard. Really thank you Bowsy readers have always been supportive. Chapter 133 by Nianshua's Stage Fright. Hey, how come you're back? Where's the girl? You left her alone in the hotel. Guomei said while glancing behind Zhang Lian. She said that Zhang Lian can stay out at night. Of course, not to do bad things, but to let him accompany other girls. After all, according to what she knows, people are considered to be a person to come so far, is to rush their own son. How can this let a girl alone, a person outside it? How unsafe. And as a mother, to see a girl so unhesitatingly like their son. Of course, the heart is relieved to move most. Just now Zhang Lian came back, but did not see Bai Nianxue. Guomei. The same woman could not help but be a little dissatisfied with her own son's approach and slightly frowned. Zhang Lian touched his ears, somewhat at a loss for words as he passed by Guomei's side, his eyes glancing sheepishly. She went to stay at Fishy's. How do I get to Fishy's house? Oh, they're quite familiar too, aren't they? Guomei said. Aha. Zhang Lian nodded. As a matter of fact, Bai Nianxue has just been downstairs in her own home. Going up. Zhang Lian pulled Bai Nianshue's hand, and compared to Bai Nianshue's incessant deep breathing for the red warmth on her face to dissipate the heat, he was a bit gloating. Usually most of the time he was the one who was ruffled by Bai Nianxue. Although he had seen Bai Nianxue tense up, it was extremely rare. Generally, Bai Nianxue always had a steady and calm look, with a bit of coldness and distance. Even if she blushed in front of him, it would quickly subside. But now, all the way to the deep breathing and uneasiness he saw in the eyes, as if waiting to see is not their own mother, but a tiger as nervous and scared to death. Why don't I just go and stay at Shen Yu's house? Bai Nianxue was still a little too embarrassed to accept it. For one thing, she's a girl, and for another, she really dare not think that a second ago she was pretending to be Zhang Lian's classmate, and now she has to reveal her identity to meet her parents. She really hadn't prepared a little bit, and this time when she came to Sichuan and Chongqing, she simply wanted to celebrate Zhang Lian's birthday. Relationships. It's only been established for a day. It's just a little too soon. After saying that, Bai Nianxue wanted to turn her head and run. It's all here. Zhang Lian saw this and pulled back. It's not like my mom won't eat you. Didn't you see? She's quite happy with you. Aya, hearing Zhang Lian bring up this topic that made her shy again. Bai Nianxue shook her hand a bit, stretched out her fist and hammered Zhang Lian's chest twice, and glared at Zhang Lian again. No more talking. For some reason, she was a little sensitive to the fact that Zhang Lian's mom complimented her, and she was stressed at the mention of it. I didn't bring anything. Bai Nianxue looked at her hands again and excused herself. Who comes to see their mother-in-law without bringing something? No need to bring it. I'll just talk to my mom. Zhang Lian gently looked at Bai Nianxue and smiled. No way. Bai Nianxue insisted, as if she had grabbed the only exit to escape, quickly glancing at Zhang Lian and changing her tone to discuss. How about? Yan Bao, let me do it tomorrow. I'll bring something tomorrow. Ah. Zhang Lian sighed, not really wanting to let go of Bai Nianxue. Seeing this, Bai Nianxue continued. It's so late. Auntie still has to remake my bed, and can't sleep more than a few times. We're leaving soon, and if we go to Little Fishy's house, I'll just sleep directly with Little Fishy. And I'm really kind of unprepared, so let me go back to belaying. Okay. Bai Nianshua's tone was serious and petulant, pulling Zhang Lian's hand to discuss with him as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lian tenderly touched the hair around Bai Nianshua's ears and let out a light laugh. How could he not have seen the tension along the way? In fact, in the beginning he did not want to talk to Bai Nianshua, said his own mom knows the matter. He went home and then dead pigs are not afraid of boiling water hot. Flatly denied it is good. Naturally, there was even less thought of forcing Bai Nianshua to definitely go home with herself tonight. When it comes to the reason for going home, it's only because Bai Nianshua pulls and doesn't want him to go, and the offer is so. It was only then that he thought it would be better to go home instead of staying out in hotels that were so unsafe and uncomfortable. Since his own schoolmates do not dare to go upstairs. Let him, a dead pig, accept his own mom's boiling water. Anyway, all he's got going for him is a thick skin. Okay, Zhang Lian responded to Bai Nianshua. In addition to touching Bai Nianshua's hair, taking the opportunity to pinch Bai Nianshua's hot earlobes again. Should I say no? Schoolmarm is really cute. Is it possible to tease schoolmates with this more often in the future? Hey, did you learn this bit of bad taste from your sister? So I'm going to have a showdown with my mom tonight? You have to come tomorrow. Zhang Lian said, if you don't come and run away, I can just. Zhang Lian made a pitiful look. You have to know that I was beaten by my dad since I was little, but my dad couldn't even beat my mom. Bai Nianshua's eyes flashed a trace of gravity when she heard this. Then she heavily held Zhang Lian's hand. Don't worry, Comrade Yen Bao. I'll be there tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, sharp. Good. I'll wait. Wait for me to marry you. Bai Nianshua stood on her tiptoes to pinch Zhang Lian's nose. Zhang Lian lost a laugh. Also, staying at Little Fishy's house is quite good. Anyway, just as long as you kid didn't let people live outside alone as a girl. Guomei followed Zhang Lian and sat by the sofa, her eyes burning as she stared Zhang Lian down. Just stayed last night, Zhang Lian said in his heart. Then his eyes began to consciously look to his toes, like a prisoner waiting to be trained. Account for it, when did it start? Guo beautiful standard and Zhang Lian's dad said the same thing. At the same time hands clasped his chest, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Like a smile, the aura pulled full. This is also the scene that Zhang Lian would face if he did anything bad since he was a child. The family style is so majestic that there is no room for sand, and Zhang Lian's rigorous training from childhood to adulthood was made possible in such an environment. But thankfully, the interrogator wasn't his old man. That guy was really going to torture himself. The black tiger hollowed out his heart to beat his son. His father is also true with, I have to say their Zhang family are treating their own son like a foreigner. Zhang Lian, do you believe me when I say yesterday? Chapter 134. Little boyfriend? Little girlfriend? By the time he went to bed at night, Zhang Lian double rode with Bai Nianshua as promised. By the way, talk about something that only young couples talk about, which is making phone calls. However, because she was borrowing a room at Xinyu's house, Bai Nianshua spoke to Zhang Lian in a low voice from the balcony, while Xinyu in the room shook her head when she saw this, and immediately took a picture of Zhang Lian and sent it over. Can't we sleep? Look at Cher outside at night with all those mosquitoes. In the meantime, Guomei carried the cake that she didn't finish at noon and pushed the door straight into Zhang Lian's room. Zhang Lian, who was originally whispering to Bai Nianshua, was startled. Mom, you don't knock again. The door of this room since he lived in, only during the midterm and college entrance exams, Comrade Guomei will hold the fear of disturbing their own learning attitude to symbolically knock on the door. And now, the so-called midterm and college entrance exams have long gone up in smoke. Guomei has returned to the classic mom state. What's wrong? Are you doing something unseemly? Guomei said without a trace of anger. Just now in the living room, she had just learned from Zhang Lian that she had only just talked to someone else, Bai Nianshua. People have come a long way to catch up. Hearing this, Guomei, who had strong empathy herself, was instantly a bit touched, and immediately warned Zhang Lian fiercely that he was not allowed to bully others. But in fact, he and his sister, in the end who was bullying who, not obvious it. Under Zhang Lian's speechless gaze, Guomei placed the cut remaining cake on Zhang Lian's bedside, signaling him to eat it later. Zhang Lian nodded as he was playing the game. He just took a quick glance at the cake with his eyes before talking to Bai Nianshua in the game. And the cell phone at the end of the white Nianshua also heard the voice of the aunt. Immediately silenced, whispered Baba asked. Auntie? On the side. Zhang Lian sniffed, raised his eyes to look at his own old mom, the face of disdain Bara's eyes. Stifling a laugh, he replied, yeah. Seeing this, Guomei frowned in disgust and slanted at Zhang Lian, asking, talking to whom? What do you say? Zhang Lian asked rhetorically as he looked straight at his own mom. Xiao Shuia, Guomei asked wordlessly when she saw Zhang Lian's smelly eyes. Receiving Zhang Lian's response of nodding his head in affirmation, Guomei was instantly filled with smiles. The dislike and annoyance from earlier swept away. Instead, it was just like on the eve of the college entrance exam, when the humble mom, who was so diligent that she didn't dare to speak more than 3 decibels, closed her mouth with a raised eyebrow and tiptoed to the door. Before leaving, he also did not forget to give Zhang Lian several glances, let Zhang Lian have a good chat, and finally closed the door extremely gently. A set of operations is exactly the same as before the high school exam. Mouthfuls. Zhang Lian waited for Guomei's footsteps to walk away before he let go of his voice to continue talking to Bai Nianxue. At the same time, he also saw the photo that Shen Yu had just sent to him. You're at the Shenfish's couch now? Yeah. Little Fishy is in the bedroom. It's not good for me to disturb her. Bai Nianxue killed another mosquito on her leg, wiped it with paper, and still had no intention of returning to the house. Is it on the balcony or in the living room? Zhang Lian was a little heartbroken and somewhat regretted letting his schoolmate go to live at Shen Yu's house. In the end, he didn't think ahead. If he was going to have a meeting call with his schoolmates in the evening, then he might as well let them. This puts the schoolmarm in the wrong place and makes it inconvenient for the two to talk on the phone. Even if he dragged his schoolmate to stay right in his house, he could never let Bai Nianxue feed the mosquitoes outside, right? He feeds mosquitoes more like, hey! Hearing Zhang Lian say this, Bai Nianxue decisively turned her head to look inside the bedroom, where the warm yellow light was on, and Shen Yu was lying on her back on the bed with her little feet crossed, listening to a song with headphones on. I can hear you swatting mosquitoes, Zhang Lian said helplessly. Go inside, see you tomorrow. Ah! He. But I don't want to hang up yet. Bai Nianxue pursed her lips and got up to take 2 steps, waving her hand to chase away the mosquitoes around her. That has to be hung too, or you'll have to be sucked dry by mosquitoes all night, Zhang Lian said, then picked up the cake at the top of the bed and started scooping it up. The barfing sound reached Bai Nianxue's side through the headphones. Don't hang up. I want to hear you talk. Bai Nianxue cocked her mouth and pouted. Hearing the sound of Zhang Lian eating, she immediately asked again, what are you eating? Cake. Zhang Lian replied. I want to eat too. I'm hungry. Bai Nianxue had all but lost her serious school sister look. If Zhang Lian was by her side at this time, she must have looked like she was splashing around on Zhang Lian to eat the cake. Then, senior sister, you don't want to hang up the phone and you want to eat cake. Zhang Lian thought about it. Then why don't I come pick you up now? Not eating. Bai Nianxue gave up decisively, like she had made some kind of determination. Changing face really fast, Zhang Lian's mouth twitched as he listened. That phone call. The phone won't hang up. Bai Nianxue always still insisted on this. Zhang Lian let out a light laugh. In the face of his girlfriend's clingy behavior, when the boyfriend can only choose to spoil. Then, tell you what, you do as you're told, go inside, and I'll just talk, you don't have to. I don't speak. Well, I'll tell you no. It's not that I'm saying inbao, not that I suspect my little boyfriend is a little dumb. Not much of a conversation starter at all. Even when he and I talk in person, it's basically just me talking. If he's left to mutter alone with no one to respond to him, he might fall asleep on his own while talking. Bai Nianxue said softly, looking at the distant night sky that still had some neon lights, gazing with a smile. Zhang Lian thought about Bai Nianxue's words, and it seemed to be true, so he didn't make a rebuttal right away. Then what to do? I don't want you to get mosquitoes either. Well, let's talk a little longer, another $10. $10? That's not an all-nighter, is it? Huh? Is my little boyfriend so cheap? Well, a little bit, we're only $10 a night for a private night here. Zhang Lian said seriously. Of course, he's talking about internet cafes. But that's kind of the price of a night on his own in a sense. Haha. Then if it's so cheap, how much does a yearly package cost? Package? No money. No money? Then what? To open VIP, VIP is free. VIP, there's still this business? How do I open it? You're already open, my little girlfriend.